We're back. Getting ready for that last sprint, right? Maybe tomorrow we'll get there. Maybe. We'll find out. My god, I need 30 of these? I don't think I want to do this. Oh, don't. No, I sold them. Shit, I literally just sold them. Fuck. No. No. Bro, I wish you would tell me that it does these fucking cloth quest nonsense. I just fucking sold all my cloth. Fuck. I'm not doing this. Fuck this shit. Because you need like 30 of each, right? It's fucking ridiculous. Or 60 even. Yo, Dodo, what's up? Yeah, not quite. I mean, a little, I suppose, but... It's fucking me over. I don't want to do these. Fuck these. Go fuck yourself. How you doing, Dodo? cooldown. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do. My drop rate on this mage has been horrific, so I've been grinding already, right? Regardless, right? Even if I wanted to or not. Like it's been terrible. Some quests have been absolutely terrible. Like I was at this one place literally for an hour. I gained a full level grinding mobs to find this one fucking drop. It just wouldn't fucking drop. Like a glowing soul gem or something along the line. I can't even remember what it was called. It's horrific.
Hi, great to meet you. Off with you.
And gas and teleport Stormwind. Why pay 7 silver when I could just take the tram for free? Yeah, there is. If you pay for it. There's no way I can get there in time. I'm not even gonna bother. I have the cheap pack. I got all the items, but not the boost. Or the 30 days. Well, honestly, I haven't played Classic in so long, and I only played Hardcore until like level 20, 25, right? So if I would make a character and then boost it, I'd be like, I don't know what half of these skills do. You know? It's lying down there. Sorry, cat. But I'm scooting in. It's my house. Hello? I know music. We're almost there. 4 more.
Lightly with you.
Guess we're going to the Plague Lands. Oh. I keep forgetting.
Need help? For the Alliance, what can I do for you?
Like, shouldn't I hand these quests in? I'm so confused. Eastern Plague Land? Western Plague Lands? Eastern Plague Lands. That's where we're going, right? Plague Lands, yeah. Never mind. No, now I am too lazy. I just came from the tram, man. Come on.
Great to meet you.
You feeling that itch again, Dodo? Already, or no? You holding off the boat?
Looking for something specific?
Well met.
Yeah, but that's hardcore. Here you can just YOLO! Oh, I need to go to the other end of the map. Oh, I'm just gonna die and spawn at the healer. Perfect, right? Super fucking handy, dude. I like it.
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
I'm about to sneeze, I think.
Can I help you?
Yep.
Hey there.
Excuse
See you
me.
around.
King's honor, friend.
Greetings.
Yeah, leveling goes a lot faster when you're not scared to death of dying. It's pretty nice.
All right, if all the buttons worked correctly and everything is safe, we should be live at the moment. And today joining us, it's been a while, is Steve Gosney, who's a legendary trial attorney out of Florida. How are you doing today, Steve?
Thank you very much. I don't know about legendary in my own mind. Yeah, no, it's great to see you, and I'm glad to see everybody. I have been offline for probably about a month now, but I saw Nate coming on, and I was so what a blessing to have Nate with us now, because he went through some stuff, and and I was like, that's great. Nate's going to be on, and I've missed you guys, so I thought I'd come on and just say hello and participate to the best
I know,
of my
right?
ability.
Yeah, that sounds terrible to me.
No, it's great. And not
Sounds
only
horrific.
is Nate on, but this is a now co-branded channel. And Nate and Eric has been merged into this. So this is as much Nate's channel as it is mine. And we're really trying to bring this forward to the community, get the lawyers together, and try
I already
to make
have,
this
I'm
thing
outfitting a level 1
happen.
rogue.
It's actually
Well,
running
it's not
right
level 1 no
now
more. I
on
played a little bit
Lawyer
this
and
after I
on
stopped
Layback
streaming.
Law channels, and all
Giving
of
him some
those
bags
who are
and
Nate the
stuff.
Lawyer, we're going to run this
I
for
sent
a
25
while,
gold his way as well.
I don't know, but then
Or
we'll
her
be
way,
running
I
it
guess.
over to Layback Law, and we're really hoping that
Probably
if
do
you're
engineering on
enjoying
that
this,
one.
You'll follow us there, watch the rest of it, or even go there right now and consider subscribing. We're trying to build this separate channel to do the live streams, cover the legal topics, and
I like
in
PvP,
some ways,
what
Nate,
can I say?
Is it fair to say we're workshopping ideas for Nate the Lawyer on here too?
Oh, I remember this
I think
place.
we're all workshopping ideas for Nate the Lawyer also, but I think
Is this Scarlet
gives us
Monastery
a
over
neat
here? It is,
opportunity
right?
to answer the questions, because putting a video up there's generally, like if you look at the last video, 4,000 people commenting, and there's a lot of questions. But
Sure.
this gives us the opportunity to actually correspond with
We're
the
playing,
fans, answer questions in real time, and then have other voices like we disagree with a lot of stuff, and you get that perspective from both sides. And the perspective, you listen and joke comes on and stuff too.
Yeah,
so
and
that's what this medium is for, to allow us to actually have that contact with the audience. What you were saying, Steve?
Right. Well, no, I was saying that, you know, we have, and one of the nice things I like about this forum is, and other, but this forum, for example, is that people, I think, try to not
was I
go
saying?
ad hominem attacks.
Oh yeah, I wanted to play Alliance this time
We're trying
around.
to seek out the truth. We agree that there is a truth to be had.
I've never played-
but we're trying to reach
I mean,
that, and we
I've never
offer
played
our
classic
opinions and aren't attacking
Alliance,
each other.
only,
And this sort of forum
vanilla,
is really
right?
important
So-
because the world is so polarized.
It's really nice going
And
through
I
my
have
old stomping
strong
grounds.
opinions, you have your strong opinions, but we can still respect each other as human beings. I can still be happy that you're with us, and I can still be happy that you know, and I respect you enough to know that you're doing your best to put forward truth as you see it and trying to convince me. And maybe you won't convince me, maybe I won't convince you, but through the dialogue, maybe others can be enlightened and we can better ourselves and better our own arguments and try to get closer to that truth that we're all seeking.
By the way, on that note, oh, sorry. I did want to say in the chat, because a lot of people complain about it. Like, there's some general guidelines, if you will. Like, don't spam the chat. Like, if you put in a comment, you know, once or twice, that's fine. But don't keep repeating the same comment over and over and over. Don't use all caps. That's yelling at people. And last of all, don't attack people personally. Attack ideas and not people. And I really just want to stress that, because that's kind of the theme of the show. We can get really heated at times, but we're attacking the ideas. We're attacking the concept. We're not attacking each other personally. And I think that's one of the reasons that, you know, this has been going on for 5 years.
Yeah, and it's hard to find those forums now, where we have somebody, you know, people who disagree.
I mean, you know, honestly, it's what do I pay, right? It's $30 for 3 months, because I always do the 3-month thing. On this character alone, I have 96 hours, 100 hours, 114 hours. I got my money's worth. You know what I mean?
Respectfully, and so I try, and we all fail. I fall down, I'm sure, and everybody's fallen down and other things. But at least we're trying, and we're trying to do our best to communicate with each other. And I think we need. More
well,
of that.
it's
so let's plunge ahead.
11 a month, I think.
It's
33, 36 dollars.
By the way, I just interrupted Nate when I said
but
that, so
if you
I
do 3
kind
months,
of
it's a little
betrayed my
cheaper.
own
If you do
thing, so Nate,
6
go ahead.
months, you get like the biggest
Oh,
thing.
no,
But I'm not sure if I can.
I forgot what
I don't think I'll
was
play
saying.
6 months, right?
But, listen, I'm just happy to be able to speak who are intellectually honest, and we get some nice little fire in the game too. Let me read this super chat real quick. At Nate the Lawyer, stay warm with the crazy weather. Be safe and God bless. Yes. Oh, this is my brother, potentially criminal. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing
Sean.
good, guys. How are you?
We're doing well. We're doing well. But now that you're here, I think we could just jump in and do it, right?
Good to
Yeah.
see you.
You do get free shit if you do 6 months, but I didn't want to do 6 months. So I was thinking about it, but I probably should have done it.
So what's first up?
Because then I ended up buying the
continuation of
pack for
Don
TVC anyway,
Ramon,
so
because we got a little
could have
bit.
just done the 6 months instead, but same diff really.
Go ahead.
So
That's not true.
Just to give everybody the rundown. Thursday, January 22nd, 2026, Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who is the best Attorney General ever. Everyone in the chat knows that. I'm telling you, best Attorney General ever. No matter what anybody says.
But for the first time, somebody describes her as such. I would say that she is the best Attorney General Fox panelist I've ever seen.
Yeah, Ben has a mission.
qualifier.
Well, all right. So Pam Bondi, she announced the arrest of 3 key figures from the church incident that happened in Minnesota. So if those of you don't remember, Don Lemon went into a church and they plan to, I don't want to say they plan to go and obstruct church services. Here's a quick clip I'll play right now of what happened so people can see why they were charging these people. I mean, just sorry.
No worries.
StreamYard, I have to share the screen before I plant, but StreamYard.
And you get to see a little bit of how the sausage is made, folks.
Let me
You
quickly
see, you
check.
watch Nate's channel, you see these polished videos and everything else,
Yeah.
but we make it a little rougher here. So we're like a diamond in the rough. You get to see a little. Oh wait, is StreamYard working? How are we doing on this? Is this helping?
Yeah, so
It's very helpful.
if you pay for 1 month, it's $12.99. If you pay for 3 months, it's $11.99, and if you pay for 6 months, it's $10.99.
So here, now this is from Don Lemon's channel. This is what he
This is according to Operation Pull Up that one of the.
That's why I usually just pay for 3 months, because I generally play longer than 1 month, but lower than 3.
Here we go.
So
Yeah. Let me show you. So,
it might be different now because
the pastor is over
yo,
there.
Sin, what's up? We chilling. We're almost 60 because of the TBC coming out on
So
February
guys, it's
05,
really
right? So I'm like getting
good.
ready for that, and I've never done TBC actively when it came
now,
out.
even in this clip, Don Lemon actually admits that there are people who are intimidated. people
Don't
crying
know
in
if I
corner,
used the time
those
thing
type
to
of
do
things.
TBC. I
And-
probably did, but
And
on
with
retail, you're
that,
just going through it
then
so
we
fast.
have
I don't.
legal
I don't.
for
Like,
any
I don't remember
crime
jack
committed.
shit,
So
dude.
two crimes that you'll hear a lot of commentators talking about is first the FACE Act. And the FACE Act is
So I'm actually quite
was
looking forward to
the
that.
act that was used against abortion clinics back in the days. I had it here.
It's still used now, but yeah.
Yeah, it's
The FACE Act in 1994.
It's called the Freedom of Access to Clinic Interests Act, and this also applies to
How you
places
doing,
of
Sid?
worship. And the three. Go ahead.
You ready for
No,
work?
no, I just say Emily. Yep.
Or
And
wherever
it's,
you're going?
You know, I
just realized you didn't say work, you just said
Thank
head
God
out.
for Orrin Hatch. He snuck in this little thing about like, oh, you can't screw with churches either.
Yeah. The elements. Let's go through the elements. The elements is one, you have to have force, threat of force, or physical obstruction. You have to have intent to injure, intimidate, or interfere. And there has to be a nexus to the worship. The act was done because the person was exercising their First Amendment right to religious freedom at a place of worship. Now,
Dinner's always nice.
Just to be clear,
I can't do that no
the
more. I
magistrate
can't eat in
judge
public.
Rejected the FACE Act is.
I went in November for my
and the
birthday with my
magistrate
mom, and
judge who had to sign off on the arrest
it was so much worse in
rejected
public.
this act
Like, it took me an hour to eat my steak.
for both Don Lemon.
It was very cold at the end. Still
the two
delicious,
women who
but
were
yeah.
arrested, but not the third guy. The third guy is potentially
Stupid
still
fucking
potentially
physical,
he could be
psychic-
charged with, but the first
psychic,
two people were
mental
not,
issues.
were not charged with the FACE Act.
Like, it's
And then
guaranteed
the
mental. There's no
second,
way
which
I'm still,
three
like-
of the four people were charged.
So I
with
always
is
did like this
called
when I swallow. You can
it's
see
the
on
Klan
stream
Act.
when I'm eating chips and stuff.
18
Like, I go like
USC
this.
Section 241 is a
Or I go like
reconstruction,
this.
and
I feel like
that
autistic when I
has
do
four
it, dude.
elements,
Like,
too.
I'm
You have to have
like,
a
you know what I
agreement
mean?
between more
Like,
people, but the intent
it's
in
kind
this
of fucking
one is
annoying.
the intent to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person, and the conspiracy has to be targeted to the free exercise or enjoyment of their rights secured by the Constitution. Here,
I do kind of
there's
miss that
pretty much
occasionally, and just going out to
So,
dinner for something.
This
you
is
know.
the felony, which
Or like
seems
being able to.
be
I used to
more-
order these
what they
fucking.
were able to get
We call it cap
through
salon
the
hairdressers.
magistrate judge. And the
It's like
magistrate
a
judge, and remember, we're
big
talking
bowl
about-
of
you don't have
kebab
to
and,
prove
and
these
fries
elements
and.
beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to
It's
prove
purely in
these
my head,
elements,
bro. Like every time I swallow,
by,
it's like a fucking a
by
trauma
what's called probable
response.
cause,
Right?
which is extremely low. Essentially,
I
does
just
it look like
panic a
crime
little
has been
bit.
committed? And if so, are the people who you're about to seize?
And
did
I have
they
to like
commit
make
this
sure I
crime?
do like
So
you know,
So
I have to like
right
really
now,
swallow, like
the three
Now,
people.
Nate, really
everything
quickly, from what
stops. I
understand
focus
that
purely on the swallow, and then I continue.
While
It's
they're not charging everybody, that
it's
doesn't
super
mean that
fucking
there's
annoying.
End of the road. Like I think Phil Holloway was saying that the.
On the one hand, I'm
magistrate
used to
is
it, like, I
not the
eat-
End of the line.
I'm
If
starting to
the
eat
feds
more,
Want to pursue it
But
further,
on the other
it can
hand,
go before
I'm
a
just.
federal grand
It's because I'm
jury
used to
or
it. It's
circuit
not like
court.
it's gone
Yes.
away. You know.
Is
Yeah.
that
So,
correct?
so first, let me go with the what they're charged with, and then I'll go with what happened with.
Like I
Lennon.
definitely
So,
have to
the
like
first person, her
consciously
name is Nakia Armstrong.
stop, swallow,
Nakia
continue.
Armstrong. She organized the event, and she is. The magistrate judge specifically said the FACE
So
Act
that's
doesn't
coupled
work.
with the
It's
fact
ruled
that I
there's
chew
no
like
evidence that
twice
they
as long
forced
now.
physically block people from leaving because the FACE Act was
Which is also
was
something
conservatives were blocking
psychological,
people
because
from
I don't want
entering and leaving the
to have
abortion
to swallow
clinic.
too big a chunk.
That's essentially
Yeah,
what you need
it's
for the face act. So they
it's
said
fucked up,
there's
dude.
no evidence
Honestly,
based on
like that's the only
video
way I can explain
that
it. It's
people were
just
being
fucked up.
stopped from leaving. There were actually people who were able to leave and come into the church even while they were protesting.
Well,
Oh, actually, so you could chase them out. That's cool.
yeah, well, and that's where I think this is wrong because there's a case recently where, and this is where one of the DC judges got really famous for being a complete scumbag. A bunch of people, they had gone into the one abortion clinic in DC, and they had basically like chained themselves inside to the door, and they'd done things just to make it hard for you to get in and out. They weren't using like force in the sense of like, oh, we're gonna kick it off with you if you try to do anything about your abortions.
We're good.
And you know, they sent a 75-year-old lady to prison for 2 years in the District of Columbia. So it's like this idea, this judge saying, "Oh, well, this isn't what it's
But
meant
yeah,
for."
Dodo,
Like,
if you're up for if you want
FACE
to,
Act was meant for,
and
I
you
don't know
do,
what
I'll
it's
make a
meant
character
for.
alongside you and help you out.
Well,
an
but let's
application question.
can we start with the premise
Get you
that
going.
this type
running.
of political tactic
Get you
is
started running?
repulsive, and I don't like
I'm a
it,
mage,
okay?
bro.
And I don't like
I'm a
that
mage. I'm
people are
super
doing
fucking
this,
squishy,
okay?
dude.
But now what Nate is
Plot is no
addressing
joke
he's
in this
getting
game.
into the specifics
If I
of
pull
the
two enemies, I'll
charges,
probably
and
die.
you
That's
start
why,
with the
like
statute,
I have to like
and you
even
look at the
even like these
elements
guys,
of
right?
the
Like I
statute,
shoot a
and you
bolt,
apply it to
right?
see whether the elements are met. And I think there also needs to be a distinction between
And then by the time that
individual
launches, I
cases.
can shoot another
So
fireball.
What did Don Lemon
Then I
do
wait,
as a reporter?
Ice
and
block
his
so it stops, so I can
participation with his
shoot more
knowledge
without
of
them
the
fucking beating the
conspiracy
fuck out of me.
and
then,
break
oh,
that
of course
out
it
from
resists.
other
Yeah, every time it
people who may
resists,
be
I'm
active
screwed.
conspirators who may have been, because
I do feel like a police
obviously there was
officer
an
when I
intent
play
here by a
my mage,
group
because
to
it's
go
like
in and
everybody's
disrupt
resisting.
a
Stop
church
resisting!
service, and they did that. But Don Lemon participated in that, but was he acting as a reporter
Yeah, I do have
or
eyes
as
look
an
right here.
active co-conspirator? So we got to be very careful because criminal charges are specific, and I like the way that Nate kind of
Doesn't
started
really help a
with
lot,
those
though.
acts and said, are these elements present as to this individual? And we
Because
need to
it
be
blocks
very
me.
careful when we're
It's just
talking
cheap.
criminal charges. Unfortunately,
If it works, because it only works on like 3 enemies, right? Beast, humanoid, and
but let's
critters.
continue with the criminal analysis.
Like it doesn't even work on
because,
these ones.
that's
I don't
kinda
think it
where
works on the
lawyers will
ghouls.
look at that, but
Actually,
I
it
mean,
might work.
I think we also need to start
Nope.
with it. I don't like
See,
this.
it doesn't work
tactic.
on
I don't
undeads.
like what they did. It's obnoxious, and they should be punished politically. But punished criminally is a separate issue, and so that's kind of where we are.
So yes. So I'll get back to the two women, Nakia Armstrong and Chantel Allen. They were specifically. They said the FACE Act
I'm just gonna
does
go
not
live.
apply.
This particular thing. So we've
It's
got
like
to
2
be
minutes
careful
ahead.
because people get
Sorry.
all they want to get in their team and let's start fighting over.
But
this
here's
team.
and if that's the criteria, though, the William Kelly guy wasn't going around either obstructing people or threatening to fight anybody. He was just running around struggle sessioning people. He was
Struggle
the one-
sessioning.
Well, no, he was. This is some like Maoist communist
love it.
tactics. Like, why aren't you down there? He's screaming at them. Why aren't
Oh,
you
yeah.
in the federal building with me? These, save your brown, your Latino and Lahecan, Somali neighbors. The guy was doing it.
No, I agree. I just have never heard of struggle sessioning as a verb.
Well, yeah, that's where it
Which
came
is
from
cool.
with China. Yeah.
Well, let me do this. Let me just. So
Bro,
what I'll
I
do is I'm
remember
just gonna-
doing
let me-
this,
let me
dude, like 20 years
explain
ago. This
who
I
was
remember
charged
this
with what,
place, bro.
What
This
they were
is
charged
awesome.
with, and then we can argue the.
I love
the
this
final
shit.
point. So, when
But
it
by
comes
the way,
to
Eric,
harm-
below in the chat, we do know that it's coming up.
Oh, so Don Lemon and the two organizers, the two women who organized it, the FACE Act didn't apply because the judge said he didn't see any. Remember, it was the forced and physical blocking people from leaving or
Oh,
entering.
I don't have to.
He
die.
said there was no evidence of that, even on the video in the best light of the government. So that didn't stick. But what they were charged with was 241, which is the Klan Act, and that they were charged with that because number one, you didn't have to be physically blocking people. You could the disruption, harassment, and all that
That
could
guy.
count. And there was evidence that they disrupted the church service. There was evidence that there was the
What do you mean?
conspiracy element where they planned it, and we have the video of that. And then there was the element of the deprivation of rights. They went in there to interrupt the church service. So there was, again, I'm not saying the two women are guilty of this. I'm saying that the judge said there was probable cause based on the video we saw that they conspired to come together to disrupt this church service in this particular way.
Okay,
And
Okay, can I shine?
Well,
a little
actually,
bit? That's
since the
great
patch,
analysis, and I love
because
the way
there's
you're
Draenei
approaching
now,
it,
you can
and
play
I agree
Shaman
with
as
everything you
Draenei,
said up to this point.
and they can play
One of the
Paladin as
reaction-
Blood
I'm
Elf
reading
now,
the chat as we
since
go.
this
I can't
patch.
chat in there, but
So,
there's a
a
lot
week
of
ago?
people
A little
on
over a
the, on
week
the conservative side, the right side, or
Because
whatever
it's
you want to
the
call
Burning
it,
Crusade is when
who are
that
upset
happens.
because of
So
the
you
disparate
can now.
application of law to them as opposed to people. It's like we grant
But it's always
all the
restricted, right, to
benefits
races?
of these things.
Not
then,
everyone
but
can
if
be
you're
X,
a
not everyone can be
conservative
Y.
and you're on the right, you get it's like all these distinctions go away, and so the bar has been lowered such that there's an equal protection problem. So we're going to get to that. I think we're going to have a discussion about that, but let's let Nate continue the what I would call the way the analysis should go in a real jurisdiction with a real criminal law, and like let's look at it fairly before we get into the partisanship aspect of it. How's
And I want to make it very clear, everyone. What I'm trying to do is establish a baseline of understanding. So when we do go to the video and we go to the facts, you guys understand. Oh, I don't see this element. Oh, I understand. So because it just makes it easier for all of us to go through it together. If you guys understand the elements and the reasoning before we go into the evidence. So that's the reason why the two women were charged with 241. The agitator, William Keller, the one who was screaming at people, the FACE Act is still possible, but the magistrate judge did sign the arrest warrant because, he was...
Yeah, I'm on Alliance now, right? So you have to play Draenei. Or Human.
The one who was not arrested and the judge didn't believe that there
or
was
Dwarf,
any,
maybe? Can a Dwarf be a Paladin?
Cause to arrest was Don Lemon. So he didn't believe Don Lemon. The FACE Act didn't apply because he said Don Lemon obviously wasn't blocking anybody from leaving. It's on video. And then he rejected Don Lemon's he rejected the government's assertion that John Lemon was a co-conspirator. The judge viewed Don Lemon as
no, because this one is a special server as well now.
The judge
so you have Classic and Classic Anniversary, which is now coming with TBC is coming, and then you have Retail.
To the crime. He could, even though he could have been charged as an accessory, but there's a First Amendment protection for embedded journalists and all this other stuff.
That was what I was asking about yesterday, Nate. When
we want to play Classic, right? We don't want to play Retail. If we do want to play Retail, we'll play Retail. So
it sounds like the judge.
No, there's no plans to make it
even though
go up into
I
Retail.
Feel like Dawn,
as far as I know,
a little above and beyond. In that regard,
they'd be nuts to do that as well because a lot of people just play Classic.
Just to make this one point before you start, because it's really a hot point on it.
There's so many people playing too, dude. It's so great. Like I actually,
the combination of rights.
I just like randomly I'm questing. You'll invite a guy to do like random quests.
And that's where
you do the quest. They're ready. They'll run off. You finish up, or you ready. You run off. Then they finish up.
My right to
it's
swing
like
my arm stops at your nose, right?
Sure.
So that's where we're going. You know,
That's locked,
right.
I'm not sure where they're gonna go up to. Cause the thing is like as well, right? You have Classic, still that which is still Classic, no DLC whatsoever, and you got this one, which is gonna get TBC very soon, which is the first DLC, the first expansion ever.
About the specific
so.
Of Don Lemon's conspiracy. So what
and
was
you
his
had a choice
agreement
of
with
keeping
this
your character on
organization?
Classic or
Was
coming
he
here.
Part of it. How active was he? Because
I wanted to come here because I've done Classic back in the day, but I stopped when TBC came out.
Alleges it and has evidence to support it. I think the
so the way I think they're doing it is they're
factual determinations.
They're kind of sort of continuing, but every time there's like
but I don't know the specific
a split that stays.
Don Lemon with the group.
Well,
that makes sense. Like if you don't want to go to Cataclysm, you can just stay in TBC.
The embedded thing, that's actually really good.
Or if you don't want to go to TBC, you can stay in. Actually, no. Let me rephrase because there's no Cataclysm yet. If you want to just stay in Classic, you don't have to go to TBC. But if you want to go to TBC, you can go to TBC.
We're going somewhere. I can't tell you where we're going, but we're gonna go do something. And then
because if I can't log out right now,
there, and it all kicks off, and he runs
space where
inside.
I can't do that.
You know, if I don't think that would have been a problem.
Actually, I considered over on the launch of
the intent. What the government is considering to be Don Lemon's conspiracy part, the part where he essentially is going over what's happening and why they're saying he did meet the conspiratorial part of this.
So you got the Classic, right? Like I'm doing Burning Crusade Anniversary, but you also have World of Warcraft Classic and Mists of Pandaria Classic. So there's different Classic
and it's the Kima
Different
Armstrong,
slices of
she
the
has
classic
been
experience.
doing this since
Classic.
George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others.
And then you have
where
retail,
they
which I don't even have
surprise
installed.
people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And
That shit's
that's what we're
120
doing here,
gigabytes.
and
This
then
is
we're
5.
after that,
You know what I
after
mean?
we do this
Like-
operation, you'll see it live, and use these operations as surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going.
So that's him saying, I can't tell you where I'm going. And then here's another clip of him actually speaking with the person who is going to. Here's another clip of, again, this is what the government is saying that turned him from a reporter to a co-conspirator. See,
they're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret that they invited.
Alright, dude, have a nice dinner.
Can't tell you what
Enjoy.
is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live.
I'm gonna die.
Here on the Don Lemon Show. There are for this reason.
Somebody said pause? Oh,
For this reason,
That was a close one.
it may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have allies, as they said, white allies here. So that is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
So now everybody's ready to go. So he's with them at the beginning. Everybody's ready to go, right? Here's him speaking to the organizer. Again, this is, well, again, we're watching this.
Yeah, it's like,
to see if Don
if you
Lemon
pay for a
is
month, it's
just a better
$12
reporter
or
if
13
he's one
bucks.
of
If
the
you pay for
organizers.
3 months, it's $12 each. So you save $3, I
Clandestine
guess.
operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come
But
there.
for me, it's always
and
been,
then we
how much time do I put in? And is it equivalent to 1 hour
And
equals
the last
€1?
clip
And it's
where Don Lemon
way
is
more
actually
than
in the car,
equivalent. So
And he is
honestly,
now
for me,
going
it's
to
worth it.
Tell us again. This is just, remember, we're talking about whether he is involved in a conspiracy to go and violate these people's rights, or is he just
let's see.
an
Calc.
embedded journalist.
114
with
divided
the
by
army, like Eric said yesterday. So here's the last part. Where they're going
36.
to disrupt.
Okay, so
No, how do I do this? No, it's
we are
36 divided by
here.
114.
Now,
36
do you think if you just
divided by
have it- I think
114.
maybe if you just have it on the church, but they're if they
I mean,
see
the wrong
me,
fucking.
they're gonna know. No?
0.3. So I've paid
Don't name the
30 cents
I'm
an
not
hour
naming the location, but
so far. We're not done
I'm
yet.
just wondering if
right?
you see me.
I'd say that's a good deal. You know, that's a pretty fucking good deal to me.
Instead of in service right now. No, but they'll be like, why
I've had
is
worse
Don Lemon
deals.
there?
Pause, Nate.
I've had worse deals.
This is yesterday, and I discussed it where I thought this was him projecting the mindset of, I'm involved with this. If they see me, the gig is going to be up. That there were a million, a bunch of reasons that people could see Don Lemon at a church and not think anything other than Don Lemon as a journalist was covering the services. I
I've wasted money on a bunch more shit that's definitely not as
mind would
equivalent
not
of
be, oh, we're about to be disrupted. It would be
fun to price.
okay, well, Don Lemon is covering us. Maybe he's getting B-roll. Maybe he's going to ask us questions going in and out. I would not think, oh, he's here because he's the leading edge of a disruption.
I would think that though, because you've never been in church and a reporter just randomly walks in like right in the middle of like I think it's clear what's going on, especially in this environment though. And the bigger thing that establishes, I think, his participation in this is he's out there basically hassling people. If you don't agree, like anybody who disagreed on that old guy, there's no this isn't really a both ways situation. I mean, it's like a bank robbery, and like they're robbing the bank, and he walks in, it's like, sir, how do you feel about them taking the money? I know they're stealing your money, but no, don't you understand? They're gonna use this money for a good cause. They say they're gonna buy toys for little children. How do you feel about that? And oh no, and like he was his actions alone show that was advocacy. It wasn't there's both sides to this. There's only one side to this story in his
I want to push
and
back
I think
a
it's
little
clear
bit.
that he wasn't willing to entertain anything else.
Well, I do want to push back a little bit, Sean, because I think your bank robbery analogy, I would change it a little bit.
It's not
From what we just watched,
I have to stand here 90 seconds like a dumbass.
it's like right now he's sitting in front of the bank before they rob it and said,
Just
I don't want to go
if
into
you
the
do
bank because I'll give it up. I'll give
Dodo,
up the
make sure
casino."
you're
They
sub to
don't
EU
realize
and not
kinda
NA like
sketchy to go in
like
there.
guys
Like,
do.
Yeah, so and then
Poor guy,
when they
man.
start robbing the bank, I go in and ask people, how do you feel
I'd
about
be so
being
mad.
robbed? So now does that change it? From
And I
a-
know because
so
I
if
I
you
did
know
never
what's
stopped paying for NA, right?
happening,
Like
and
that's
if
I
you
stopped
were-
that
and
now,
he's
but
admitting,
fuck
if
my
I
life.
go in there, I'm going to spoil the surprise, and the surprise is criminal
Mm-hmm.
activity, unfortunately. So it's just hard for me to say that he's not a co-conspirator when he's saying,
Yeah. Oh, I
I
agree.
don't want to give up the bag. What say you, Steve?
I get this is fascinating because I am not yet convinced that and here's the distinction that I'm making, because I had a criminal case I remember way back when, and there was somebody who was charged, and I was the prosecutor, and I felt that they were
Leave
a
Brittany
witness
alone.
and not a participant.
I just
in the
got
crime.
fucking hurts, dude. Jesus.
And I actually got them out of jail. They were on a first-degree felony, and I got them out of jail and dropped the charges against them. And I was proud of that because I felt that the person that was just part of the group, and one of the guys in the group went in and did a home invasion, and he was just standing there, and and I'm not certain that at this point that Lemon's not just a witness, and he has knowledge of what's happening, but. Is he
Really? When he
I'm
said
not-
we
I'm
are
not
going to
sure
go
he's
in
not
there,
a witness.
he's talking about plans that are being devised.
So he's aware of
everything
the
else.
plans, and he is putting himself in a position to witness the plans. But what is his active responsibility to prevent the crime, or is he just a witness, a bystander?
Oh, I'm not saying he has
I'm
to
not
prevent
certain.
it.
Hmm?
I'm not. There's no obligation for him to prevent it.
Okay.
But,
What's his obligation?
this
If he's
this isn't-
along for the ride and witnesses the crime, he needs
Yeah.
to actively promote, and he has to actively be part of the conspiracy to disrupt the church service.
And you don't think? I mean, like, if you listen to, well, I don't say because I don't think you've seen it yet. He is clearly on their side and is fully in the tank. Like, he
No, we know
questions
that.
the
We know
pastor. Well, you know that, but he questions the pastor. There isn't. Oh, yeah, you guys might be right. And he said, like, you need to leave. And Don's like,
Ask him to leave.
oh, like, yeah, I guess I probably should leave.
Okay, but
I think he clearly understands. He's like, I'm not here to be a journalist. I'm here to be a propagandist. I'm here to be an advocate. Because
you're allowed. Okay, first of all, let's talk about the private property thing, because Legal Mindset had an analysis about this. The church is private property. Okay, so they can exclude who they want, but it is also open to the public.
There are time, place, and manner restrictions to all of that.
I appreciate
I can
that.
walk in. I can walk into it.
You enter the church, and they don't want you there because you're a different denomination. All right, and so they say, "Okay, Ghazni, I want you to leave," and you leave. There has been no crime committed. You have not trespassed until you've been given notice of trespass by the property owner. So
that's
you go
not
in,
always
if
true,
you don't
though.
believe, and he leaves. There's no trespass.
That's not true. That's not true.
Why is that?
If you go so if I'm at that church and I walk into the rectory and I walk all the way back through the back offices, well, nobody's told me to leave. Part of trespass can also be established, like you're wandering, you find a house and you just walk into it, like you're not supposed
this is
to
an
be
open.
there.
The service.
Well, I'm just saying it's an open
residence.
building, but
There are public and private areas within a building.
I mean, there's a lot of things here, but this idea, like, if I walk into a lecture hall and I just start screaming like an asshole at people, well, nobody told me to leave. It's like,
Well, they did tell him to leave, Steve. So that's part of the problem is that they did say leave.
Hold on. Let's play the part where Don Lemon was specifically asked to leave, and he refused to leave. He continued on after. So I'm going to play that part right now, so we can clear that up. Here it is. And this is the pastor who's going to ask him to leave. Don Lemon talks to the freedom of
Jesus, because that's the hope of these.
worship Jesus, and they are now being intimidated.
Here to worship Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus. That's why we're here.
Now pause again, Nate,
That's
because
why
that
we're
was very annoying. His little "please don't push me" flopping, I think would be the term for that. He's leaning into the guy. He's in the guy's personal space, and the guy's kind of like,
Eric, can we do this? Let me just, because this clip is pretty quick. Let's finish the clip and then we'll go back, because if we keep cutting it up, it's going to take a long time. Let me just finish this last like 3 or 4 seconds, and then we'll go back to your point. So remember your point.
That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
We're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
No
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked if you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to
Unless you're here to
chronicle what
worship.
happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
Yeah.
We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, now let me throw it back to you guys. So now, Eric, I'm sorry I cut you off, but I just wanted to just let that play out. Go ahead.
Oh, well, it's just a quick point. I think I already made it. That he played the whole "don't push me" when he was invading the pastor's space, in my opinion, and I don't feel it was a push. Both hands were kind of up in a sort of surrendering gesture, like you know, Tom, please don't, or whatever. And that was disingenuous, and he even leaned in further. So after he said, "Don't push me," he's leaning in, and the pastor, you could see, is physically leaning away from him. So I feel like that was disingenuous at best.
And also from watching these protests, like I would say this, it's very clear the moment you give these anti-ICE protesters, they get an ounce of resistance, they immediately go full tilt on people. Like, it's clear they're not afraid of using violence. They'll use violence very quickly. They'll use it very indiscriminately. So, like, it's very clear what's going on here. And, was Don Lemon using that as oh, help me, fellow communist? I don't know, but he's not. This is not an impartial journalist. Like, it's
and I'm agreeing with all of what you're saying, and I dislike this guy like you would believe, and I don't like the tactics, and this is all repulsive to me, all right? But I'm questioning. My question is, and I've yet to see it, the conspiracy, the crime. Now, I think when Made makes the point about the FACE Act, I think that is a correct. I don't see the FACE Act.
Yeah, I don't
now
see the FACE Act.
The conspiracy the KKK Act. And this is, and I haven't seen all the videos like Nate, you guys, and this is educating to me.
Yeah.
But I want to see the active conspiracy that Don Lemon has that distinguishes him from a witness who has foreknowledge, who goes along to witness it, as opposed to actively participating. Now, I suspect, and I agree with you.
Right there is the active participation.
Well,
yeah, you just saw it.
Well, hold on. Can I ask you something on that, Steve? Because we were using the bank robbery analogy earlier, and what I heard of it was he confirmed with them that so we are going to go in and disrupt the gathering. So I think all of us agree that
the we was very damning.
No, but can I finish? Can I finish? Because I think that we agree disrupting the services is probably a criminal act, right? It's illegal. You don't go just disrupting services, correct?
Right, and he says we are going to go and disrupt.
So therefore, that is part of what we're saying. I think is the conspiracy is we are going to go doing. Now, it wasn't a case of, oh, I'm just sitting here. So, okay, what's going on now? No. He said we are doing that. That's taking ownership of it. It's not just them. We, Don and crew, are doing this. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Nate.
No, I was going to let Steve finish because he was making his point.
Well, I'm learning. This is fascinating because I'm being the lead devil's advocate here. Being the defense attorney, right? And but I want to make it clear. I really dislike this guy, and I don't like what they're doing. And I do think the best charge is the conspiracy under the KKK Act. But I want to see the agreement. The best evidence I've seen so far that Nate has played is the use of the word "we." But again, are you going to hang your entire prosecution on that word? He's like, well, we were going in. I mean, there's a lot of wiggle room there. So
not only that though. You can't let me go in first because then the jig is up. So that's even more. So it's not just it's a Freudian slip of we.
I wouldn't recognize that guy. I mean,
but I think what we have to also too is number one.
It doesn't matter that people don't recognize him. He thinks that.
His intent matters.
Other people's intent isn't important here. It's his intent.
Their intent is to violate the law. He's saying if I go in, I'm going to spoil it so they can't violate the law in the way they want. And then I would also just make this particular point too, with Don Lemon specifically. I think I totally agree with you, Steve. I think when you're talking about making this conspiracy, it's a very thin line, because if you say this is a conspiracy, you really open up the box. But I think with Don, the problem with that happened with Don, unfortunately, is that his language gives you that conspiracy talk. We are going to do this. We are going to do this. We are going to do this. And then after everything blows up, it's like I didn't know anything. And I think if you got pre-planning, you have this, and he's now been asked to leave, because that was one of the things that we were discussing. Was he even asked to leave? He was asked to leave and didn't leave. So
and there's also the aspect that, well, we need to get to the equal protection question about different standards applied to the right and the left. But before we get there, another thing is that the reason they are doing this
Wandering skeleton
is to produce some sort of content
near the
some
tier
sort of
barn
video
and house.
for Don Lemon
They
and
probably
Diesel
did.
News Media. So the idea is for his participation is what made these people do this performance art, Antifa performance art, to go and attack their enemies and to create some kind of video. So he is an active participant in that. He is a cog that functions as part of this little disruptive group. They weren't going in there. They were going in there to disrupt, but they were also going in there to create video that they would think would be helpful to their cause. And he is the active person in that part of that. He's part of that conspiracy, right?
Counselor, with that what you just said, is there a probable cause to believe that he's part of a conspiracy? I'm not saying he's guilty, because there's a difference. I'm saying is there probable cause from what you've just seen that you can make the argument that he is participating in a conspiracy to violate the rights of the churchgoers?
Well, the best piece, like I said, is the use of the word "we." That he clearly has foreknowledge, right? He knows about the plan to disrupt the church. But is he a ride-along or is he an active participant? The fact that the purpose of this disruption is to create content, and he is the element that adds that. So I don't know, it's tricky. It's not as easy a question as we may say. Now, I will say also that if we lower the bar to the standard that the left applies to the right in, say, January 6th, then clearly there's probable cause, right? I mean, because it's like, well, everybody's guilty, let's arrest everybody. But let's look at it carefully. I'm on the fence, and when I'm doing a prosecution, I want that stuff nailed down. It may exist, but I want it nailed down, right?
Yeah, want to know. But you know what, Eric, if you can you read a lot, because a lot of the super chats are coming in, especially about this particular situation. So maybe we get like 10 minutes, so they don't get backed up on us. Because they really want to know they really want to ask us.
No. I think that's cool, and we're going to be shifting over to the Layback Law channel at some point here.
Yeah, in about 10 minutes we should be.
10 minutes, okay. And I just want people to know. So, if you can consider going over there right now. There's 2,500 of you on the Nate the Lawyer channel. Again, we're going to be cutting over. There's a link in the description. Please consider heading over there. So then that way there's no disturbance, in the channel should also redirect if you're hanging out. But anyway, Striker, Nate the Lawyer, stay warm with this crazy weather. Be safe and God. Well, what about us, man? What about us? I mean, you got LawTube Sean. He lives in Ohio. You know that's going to be bitter cold.
Well, I already still have snow on the ground, so I'm okay. I expect this.
And I'm in Virginia. I mean, it's a little bit.
You guys are going to get smoked.
You know, at my office today, somebody put the air conditioner down to 71. So I had to turn it up to 73 to get it back to like normal here in Miami.
Oh, there you go. GA Black and Gold, love the channel. Joining late. Could any of them also be charged with 241 or 247? I don't know what those are.
We are talking. They have been charged with 240.
Fucking lose it.
So we know 247 is the one that I believe that's the FACE Act, and we don't believe
248 is the FACE Act.
248, yeah, because I don't think the FACE Act. Even though I don't like Don, I'm gonna say it. I think the judge was right in saying, based on what the FACE Act is, it just doesn't apply.
Or the way that we apply the FACE Act
does. The KKA does. I mean, we're talking about what isn't, but that's a misdemeanor. The felony is the more serious one.
Yeah,
which is good. I mean, if you have to pick one, the Klan Act's better for people who are against the action.
And Nate, I have a question for you, and this is something I was thinking about. If this wasn't Don Lemon, CNN anchor, famous Leheckin reporter, but it was the reporter from the Gooberville, Minnesota newspaper, or whatever, just like a random journalist. I think that we'd be looking at a little bit different calculus here. I mean, I think part of Don Lemon's protection right now is that he's Don Lemon. Like I said, if he was just Joe Schmo from the Gooberville News, I think this would have already been a foregone conclusion.
Can I follow up on that too? In that a lot of these journalists love to talk smack about pajamas, journalists, self-appointing journalists, people who are bloggers and people who don't have a big organization. But Don Lemon, he's acting as Don Lemon. He's like one guy. But I'm a reporter. So it's interesting that he's now buying into the whole conservative media argument that like Nate's a media person, potentially criminal. You're one guy, but you are a journalist in yourself as an individual. You don't need a big organization to have the free press protections. So I love the fact that he's fallen back on that argument, which is the conservative argument.
Which ironically, I'll just point out, everybody knows that Don Lemon got fired on the same day as somebody else who's on the other side of the aisle, so to speak, and that's Tucker Carlson.
Yep.
A lot of people don't realize that, but they got fired the exact same day. More super chats. There's a lot in here. Chris Creative, 2245. So if I know a group that's going to rob a bank and I'm with them as a reporter, do I get off?
Well, again, a lot of times in those particular cases, the reporters don't know what's about to happen. Like you see the sex trafficking of Vox. The first thing they'll say is, "We don't know where we're going. We don't know what's happening. We're just following and just recording what happened." In this case, I think you can make the argument. He's saying, "No, I know exactly what's going to happen. I know exactly where we're going, and I'm not trying to spoil the fun if I walk in earlier." And I think that calculus makes things a little bit more complicated for Don Lemon.
I agree.
Somebody just mentioned in chat, what does it take to be a journalist? If you are reporting on newsworthy events, you are a journalist. So we're all, I hate to use it. It's like rush hour. It's like, I'd rather be seen as a drug dealer than a journalist, but yes, we're all technically journalists here. So
Attacker, what is that? The pizza? Okay. Tankrat, doesn't FACE Act include attempts to intimidate or interfere with any person lawfully exercising or seeking?
I think that's the first time I've ever made a report in WoW. Like literally.
Access, how can the magistrate ignore that?
Because one of the elements is about access and obstruction, and he's saying, if you watch that video, yes, they're disruptive, yes, they're yelling, but they're not saying.
I've never had a need to. No one's ever been that scummy. And I've been corpse camped in PvP.
So that's why the FACE Act is less
There's a lot.
to apply. And the magistrate didn't let any of them get charged with the FACE Act.
I want to point out though that the idea of like, oh, well, they can leave anytime. We can run people out, harass them and run them out is a little sickening. But I guess that's the Klan Act aspect of it. So.
And I think the idea that there was no force. I'm like, are you telling you want people to kick it off with someone comes into your church? You have to kick it off with them to make this law apply? Like, I think that's a little ridiculous.
Well, okay, Sean, let me. I'm going to push back because what we want to do is we want to charge appropriately.
I agree.
Okay? I agree. So which charge? Because it's like, well, why don't we charge them with burglary, or why don't we charge them? What do you mean can't charge them with burglary? Well, it was an open. Well, but they should be burglars, And it's like, it's like, well, this doesn't apply to them. But the KKK Act seems to me is a perfect fit. Exactly what it describes what it is, and it criminalizes it. So let's charge them appropriately with a felony, and the other stuff, it's like, okay, it doesn't apply. Well, it should apply. You're fighting a battle that you don't need to fight.
I understand, but I'm just telling you, I think the magistrate wasn't being fair and impartial.
I mean, I don't know. It's a tough thing.
I mean, that's going to be the bigger problem here.
Job. If this was somebody looking for a secret warrant against a conservative Republican on the Capitol Hill, there'd be a whole different standard applied, right? So this is where we're talking about this disproportionate treatment between the left and the right. However, as a fair-minded person, I want them charged with the right crime, the highest crime that can be charged that appropriately fits the circumstances, which is the KKK Act.
Well, I do want to make, but before we get to the next super chat, I do want to make a point on the judge. The judge's wife works for the Minnesota Attorney General, Keith Ellison. She's I think a staffer there or something like that. And
Wait,
they're
what? That did no
saying
damage. What?
that because and Keith and the Attorney General went on Don Lemon's show and was like, "Hey, any charges or BS." So they're making the point that there may be some conflict of interest between the judge, his wife, and the fact that the judge's wife's boss is going on the show saying that criminal charges for a particular district would be unnecessary for Don Lemon.
And
I don't know if that
is a big problem, though, Nate. And I think we need to talk about that. I don't want to interrupt your analysis because it's great what you're doing, but this is the problem. This is the real problem. What's going on, and that is that the left is being allowed to go nuts and go wild without any kind of state law enforcement, without prosecutors prosecuting hate crime, because they're of the political left. A person who's conservative that wants to go and do the same thing would get hammered, and the key would be thrown away. And so that is a real problem. The mob is being used as a weapon to intimidate people, and it's only one way. The Ellison is a crazy radical leftist, and he's not going to. If you're on the left, there's no enemies on the left, and he won't prosecute anybody. And that's the real problem we're talking about. I mean, Sean's bringing up points because they're reacting to the injustice of the fact that all these protections are being afforded to Don Lemon, but when it goes to the laws are being applied disproportionately in an extreme way in Minnesota right now.
And Steve, you answer. You now get my you would disagree with saying that point is the way we should operate, but it's the way we need to operate because we are at that stage. And this is something I brought up, and I talked about this. If this happens in the District of Minnesota, which is where it's going to happen, these guys are probably going to get acquittals or hung juries. They're probably not going to get convicted. They're going to be tried in Minneapolis, or even if they get tried in any of the other district courts in Minnesota. Minnesota's Democrat Party is known as the Farmer Labor Party, like in their name, the hammer and sickle. Like they really are a very left-wing state.
Well, the Communist Party came out of Minnesota. The actual communist, American Communist Party, or whatever you want to call it, did come out of Minnesota many years ago.
And we're seeing it more and more. Like the guy who towed the ICE vehicles out of the way while they're working. He was clearly interfering and jerking them around.
I thought that was California.
It was in LA.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure. I mean, Minnesota's got enough paint, going on them. I want to be sure.
I'm just saying though, like across the country, people are rebelling against the government because it's politically and ideologically not something it's supported. So they're getting jury nullification on that. The guy up in Seattle who rammed the federal agents, and like actually totaled a car fighting them, he got acquitted. Like we are at that stage where we are at the without rule of law stage, and these guys certainly are probably going to walk at the end of the day.
No, we need to definitely read a few of these, and we're going to be shifting.
Let's try to rapid fire.
Hold on, this is $50. Hold on, this is $50. We need to spend a minute on that. Come on. Join late, so forgive me if this has been addressed. If a reporter is told about a bank robbery, goes to the bank with the robbers, interviews the robbers and the staff during the robbery, and leaves, does he receive first aid? We did discuss this. We discussed this exact scenario a little while ago. I don't want to ignore it, but I don't want to repeat it either because there's so many super chats. We did discuss that exact scenario.
And I think we all came to the conclusion if bank robberies, number one, are inherently violent, and on top of that, if you do know of the bank robbery and if you can definitely make the case. It may be more of a conspiracy versus just foreknowledge. And understand the courts are very, very. They don't want to lock up journalists if they get tips that things are about to happen. So that's
right.
The thing right there. And in some instances they may say, "Here, you got a tip," but in other instances, let's say if you're sitting there planning, they say, "We're going to use these cards. We're going to go to this place. This is how we're going to enter." If you know like the real in depth of the details, then I think you're more conspiracy than you are in just reporting. And that's the thing the judges are figuring out now. And I also think the judge is wrong because the standard here is probable cause. And if you're talking about probable cause, I think you have enough probable cause to charge, but I don't think I think you're far away from a conviction in this particular instance. I just don't think you. I don't think you can make that case as of right now. Go ahead.
All right, now at this point, we're going to go ahead and shift this to the Layback Law channel, just so everybody knows before we leave. There's another major story that we will be covering. We're going to be going through super chats. So if you left a super chat here, just hang out. It will be read. You'll still see it on the other channel, even if you left it on Nate the Lawyer. We'll be putting them up, going through them as best we can. But we have another big story we were going to be covering on the Layback Law channel, and that is all about warrantless searches and arrests that are going on in Minnesota. And I know you guys are going to want to hear about that. I have a feeling Steve is going to come down on one side, and it might be the same side as me. So I hope that you continue watching. If you sit there, you should be taken just transferred right on over. If not, click a link in the description, click a link in the chat. But I hope to see you on Layback Law, and please consider subscribing while you're there.
We will definitely. We are going to read those super chats now. So if you did leave a super chat, just click that link, or just wait, and it'll be shipped over, and we're going to go through all these super chats. So thank you guys for stopping by. So we'll see you at Layback Law.
Yeah. Kolb sige.
Crime's right. It isn't locked to just the crime that spawned the warrant. Correct.
Right.
If there are more charges, I believe they can add them later. Let's see. How about when he says we hold them to account? Is that knowing he is harassing? I would say yes. If
That's
he is,
a good point. That's a good pickup.
I agree with that.
Good point.
And again, though, the weed.
You know, but again, well, it's a little weak though, because he could say, "Well, I'm holding them account by standing up for what they think they believe." So we're going to let them speak their. I mean, you could argue that. But you could look at it both ways. Is it probable cause? And there's action too. The conspiracy is the key, and let's talk about a conspiracy. What that is? That's an agreement. So he has to have agreement, and then he has to take actions to facilitate the furtherance of that agreement. So did he agree with them to disrupt the church? And did he take an action in furtherance of the conspiracy that aided and abetted that action? So was reporting on it aiding and abetting? It's a tricky question here. I mean, I don't think it's as easy as we want it to be, because we want to nail him to the wall, right?
But you would agree the other two who weren't there reporting, they got them for probable cause.
Well, yes, because they were conspiring to disrupt the church service. That's damning. Question is at what point do you become from a witness into an active co-conspirator? Was he actively engaging in disrupting the service? Probably yes. I mean, I think the KKA Act is where you want to be on Lemon.
Oh, I agree. Okay, continue on. Berlin. Again, we've answered this a few times. If a reporter gets a call from a bank robber, it tells them we're going to rob a bank. Want to come along and document it? Isn't that a crime if you go along with it? Yes. I mean, especially when you say the crime, they have a duty to basically report that a crime's about to happen. Don Lemon purposely obscures the target location to facilitate the actions of these people. He's about to do that right here. I don't know if that's necessarily a problem, because again, using the embedded reporter analogy that I was saying in Iraq or whatever, you're not going to say, "Hey, we're about to go to Fallujah," especially if you're broadcasting it live, because
that was fun.
Yeah, that.
What we're going to do as each one starts.
But the difference is that
here's a theory.
There's a difference between foretelling a crime, right? We're going to do a crime versus an embedded, because that technically wouldn't be a crime, right? They're in war. But if it's hey, we're going to go commit this crime.
Well, that's acknowledging the crime, but saying we're going to a place. I mean, they could be going to the church and standing outside with pickets.
But he knows they were.
We know they weren't, but yeah.
Yeah, but he admits he knows they weren't going to do that. They were going inside.
What is the conspiracy? I'm sorry, what is the agreement to do? Because, like, if they're going to that church and the object is to disrupt the church, that's one thing. But is the object to disrupt the church and to create propaganda videos? If the agreement to disrupt the church to create propaganda videos, then he is an essential element of that conspiracy, right?
It's all part of the op. You document it because you want to score points.
Yeah.
100%. He's a benefactor. Don wasn't interviewing, he was lecturing people on the group's ideology. True.
That's true.
He was, or sometimes he would do it in the form of a question. Like, I like some of those are you ashamed of your actions? It's like, that's not really a question. I mean, at least, fake it and front load it and say, some people have been critical about the activities that are going on. Do you have a response? Would be an appropriate question, but saying, are you ashamed of what you're doing? Like you're talking to a 4-year-old. Are cameras film even permitted in churches? I don't know. It depends.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of services are filmed all the time by the services. So
yeah, they film themselves. So yeah.
Yeah. Question for panel: possible charge for race component? Commentary King. Hey, how you doing, Drag?
Any heat crime component to it?
I
don't
mean,
think so, because they were all white parishioners and all the protesters were white too, except for
not all of them. There's a mix.
Yeah, but most, like the high majority of those protesters happen to be white.
The fact we're this far, I am surprised, because Peabody normally doesn't deliver, and when they've tried to do things, he's the
it's
same.
Fair. It was Harmeet Dillon, but
yeah, well, it's still under her. It's still under Peabody's watch. These are the same people who bungled James Comey and Letitia James's prosecutions.
Oh my god!
So I am thrilled it got this far, because the video that I've been working on that was going to get released yesterday, I was not holding out any hope anything would ever happen at all. So we're already, my wildest dreams have been through.
And again, I think that reaching and having to give yourself as a prosecutor, right?
That's a good greeting.
Upping the burden, because all it is an enhancement, and I'm not a big fan of these racial enhancement aggravators either, because
I'm not either.
It's like, if you get murder, okay, the crime is murder, first degree murder. It's like, well, but he wasn't murdered for racial reasons. I mean, I don't care if it's murdered for racial reasons or theft reasons or whatever. Murder is first degree murder. It's very
you mean that that hate crime seems redundant? Like oh, you didn't hate him when you killed him? You only hate him now?
Don't worry about it. There's no hate involved in it. He just hacked him to death, and he didn't hate him. I mean, it's like, to me, it's a little ridiculous, these hate crimes legislation, where we're basically taking a felony and enhancing it because of the motive, and the motive of being racist. Like, that's a worse motive than monetary gain, or a worse motive for just being an idiot, or being territoriality, or all the other reasons for murder. So I'm just sort of like, again, let's charge it at what it is and leave it at that, and not be upset because it's a hate crime. Now we're arguing about something. Again, why have that argument when we all agree that the felony fits, right? That's just my opinion. What do I?
Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. Some of these, like this one here, I'm just letting you know, because we're getting so backlogged. This is kind of a statement and not a question. So some of these I'm just going to be putting up on the screen and going by. So please understand, we will not be able to read everyone out loud. We're backing up more. And in fairness to everybody, it can't be just a super chat reading stream, because that would be a little bit at hand. Good comment here. He was sitting in the back, not just filming with commentary. He actually interrupted. That's not a ride along. That's a good point. He's a participant at that point. Sure. Especially the second the pastor said, please leave, then it starts to, the clock is ticking here. What stops somebody from going with their buddy to commit a murder and saying, I was just a witness? Well, yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's fact dependent. It's don't think it's because law it's fact dependent. It's not. There's no overarching rule. You gotta have more facts to this than that. Was he a journalist?
And I'm afraid of too many analogies and start arguing the analogy and you get sidetracked.
Just remember, you're not Don Lemon, so this won't work for you.
Lemon's acknowledgement presence with stop plans is what makes him a conspirator. He adjusted his actions in order to help them push their plan. That was something I said earlier, and I think it does lend to that jigger me up if you know it's me. Negative 17 here, unless yeah, God, I hate it for you. Good luck. Good luck. Of course, you're probably prepped. Crossing state lines. Good question. I don't know if he did.
Yeah, the Cal Rittenhouse. Yeah. Well,
but that was with a weapon.
And that could get you. Well, the fact that he crossed state lines gives federal jurisdiction. So they're saying if Don Lemon crossed state lines to do this, then that gives him another bite at another charge. But don't worry about it. It's not. I don't think it's.
No, that's nothing there with that.
Yeah. What was the other one with the?
Thank you for the respectable content. Yeah. They're talking about Elon when Elon gave Don Lemon his thing, and Don Lemon tried to turn it into opportunity. From laid back law to laid back journalist. Huh?
Yeah.
Not always laid back.
And let's get this last one.
He did ask him. Yes, asked him to leave. Thank you. If you have respect for our Constitution and our amendment rights, debating Don Lemon's culpability is a non-starter. Okay, that's weird. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the $4.99.
Don't forget that they charged a man with the Klan Act for a meme, and he was found guilty. Eventually, was overturned later.
Yeah, that's Ricky Vaughn, Douglas Mackey. That was the guy with the "Don't go vote."
Yeah, which was ridiculous. £2, thank you. We're getting close now. Do you have a clip with the old man?
Yeah, that guy.
It's coming up right now.
Awesome. Good. Thank you for signaling. Don Lemon stated while standing next to the Minnesota DA on camera that he coordinated with the group when has the journalist defense worked before. Well, this is going to be a precedent-setting case if it.
This is like a first, like this is really like, this would be a law school hypothetical before last week.
Because you could make good arguments.
And the left, the mob tactics are very well refined on the Antifa left. If you look at how they generate these things, and it's active intimidation by mobs, and they get this crowds, and so like they'll have layers. They'll have the front people, and they're trying to create systems where there's somebody attacking them, and they're victim with a balloon and a little candy bar, right? And what they'll do is they'll have people that will attack and then run back into the crowd. They'll have the filmers. They'll have the line of innocent victims who are getting in the way, and it's all theater, but it's the politics of the mob that they're playing on, and people are. And the problem they remember, like Reginald Denny and how dangerous mobs. Did you see this guy that was attacked because he's against Islam or something? He's pulled off the church, and the mob.
I know. Yeah, we can't show that.
The mob is very dangerous, and people are in their cars driving, and they get mobbed and they're attacked. This is a very bad tactic, but yet it has been refined and perfected and utilized and weaponized by the left, and people are reacting because they really hate that mob, these mob attacks, and so they're seeing in this
where's all the wolves
attack that they resent, and they want to hammer these people.
And this just bros with Gary Largus. It says it right there. Okay, we gotta kill the toy spider student.
Part of them yelling and screaming at us. So then we're gonna have to move to the next story. So here's the part where this is where they essentially all got charged. This is why they're getting charged with 241, the Klan Act, because of this part of it. In the corner.
And there are people here who are. I'm looking at a young man who's in the corner. He's frightened. He's scared. He's crying. People are leaving church.
Don Lemon is such a disgusting person for this. Not just for this, but.
All these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives.
This guy has such a
while children
screechy
are
ass
dragged
voice.
into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No. Jesus would dine with immigrants. You do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens.
Hey, you can't leave.
You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christian. Well, we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life.
So obviously he was one of the ones that are charged. Now I do want to ask you also about the conspiracy aspect of it, because not all members of the conspiracy have to know what everyone else is doing, but they could be charged with the conduct
so like
of others in the conspiracy.
Yeah, and if he had started fighting one of those guys and the guy fell down, cracked his head, and died, felony murder. You bought your ticket, you're along for the ride. Yeah, like that would be, they'd all be responsible for it.
So now I would ask, he had just been told, leave, touch me, or see what happens, right? That's an obvious retaliatory threat, right? So We do so. I think they kind of got him cold on 241. But now, what about the actions of the co-conspirators?
Yeah.
Could they now be impugned to Don Lemon if we didn't have the issue of whether he's in the conspiracy? Because that was the fight with.
Yeah, I
Cosby,
think
right?
so.
But if we accept that,
You take that risk when you saddle up with people.
what do you think, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the conspiracies. You have an agreement. They're going in. They're actively, to me, they're violating the Klan Act, and actions that flow out of that conspiracy to commit a felony. Like, for example, somebody died. That would be under the felony murder rule, as Sean correctly pointed out. So, these people are putting themselves at great risk. What if one of the parishioners took a gun out and defended himself and shot somebody dead? All of those conspirators could be charged with felony murder because somebody died during the commission of a felony, which is the Klan Act. It's they play with fire. These are things. It's not a good tactic. And I've got to go. I'm sorry. I have to get back to work, and this is my lunch break. I apologize for eating.
Thank you so much for taking the time and spending with us. We really
great to see everybody here. Great to see the chat. Sean, Nate, great to have you with us, and Eric, thank you for the invite.
Thank you. I think Sean's gonna be deserting us too.
I got to be hitting the road here. I'm gonna try to jump back in. I know I haven't had the best luck with that lately, but yeah, I'm gonna be hitting out here. I did just want to say about the warrant thing coming up. This is unconstitutional as hell. I don't know, there's no way they can justify it, and it shouldn't be happening this way. There are ways to do it. This is not it.
That's a great transition into the story too, which is good.
Yeah, he ducks out. Here we go. I'll drop my opinion, then duck out. All right. Nice.
Well, no, I wanted to say it because that was something I covered last night. I am not thrilled with this. I think I think there's ways we can do it, and we can afuera everybody.
I wonder what happened because I have no idea what this is about now.
So
what warrant?
Anyways, like I said, I'll try to get back in a minute. I just need to get out on the road here, guys.
All right.
See you guys in a minute.
We'll see you in a minute.
All right.
All right. So what Sean is specifically talking about. Thank you so much, Sean.
I need to get closer.
All right.
What Sean was talking about is that I don't know if can you pull it up the story.
Let me find it. But yeah, it sounds like his opinion's kind of similar to my first instinct.
Imagine if the roles reversed. Tucker Carlson follows a group of Proud Boys to do the exact same thing in a Somali mosque. Ellison would have already arrested them. Yes. They'd arrested him on trespassing charges. You have the book thrown at him. Ellison could charge all these people with trespassing, right? And then the trespassing wouldn't occur on their initial going into the church. It would occur.
Is it up to Ellison, or could the church ask for charges on trespassing? Who initiates that?
They could ask. They could say, yeah, we asked them to leave and they didn't leave. That would be trespassing.
I'm trying to find the article.
But then they would have to the church would have to testify and all that, and they'll be the people who would be the victims of the trespassing. And the way you trespass in the church is everybody can come in, but as soon as they say you have to leave and you refuse to leave, that's where the trespassing aspect comes.
Well, that's the same as any business, right? A store, or what, stores open to the public. You go in, you cause trouble there, get out. Store, bar, fill in the blank. It would seem like any. All right, here we go. Here's the story. Go full screen. There you go. Go full screen. I gotta get yours pulled off.
Oh yeah.
Pull yours off, Nate.
Find out and pull yours in. There it is.
There we go. All right, so this is the basic story. There is a whistleblower.
That's probably not a good idea.
Released an ICE memo. It allows agents to enter homes without a judicial warrant, and every instinct I have,
that seems a little illegal.
Feels and seems wrong to me. I am not speaking as a lawyer. I'm just speaking as a citizen. I find this kind of frightening to consider, and
that's a little fucked.
There needed to be.
Don't go too far, guys.
Warrants. You couldn't just.
You were on the right side. No, that's a little murky.
How do you even know that it's somebody's house? What if they're at a neighbor's or what have you, and you bust down the door and go get it? It just doesn't seem right. So Nate, am I completely off base here saying, was it Fourth Amendment that this is a
Yeah.
problem?
So the Fourth Amendment allows searches and seizures. So an arrest is a seizure, and you need probable cause for an arrest, and a search, you need probable cause for a search. Now there's a warrant requirement generally, but for instance, like most arrests that occur are warrantless arrests because the cop either observes or probable cause is developed in a different way. So you don't need the warrant for an arrest, but a warrant is pretty much advised, and it's better if you have a judge say, hey, you have probable cause.
Well, okay, so let's clarify though, because when you say that most, well, yeah, somebody gets pulled over and then they're arrested at that point, or if they're walking outside, but somebody is inside their house, the door is closed, they're not going and now we bust down a door and go arrest. I don't know.
I just wanted to make the distinction between warrantless arrest, and now we're talking about warrantless searches. Now, when you're talking about searches and seizures, the issue is that presumptively, if you go into somebody's house, it's presumed under Payton v. New York, we looked it up, unreasonable, a violation. It's presumed, and it's on the government to show that that search in that residence was lawful, didn't violate the Fourth Amendment. And the exceptions that generally count is emergency, aid, and safety, right? Somebody's hurt, aid and safety. You see that a lot with the people who make those fake 911 calls, the squatters,
swatting.
Yes. Yeah, the swatters. What they do, and that's why police are able to break into those homes, because there's emergency aid and safety. That's one of the exceptions for a warrant exception. You also have the imminent destruction of evidence. You also have an escape piece too, which I think the government may rely on in these cases, where we know this person's in there, this person's trying to escape. We can go in and destroy evidence. We can go in and do that. But again, the government would have to show some evidence that they had reason to believe that that's the case. You also have hot pursuit and consent. Consent is, hey, can I come in the house? And you say yes. And the hot pursuit is if you're chasing somebody and you see them run into the house, you can run into the house.
That's extenuating circumstances.
Yeah,
I think everyone would agree with that.
But now with the government, and there's two types of warrants that we can have. We can have an administrative warrant, which comes from a judge who is not a district court judge and an Article 3 judge. Those are the judges, those are your Supreme Court judges and the judges that we generally talk about. So you have an administrative judge is one that's hired by the administration,
which is significant, Nate.
Yes, it's huge.
This is the same branch of government allowing itself to do something. This is not the judicial branch saying,
no, this is,
hey, you can have a warrant. This is it's like the cops writing it for themselves, saying, yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, we have yes. So that's essentially what an administrative judge is. These are judges that are hired by the president to essentially do, and a lot of the ICE judges that. So what they've done is take administrative warrants and say they're using administrative warrants to go into people's homes. Now, generally, that question now is probably going to go to court. Well, can you now use administrative warrants versus judicial warrants signed by an actual judge to go into people's homes? And the rule generally is no. Administrative warrants aren't
money,
good, but ICE is saying they are, and
that's
that's
different
the
questions.
fight. You have an agency signed piece of paper versus a judge issued warrant, and from my understanding, judge issued warrants don't give you the authority, don't give you probable cause to go into a house.
Judge or administrative?
I'm sorry. The agency issued warrants don't give you the authority to go into the house. But now I
need 5 minutes once we get to the safe zone.
If you do go in, you
have to go to the bathroom.
Some other way of achieving probable cause versus just this piece of paper. So that's the key question here. Can a officer who is not a judge, hired by the president or the executive, could they issue administrative warrants that'll be just as good as if a federal judge issued that same warrant saying there's probable cause to go into an apartment? And I think most of us are wary of that. And Eric, I think your objection to it makes total sense, because essentially it's the cops saying we can go into this house, and the check is supposed to be the judiciary saying you can go into this house because we've evaluated this, you got probable cause. So I know that was a lot to take in, but I think it's important to understand what the government's trying to say here.
Yeah, I'm not for illegal immigration. If anybody who's been paying attention for a while, I'm very much into take people out. But the idea of just breaking into people's houses, surround the house like normally happens with every other criminal out there. If there's nothing, immediate, I freely acknowledge if somebody is harming somebody, there's screams inside, that there's obviously those are circumstances, exigent or whatever you want to call them, where you got to go in. It's something going wrong. But if there's just somebody in there, I don't feel comfortable with it. I mean, surround the house. We got you surrounded. You can't go anywhere. Go ahead, turn yourself in. As is standard. It just doesn't feel right to me that we go bust into dwellings and people say, well, they're illegals. They don't. Well, again, though, whose dwelling is it? Is this a rental? It's a landlord's dwelling. Is it this? There's so many other factors, and then it just. I hate to use this slippery slope thing, but what about all the rest of us? If you're saying, hey, law enforcement just doesn't need to have this extra step, I'm bothered. I'm bothered greatly by this because it could apply to us down the road. It doesn't feel right to me at all. And I could be completely wrong in the law, but in my heart, it feels wrong.
Well, let me do this. The law as is now, the case is called Payton, and it specifically says a judicial officer, right? Not an ICE official, which the ICE judges are. ICE judges are ICE officials, and a judicial officer is a judge who is sworn in, the president, or a magistrate judge, who is sworn in under the judiciary. So, this is the key. Now, it hasn't been fanned out yet, but
have a good one.
The Trump administration's argument is that their ICE judges or ICE officials are essentially neutral enough to make the determination on probable cause. And the other side is saying ICE judges are not, the people who you hire to be judges are not neutral parties. They work for you.
Right.
And the judiciary is neutral parties, and the case law says it has to be a judicial officer. So those are the two competing interests, potentially criminal. What do you think? Do you think an ICE judge, which is a ICE agent essentially and an ICE official, do you think they're neutral enough to be able to satisfy the neutrality of a judicial officer under Payton?
No, not at all. I mean, these guys are DOJ employees, and that's all these administrative judges and these immigration judges, they're hearing officers. I mean, they're called a judge, quote unquote, but they're a hearing officer. It's, they're not appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. They're not, distanced far enough away from things. I mean, this is, these are not warrants that allow you to go in a home. And yeah, Payton's where, it all starts, that you need a warrant to get into a home. You need an actual warrant from an actual judge. And I think that's how it has to happen.
No check or balance here. The check and balance question is where I'm coming at. Like, why couldn't we have under the judiciary administrative judges just, okay, that's your role, but it's under the judiciary, and then the people have to go to them and say, oh, yes or no. Okay, so let's just use that then.
The magistrate judges. So we do have that.
Okay, so then I mean, obviously it's not working well in Minnesota with that current case with Don Lemon, but it still feels more appropriate because it is another branch of government that you're going to and saying, hey, is this cool? We got to do this stuff. Yeah, here you go. Sign up. And the idea that the same department is checking themselves just doesn't.
Well, let me do this. Let me lay out the arguments for both sides because I have them written down here. The argument that the Trump administration is making: these are administrative warrants, then they still rest on probable cause and due process. So there is due process, there is probable cause. They're saying the targets have final removal orders, and they're exercising their full lawful authority to go and retrieve them. And they are not searching for evidence; they are arresting people, and the warrant gives them the right to go in. The civil rights argument, the counter argument that the plaintiffs are making is that the Fourth Amendment decides and the Constitution demands a neutral judge under Payton, not the same agency doing the same thing, because that brings an internal conflict. If the agency judge doesn't do what the agency wants, they could be fired. Also, even an arrest warrant doesn't
Nanny for an
automatically
IT
justify entry
specialist.
into a third-party home. You still
The
need
last
a
thing you
general
see before
search
you leak
warrant for
state
that
secrets to the
location unless
Kremlin. That's
one of the
funny.
warrant exceptions like agency exists. So on one side, they're saying, yes, this is a neutral party, it's a judge, and we have probable cause, so that's why we're doing it. So we don't even need the warrant. And the other side says, well, Peyton says you do need a warrant, and unless you have agency and all of the recognized exemptions, then these arrests are illegal. Now, I tend to agree with the civil rights side. I think these warrants are no good. But what say you guys, Eric?
Well, I want to address this chat here, who actually goes right in. So, F rule of law if a partisan judge refuses to sign warrants. Well, again, they can stand outside and say you are surrounded, and eventually the person's going to have to leave or do something, and they can arrest them at that point.
I mean, and there's, and this is where it's kind of like the idea of jury nullification. If a judge is refusing to give you probable cause, I mean, that them's a break. Like,
it is what
and
it
try
is.
to get that judge removed. Check. They have a measure, you have a countermeasure. Like, I mean, there's not sometimes that's how that works. And also, I guess in the end of the day, I mean, it'd be far more based if where judges refuse to sign warrants. But hey, that's another topic for another day.
Let's get these super chats before they start piling up on us. Was the judge's refusal to sign Donald's arrest warrant an example of being an activist judge or careful consideration of the implications? The judge is saying that he didn't have probable cause to believe that Don Lemon committed a crime because, number one, he doesn't believe that Don Lemon was part of the conspiracy, which is one of the elements. If he found Don Lemon was part of the conspiracy, then he's going to get arrested because everything else falls into place because you don't actually need Don Lemon to commit the other elements. Other people committing the elements is all part of the conspiracy, so he's essentially got. But the judge specifically said he doesn't believe Don Lemon there's not enough evidence in front of him that shows that Don Lemon was a part of the conspiracy, that he was covering it, and that because even though he had foreknowledge of what was going to happen, how it was going to happen, and planning, that wasn't enough to say he was part of the conspiracy.
That's his claim, and others may disagree.
Yes, that's the judge.
I want to keep listening, but I need 5 minutes.
This is day one shock memo, in my opinion, and the EO and the posture of the policy, and is not likely to be in place today. Timing of leaks suggests framing media commentary dissent from primary and midterm wedges angles, but they also have a case where they actually did this. They
are currently doing it. So
this is
memo, not memo. Yeah. I mean.
And to be technical, like you'll hear some people saying, well, illegal immigrants don't have the same rights as U.S. citizens. But in this particular case, going into a home, you still need that warrant no matter who's in there, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, you guys can hear me okay still, right?
Yeah, it's crappy, but we'll deal with it.
I'm sorry.
No, we can still hear you. Go ahead.
I don't care about their rights. I care about my rights. I don't want the police just being able to walk down the hall to, another guy who works in the police department and getting a warrant to come to my house. It's not their. I don't care about them. I care about me. I don't want this happening to me.
Exactly. Well, that's that slippery slope argument that I was saying.
And I think, and that's the biggest thing there. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a selfish interest in guiding your constitutional rights policy.
Amen.
And,
it's not even selfish. I mean, the rights are not. They're not a grant. They're an affirmation. The Bill of Rights, in my opinion, is an acknowledgement of. Oh, these are your rights we acknowledge. Like they pre-existed our government, our existence. That's the way I view it.
Well, I'm saying screw these people. I don't care about them. I really don't. If they get, they got to go back to wherever the hell they're from. Okay, great. I'm more worried about me because we see it enough where the cops get a warrant, they hit the wrong house, and the Supreme Court just recently. The FBI hit a house, and it was the wrong house. They were blocks away. They blew down the door, threw in flashbangs, pointed guns at everybody, and they said, oh, sorry, and they left. Those people had to go to the Supreme Court to just get the right to sue the FBI and the DOJ.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it was a crazy case. This one, thank you for your insight. Being in Texas, I understand Steve's having to turn down the air. Steve's Gosney. Jake, the lawyer, covered this in depth. There is case law covering admin warrants. Yes, there is case law, but right now they're saying admin warrants are good enough, and we're saying they're not. Slippery, yes. Private property rights diminished. I think that's Eric's argument. The problem is that the judiciary is no longer neutral, and we all know it. But the thing is, I would say an ICE judge with an administrative warrant isn't neutral either, right? An ICE judge isn't neutral, so I don't know how you'd get past through that. You are debating the finer points of law. The left Antifa judges, juries are exercising more power. Only a sheep plays this game as written. But the thing is,
I disagree with that. I get the idea of, oh, well, they don't follow the rules, so you know what? Eventually, this escalates out, and we become like South Korea, where the former president, they're asking for the death penalty. So I'm just saying, you can't. A lot of people are very upset about January 6ers, right? Look how things can spawn completely out of control. You shouldn't say, oh, well, they did these things. No, you should be going after and prosecuting them and correcting the record and things like that, not just saying, okay, it's our turn, because then it's not always going to be our turn. And it's going to be their turn again. And we see how these things go.
And last super chat is, thank you. You guys and for all the guests replaced all my Netflix, etc.
Thank you.
Subscriptions. Reason for craziness, true conversation, real debates, and a dash of normal in the real reality show game Wrong Life. I can't read. A dash of normal in this reality show gone wrong life. That's what you said. So I'm so sorry I read that wrong. But it seems like the majority of us all agree that we're not happy with administrative warrants. We don't want it, and we do understand your concerns that, hey, the judiciary is essentially coded like in Minnesota, right? It's but the thing is that these protections aren't for them; it's for us. And if you allow this to happen, where essentially what we're talking about is your local police department generally now has to go to a judge and say, we want to go into this house.
Yeah.
And that judge doesn't work for the police department. It's a total separate branch of government, and it's supposed to be neutral and say, okay. But now we're talking about the police don't go to a judge. They go to someone who works for the police department and say, hey, this is the probable cause. And that guy says, you know what? Yeah, even though I work for you and we all work together, I'm going to sign this because I'm a neutral party. Because it's going to be hard for you to believe that another cop is going to be neutral enough to be able to sign that warrant, and it's just not going to be rubber stamped. What do you think, Sean?
Well, I think there's the impartiality issue, but there's just enough of when judges and magistrates are involved, the police still hit the wrong house, that they mess up, they don't do things right. And if that happens when we're using the full Fourth Amendment properly, we're only going to exacerbate those issues. And, it's, all it takes is an ICE agent to think, Jose Rodriguez is living in your house right now. That's what it takes. Like, I think he's living there right now. I have reason to believe it. Well, if he's wrong, oops. Based on this, it's like, I'd like a magistrate to be able to say, how do you know?
And Eric, and that was your biggest concern too, right? Where are the limits to this thing? Because that's when we were talking earlier. That was one of the issues that you were bringing up.
Yes, I mean,
why are my timestamps not showing?
Try to take away the roles from everybody, and then just back up at 7. Just say, okay, rules have changed now.
Fuck.
Cops don't need warrants to go in your house. They can just go in.
Oh no, okay.
Because that's kind of what it is. It's like, you know what? We're done with that whole Fourth Amendment thing. We're not really worried about it. They can go in. That's what seems like is happening.
Which I think we can all agree that again, it just may be too much. 2/3 of the government already happy to play cover your CYA, cover your blank, and refuse to hold each other accountable. They already blah blah blah. I'm not even sure what that stands for the leftists. Bend over. I'm assuming bend over backwards for the leftists and won't give taxpayer accountability. I think a lot of that's true. If you just watch a couple of my videos, you can see. I'm curious as to prosecutors followed people out of the church. Protesters followed people out of the church. They did. Did they mean anything for the law? Did they mean anything for the law that they broke? You can maybe add for the harassment, but really it's the stopping the church services that matter. So I think following them out, because again, the fact that they were to leave kind of gives you the FACE Act, because the FACE Act is about blocking access. So it actually helps them that they follow people outside because they allow people to enter and leave. Maybe I'm behind. Has the letter been confirmed to be as real? We don't know, but the news papers are reporting it as real.
It hasn't been denied. I don't have all the clips on hand because it was last minute. I believe they've actually addressed that they're doing this, and it might even be JD Vance, but somebody of the administration said, well, if it goes to court and something is deemed there, the policy may change. So it kind of was a soft admittance that we're doing that.
And last but not least,
you and I are fighting each other.
Last but not least, judges will also issue unlawful warrants as Republican congressmen, which, if again,
right. So let's not increase the pile.
Let's not. So now we just take the judges out. So with that being said, we've been here for an hour and a half, and we really hope you enjoyed this legal breakdown of these particular hot issues. We understand not everybody's going to agree with us, but what we try to do is at least let you.
They can't do
A channel I funnel a channel I follow made a review. It's like, how do I put it? He does a movie review and then just talks about it scientifically because he's like an actual scientist, or used to be, I guess. He did one on the Langoliers, and his title is literally makes zero sense. Actually, like, yeah, I'll bet we're gonna listen to it.
All right, Buford, this one is for you. I do read the comments. It just takes me 1 to 2 business years to cover the backlog of requests. The concept of the fourth dimension is something that is almost able to be grasped by the human brain, but also something that completely eludes us. While consciously we can perceive the passage of time, we have no ability to affect it apart from just that aforementioned perception. As a result of that, we do not so much experience it, but are really subjected to it. So then the question is raised. To a species that may not be able to only just perceive it, but also interact much like we do with the third dimension, what would the world look like? Which brings us around to today's topic. As a group of passengers pass out on a plane heading towards their own demise, a flight landing in Boston, they would awake to find themselves scattered throughout the plane that they took off in with no pilots actually flying this bird. As they try to grapple with what that actually means, they make an emergency landing in Bangor because they overshoot their landing zone by a lot. Descending into the completely abandoned world, it raises some interesting implications for not only time travel, but also what reality that has already passed looks like. A species of timekeepers in an endless recycling capacity appears to be the only native life here. But what are these things? Why do they look like the way they do? And how do they even exist in the first place? Let's discuss that in today's episode covering the Langoliers. We kick off our story with clouds and flying above them. Horrifying to say the least, as we get the Langoliers sitting in California traffic because there's really nothing else to do in that state when you decide to drive. Two men talk about how a woman is just an innocent bystander, and he won't do it, I guess? Anyway, so then he just heads towards the plane as the vampire gets out of the next car with dead eyes, and his name is Mr. Toomey, and he lost a ton of money on purpose as everyone gets dropped off and then heads towards the plane of doom. Not because of anything crazy, but because it is in fact a plane. Truly a testament to man's arrogance. The pilots then talk about flying as one of the other pilots is then pulled off the plane. He's told his ex-wife has succumbed in a fire in her apartment. Now it's moments like this, do you make the joke or do you not make the joke? Decisions. I guess you could say the divorce really burned her. Yeah! Anyways, he asks if she's okay, as he says yes. Except he lied. Well, I get it. It just depends on how recent that was, probably. And I feel like a lot of people probably wouldn't be devastated by the news, but I don't know, some might be. So there's a flight back to Boston he can take instead, offering condolences. The flight then takes off as they head off to the wonderful land of Boston. I know. Pretty oxymoronic, right? The wonderful land of Boston simply doesn't exist. Given that it's a night flight, though, there's really only one thing to do. Pop some Benadryl, drink some tequila, and then visit the Hat Man because he owes you money. Taking the patented Roanoke maneuver because you don't want to be in the land of the living, flying, I guess. Everyone kind of just goes to sleep. My girl then wakes up later. She goes to wake up her aunt, who she wants a glass of water from, and yet she's not there. She then calls for help, and then she goes to see if anybody is there, but she cannot find a single soul. Well, I guess, C is not really what she's doing, but she then goes and tries to find anybody that she can. Finding a toupee, though, she assumes it to be a scalp. The pilot then wakes up as he heads back and sees nobody else is on the flight. Dinah continues freaking out, asking for her aunt, as other people then come back, but nobody is there. The pilot then heads to the front as Dinah asks Blondie if she's a teacher, because apparently it's in her voice. As everyone then tries to figure out what happened, they're flying over mountains and darkness. Typical flight over the mountains at nighttime. Wow, who would have guessed? Trying to get to the cockpit. Remember, this is pre-2000, so it's probably easier, as Hal then walks through the plane with Sunshine here trying to figure out what happened to them. Finding all their belongings and retainers, they cannot figure out what has transpired while they were sleeping, or even being stared at for several hours by a dark figure in a fedora. Deadeyes then comes to the front and yells at the pilot. Mr. Suave then gives him a titty twister on the nose, which subdues him because he's a nerd, and then he starts crying, which, man, that's pretty embarrassing. Blondie watches in horror at him bullying this dork, but it'll mean absolutely nothing because, you know, they'll kiss later. And as they just return to the front, everybody is concerned. The cockpit now opens for some reason as they realize nobody is driving the plane, expertly deduced by the 90s pop icon over here. She said it, not me. Driving the plane, very good. Sunshine says what's weird is things that were inside of people were left behind, like pacemakers. And seeing all the memes online about things that were inside of people left behind, people are weird out in public. But anyways, pilot gets on the horn and calls out to anyone, but nobody answers, as all he gets is just static. They discuss maybe there was a nuclear war, maybe they just got left behind as the plane deboarded, which, no. All the clapping from the dorks would have awoken you. And I still don't know why people clap when a plane lands. There are over 1 million people basically subscribed to this channel that allegedly also watch. One of you has statistically clapped. I'm here to say, stop that.
You there! Go check out our fundraiser for our short film!
It's like, yay! You didn't kill us! Way to go! Like, you didn't fuck up the landing like it's like you know, your job or something. Imagine if you're like, you move shit from A to B as a job, which definitely exists. I know, I've done it. And then every time you move something from A to B, everyone goes. Bro, I leave that job so fucking quick, right? Oh, gee, thanks, guys. I did the actual job that I was hired to do, yeah.
And the QR code on screen to get there right now.
Okay.
Bye.
Assuming direct control of the aircraft, Hal then comes back and suggests should they introduce themselves because, you know, they're the only ones left apparently, as Stephen King plugs himself as a character, saying he's written over 40 novels.
500 cigarettes.
Sunshine is on his way to Berkeley School of Music. Pop Icon is going to hang out with her aunt. Most everyone here has no real interesting backstory, and this is my channel, so, you know, I just kind of make up the names and the actual personhood doesn't matter. I don't know, call it ADHD or something. Anyway, so the pilot then asks Churchill here what he does for work, as he sort of laughs and says he fixes things that need fixing. Not sketch at all. So looking at the radar, there's no other planes anywhere to be seen, and also no lights. As everyone discusses where everyone could have gone, the pilot says the plane is undamaged, as Deadeyes then freaks out about landing in Bangor rather than Boston. Honestly, saves you from going to Boston. Deadeyes then starts crashing out, seeing everyone have no eyes. What does this mean exactly? Well, it'll never really be explained, or even referenced again. So, I mean, I guess I have like a theory on what's going on. You gotta remember, all of Stephen King's stories are like intertwined. They're in the same universe, I guess the best way to put it. Anyway, so Dinah then turns around, sensing him having the crash out of the century, as he instead relaxes, realizing everyone here is a monster man. So sitting down, he chills out and then starts tearing napkins for some reason. I suppose it's a pretty good coping mechanism. So everyone just continues to vibe out on the plane, trying to figure out what could have possibly transpired that caused them to wake up and everybody else to disappear. Surely, someone would have screamed if they were taken by force, and only these people were left behind. Hal then comes up with a bit of a theorem. Maybe a shadow government chose them as test subjects. Possibly the captain is in on it. However, it does not hold up, because all the cities are also dark and nothing is going on. Continuing their horrific flight, light is beginning to break as they continue heading towards Bangor. Dinah then keeps asking questions, as she asks Blondie why she lied about going to Boston. Evidently, she met a guy through the correspondence in a newspaper, which apparently is super embarrassing back in the day, which, man, different times. I mean, I met my girlfriend on Hinge, which is basically like corresponding through a newspaper. It's a tool like anything else, really. You still gotta be a normal person to actually get somebody to like you. Crazy to see how things have changed since this movie. So Blondie was trying to not play it safe for once, but, you know, all I can say is just stay strapped or get clapped, I suppose. But considering she was flying out to meet a guy, probably, you know, doing both. So the captain then turns on the seatbelt sign, as they are now about to descend into Bangor. They have no idea what's under the clouds at this point, as Deadeyes keeps tearing magazines. Everyone is scared to descend, as Sunshine then makes his move on Pop Icon, but they're beginning to hit a little bit of turbulence. See, her response is just me naturally on a plane, even under really good flight conditions. I hate these things, but you will not catch me being an influencer with the camera facing me in first class, screaming at the top of my lungs like an idiot. It's not gonna happen. However, internally, in economy class, I'm definitely screaming. So as they descend, they immediately, well, yes, internally, not externally. Remember, it's an important part. They immediately crash. Thanks for watching also. No, okay, that is the dumbest running joke on this channel. Pop Icon then goes for her own move on Sunshine here, which, nice, it's working. So for some reason, this is extra turbulent on their descent, and for some reason, at 3,000 feet up, they're like, well, the clouds should break at about 500 feet, allegedly. Of course, have they never heard of a heavy fog? So as they keep going, they then break through, as they are still over the Atlantic. I'm a little confused. Weren't they just over mountains a minute ago? And now they're descending over the Atlantic? Okay, so flying over the forest, they see all the buildings are really there, as Blondie then celebrates, but Hal says, sorry, miss, but you are all wrong. Going to land the plane, tower control doesn't answer, as he says, well, just tell everybody to get out of the way. I'm going to land regardless. Approaching the terminal, everyone then claps, but the plane is totally deserted. Remember, dessert has 2 S's because you want more. Desert has 1 because nobody wants more of that. Deadeyes then goes to the door as the pilot says, logic is telling me if they survived, then there must be others who have probably survived as well. Okay. So anyways, they have an emergency landing situation going on here, so they use the slide to get off the plane. Getting out, there is no odor or smell, which are the same thing, as Dinah then says the place smells wrong. Someone cut a fart. There is nothing to smell, apparently, and nothing to hear. No birds or tarmacs, or, well, tarmac smell, or vehicles in the distance, nothing. So Deadeyes starts having flashbacks about his old man yelling about, you know, him getting a B in school, as if that wasn't good enough, which, hey, Dad, C's get degrees, brother. Of course, one time I came home and had to show my dad I got a 42 on a test in English in 4th grade. That was bad. So he starts talking about the Langoliers and how they eat people who waste time. Churchill then calms down Deadeyes as they all head over to the terminal. I mean, at this point, just let him go off and do his own thing. Hell, walk to Boston if you really want to. Dinah then says Blondie's heels striking the concrete sound weak, as if they don't have any strength. Heading in through the baggage, the airport is abandoned. Fantastic sign. Checking the clocks, they are all stuck on the same time, which is a fantastic sign. Pop Icon then scares Sunshine as Hal shows up asking for one, as in a cigarette.
500 cigarettes.
Checking his watch, he starts coughing as they ask about if time feels off to anybody else. They realize this event must have happened at 4:07 Bangor time as everyone else was asleep. Everyone here is hungry as Dinah then starts listening to something. Hal then tells Pop Icon to save her matches as they realize Deadeyes has disappeared. They call out but realize there's no Echo in the airport, and also why do you care if you find him? They've basically been transported to the back rooms of airports. Meanwhile, Deadeye's dad arrives to rustle his jimmies as he asks if he's ready to go get with the program. Deadeyes, have you ever considered just swinging on your old man and seeing what happens? He keeps telling him the Langoliers are going to chew the eyes out of his head, as then he hears the rest of the group yelling for him. Also, the size of the Langoliers indicates probably not. Running to go hide for some reason, Dinah then says she feels something, but the glass is wrong. She says she hears something also very faint in the distance. She says that it sounds like Rice Krispies after pouring milk. Product placement. She definitely hears something across the hill and in that direction. It's closer now than it was when they first got there. And she says if they don't GO by the time it gets there, then they are all biting the dust. Meanwhile, Deadeyes contemplates the sewer slide method as he starts tearing apart paper to just sort of chill out. They ask Dinah if the noise is closer now, as she says, well, I'm kind of unsure. Heading to the restaurant, they eat real quick. The matches don't work, that we're actually in the restaurant. The food itself tastes wrong, like chewing paper. Opening the beer, there is no fizz, and it also tastes like paper. Fantastic. However, you know it would taste great if they did have access to it? Today's sponsor. But first, this episode is sponsored by Factor. Are you ready to eat fresh, never frozen, delicious meals that are delivered directly to your door? If you are, then head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code RoanokeFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code RoanokeFB50 at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free breakfast for 1 year. It's a new year once again. You said it last year and the year before, so now it's time to actually make money moves on your nutrition. For real. Do it already. If you're trying to get into shape, forget just working out or running more. Foundationally, it begins with nutrition. The only people outworking a bad diet are military members, and even then, it's pretty close. I'm gonna level with you. That's where it all starts. What you put in your body for fuel. With their 100 plus weekly rotating meal options, and with meals that are like vegan, veggie, keto, calorie smart, or my personal favorite, Protein Plus, you stay fuller for longer, and now you're eating properly while focusing on your efforts. Plus, with no refined seed oils, refined sugars, sweeteners, or artificial colors, your body will actually like what you're eating. So if you're ready to take your dietary needs seriously, then head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code RoanokeFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. So Deadeyes is still crashing out as he grabs the force multiplier and then goes to find the rest of the group. He alleges he's still going to make it to Boston, making the scene as Dinah says she hears something because nobody can just use their eyes apparently and look for this guy. I mean, like, look with your special eyes. Deadeyes then fires a shot. But like everything else here, it doesn't do anything. However, it freaks out old Sunshine here because he jumped in the way of Pop Icon and he thinks he's been hit. Well, technically he did, but it bounced off. Pop Icon now loves him for this as they subdue Deadeyes. Churchill then kicks Deadeyes as everyone is upset at that, which did y'all just forget he fired a shot at Sunshine here? Also, furthermore, this is going to make basically no sense here in about an hour of runtime in this movie because why that didn't pierce his sternum is beyond me, and also, furthermore, why the powder even ignited in the first place makes no sense. Hal continues talking about what happened here as he says it has happened to them, not to the world. He starts delineating the two things, the plane versus the world. The weather patterns have stopped. He suggests it's time they're actually dealing with. Maybe a hole appeared in time and they slipped through. The pilot realizes that they flew through an aurora borealis in the Mojave Desert. An aurora borealis in this part of the country at this time of year? Hal then suggests they have time travel, but not really. Instead of time itself basically being traveled through, it has progressed and it has left them behind. Dinah then hears the sound much closer this time around, and the plan is to get on the plane and fly back through it. However, the jet fuel won't burn, and it also can't melt steel beams. Hearing the noise then approach, everyone can now hear what it is, but they just can't see it. Meanwhile, Deadeyes is still on the ground, hanging out, as Dinah then asks about the Langoliers, as Deadeye says he used to think that they were just make-believe, but now he can hear it too. He keeps telling a story about Langoliers and how his old man told him this just to scare him, as Blondie then yells at him to stop talking about it because he's like, you're making Dinah afraid. Now, I think he's making you afraid. She then asks if the Langoliers got his dad, as Dinah says she's not ugly. None of them are, even if he thinks it, which I don't know what that even means. They have about 500 pounds of fuel left, they realize, in that plane, but they would need a few thousand pounds to make it. 500 pounds of fuel left, they realize, in that plane, but...
That looked so fake. That's hilarious.
They would need a few thousand pounds to make it back. Sunshine now alleges he has the solution to their problem. Getting back to the plane, Sunshine then suggests the plane is more there for, like, some reason, I guess. And what does it even mean? Well, we'll get there in a second. So pulling the matches, they don't work at first. As the light begins fading outside, night falls once more. Lighting it again, the matches finally start working. The present is still in the plane, as the beer now works, as at first it was flat, but now it fizzes. So it takes a few seconds for the process to work. Meanwhile, Deadeyes slips his binds. Realizing everything works in the plane, Deadeyes now slinks away and grabs a knife. Dinah says they need to check on Deadeyes, as it suggested he's unconscious. Okay, so, and you base that on what exactly? Dinah now can hear Deadeye's heartbeat as allegedly he's scared. He then runs out and stabs Dinah as she says she's a, he says she's a Langolier for some reason. Having stabbed her, I'm curious as to how exactly the stab works, but not a literal bullet hitting somebody's sternum. So okay, I'm gonna complain about this because sometimes in life you just gotta do it. So let me get this straight. The matches don't light in the airport, but they light on the plane, okay? For some reason, the bullet was able to be fired and the powder was ignited from the actual primer, but the bullet being fired didn't actually pierce the sternum. However, being stabbed by a knife can pierce your chest. You see, like, what? That does none of these, all of these things disprove each other, but somehow it just works. Anyways, we call that a plot device, a plot hole, nonsense. Stephen King snorting a line of snow in Maine during this point. Anyways, so you just got, it is what it is, man. So seeing as this is a potential hemothorax or pneumothorax situation, Deadeyes then starts hearing his dad talk to him. So the question is, how do you deal with a pneumothorax? Pneumothorax is basically when air starts getting into your lungs, like the actual pleural cavity. It creates like a sucking wound. I believe the old way was you were supposed to like cover up the wound. I've heard something that said now you're not supposed to. Don't really know how true that is. As far as a hemothorax is concerned, though, that's when the actual pleural cavity fills up with blood and then collapses your lungs. That part is really bad, so you want to definitely watch out for that. But anyways, that's why you don't pull the knife out, because actually what it is it could be creating the suction necessary for the lungs to still be operating. When you pull that knife, air gets in there, blood vessels can bleed more freely. It's an entire situation. Just letting you know, that's what got Steve Irwin. The fact is that when he got stabbed in the heart with the barb from the Stingray, I always gotta preface this, Steve Irwin would not want us to take recompense on those vile creations, but also B, when he pulled out the actual barb, that's what caused the bleed out. So, but it's all instinct at that point, because that would really hurt. Anyway, so Churchill now attempts to help her as they talk a lot about random things, as Sunshine then builds a soap and a sock situation, except upgraded to a toaster and a sheet. Also, probably should mention the blade did break off in Dinah's stylish chest wound. Ouchies. Locked and loaded with a toaster, they then approach Deadeye's lair as he has the knife ready, or at least a piece of the knife, I'm guessing. Rainbow Shirt then gets stabbed as Sunshine then swings the toaster as he hits him in the head. See? How is he down? Like, how did... It doesn't make any sense. So, using the toaster to hit his head again, he lets him back up and then hits him again. See, Gears of War curb stomp time is all I'm saying. Letting him back up again, then hits him and sees he's bleeding from his head as Sunshine then throws up. The best time to curb him was the first time. The second best time is right now. Dinah now starts crashing out due to her injuries as the pilot then sets a flight plan. Pop Icon comes in asking, why aren't they all back yet? As she suggests, maybe they're all donezo. We should probably just leave them behind. No, she doesn't suggest that, but she's implying it. She asks if the pilot is scared, as he says yes. She's like, it's good to be scared with somebody. No, it's better if somebody lies to you and says they're not scared, because then you're like, okay, well, they're not scared, then we're probably fine, right? You can lie to yourself. So Hal then says he hears shouting out there as they can hear that the noise is getting closer. Churchill then finds Sunshine crying as he gives him a pep talk on his first game end, I guess you could call it. So checking Deadeye's pulse, he then says, oh, you know what? He's not gone. He's just out cold. Feeling relieved, well, Rainbow Shirt is still gone, though, and grabbing the stretcher, Sunshine is told to go with the others as Churchill goes to suffocate Deadeyes, but is told in his head by Dinah that they need him, so don't take him out. The sun has risen again as they pull Dinah onto the plane. Blondie's now vibing with Churchill as everyone then heads out onto the tarmac. Realizing day is happening once more, how they didn't know that. Like, look, it's daytime, but it's already like broad daylight at this point. Like, the light was way out before they even commented on this. Anyways, so Dinah now wakes up Deadeyes as they put Blondie in the truck and push the fuel truck towards the plane. Yes, but how are you going to actually get the pump to the plane? Like you know, unless the plane, or like the fuel to the plane, unless the plane uses suction. I actually have no clue how fuel is compressed upwards into the plane and it draws it in. It'll take about an hour, though, to get the plane fueled up properly. Dinah now taunts Deadeyes in his head, saying the squad is here for the meeting and how he has to get up and make said meeting. They're all waiting for him. The engine is not happy about the fuel, as it then is changed over to present-day fuel. Deadeyes then starts crawling out to them as the noise is getting louder.
Fuck,
Dinah
I don't
appears
see
to be
any of
slipping
these
away
spawns.
as they watch her talking to Deadeyes. Crawling on baggage claim, power lines now start moving as Pop Icon yells, "Make it stop," or just go inside the plane. You could always do that. Deadeyes now makes it outside to see the meeting is in fact taking place. Hooray! As he runs out, like Sunshine and Hal see him running towards them and they do nothing to stop him. Like, they don't even attempt like a defense maneuver in case he's running at them. Couldn't be me. So as the power lines fall, Deadeyes then makes the meeting as he gives his report to Stephen King about how much money he made for them. Negative $43 million. All for you. Deliberately, apparently, as his dad then calls him a stupid fool. Deadeyes says the Langoliers don't even exist, and as he does a hand gesture at them with trees falling, he does like this little, like, I do that to my cats before I like grab their entire heads. So as they look out, meatballs with teeth now approach as they start eating everything in sight. Spotting Deadeyes, they go after him, bypassing the plane entirely full of people, as then they go into the ground and continue their pursuit. Eating him, they then close up the plane as they go to take off, but they keep making holes in the ground that exit into nothing. Initiating rapid takeoff, the entire airport starts getting eaten as they realize Dinah used him as bait. Ruthless. These things are the timekeepers getting rid of the past in the most efficient way possible. Just like the casino with my money. Punching it to 150 miles per hour, the Langoliers then pull up next to the plane as the aircraft approaches the ledge. Of course, look at it this way. Even if you fell, the plane should still be able to take off as speed would be gathered as you fell, I imagine. Like, you're falling, the plane's like, the engines are still catching air, and then eventually you would be able just to pull up. Anyway, so the airport then falls way below into nothingness as they now head off into the unfriendly skies above the clouds, knowing that there is nothing below their feet. The plan now is to head back the way that they came in. Churchill and Blondie kiss because, why not? As Dinah is still somehow alive. Sunshine and Pop Icon kiss also because why not? And that was a absolutely horrible angle to do that. It is now night again as the planet is gone, so it doesn't really matter. Churchill now says, well, how's the planet gone? Is the whole planet gone? Okay, so if the whole planet's gone, it really doesn't make any sense because then it would just be day. So Churchill now says he was there to take out someone named Mr. O'Bannon, as then he asks the pilot if he's got anything that he's hiding. He says his ex succumbed to a fire in Boston, and he tells him he wanted to tell her something, but he waited too long. However, after this, Churchill says he's probably just going to give up taking people out because he is atoned. Dinah now wakes up and tells Blondie she got what she wanted. Okay, then. Evidently, she wanted to sacrifice Deadeyes for funsies, I guess? Yeah, maybe it was necessary, so she flatlines out from her injuries. She also got to see through Deadeyes' eyes, which apparently was wonderful, although technically it would be overwhelming for the occipital lobe to see this, which is story time. So there was actually a man who was cured of his blindness a few years back, which actually may be a decade at this point because time is accelerating as far as I can tell. Essentially blind from birth, when they corrected his vision, his brain actually really didn't know how to interpret what he was seeing. What I find interesting is the brain actually takes shortcuts all the time, trying to figure out the reality of what's happening around it. This means reality itself is not exactly as it appears, as our brains are interpreting it, and you have to do that through meat. So when I get migraines, this actually becomes very apparent. I will see blind spots, and like if I try to look at people's faces, it'll literally disappear, but the skin is still there. So while my brain is receiving no visual information for that spot, the brain will fill in missing spots because it knows what's supposed to be there, just as no a face is supposed to be there. Literally, people look like Slender Man, by the way. So now, as far as the blind man is concerned, his brain had no shortcuts and had nothing to base what it was seeing on around it on the past, as nothing had been formed. So basically, he had the vision of a newborn with an adult brain, which is a bit slower on the pickup due to decreased neuroplasticity. Because of this, he would see like flashes of color and shapes, but couldn't really discern what they were, which I wonder how he's doing now. Surely his brain has had enough time to like come to terms and view things differently, but again, it would take him quite a long time for his brain to actually form these associations. So checking the flight log, one area is circled where it appears as though that's where they came through based on the time. Hal now gets up saying something is wrong. Looking out, they begin approaching the Aurora Borealis as Hal then starts yelling to stop. He says they all have to be asleep as they turn around and leave the Aurora. Ah yes, the approach would be all wrong. Churchill then hurts his arm, apparently. Well, broke it, some would claim, as the explanation is now set. They have to go to sleep if they want to move through the portal. Circling, they ask how they can even do this, put everyone to sleep, but nobody's even tired. The pilot now has an idea though. Drop the air pressure to 7 psi, which will force everybody into unconsciousness, but someone has to stay awake to turn on the pressure so that they can actually wake back up and don't, like, you know, stay asleep and then just crash. Churchill then offers to do it, as he instead goes and then talks to Blondie because she protests. He's not really been an alpha Chad his entire life, so he suggests he can do this as atonement, and he must do so that she can tell someone that he did atone for what he has done. So making out with Churchill one last time, who knows, maybe he will survive at the end. Putting on the seatbelts, which do nothing in a crash anyways, they approach the wormhole as everyone is fighting sleep for some reason. As they all go to pass out, the pilot then tells Churchill he loves him as the oxygen masks drop. Passing out, Churchill then talks to the pilot as he turns back on the air as Churchill then watches them enter the wormhole. All I'm saying is, given how quickly everybody passed out, he could have survived this too, right? He could have just let everybody pass out for longer, and then maybe like 2 minutes before the wormhole done it, and then they would have flown through, and then he could have turned on the air. It just seemed like an unnecessary sacrifice. So moving through, he is zapped to God knows where, as the pilot then wakes back up, seeing him gone. Getting on the radio, he then calls out to anyone as evidently there is no heavy traffic down there. Nothing is really at all below them. Beginning their descent, they've officially run out of fuel. Landing, the engines cannot fire as it's all friction brakes, baby! Seeing the truck over yonder, they approach the hallway, which the name absolutely eludes me. Everything around them is the same, which totally sucks. Then heading back to the plane, the pilot says they need to get off the plane this time, as they then crawl through the floor and head out. They hear a humming noise as they smell jet fuel, as the ground feels real and continues to make noise. Heading to the terminal, they then follow Hal to a restaurant, as the sandwich apparently is delicious. They get up against the wall as they are waiting for a world that's actually about to be born rather than be eaten. So as everything goes completely psychedelic, I guess, they can see people moving around as everyone phases into reality, as the youngling then points at them as he says, "Look at the new people. They've arrived and survived their super fun ordeal," and thus concludes the Langoliers. So before moving to the science section of this one, I do want to point out one of the things to remember. Again, all of this happens in the same universe, so this most definitely, like, this is the same crap that, like, Pennywise would probably travel through or something. All of this stuff just seems to happen. So you're dealing with, like, time-traveling entities and, like, Aurora Borealis and spring and all this nonsense. So it's a fairly interesting idea, but we're going to move on currently. So I was sitting here thinking about what exactly we would talk about when it comes to basically floating meatballs with teeth, and actually there is quite a bit. Obviously we'll get into, like, the physics before we get into the true Chad science biology, but I have to warn you, it is unfortunate, but the physics portion is kind of more interesting. So, you know, the reality is you just never sort of end on a lower note, I suppose, which we have to ask ourselves an interesting question, which will help us to understand this classification of species. Where exactly are we, and how does this work with human perception? Turns out, not all too well, and this goes back to my intro at the beginning of this episode. Humans are three-dimensional creatures. This is where we exist, and this is what we can concretely perceive. Now, is concretely a word? Honestly, I don't know. So as a result of that, the world around us makes sense, because this is how reality itself is interpreted by the meat in your skull. Now, what does that giant word salad even mean? Basically, the world makes sense because our brains have decided it makes sense based on our senses. So when we move through this landscape, we have height, width, and depth of what we can see. This produces three-dimensional objects that we can observe and interact with. However, let's do a bit of a thought experiment with this one. So let's say we were not three-dimensional beings, but instead two-dimensional. If this were the case, then in this universe, we would not be able to see depth, but instead, let's assume only width and height. Everything would appear flat to us, sort of like looking at a 2D scroller video game, but this would be how the world is. There could be implied depth, but the reality is our brains would not be able to identify depth to the caliber of 3D. However, we would still interact with three-dimensional objects even if we could only perceive 2 dimensions. Sort of like you walk past a tree that would be completely flat to you, or I don't know, you could grab hold of something, but it would be completely flat to you. But that's the thinking going forward. Interaction and perception are different from one another. Now extrapolate this out to our current interactions in reality. As we move through our three-dimensional universe, we are very aware that there is another dimensional plane that we interact with quite regularly, whether we like it or not, and may not really be able to see it, but we know that it's there. We are being ushered along a pipeline that eventually leads to our own end. You know, as a prank. This would be the fourth dimension, and this is time. I like the way that Interstellar actually did this, as it shows the rules of our universe and how we can conceptualize it. So like, think of the room that you are in currently. It's three-dimensional and time is passing while you are in it. However, the fourth dimension works like you can kind of imagine yourself in this room as sort of like an elevator ascending. Each floor, so to speak, is a moment in time. Just because you leave that floor doesn't mean it ceases to exist, it just means that you are no longer on the floor. Given that limitations of human perception are very prevalent, we cannot really see it actively happening, which, much like a two-dimensional creature cannot see depth, but we can really kind of catch glimpses of it, I guess, so to speak, by simply existing and realizing that this immediate second is the present. Actually, I think a second is too long to call it the present. The present is insanely small, and by the time you even cognitively register it, it's already gone into the past, and you are already not there because you are now in the future. Time is weird. As this process continues, your timeline essentially joins with everyone else's.
Time is money,
to become the
friends.
past reality. Consciously, you are always in the present, and as far as you know, you are never in the past. Which cue the Vsauce sound, or are you? See, I base this only on movie logic here, but I imagine something way more horrifying exists. Given that everything was composed of matter within the movie and then left behind like planes, buildings, trees, which is interesting in and of itself because that's a living creature, that means really, if this logic holds up, humanity itself and every living thing still existing here would still exist in the past. However, much like how the air was dead, there was a fundamental issue that would arise, which interestingly is how we can relate to our own reality and how it's connected to time. If we look at how the food has no taste, the air has no smell, the batteries are all depleted, sound doesn't echo, you don't have a girlfriend, you're breathing manually, fire doesn't work, jet fuel won't burn or melt steel beams, and the day and night cycle doesn't have any basis, what we are really seeing is a world without energy exchange, and that's all it really is, the flow of energy. While there appears to be residual energy left over after the present has already passed, it still takes time for it to dissipate. They call this dead time for a reason. Because there's no energy differences, and as a result, all matter has become still, I mean, the reality is, in this universe with no energy, they would have frozen the second they stepped off that plane, as it would be absolute zero outside, meaning no atoms are vibrating, but even still, with their no energy differences as perception of time in an area passes, this means no chemical reactions take place fueling life. But still, one thing seems to persist, and that's atoms. Given that atoms are still holding together, but there is no movement, sound, or really oxygen to engage with these chemical reactions, there is no life. However, there would still be humans stuck in place, no longer serving a functional purpose. Which then raises another question, which is everyone's favorite tangent on this channel, the idea of consciousness being something our bodies pick up, not something that comes from our actual minds. Now this idea, if you're new here, always gets a little out there, so think of it more as like, again, a thought experiment rather than a biological principle, but the idea is we are not really all that sure where consciousness comes from in our brain as of yet. Maybe one day we can properly map it, but it appears as though the mind works in a way that sometimes it seems like consciousness shouldn't even be possible. Take, for instance, a Frenchman in 2007. Of course, he had to be French. He was born with hydrocephalus, which basically a large area of his brain was fluid-filled, and neurons did not form in this area. Roughly 90% of what should have been brain tissue was missing space. He was 44 in 2007, so I think he's 63 now, if that maths, but he has 2 kids and is married. His IQ is said to be around 75, which is low normal but still functional, and they only found out because he had leg pain and then went to the hospital. When they scanned his brain, they found he only had a thin shell of brain on the outside of his skull. And this process wasn't immediate, so I guess saying being born is incorrect with this, but over his lifespan, the cerebral spinal fluid would actually continue pressing on the brain until it pushed into what was, I guess, the living tissue, and then that pushed it outwards to just the very edges of the skull, but his brain adapted. So what does this say? Well, consciousness is incredibly complex, as you might imagine. More so because humans can think abstractly, which requires, I guess, more than you may realize when it comes to the brain's operational status.
Some of us can.
You gotta think of it for a moment about this whole process. As we sit here, the thought that you are thinking currently, possibly in relation to this, must come from somewhere. But where? It could just be in response to the stimuli around you, as me talking to you, but that much is, it's pretty clear that that does exist with animals as they react to stimuli. But what about thought that is not in response to anything? What if there was no stimuli? And this is what delineates humans and makes us weird. We are not just smarter than the animals around us and dunking on everything on this planet. The main issue is that we can pull ideas out of thin air. There is no stimuli to spur their creation. They exist because they are conceptualized. I know this sort of sounds like a, well, yeah, but bringing it down to like a neurological level, what neuron is responsible for starting a thought that has never been thought by any human prior? Take physicists for instance, I don't know why I messed up that word, but many times ideas and equations come out of this STEM field and have never been explained by humans prior or conceptualized or anything because it's all built on other ideas. Now, it is a natural progression for humans to kind of think this way, but how do we progress? Ideas are born out of data, but I mean, there must be like a certain level of imagination that must be initially applied and then pursued. And to that end, where does that imagination come from? Because it doesn't exist. None of this exists, is basically what I'm trying to get like the point across. So how do we conceptualize it if it doesn't exist? Normally, our brains should be cause and effect. There should be a stimuli, we should react. But if you're not reacting to a stimuli and it doesn't even exist in the first place, then what are you truly reacting to? So it all has to begin somewhere, which, again, how does the initial neuron know before the idea is even thought of to fire in such a way as to recruit other neurons to form this thought? And that's why the idea that potentially consciousness doesn't exist within our bodies, but instead our bodies are tuned to a certain frequency and receive consciousness is a little bit, I guess, different. The consciousness would be different for all of us. If that is the case, and it does turn out to be true, which again, this is a thought experiment, so take it with a grain of salt, then it would sort of prove that we have been calling like God or the universe, but that would exist as, this would be foundational, I suppose, as like a river of consciousness that all our other conscious thoughts branch off of. Which, interestingly, this wording has been used before, at least in the Bible symbolically. It mentions how humanity is made in God's image, not you, creature. So essentially, we would reflect the origination from God, but not that we are made of God. It's interesting. And many other religions actually take this same route as well, which means collectively as a species, we appear to agree somewhat on what we are, even if we don't fully understand what we are, or how exactly that progenitor of consciousness appears. So ultimately, the statement about this is just believe whatever you want. But at the end of the day, we are human, so agreeing with one another is not really our forte, unless it's about Tally being best girl, the anglerfish deserving nukes to the face, and Amy should not have survived the ruins. But apart from those three things, we all tend to disagree with one another all the time on virtually everything. So how does that relate to this timeline exactly? Because we're definitely getting a little off track. Well, this would indicate that the defining factor is consciousness existing externally in the present, requiring chemical reactions to be taking place in order to stay tuned to the frequency of consciousness that we are perceiving. Without chemical reactions keeping that power going, so to speak, then this means we stop. Everything stops. We are simply atoms in place, a car without a driver. I believe the reality they found themselves in would look much more like this rather than like a completely empty world, because why would humans cease to exist but plants still exist? Makes very little sense given our bodies are still composed of atoms. So with this in mind, how can we rationalize then that they are even making it here in the first place? Well, the Aurora Borealis, which also sets up the Langoliers, believe it or not, but first the extension of consciousness. I know we're still talking about that. For this line of thinking, you can kind of view it not so much as a broadcasted frequency, like it's not a radio branching out in all different directions, but it might actually be similar to the lines attached to everyone from Donnie Darko. And if you've not watched that movie, it's fairly interesting as far as like what our choices actually are versus what aren't choices but feel like choices. But as the people who were asleep moved through the aurora on the plane, their consciousness was disrupted, and so that line was not aware of what was happening. This is sort of a ridiculous thought process, but hey, it is what it is. As they awoke, the lines of consciousness would actually stretch back through the portal, allowing them to persist in a place with maximum entropy. A portion of reality that they have already existed in that was a lower floor than they just were on because they doubled back. And this specific moment in time is frozen. It is no longer the present progressing, but the past, and the smallest unit of time measurable, which really would be infinitely small, where time has completely stopped because it is frozen in place. Difficult to rationalize in your head, but the reality is nobody was ever meant to really be here observing this. So in this reality, a piece of frozen time is also existing with every other moment near it in this elevator metaphor, I guess you could say, but they just so happen to be at this one specific point. The noise they are hearing is not so much the world being devoured around them, but the other timelines being devoured before them as the energy from this moment begins to bleed into the present only and then leave the past. So as they step out onto this this world, it's very hollow because it only exists with fleeting energy as the past is being eaten. What might be interesting to you, or horrifying, is the idea of how this actually may relate to the backrooms. In the backrooms, you sort of just no-clip out of reality into a sort of sub-reality where monsters live. This means every passing second or microsecond, or at any point in the present consciousness of you, you're just no longer inhabiting your past you. This version of you is stuck in the past and then is devoured.
Damn, dude.
Now, if it's all based on
This place
consciousness
is
being
murdered.
present only, then the past you is
Massacred.
never conscious when it's devoured.
Genocide.
However, if consciousness is preserved, then this means every time the present passes, there is a version of you stuck in the past, horrified as everything feels off, and then they are devoured. Seems like a pretty cruel universe if that was the case, but there's no way to actually test if that's reality or not. So I suppose you should just hang on to the present as hard as you possibly can if you don't ever want to, slip into your past self. Crazy. So existential terror aside, because we definitely needed to cover that, as a treat, let's move to the Langoliers and the potential origins, because I believe that's why you were actually here. Or not, who knows? I don't know. People on Reddit say they're not even here at all. So something to understand about these creatures is much like in our three-dimensional reality, they appear to not just be three-dimensional, but have other dimensional, imperceptible forms to humans is the best way to put it. So let's say, again, you were hunting a two-dimensional deer. It could see you as a threat approaching it, but it could not really see the depth that you possess or how close you actually were, because that third dimension would cause some issues. However, ultimately, if you did catch it, it wouldn't really matter at all. I guess you could still eat it. Granted, if it was completely flat, I would assume it would be razor sharp and then slice one of your atoms on the way down and then detonate your entire meat suit into a nuclear hellfire, but you can kind of think of the Langoliers as such. They are a species that does not exist within time itself, but outside of it, and it would be like living in a house, really, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, there's a lot of metaphors in this episode, I know. Inside of the house, the area is controlled and stable. Outside, the elements reign. This is the same thought process. Inside of our reality, and then outside our reality, is simply where the Langoliers reside on all timelines, everywhere eating the past as it appears in a continual cycle. The reality is, they do not really ever come across life and chemical reactions, and instead, they eat dead time. It's very likely that our reality, the present, with its chemical reactions and life and energy, is actually incredibly toxic to these creatures. What we are witnessing is simply an ecosystem, but instead of existing in the present, it simply exists outside of our perception of time. When we came across them, much like the deer analogy, we can see them in their three-dimensional forms, but we cannot perceive the fourth-dimensional form as it's outside of our understanding of time. But pretty much, just know, stretching all the way back to when the actual timeline is eaten, all of their forms exist simultaneously in these moments until they consume, and then exist that, I guess they only exist as long as that plane of existence is there. Once the job is complete, they're really not bound by the rules of time, so they just sort of exit out of that temporal area, I suppose. But when we look at them, they really appear like a species has been adapted to this task, but where they may have originated from is a complete unknown. However, if it's easy enough as just going through an aurora over the Mojave Desert, then that being the only thing that separates the present from the past, then any form of animal could have pulled this off as long as they can fly. However, headcanon to me says that the portal was created by some sort of demigod-like entity, like the turtle or Pennywise or something, which then broke through reality, which would mean, dead time, the dead lights, Maine, much like everything else Stephen King writes, it's all interconnected. It was Pennywise. So then what does this really mean? Well, this is a lot like unfortunately, the flat Earth image, which I find exceptionally hilarious. It basically posits that the observable Earth that we are on is surrounded by an ice wall, and that if you get past it, there's the rest of the Earth, and that's actually a globe. But the Earth that we are on is a flat Earth because it's all we can observe. It is, if I'm reading this correct, the biggest cope I have ever seen in my life, and my god, is it dumb. But it works perfectly for this analogy. Essentially, our reality and perception is like the observable Earth, and there are walls to that reality. However, past that reality, surrounding it, is a larger, all-encompassing reality, and this is where the Langoliers themselves hail from. So apart from their physical form, how do they actually live? Well, given that they are eating the so far never-ending flow of time, they appear to kind of like inert matter and then turn it into energy, which then fuels their bodies to keep eating. Now the question is, what happens if they stop eating? When their tasks are complete, well, very likely they too would succumb, but that means everything they feed on has already succumbed as well, so everything just starves down the pipeline, I guess. This would mean that really humanity is just the same as any other animal. We are all a part of a large food web that we cannot even see nor really interact with on a conscious level, because our bodies would definitely interact with it. Our bodies, very likely frozen in the past, would be consumed by the Langoliers, which means his dad was actually right somewhat. Those deemed lazy or not contributing or not moving would be consumed by the Langoliers, which, given they are inert biomass, they would become this way because of the lack of energy. Langoliers do consume us in all of reality. However, our consciousness appears to keep us in the present, using the meat suits to express itself. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. I know biology-wise, this isn't very heavy.
There's so
as
many
this is-
people here, dude.
I mean, it's just like any
It's
other
kind of
species.
annoying.
It's a floating meatball with teeth.
Everywhere I
Just
go, there's like
extra
nothing but
horrible.
corpses.
So when it comes to them, what's really more interesting is actually the discussion about
Unless we don't, it's like a mob we don't need, then those guys are all over the place.
He went on a podcast in good faith and learned a good lesson on make sure you record a long form interview because they're going to edit it.
All right, this is super important, and I also learned a great lesson here. So the other week, I sat down with Andrew Callahan in Channel 5 to do a sit-down podcast-style interview for his channel. And when he goes and posts the video, I see he just posted an hour-long interview. I said, well, that's weird. Because
This is exactly why Kamala Harris refused to go on Joe Rogan's show, because it had to be a long block of information, not a thoroughly curated version of the conversation. It's why I believe, is it the BBC? The BBC's being sued by Trump, but the same thing right here. The massive edit on his show. I think Nick can probably even sue him over this.
Actually
60
spoke
minutes,
for
thank you.
around 2.5 hours. And then I go and watch the interview. I'm saying, well, what is this? This is not what happened. For instance, this clip right here.
What American city is prospering right now? Austin. Austin. Name another one. El Paso, Texas. El Paso, Texas.
It makes him sound like he was just prattling off all these facts. Like, you're trying to challenge me on how blue cities are failing. Bam, bam, bam. I had all these nice answers right there. It's like, if they edited this one so like they falsely framed this so badly, I wonder how many other things in that 3 hour to 1 hour podcast interview got shortened up. And it has over like nearly 1 million views on it.
This is prospering.
Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting
So
a
yeah,
lot of.
low state taxes do good, but here you have Redonk saying, "Bummer, I like Channel 5. This is no good." This is probably your first. If you like Channel 5, you probably don't actually like the guy. You like the editing. You like the framing of it, not the reality of it. Likely.
Place that's not Democrat.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Denver.
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering.
All right, so that's
There's
the
a
clip
cut.
Andrew
You know there's a
posted,
cut.
but this is the actual interaction of how it went.
Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering.
It's not. See, you can't even answer the question. It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
I agree that Democrat-run states are doing badly.
So the podcast, Channel 5 would like you to think, man, he was just grilling Nick Shirley. He was proving him wrong every time. Reality is, hey man, I know what I'm pushing is bullshit, but the edit's gonna be fire propaganda, guys.
Kind of weird that Andrew didn't put that in, right? Maybe his like base or something would not be happy with that response because he obviously got caught lying.
Yes.
And anyways, let's move over to the next topic. Where we're talking about Somalians being known for pirating, as 89% of the fraud that has been charged inside of Minnesota is by Somalians. This is the interaction that.
And here's the thing: they like to say, "Oh, Nick's being racist," or "You're being racist if you're calling out the fraud by Somalians." No, I think this is the American taxpayer as a whole. Doesn't matter what race we are. We're sick and tired of the idea that we gotta pay all these taxes, and a lot of it's going away to fraud. If they find a whole bunch of white male fraud, I don't care if they go to prison forever. They find a whole bunch of funny sounding Koreans doing Medicare fraud, I don't care if they go to prison for the rest of their lives, then get deported to Uganda. I don't care. They're harming me, the American taxpayer. It's not a racist thing to say criminals need to go to prison, and yet they want to say just because it happens to be 89% this way, it makes you a bad person for noticing.
Andrew posted.
Somali community, or do you see it as both?
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where exactly is that statistic from?
You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
You want me to find it right now?
For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact.
Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. Probably. And when I go.
This is what happens when I show him the fact that 89% of the people who have been charged for fraud in Minnesota are Somalians. this is what Andrew had to say.
It's
But
teamwork.
remember, he conveniently left this out of the interview.
89% of those charged in connection with major. Why don't identify as Somali American?
It's almost like Nick Shirley won him over and said, hey, look, this is what happened. He's like, oh my God, like, you are right. Maybe I'll change my mind. But no. My audience that subscribes to me, they need propaganda. They don't need the facts that you swayed my opinion with. Because it'd be one thing if he was just trying to trim down stuff for sake of time, keeping things entertaining. Like, I know, you may not like it, but the Call Her Daddy podcast was very, very effective because they took, 3-hour-long conversations down to 40 minutes. So it's like, very YouTube cutty, that the original Decoy channel, keeps you engaged. But this just seems deceptive for the point of being deceptive.
Well, looks like we've got to redo there. I'm interested to see what you put in this interview because it looks like there's a problem with fraud.
So there you go.
Even
That's
pull
just
them out.
2 examples from the interview with Andrew Callahan where he literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad.
Yeah, someone's in chat saying Andrew just ruined his career, and it's like, I wonder how many of these podcasts, like, if people were smart enough to show the whole thing would end their careers. Because remember, during the campaign trail, Kamala Harris had the probably 2-hour-long conversation with Call Her Daddy. It was edited down to like 40 or 20 minutes. It was nuts. Like, there was no substance to it. The All the Smoke podcast with her was like, the cuts were so weird. Like, she would say something, she's laughing, and you'd see Steven Jackson sitting there like with a serious face, and all of a sudden he's like bursting out laughing. It's like, this is very deceptively edited. And she had the one podcast that they recorded it, a team looked at it and they said, we can't salvage this, and they just never released it. It's like, how many of these people with these bumper sticker thin talking points that just have what social media tweets told them to say this is your values, can't elaborate on why they think some way, have someone like Nick Shirley show them, hey, here's why you're wrong, agree with it, but then just revert back to their talking points, how much of their careers would be over? Like, who was the guy that debated, I think it was Matt Walsh, no, not Matt Walsh, who's the other guy on the Daily Wire? Not Matt Walsh, it's the other guy, it's not Ben Shapiro, it's the other guy, he's really good, but he's like a weird not a younger guy, but he has like bleached, like platinum blonde hair. They had an interview, they had like a discussion, and all he went to was just personal attacks. Michael Knowles, not Crowder. Michael Knowles debated some liberal guy, and he just kept on like pretty much just reverting to infantile attacks, just showing himself saying, hey, I don't actually have virtues or rational thoughts. It's just these talking points, and if you don't agree with them, I just melt down in open discussion.
Which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's like very
Fuck's sake.
But benevolent of him to do by any means. But I promise you guys, if I ever do an interview with anyone, you're gonna get the full product because I think that's just like the most benevolent thing to do. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed and you guys were able to see through what I just showed you. The full interview is up on my second channel.
He has a second channel now because you have what is it? You have Nick Shirley. He has 1.6 million subscribers on YouTube. That's amazing. Wait, what is it? There you go. Nick Shirley interviews. This is his second channel, if you haven't seen it. So it's like, yeah, full interviews. He's doing great long-form content. I mean,
thank you.
He, like what I said about Charlie Kirk. Like, he was saving America. Nick Shirley definitely could be saving America by giving you what's really happening out there in the world because he's brave enough to do it. It's been amazing. Yeah, what Killinators, what did he say? He said, wait, chat's going by too fast now. Wait, am I just not up? There it is. What kills me is I could have been a left-wing grifter for the last 10 years and been a millionaire, but I gotta go and have integrity and pride. And that's one thing that I kind of thought about. I was like, what if I just had, Decoy channel, and then I just had a purple hair or pink hair or whatever VTuber, and it just did everything Decoy voice covered, but it was called DK voice, and it just prattled off left-wing talking points. I'm like, with the way the algorithm is, like I even saw on this thing right here, I mentioned this certain thing and the viewership went down. It wasn't because you guys weren't watching it, it's because people click off over time, it's fine. But I was no longer in feeds anymore because I covered a particular thing. If I was in favor with all the social media feeds, how far would DK voice go over Decoy voice? Not because necessarily it's things people agree with, but it's because something the social media algorithms will allow.
I think about that a lot. I definitely don't have the message. It's quite the opposite, in fact.
battery is full.
When is it not?
We've all heard the saying, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The phrase is meant to make anyone listening wary of power, and wary of the people who seem to desperately crave it. It tells the listener that power itself is a
I haven't even
poison
seen a
that
playground.
infects otherwise decent people, transforming them into tyrants and predators. But personally, I've always found that saying to almost give the perpetrators an escape route of sorts. It wasn't them who put profits over the public's health and safety, but the broader concept of power. They were just nice, normal people who were ultimately corrupted, but ultimately not at fault. However, in my opinion, the truth is far darker and far less convenient. That being that power does not corrupt, it reveals. When a person gains power, the moral leash that once held their impulses in check begins to loosen. Not because power changes them, but because it frees them to act as they truly are. But if they never had any nefarious impulses, they stay largely unchanged. They have the same moral character that they've always had, just with a bit more money and the ability to effect real lasting action. Unfortunately for us though, they aren't nearly as motivated to seek out power as others. This is especially true in the case of predators. Many of them don't stumble into positions of influence or power by accident. They deliberately seek them out because they understand that that position of power can act as a shield. A teacher, a deputy, a priest, a CEO, a director, these are roles that come prepackaged with trust and reverence, with built-in hierarchies that make it difficult for someone to come forward without immediately being met with skepticism. And if that fact is obvious to us as well as the general public, it's probably just as obvious to those who seek power for their own selfish reasons. And that is especially true in today's case. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we're going to be reviewing the interrogation footage of Robert Strand, the sheriff's deputy who was caught with a significant amount of child sexual abuse material on his electronic devices. The footage associated with this case was made public by the channel The Couch Detectives here on YouTube, and the original upload will be left in the description box down below, should you prefer to watch the footage without our commentary. Channels like theirs go through the process of putting Freedom of Information Act requests in, which can be a long and obnoxious process. But without them, channels like ours would not exist. So if you can support them, we highly encourage you to. So, with all of that said, let us begin.
Begin!
Today's case brings us to Sandoval County, New Mexico. On May 24th, 2022, an internal investigation began on a deputy with the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office when a report came in from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. One of their deputies was suspected of having some very, very disturbing images and videos on their electronic devices. That deputy is 39 years old at the time, Robert Strand, a deputy that was employed with the agency since 2014. Strand, who had been charged with a DWI twice since 2006, the latest one in 2012 being dismissed by prosecutors. I wonder how that works. But I digress. The New Mexico Attorney General's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force received several tips from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that someone in New Mexico was downloading explicit material. All said and done, 92 images and GIFs were obtained from electronic devices owned by Strand.
I don't give a fuck that the creator of GIF is also a retard, but it's graphical interchange format, not graphical interface format. It's not GIF, it's GIF.
With the victims ranging from
English has meaning
to 13 years.
You can't just like willy-nilly change it, okay?
I think we get the picture here. This law enforcement officer is an absolute piece of... I'm sure you can fill in the blank yourself here. This is the full police interrogation.
Just because the creator goes, I want to call it GIF, I'm going to go, no. No. Knock that shit off.
Robert Strand of the Sandoval County, New Mexico Sheriff's Office. Stay tuned to the end for the most up-to-date information on this case.
Sorry, we're going to talk about it. Okay. So, please show me what you're talking about. Hello. How you doing? Good.
Hey, Special Agent Owen Pena.
Special Agent in Charge Clarence Gibson.
Yes, sir.
I have a search warrant for your residence.
Okay.
I have a search warrant for any electronic device that's on your person.
Okay.
So you need to turn over any cell phone you have. Is this the only cell phone?
Yeah.
Is this personal? Or which one's personal? Which
Personal.
One's work? Work. Okay.
Something that stands out immediately is Robert's willingness to hand over his electronic devices without hesitation. He works in law enforcement. He knows the implications. He knows that an investigator doesn't ask for your phone unless they are looking for something serious. He also knows that he has over 100 pieces of CSAM on those devices, and yet, when asked to hand them over, he immediately complies without doing so much as asking why. From the outside, it would appear that he has absolutely no preservation instincts, that he is simply an idiot, which is partially true. We cannot emphasize enough how objectively stupid these men and women are. But, as the Couch detectives have already established, this isn't Robert's first run-in with the law. Robert has been shielded by power for so long that he no longer perceives risk in the way most people do. Years of working behind the badge, of being part of the system rather than subject to it, have warped his understanding of accountability. He's been pulled over multiple times for DUIs and walked away nearly untouched. Not because of luck, but because of a structural camaraderie that rewards familiarity over justice. And that taught him a very valuable lesson. That being, I am untouchable because I am a cop. He's gambling on the same unspoken fraternity that saved him before, a quiet understanding among officers that one of our own deserves leniency. The people asking to search his phone and electronics are his peers. They deal with the same kind of scumbags every day, and they're more likely to be on his side because of that. There's a built-in sense of camaraderie, and he's well aware that that will go away should he ask for a lawyer or push back against the officer. He wants to present himself as kind and compliant, in the hopes that the investigators don't follow up with their leads. That if he presents himself as a good enough guy, that they will decide to not thoroughly look through his devices and let him off with yet another warning.
I'm gonna ask you if you want to sit down and talk with us about why we have a search warrant for your residence. This is up to you. It's totally up to you. I'm not gonna, we can't force you to speak with us.
Lawyer! Thank God these people are idiots.
If you want to speak with us, we'll go behind the door here, and me and the Special Agent Gibson will talk with you. All right, come on in. Like I said, we'll go behind the door so no one else can.
One of the things that the media has really instilled in the general public is the fact that by asking for a lawyer or not immediately consenting to talking to the police, you are somehow admitting guilt.
Fuck that. Lawyer. They'll find something. They'll tell you. Even if you're innocent. Lawyer. Always, guys. Always. Especially when you're innocent, actually. Right? Lawyer.
Best interest to have someone who really knows the law on your side. It doesn't matter how well you think that you know the law, or how much smarter you think you are than the police. A lawyer ultimately is going to keep you from doing and saying stupid things that are not in your best interest. In an interrogation room, most people are going to feel emotional and psychologically vulnerable. The interviewer is going to be subtly applying more and more pressure onto you, making you feel trapped, confused, and like you're being entirely misunderstood. And because you are so close to the situation, you aren't going to be able to properly think things through. You would assume that Robert, a deputy sheriff, who's been working in law enforcement for years, would know that. That when offered to go into an interrogation room and talk about what this is all about, he wouldn't consent and would ask for legal counsel. But he doesn't. He wants to keep things with these officers cordial. He wants them to see him as part of the same fraternity, and he knows that they aren't going to be as kind towards him if he makes their lives a bit more difficult. But let's continue.
Just go ahead and have a seat right there for me. So due to the fact you know this is an interview, okay? I'm going to tell you what I do, okay? I do internet crimes against children, okay? There's been some reports of some incidents of some activity coming from your, basically, your electronic device in your possession, and was reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I'm just here to get your side of the story. I'm not here to pass any.
No, you're fine.
Well, first of all, what you, like everything else we have to do is call your advisement of rights. Okay?
The interviewer here is doing a fantastic job right out of the gate. First, he frames taking Robert into a private room for an interview as being a service that they are doing for him. It's not that they are taking him in for questioning, or talking to him about his misdeeds. Rather, they want to talk to him privately so his co-workers don't get the wrong idea. But of course, the irony here is striking. Robert isn't being protected from rumors. He's being investigated for something infinitely worse than gossip. Any, quote, rumors his coworkers might spread would pale in comparison to the reality of his alleged crimes. Yet, by framing the meeting as a measure to protect him, the interviewer gives Robert a false sense of safety, one that hopefully would encourage him to talk freely. Then, when he is eventually told why these officers are wanting to speak to him, the interviewer maintains that they aren't there to pass judgment, rather to get his side. To most people, the idea of sitting across from someone accused of consuming the sexual torture of children without showing revulsion is unthinkable. But the interviewer knows something fundamental about human behavior. The guilty crave understanding as much, if not more, than anyone else. When someone commits an act that violates every social and moral code, they spend enormous psychological energy rationalizing it. They convince themselves that they are just misunderstood, that their actions are, quote, not as bad as others might think, or that their personal history justifies their actions. So, hey, I can do whatever I want. They aren't like other predators, because when they exploit children, it's somehow different. So, when an authority figure presents themselves as open-minded, as someone who just wants to understand, it validates that delusion. That is something that John Douglas has talked about in many of his books, where he discussed talking to serial murderers and predators. Most of the time, if they feel like they're talking to, quote, good lawmen, unquote, they would clam up. But if they got the sense that the person sitting across the table from them wasn't judging them outright, they would open up more.
I'm gonna give you a page to go along with me, all right? But first of all, what's your full name, sir?
Robert Strand, S-T-R-A-N-D.
Your address, sir?
Bernalillo, New Mexico, 87004.
Okay. And what's your phone number, sir?
505.
And the time now is 9:13.
Yes, sir.
So again, before we ask you any questions, you have to understand your rights. Get your decision.
That was the video, guys. They're skipping the Miranda rights.
All right. So like I said, we do have a search warrant for your residence. Before we go any further, is there anyone currently at your house?
No.
Okay. We don't want to go breaking down your doors. Do you have a key to your house?
Yes.
Can you give us that key so we don't break in?
Yeah.
Don't cut.
Bro, he even gives them the key. Oh my god. For a police officer, this guy should know better. Holy fucking shit.
I've been by your house.
What a retard. Thankfully, right? Because he's a fucking vile piece of shit, don't get me wrong.
We just don't want to wreck
You're fine.
any stuff.
You're fine.
Because like I said, we're not here to and that's the house key?
Yes.
What about the gate? Is it the gate locked?
No.
What about you have one dog or
2 dogs?
2 dogs. And they're on that opposite side, so, okay, we just want to make sure. Can you
Yes. So, do I have a right to know who's reporting me for what?
Yes, I'm going to get into that right now. We're going to get into that. We had to get past this part before we could get to why we're exactly. All right.
When the reason why Robert was being questioned was initially brought up, he showed no outward signs of shock or distress. He didn't deny the claims against him. He didn't appear surprised that the allegations had been levied at him. He just sat there, nodding along with his mouth slightly agape. His reaction or lack thereof is fairly uncommon, especially given what he knows of the charges. Put yourself in his shoes, but let's say you're completely innocent. You go into work one day, and you're brought into a small room with 2 officers who say that they were there to talk to you because they have reason to believe that you have child sex abuse material on your phone or electronics. They've been to your home, so much so that they know you have a dog and a gate, and from their tone alone, you understand that you're being accused of something very, very serious. Ordinarily, when someone is innocent and is being accused of something like this, the human nervous system revolts. Heart rate spikes, pupils dilate, adrenaline floods the body. This is the biological reflex of self-preservation, and usually elicits the flight response. The normal reaction to receiving this information would be anger or indignation. They are investigating you for one of the worst crimes known to man, something that you are completely innocent of, and are doing so at your place of work. you would be livid, demanding to know who sent them, or why this is happening and challenging their authority. But not Robert. Robert allowed the accusation to roll over him like a wave in the ocean, and is only now seeking some kind of clarity. He asks if he can know where the allegation is coming from, likely because he wanted to try and discredit it. He's not seeking to clear his name, he's searching for an angle. If he can trace the accusation to a source that he can discredit, all the better. A bitter ex, a disgruntled arrestee, a vindictive coworker, it doesn't necessarily matter to him. His goal is to simply reframe the entire situation as a personal vendetta. That way he can potentially avoid the criminal investigation. It's a tactic as old as guilt itself. If you can't deny the act, you deny the accuser. So let's see where these claims originated.
So, there's a thing called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So what happened was some images and some GIFs were uploaded through the backup service. It's called Synchronos, is the backup service for like Verizon and stuff like that. Currently, your cell phone is through your Verizon. So when you first sign up for Verizon, you get this 3-month backup service for free. What happened was when you had your cell phone and you had that service, everything that you had on your phone got backed up. Okay. By
Thank God these people don't understand technology.
SAM on those devices.
No!
Yet, when asked to hand them over, he didn't deny the claims against him. He didn't appear surprised at
children. So what happened?
The accused
children. So what happened was some images and some GIFs were uploaded through the backup service.
GIFs.
It's called Synchronos, is the backup service for like Verizon and stuff like that. Currently, your cell phone is through your Verizon. So when you first sign up for Verizon, you get this 3-month backup service for free. What happened was,
thank God these people
when
are
you had
dumb.
your cell phone and you had that service, everything that you had on your phone got backed up. Okay. By federal law, all providers, all of what they call ESPs or electronic service providers, are required by federal law that if they see anything that meets the state criteria or meets the criteria for or looks like child for your child use materials, they have to report it to the National Center for Mixed Play. So at that point, there was 5, and so what happens when the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children gets it, these reports, they have to look at, okay, where does the cell phone come back to, who's connected to the cell phone, what emails, and before we go any further, do you have any email addresses?
Voices in the wind.
Pausing here to state that the origins of the allegations could not be any worse for Robert. Again, he was likely hoping that they came from a bitter ex or an unhappy criminal who he locked up. That way he could commiserate with the interviewer. They both work in law enforcement. They both know how crazy people can be. So maybe he can just overlook the claims and let him walk. However, the claims are coming from a third-party, completely unbiased person who was forced to report him for images he unknowingly uploaded to his phone's backup service. He can't claim malice or bias, and the facts against him are rock solid in a way that most cases are not.
So I will tell you, that is the email that was attached to these, and this was also the same phone number that was attached to all those reports going forward. So, so it captures a lot of information. So, like if you log in your phone with your email or whatever, it's going to catch that, and all that stuff gets reported up. In this case, there was 5 separate times, and so it basically lasted between January of 2021 and about March, sometime in March, like March 22nd, March 25th of 2021 is when we got the reports. I'm not saying that's when the backup happened. Did you get that? Did you get a new phone around January of 2021?
I think so. I think that's when I bought it. I'm not sure.
Is it this current phone or is it a different phone?
It's this one.
Okay. So it got a... And are any of your phones password protected? Yeah.
Bro, imagine the balls you gotta have CP on your phone as a police officer, and you've got that shit just on you every day you go into the police station. The fuck, right? Like, Jesus. That should be like an aggravating circumstance, dude. What the fuck?
And this one is yours, personal, correct? Yeah.
Wood
What's the
chipper.
password on this?
331133.
It's not biometrics or
No.
anything, just the pen?
Yes.
Okay. So when all these images, so throughout the full 5 cyber tips, there was 141
That guy.
images. And some of them are GIFs. Do you know what a GIF is? It's like a little meme type thing where there's like a short video type thing. There's generally no sound. It's a clip.
GIF,
out of those
graphical
141,
interchange format.
almost all of them were child. So then I did a search warrant, 2 synchronos.
Right.
And they gave me pretty much everything that was backed up. And in that backup was, pictures of you, some videos of you that weren't child materials, and like your guide licenses and stuff. I have PDFs and stuff like that, text messages and stuff like that. So I'm just here to find out how those images were on your.
I mean, he downloaded them clearly. 141? What the fuck?
How they got to your phone.
Dude's a freak.
Okay, and I'm just here to just to get your side. I'm not here to cast any. I'm not a judge, and I'm not a jury. I'm just here to get your side story. How did this happen? Make me understand is how this happened.
Well, there's probably nothing I can say that's going to make you understand.
This is probably the most honest, accurate statement that we've ever heard from a predator, because he's right. There's not a thing he can say that will make any rational adult understand what he has done, because there's no validating his actions. But it's unlikely that that is what he really means. Talking about something that you really should feel shame about is hard. It's embarrassing and often leaves you feeling vulnerable. Robert just generally does not want to talk about this, even though he has agreed to the interview. However, the goal of the interview is to get as much information as possible. That way the case against him can be as rock solid as possible. It's enough that they have the direct evidence of images on his phone, alongside pictures of him at home and at work. But if something were to happen to that evidence, and the courts were forced to throw it out, his statements here would be all they had to stand on. It's entirely up to the interviewer to keep Robert talking, and to feel as if he has some way out.
This is why you bring lawyer.
Well, let's just I'll give you a little bit about my background. Is I've been doing these now since 2009, and I'm not here, and I've heard every different kind of this and that, and I'm not here. All I want is, and to be honest, I'm going to be totally straight with you if you're totally straight with me, and I think that's just a respect thing. I mean, it's the same thing.
Exit out.
Agent Gibson.
You're there to put him away.
Gibson,
Rightfully so, I might add. But still.
And I'm that kind of guy. Yeah, I'm not here to. I'm just here to figure out how that happened, and to also go further to make sure that there's, and ultimately to make sure there's no child that you're telling me you're home alone, so that there's no one else at your house, so that makes me feel a little bit more easier that there's no one there. Right. But we are going to talk about
what the fuck happened here? That's so weird.
Children and stuff like that. I understand you have a brother who has a niece and stuff like that. But we'll get to that here in a minute. I just want to hear your side of how this happened.
I don't really know.
All right, let's just go. So how did you first come in knowledge of these images that were out there, and how did they get to your phone?
Pretty much I was downloading porn.
Okay.
And then.
And when you say let's just break it into
just everything.
Adult or child.
Adult.
Okay. That's how it started.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened? Did you just found it and then got an interest in it?
A little bit.
Okay.
But then everything's deleted. So.
Okay.
In less than 20 minutes of talking, the interviewer has gotten Robert to admit to downloading, then later re-uploading to his phone's backup, CSAM. There was no kicking and screaming. There was little back and forth. He just stated it outright the moment it became obvious to him that the evidence against him was rock solid.
So do you know when you got this phone exactly?
I don't.
Okay. And where did you get that phone from?
I ordered it through Verizon.
Verizon, okay.
People are so stupid when it comes to IT, man. I'm actually super happy that's the case, right? Because of this of shit like this, right?
2021 to March 2021.
The mass criminal.
Those images and GIFs
Let's hit
were on your
upload
phone.
to the fucking clouds. What a
When did you get rid
retard.
of them?
Thankfully, again, I gotta stress that, right? That's a good thing.
Okay.
I got rid of all right away.
Okay, and when do you mean right away?
I
just need to know because I want to make sure that the National Center isn't reporting something that it wasn't true.
Right.
For one, and just to find a time frame of when you had those images.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
And I couldn't even tell you if it was child.
Okay.
I couldn't.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Apparently, Robert's new plan is to say that he downloaded a random folder of what he believed was normal pornography. He didn't look at it beforehand, for some reason. He just decided that what his new phone really needed was some pictures and GIFs of sexual images.
Guess what, by the way? They can see if you looked at the fucking picture, for example, right? That all gets flagged, guys. Like, again, these people are fucking retards when it comes to IT, and we can only be happy about that.
I don't necessarily follow that line of thinking, but that's just me. It was only after he downloaded it to his phone that he realized that some of the images may be illegal material, although he isn't entirely sure of that. He just deleted it, and then backed it up afterwards because he no longer wanted it. So he accidentally downloaded the images, never realized what they were, and so he's not necessarily at fault. It's an interesting defense, so let's see how that holds up.
So here's the other question I have. When I did that search warrant to Synchronos, which is the backup service for Verizon, they didn't report any adult with it.
Yeah.
It's all child. Is it what you're interested in?
No.
Okay. So when you've never to child. Okay.
Well, that fell apart rather quickly. Robert's reaction to this situation is almost comical, because he's being incredibly honest with his responses, even though that doesn't benefit him. When the interviewer tells him that they looked at the backup and there weren't any images of adults, Robert immediately agrees with him. He doesn't try to stand firm in his previous statement or try to provide an alternative version of events. He just agrees with the officer, even though that completely destroys what he just said and his credibility. He lies directly to the officer's face, then immediately admits to a lie, which is fairly silly to watch.
So when you were going out and just looking for, how'd you go looking for him?
Just on the internet.
Okay. So you'd get it on the internet just off your phone? Just on your phone, no other devices or anything?
No, that's all I really have.
You don't have any computers or anything at the house, or?
No, if I do, it doesn't work. I mean, you guys can go through my house.
Yeah, they're gonna, I mean, we have to, it's part of this, the search warrant.
I'm of the belief that Robert is only now thinking about the question that the officer just asked, which he already answered, and is realizing now that he lied. He's under the impression that this is Robert's thinking face, which is similar to a child's face when you ask them a question. You will see him thinking a few more times throughout this interview, so pay attention to that.
Is your work phone pass protected?
Yes.
Well, what's the work phone?
The same password.
Same password, same PIN.
Don't do that, by the way. Don't double up on your password. Try and get a unique password for everything. I know it's annoying, but it's safe. Or safer.
I noticed you drove up in a vehicle?
Yes.
Is that your work vehicle? Is there any electronic items in there? No other cell phones or anything? Okay, I'm gonna look. Okay, and the sheriff's department's given me permission to look. So just want to make sure that there's nothing for that. That's fine.
Bro, thank you, Jesus. These guys follow so far.
Is there, when we get to your, just in the side thing about at your house and the search warrant house, are there any safes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have the combination.
Okay, I was gonna say, we don't.
You guys can go through anything you want. You're not gonna find anything.
So what's the combos for you?
33, 11, 33.
Oh my god.
Is it just one safe? Or...
It's just one safe.
Dude, the same password for your phone and your safe? Bro. And God, these people are retards.
And it drops down into the shop.
So it's in the shop?
Yeah.
Inventory is full.
You want to let Jay know that. Yeah, we didn't want to break
No,
your.
you guys-
We didn't want to break your safes. We didn't want to break your doors. We didn't.
You guys can go through anything you want to go through.
Okay. Angelo Nona.
That's still recharging.
Guessing they have the same spawn point as these fucking. Oh, that's tricky.
So just on the internet, was there any specific other sites that you went to that
I
just late at night, going through your phone, looking for
Yeah.
that type of deal?
I did get viruses, so I don't know.
Okay.
I like I said, I don't.
Nice
You don't
try.
remember this
Oh, I
time
was
period you were
infected.
doing it? Was it
And
before
the virus downloaded
2021?
CP? Sure.
Was it after 2020? Okay. Did you ever see those images that of the children?
I did see them when I got onto Cloud, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Not Cloud. Whatever the Verizon thing is, and I erased.
Okay.
So I said you can go through whatever.
Earlier, he was adamant that he didn't see any images that he was able to explicitly identify as featuring children. He was downloading porn, sure. We all are. Sometimes at 100 megabits per second, sometimes even higher. And with that, that brings us to our next sponsor. No, I'm just kidding. But that would be one hell of a segue, am I right? Okay, he was downloading porn, sure, but that's all legal, as far as he was aware. But now he has, and he removed them right away. However, as an officer of the law, he knows that he should have reported those images. Had he just stumbled upon them the way that he claims, he would have tried to remove those images from the website, or at least report the site itself and contact the proper authorities. There would have been an easy-to-follow paper trail of him doing the right thing, but instead, he tried to delete any evidence he had seen those images, and is only talking about them now because he unknowingly backed up over 100 images of children from his phone.
Wood chipper, man. I swear to God, dude. Like he's gonna go to jail for a couple of years and then be let out.
And then nothing else after that? Okay.
Those kids are fucked up for life. You're complicit in that. You should also get fucked up for life.
So, is there any time that you're alone with your niece?
No.
And what's your niece's name?
She's not even my niece. It's a buddy.
Oh, I thought it was your brother.
No.
Okay.
No.
Everyone thought that he was your brother.
No.
I was kind of wondering because he has a different last name. Alred.
Look, nobody's in danger of anything.
Okay.
This is an untrue statement, though it is correct that there is technically no evidence that Robert has sexually abused any children in real life. Predators are unlikely to stop at just illegal pornography and self-completion. These particular kinds of paraphilias have been shown to
Self-completion.
escalate, meaning that over time, pornography would no longer be enough for the predator. Though Robert likely genuinely believes that he is a safe person to have around children, that is far, far from the truth.
I mean, I understand, because I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
I get it.
So, because his name's Andrew, right?
Right.
Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
You've never been alone with his daughter?
No.
Okay.
No.
And the reason we ask that is because there's
I understand.
pictures on social media of you guys together with the with her.
Yeah.
And you know her name? But never alone?
No.
Okay. Where does he live? Does he live? Someone says he lives.
Salmon.
Salmon? Okay. Because we had a little conflicting addresses. One where it showed he lived on Carolina with you, or
No, never.
And then okay, yeah, there was a conflicting address.
They're letting him sweat right now. Good. Feel some terror. Disgusting freak. Wood chipper.
Yeah, just if you
fucking
wish,
throw me the
taking
wood
these.
chipper, dude. God
I'd
damn.
send him the pins. And you understand why we did the way we did this. Yeah. I mean, we always have to be careful. I mean, you understand this better than most anybody else that I've ever had to interview or do anything here, so. So once you saw it, you erased it. Never had any interest in it. You just got it when you went looking for other adult. So were you just looking at it, and then were you saving any of the feed that when you saw it, or?
No, it was probably piss poor jump.
Okay. I mean, this happens.
Does it? I never been drunk enough for that shit. What the fuck?
So I couldn't even tell you.
Okay.
I was drunk. Like that fucking absolves you.
A little bit about what's going to happen with the phones. We have forensic people.
Right, they take it down.
Well, they'll see everything, even stuff that you think you may have deleted.
Right.
And this is just, I'm just giving you your opportunity to become upfront about anything else that may be, that you're not telling us here, that you may want to say different now than knowing that there are going to be full forensic exams done on this.
Right.
Very dry.
If there's anything that you need to change now, or tell me different now.
I told you I downloaded and
Okay.
once I realized that some things were bad, I erased it right away.
Okay.
I mean, I can't deny that.
No.
So what's going to happen? We're going to wait for the exams to be done. Okay. I have nothing to do with what's going to happen with the sheriff's department. But for now, currently right now, we're not arresting you unless either because he's going to start the exam right now on these phones. If he finds anything on these phones, like I said, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, I find any child or anything like that, we will arrest you.
Well, I know.
Okay. All right.
And like I said, everything that I've downloaded, whether would it be not this or that, and I've seen it, I erase it.
Okay.
It's like
okay, and like I said,
Qualifier. If I've seen
wanted
it,
to
I
get
erased
your
it.
side and to just be like, well, hey.
There's definitely stuff on that
I
phone.
wanted to hear your understanding of it.
The way I hear that.
And generally, that's what we do. Is we don't automatically go in blind, going, okay, let's get this guy. None of the search warrants.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have your name, but they don't say where you work.
Okay.
Okay, I left that out
I
purposely.
appreciate that.
I don't know if anybody in the courthouse knows you or anything, but they will be filed.
Yeah.
After today.
Okay.
Okay, so just let you know.
No, I know.
But they do have your name. they don't have your date of birth or anything like that in them.
I appreciate that. And like I said, whatever you guys need, you can go through my house. There's nothing.
That's what they're getting ready to do now. So we just wanted to wait, talk to you, get your key.
I hate that they're like, oh,
breaking down.
we're somewhat protecting you by not handing that information. Why? The guy's a fucking disgusting freak criminal. So he wore a badge for 10 years. Who gives a fuck, man? That should make it worse. That's aggravating circumstances. You're supposed to be the good guy, not the evil PDF freak.
Doors, especially if no one's home.
Unacceptable.
We have a search warrant. We're gonna give a bit of time. We're gonna break down the door, and we're not, and just didn't want to do that to you. And then of course, I mean, you've been very.
Unless that's standard procedure, which it shouldn't be. I think, I feel, and they're appeasing him
I don't have nothing to hide.
to keep him talking.
I really don't.
Okay. Which is pretty much everybody that knew you, that I talked to. You said this is probably how it would go. That you'd probably be just this is being this. Yeah.
Like I said, anything that was there that I seen after, I would just erase it.
And you can't tell me exactly.
He just admitted to looking at it then as well. And then the way he phrased that, I would erase after. My dude is not doing himself any favors.
I don't.
When that occurred.
Good.
I mean, generally you could place it around an event. Yeah. Was it like Christmas of 2020, Thanksgiving?
I can't.
So this is a particularly bad sign, because put yourself in his shoes. If you ever accidentally happened upon illegal material online, even if you were drunk, chances are you would remember that. It would be sobering, and you would do your best to avoid that website that you found it on, because you would never want to come across that material again. But not Strand. Sure, he works with law enforcement and is well aware of how illegal those images are. He knows how to report them and the site, and make sure that those images are removed. But instead, he downloaded them. And this event was so normalized for him, he doesn't remember anything about it. That would indicate that this was not a one-time thing.
Okay. Was it
that wasn't the fucking right thing?
Was it 2020? Was it?
So I got a bad problem sometimes. I drink a little too much.
Yeah.
You know, once I do that, I kind of just go off and I can't.
It was. Why does
it
didn't trigger?
Day.
It's just,
Okay.
what?
It's just like-
1 out of 5?
Okay. You think this was during one of those times?
Buggy.
Yeah, because like I said, as soon as I seen it, I'll erase it.
Think about what he just said here, and put yourself in his shoes. One night, you get blackout drunk. This is a common occurrence for you, but when you wake up the next day, you have explicit illegal images of children being abused on your phone. There's over 100 photos that you have willingly and purposefully downloaded. How would you feel? Probably pretty horrified. You'd question if you had downloaded those images or if someone had stolen your phone. You'd be so repulsed by what you saw that you would probably get sick. Let's say maybe you're a police officer.
Oh, it was a different one. It
Go
was
through
an
your phone's
infected
history
plague or
and see the
something.
website you downloaded the images from and contact the proper authorities. But not Mr. Strand here. He woke up after a night of drinking to hundreds of images and GIFs of children being abused and moved on like nothing had happened, like it was something that just happens when he drinks.
All right.
Like, yeah, you might see stuff that's been erased on there, but
Okay. And at least with.
But
if we find stuff that's been deleted,
there's nothing on there.
That's going to give us a time frame, at least, of when that. Because at least when you delete something, there's a date and a time that's been when that was deleted. It'll also show a date and time when that was uploaded, so or when it's downloaded from whatever site you're looking at, and downloaded to there. You got anything?
No, sir. I think you're good.
So we'll end this interview at 9:37, okay? And thank you for definitely speaking with us. And again, I'm going to turn you over to, I think they're going to have probably something to speak with you, your chief. As I understand it, they're not terminating you. They're just going to put you on administrative leave. And
So how does that work?
what's that?
So
sorry?
let's say, you know, like I said, I didn't deny that they were there when I seen them.
Yes, sir.
And obviously erased.
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
We're going to take it. So this is how it'll work. We could, I mean, you're right. We could say that you did do it, or you did have it on your phone.
Yeah.
Well, so let's say we see a download.
Right.
The date is.
This place looks familiar.
Let's say, just throwing out a date. It's not necessarily the date. Let's say it's January, blah, 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 of 2021. Erased a few days later. Oh, shoot, it's on there. No other downloads? After that, I have to believe your story.
Yeah.
Because it matches to what you're telling me.
Yeah.
That matches. So we'll take your forensics and compare it to what you're saying here. Because I'm not here to say what you're telling me isn't the truth.
No.
There's no way for me to do that because I wasn't there at your house. I didn't see that to go on. And then so if it's this one snapshot deal, and then there's an erase right after, like right after, I'll go forward to my prosecutors and be like, this is what he told me. This is what the forensic showed. That it confirms his story.
I didn't buy and say what
what he told me.
You're speaking, Steve?
Probably nothing happens because I have to believe what you're telling me. Now we're also going to look at, was there adult mixed in with this child? If then that also confirms your story. Okay, it got mixed in with the rest of it. I was drunk, didn't know what it is. Okay, and it may have got in there. Okay, we're going to look at the totality of everything, compare it to with this interview, what you told me today, and then that's where we go from there.
Yeah, I do have a problem. I get drunk a lot.
Okay, and I understand that, and you know, and I know, in this, in the eyes of the law, being inebriated isn't a valid.
No, I know.
I would say that getting drunk a lot is the least of his issues, because there's a difference between a person drinking a lot, blacking out every night, pissing his pants, and being a general nuisance. That kind of person has a problem, and clearly does not value themselves enough to simply treat themselves with kindness. But that's their own prerogative. As long as they aren't hurting anyone else, that's entirely on them. But if you're drinking so much that you're routinely downloading hundreds of images of children being abused, I wouldn't say that you have a drinking problem. I would say that you're using the cover of being drunk to repeatedly engage with illegal material because you think that will somehow invalidate the action. That this is something you probably likely fantasize about while being sober and want some kind of plausible deniability if you were ever caught. Being drunk is not the same as being a pedophile, obviously. The original upload has 16 more minutes to it, but as we had little commentary to add, we will simply encourage you to go watch the original video. On September 8th, 2025, the New Mexico Department of Justice would put out a press release stating that Robert was sentenced to 6 years in prison after pleading no contest to charges of possession of child sexual exploitation material and 3 counts of manufacturing child sexual exploitation material. 3 counts of manufacturing are exceptionally important because it indicates that he was making the material as well, making his comment about not being a danger to anyone provably false. So, if you've made it to this portion of the video...
How's he only get 6 years? Disgusting.
Thank you for watching. If there's a case you would like us to cover or a story you want to bring more attention to...
That's absolutely revolting. How do you only get 6 years when you're actually manufacturing it as well? The fuck? Wow. Wow. Ah, you son of a gun. I hope he kills you. My god, this guy does no damage. Pathetic.
can't carry anymore.
Ooh. Love swallowing. Super fun.
Inventory is full.
Did you like him? And that's okay.
I didn't.
My son's attracted to boys, and I'm okay with that. And one of my daughters is attracted to women.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. This was crazy, bro.
This is 19-year-old Jakari Webb, currently losing his mind after getting caught with his secret gay lover, a lover that would end up dead just moments later.
The video of you shooting him, I have it. I've got it all. The whole thing was captured on video. Every bit of this.
And what Jakari fails to realize is that he is not a suspected homosexual. He is a murderer.
I know what you did and I saw it. You can't do this to me. You can't sit here and lie and lie and lie and expect me to help you. Just tell me why. Why?
What is your story?
At 2 a.m. on June 23, 2022, 2 Daytona Beach police officers were patrolling near Forest Glen Boulevard when they heard a burst of gunfire. When they arrived at the intersection of Oak Tree Circle, they found 19-year-old Tellen Mann lying on the sidewalk in a pool of blood, shot multiple times. Just minutes later, at 2:09 a.m., Tellen was pronounced dead by first responders. Tellen was openly gay, loved by his community, and deeply cherished by everyone around him. He had no known enemies, so who would want to do this to him? To find answers, detectives immediately turned to nearby surveillance footage from intersections, businesses, and homes. And very soon, a suspect began to take shape. At 12:50 a.m., a man was seen leaving his home on Garden Street and sneaking toward the area where Tellen was later found dead. Then the network of cameras recorded the sound of gunfire, followed by muzzle flashes lighting up the street. Moments later, the same man was seen running west, shirtless and panicked. Tracing down the home the man retreated into, investigators eventually identified him as 19-year-old Jakari Webb. At the time, Jakari was already on felony probation for possession of a firearm, so the idea of him being involved wasn't far-fetched, but detectives still needed answers. How was Jakari connected to Tellen, and why would he want him dead? The following footage has been provided to us by the Daytona Beach Police Department.
Do I have to go down or stay outside? I'm so confused. And why am I walking?
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, Jesus, that takes forever.
We're trying to figure some shit out. You know what I mean? My name's Joey Rosas. All right, I'm a detective with Daytona. I'm gonna give you my card. All right, so you don't forget my name.
I'm in trouble with what I did?
No. That's why we were trying to.
Am I in trouble? No.
Just call me Joey, okay? And I know that one of the main things you first was worried about is we learned that you're on probation. Right? I ain't worried about. Listen to me. I ain't worried about your probation. Okay? I'm not here to EOP you. All right.
As cops read him his Miranda rights, let's establish the fact that Jakari isn't exactly the brightest bulb. When police tried to arrest him on suspicion of Tellen's murder, he decided to make a run for it and had to be tackled to the ground. So now, on top of murder, he's also facing charges for fleeing law enforcement, and detectives have just one question left. Why?
When you saw the police, what did you think immediately?
I was like, what? Because I just seen a big truck come, and then he just had the stick out already. We all was scared. He never been through nothing like that, so, but I just ran because I was like, what? Scared. Like, I ain't never been.
20 at a time, please.
Like you don't get in trouble or nothing.
Nice.
It ain't no more probation, so I was scared, so I just ran around the house. I just literally walked out of the house, actually. And then that's when they came, and I ran around the house, and it was on the back street, so they said, stop and get on the ground. So I started and got on the ground. Dude came and jumped on me, so I was hot by that.
Okay, all right. So that's why you ran?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You were just scared?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I never seen that shit like that. Oh, wow.
Yeah. What is today? Today's the 28th. Well, let me ask you a question. Jakari, do you have any nicknames?
Kari.
Kari? Kari, I want to talk to you about last Wednesday night. I want to talk to you about that night, right? Do you remember what you were doing that night?
I was with my brother.
Who's your brother?
I was on guard.
Oh, you were with RJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I stayed the night over there.
Okay, on Wednesday night? All right. Did y'all go to the club or anything? Did y'all do anything? All right. Wednesday was the 22nd.
For a frame of reference, the murder happened on a Thursday, meaning detectives now need a clear story from Jakari covering that day, as well as the days before and after.
Okay. My wife won't stop. She won't stop, man. She won't stop. Okay, so you stayed the night over at Garden? Okay, all right. And what did y'all do that night?
She played a game, watch TV.
Watch TV?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, this is why I stream all day, every day, right? It prevents me from going out and being stupid. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
We be chilling. That's like my people. That's my people.
Yeah, yeah. RJ's mom is super nice. You know, she's super sweet. What so throughout the night you guys just played basketball, and what else did you do?
Shit, already is. Then we stayed up to like late. We stayed till like 1 or 2, and then I went to sleep because I had to work in the morning. I had to get up at 7, and I went to sleep. I went to sleep, and I got up at 7.
Okay, so you had to work rooms to go on at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay, on Thursday, right?
Yeah, that day, yeah.
Where do you normally go? Like, where do y'all check in at? Like, do you go to the rooms to go location?
Nah, it's the old movie theater. That's where the trailer and the truck be at. So we gotta go out there. And then we go
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. All right. So Wednesday night you're with RJ. You're over at Garden Street where I met you at today, right? And what time did you guys go to bed? Did you go anywhere from there?
I went home in the morning and then I went to work.
All right. And what time did you get to Garden Street?
Shit, I was over there all day.
All day?
Yeah.
Do you know the time frame? Like, was the sun out?
Yeah.
And then?
Yeah, the sun out, and then just like today, I was there all day.
All right, so you stayed there all day, and then after that you ended up,
Staying over.
okay, staying the night. Where do you normally stay at when you're there?
99, really?
Okay, and then in whose room?
In the den.
Oh, in the den, in the back there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Do you remember what you ate that day? Wednesday night for dinner?
I'm probably gonna eat. I don't eat like that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No?
I don't eat like that.
You and RJ didn't grab anything? All right. Who else was at the house?
Grandma. That was really it. Oh yeah, everybody that stayed, I'm tripping. Everybody that stayed there, their grandma was there.
Okay. All right. And so you stayed there the whole day? You didn't go anywhere? Y'all just kind of played games and stuff like that?
Yeah, y'all be chilling.
All right. Okay. All right. When you're there, since you don't have a license, how do you travel around?
Walk.
You walk everywhere?
I ride the bike, yeah.
Whose bike do you ride?
Shit, I ride Shell bike. That's a friend in the family.
Who?
Shell. Her name is Shell.
Okay.
I ride her bike.
What bike? What does that bike look like?
It's a beach cruiser. It's like gray with black handlebars.
Okay. Anything? Does it have anything else cool to it? Where's that bike located at?
It's in Jeep.
Is that on Garden?
Yeah.
At the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it have, I saw a few bikes out there.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah. Is it the one with the basket that has a thing on the back? It has a basket in the front? You don't remember? Just a beach cruiser?
Yeah.
The dark colored beach cruiser?
Yeah, the gray one.
The gray one? Yeah. All right. When's the last time you used that beach cruiser?
Today.
Where'd you go to?
To the store.
Which store?
Down the street, the red one. Down the street.
What?
The corner store down the street.
The red one?
Yeah, the red store.
Where's that at?
It's down the street from Garden. Right by the car wash.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You might be getting lost in Jakari's scattered story, so let's break down what he's actually saying. He claims he spent all of Wednesday night at his friend RJ's house on Garden Street, playing video games and watching TV until about 1 or 2 a.m. going into Thursday. Then he went to sleep because he had work in the morning delivering furniture for rooms to go. He insists no one else was there besides RJ.
Oh.
You can walk up this gap. Honestly, I can't remember this because I haven't done it in 2 years, but it'll be fine. I just noticed it around here and it's quite self-explanatory.
Yeah.
I just know you knock and fog a jump. To that bit over there.
I put the noggin fogger in my bank, so hopefully we don't actually need it.
We're getting farmed now.
I got it.
Yeah, just jump forward.
This gap here, straight ahead.
Yeah. Just running jump. Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely fucking rinsed. I've had 10. Good RNG. There we go. Bloody hell. And we just run up. It's pretty easy from here.
Sweet.
I'm trolling. Bad. Oh my god. I'm getting absolutely fucking rinsed. I've had 10. Good RNG. There we go. Bloody hell. And we just run up. It's pretty easy from here.
Sweet.
What the fuck? Where'd these guys go? Oh, maybe it's this one. Yeah, here.
I'm trolling. I'm bad.
What's up, Ice?
This the way?
Yep. Just down there. You go straight across. Pretty much.
Nice.
Take so full off here. Straight across. Yep. Just down there. You go straight across. Pretty much.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't expect him to.
Take so full off here. And you can just ride against it. I'm not going to bob us or anything. Pretty much.
Nice.
Take so full off here. Just ride against it. I'm not going to bob us or anything. Pull down.
Nice.
These influencer morons are now bragging about deep.
RJ and his grandmother, and that
Nice.
he never left the house that night. At this point, he is completely unaware that detectives have CCTV footage that contradicts, well, everything. But that is about to change very soon.
So, Jakari, I'm going to be straight up with you, all right? I'm not here to violate you, all right? But I'm always willing to give people breaks. Last thing I want to do is see you jammed up with your probation officer because, listen to me, and I mean this, okay? You're 19, all right? I'm not trying to see you go and, deal with through your probation officer because you ran away. You feel
Because
me?
here earlier, though, he seems interested, but I don't think he's gonna go for
But
it.
you have to work with me and
I'll be
understand
honest.
the moment you're not honest with me is the moment my relationship with you goes downhill. Okay? I respect you. I respect you, and I tell you the truth. Okay? Whether it's gonna hurt your feelings or not, I'll tell you the truth. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay? But I expect the same from you. Okay? Deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And I mean that. I'll help you as much as I can. All right. But you cannot you cannot lie to me.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay. All right. So.
Why? You finna ask me something?
What's up?
You finna ask me something? What happened?
Well, I know you're a good kid. I know this, okay? But there's been a string of car breaks and burglaries and
yeah, a murder.
And let me tell you what I have. I need to ask this question from you.
What?
Were you trying to break into the house?
Oh, no.
What were you doing?
Hell no, that's where my mom stayed. I was going around the RV. She stayed in the RV. I was going around it. I wasn't trying to break in there.
Okay, because see, we get ring camera footage, and when something suspicious happens, we know we know this is you.
Right.
It's clear as day, right? So I'm asking you.
That's probably from the night of the murder, right? Like he's probably establishing like,
That were you trying to break into this house?
Hell no, I promise to God I'm not. Come on, my mom stay in that trailer. I ain't trying to break in no house. I was running around it. Hell no, I wasn't trying to break in no house.
You promise?
I promise to God.
You didn't try to break in this house?
Hell no. I promise. Hell no. That's my mama's trailer right there. She stay in that trailer.
All right.
I swear to God.
Well, I didn't make contact with somebody in the trailer, so like I said, I haven't made contact with any of those people.
Oh, right. Hell no, I ain't never tried breaking. No, I would never do nothing like that. That's my people. That's my family. I trust them. I love them. I promise to God. No.
Okay.
And I never lie.
Okay.
Hell no. I don't even be doing that. I can't do no dumb shit like that. That's just childish. That's why I work. I ain't got to steal for nobody. I just get my own money.
Okay. What were you doing out there? What were you doing out there? Running around?
I was running away after just shooting my gay lover. Something tells me I won't say that.
Do you remember the time? You know the time on that, right? That's early.
I don't know the time.
But I'm saying, that's damn near 2 in the morning.
I don't want to break in shit, though. I want to try to walk in somewhere.
Keep in mind that on CCTV footage, Jakari was seen trying to hide behind an RV like he was trying to ambush someone. Now, his two brain cells will rub together to come up with the worst possible excuse to explain why.
Well, we have to ask that question because we're getting footage of you running up behind a house, an RV.
Right, that's where my mama stays.
Okay.
I don't want to break into nothing like that.
Okay. What were you doing before that?
We were playing basketball. That's all we were doing. We were playing basketball. That's all I knew. We were doing too much. I don't know why I run up and down. I'll probably get a basketball or something. I know I won't break in nobody's house, though. I know I won't doing that. I promise you. And we'll be breaking into people's house.
I know. I have kids your age. I have 5 kids. Okay. You were young. Listen. You have your whole life. You understand that? Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we do things that we regret. Okay? Sometimes that happens. Because we're human. You're young. We make mistakes. You feel me? Jakari, what were you doing before that? What did you do before?
I wasn't doing nothing. I told you we was chilling. I didn't do nothing.
Where at?
On Garden. That's all in the same area. That's right by Garden.
That is?
Yes.
I need to target something first.
What?
Remember what I told you? Remember what I told you? Be honest with me.
Damn. I don't have no reason to lie.
That's at 752 South Carolina, right next to Bellevue. It's pretty
On the
far.
south side?
It's on the south side.
By Soul City where my auntie stay?
Not Soul City. Not by Garden.
But that's my auntie stay on over there.
Okay.
And I was at her house.
Okay.
Too.
Okay.
I have no reason to lie. I promise. I promise you I have no reason to lie about nothing.
Jakari, you don't have a reason to lie.
I don't.
Then tell me this. Why did you just tell me? Why did you just tell me that house in that RV is your family's when I know it's not?
I thought that was my auntie's son.
Then why would you run up there? Why would you hide behind there? Why would you run up there?
I ain't hiding nowhere. I was coming from Soul City.
Soul City's the other way.
Bro, I don't know why I was over there, to be real. Wait, what did you talk about? Bellevue?
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know why I was over there. I don't even remember being over there.
I think you do.
I don't.
Hey.
I'm not lying.
I know. Listen to me. I can't help you. I can't help you if you're not straight up with me.
I'm not.
Jakari. Listen to me.
Oh, this guy is taking forever.
Jakari. I can't help you if you don't tell me the truth.
I'm not lying about nothing, but okay.
But okay, what?
I'm not lying about nothing. I don't remember
What did you do? What did you do prior to this? Prior to that video, what did you do?
Can't do nothing.
What were you doing?
I don't remember. I probably coming from that gas station getting something to drink.
What gas station?
Sunoco.
You were at the Sunoco?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing there?
Getting something to drink. It was hot.
Okay.
See, I got my shirt off.
I do see it. I do see that you have your shirt off. What else?
Bro, that was it. I promise to God. Then I went back to the other side of town by where I stayed.
How did you get to the other side of town?
I walked. How else am I gonna get there?
I just want to be straight with you. I know you did.
Bro, I ain't do nothing.
I know. I know everything.
I ain't do nothing.
Jakari. Hey. Jakari.
Yes.
I know everything.
I didn't do nothing.
It tears me apart. Watching young men and women destroy their life over bad decisions, over bad choices.
Bro, I didn't
No, Jakari. I know exactly what you did.
Bro, what I did? Cause I didn't do nothing, bro. I promise I didn't. Bro, I'm really here for no reason,
Jakari.
Talk to me like a man. I told you I didn't do nothing, bro.
What did you do before this? Before that video, what did you do? Where were you?
Bro, I was at the store.
I saw where you were running from.
I ain't do
Jakari. Jakari.
I didn't do nothing. I'm telling you straight up, bro. I don't believe you, man.
Jakari, how did you get over there?
Whoa.
From where?
Bro, from the south side, I was in Soul City. Bro,
Jakari.
I'm sitting here believing that's crazy, bro. Hey, I'm just joking, bro.
Hey, Jakari. Because I know. I know it all.
And that is a massive understatement. When Tellin was found, officers also discovered his phone about 10 feet away. With permission from his sister, detectives went through it and hit the mother lode. Over 170 Instagram messages between him and Jakari. The messages showed that Jakari had reached out to Telin using a fake Instagram account, pretending to be someone else to lure him into a meetup. He repeatedly asked where Telin was and why they could see each other. At 1:33 a.m., Telin proposed meeting at Oak Tree Circle. Around 1:49, Jakari wrote, "I'm outside." Telin replied, "Same." 2 minutes later, Jakari messaged, "Come to the sidewalk," and Telin answered, "Okay." Telin's final message read, "That's you hiding." Moments later, he was killed. Throughout all of this, Jakari showed a strange obsession with getting Telin to meet up with him. But the question remains, why? Why go so far as to create a fake account, make what seemed like a romantic connection, and use it to lure him into a murder? That's what the detectives now need an answer for.
I know that you rode your bike. I know you rode a bike over Jakari.
Man, I didn't know.
I know. Look at me. I know you rode the beach cruiser from Garden at 12:50 a.m.
I touched floor.
No. And then guess what?
What?
And then I see you again. I see you travel all throughout the city. Hold on.
I'm listening.
Please don't do this to yourself. I'm begging you. Don't do this. I'm here for a reason, and I can help you. But if you're not truthful with me, I can't help you. I saw you on Campbell Middle School. I saw you. I saw you at Forest Glen. I saw it all.
Forest Glen?
Yeah.
My cat's being kind of annoying. She's like at where I normally put my feet, so I'm in like a kind of annoying position right now.
Hey.
Nothing.
Hey. This is your opportunity to tell me your story.
I didn't do nothing.
Your story.
I rode the bike to the store, bro.
But I see.
Oh.
We had cameras everywhere.
Alright.
Jakari, I see where you dumped the bike. I know who you were talking to. I know everything. Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. I told you I would respect you and help you as much as possible. Okay? But the moment you start lying to me, I cannot convince anyone that it was an accident. I can't convince anyone that it was an accident. Right now, it's going based on you being dishonest. I've got video. I've got it all. The whole thing was captured on video. Every bit of this. What? Jakari.
I'm here for running, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. This was crazy, bro. I'm not even supposed to be here.
Jakari, I saw who you met up with that night.
I don't even know about it.
Look at me. I saw it. We saw it.
I don't even know about it, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy you trying to sit there and say this, bro.
We saw it. I just want to know why.
I ain't do nothing, bro.
Jakari.
Come on, bro. That's crazy, bro. You trying to sit here and...
Sit here and what? That I'm trying to reach out to you. Listen to me. I'm trying to reach out to you. I'm trying to reach out to you and help you as much as possible.
Oh, come here.
But you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. You can't sit here and lie and expect me to help you. I can't help you that way. I know what you did and I saw it. I have it everywhere. I can tell you everything you've done. Everything you've done that night, I can tell you what you've done. But here's what I need to know. Why? I just want to know why. Was it an argument? Was it a mistake? What was it? What was it?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. That's what I'm saying. That makes no sense.
I can't help you if you don't tell me your side of the story. I can't help you. Jakari, I have you on video. Okay, there's video. I can tell you everything that you did. I can tell you I have search warrants on Instagram. I have your Instagram accounts. Oh, I know, listen, the ones that you delete, I have it all. That tells me everything, who you are. How do you think we are here? Why are we here? Because, Jakari, look at me. Respect me enough to look at me like I do you. Please. Hey, just tell me why. Why? 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 Did he attack you? Did he attack you? What is your story? I know it's scary right now, but don't be scared. I'm here with you. I need to know your side. I'm here to help you. I need to know your side. Did he attack you? He is a violent person. Did he attack you? Stop. I know you're scared, but don't be. I'm here to help you, but I know everything.
And by help, he means
cops speak for
put you in jail.
You're cooked. Because they have all the evidence in the world against Jakari, and he's about to break because of it, at least partially.
Just want to know why, what happened. We're past that. We're past that. Jakari, we're past that. What happened? They tapped you.
He attacked me, like you said.
He attacked you?
It was an accident.
Okay. It was an accident. Okay. Okay, hey. That's okay. Hey. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, I promise you. It's okay. Tell me your story. I know he's violent. I'm aware of this. I just don't know why. What the?
He tried to kill me first.
How?
With a knife.
He had a knife? So you're protecting yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Why did y'all meet up?
Because he wanted to see me.
He wanted to see you? Okay. Alright. Did you have a relationship with him?
Wait, what did I miss?
What type of relationship was it?
No, he was like a friend.
Like a friend?
I have this quest.
Was he trying to get too close to you or something?
Yeah, and I ain't with that.
And then what was the conversation when you met him, when you saw him that night?
See, I was like, what up and shit like that. And then
he said what? I can't hear you.
I was like, what up? And then he was like, what up and shit like that. And then he tried to stab me.
And then he tried to stab you. And then what did you do then?
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
You shot him? Okay. Do you know how many times? You know? Huh?
Like twice.
Like twice. Hey, we don't want to do this, okay? Alright? I just need to get your story. Okay? Alright, bro.
Jakari's self-defense story falls apart the moment you look at the evidence. He claims Tellin came at him with a knife, but police never found one. Not on Tellin, not at the scene, not anywhere. The autopsy shows Tellin was shot multiple times, 7 to 9 rounds in total, many from a distance. That alone destroys any idea of a close-range struggle. And surveillance footage shows Jakari crouched behind a grassy hill, lying in wait before the shooting even starts. But despite all the lies, his partial confession gives detectives something valuable: leverage to question him about the murder weapon. Because if they can get him to reveal where he ditched the gun, they'll have the one piece of evidence they can forensically tie him to the murder.
I told you I'm not going to violate you. Alright? And I'm going to document the fact that he attacked you. Okay? But I need to know, where's the gun at? Hey, I need to know so at least we have that. So it shows that you're being 100% honest with me.
Yeah, I gotta go find it.
Where'd you throw it? I know you went up the trail and went up the path to Shady.
Yeah. I threw it by garden.
By garden?
No, I ain't threw it by garden. I threw it. No, I ain't threw it in the. No, I ain't threw it by garden. No. I can find it though. I can find it. I should be able to find it.
Where at though? Because this is going to show good faith that you were protecting yourself, because we know of his violent history. You know what I mean?
They're playing into his fucking. My God, dude! Like, you can't trust police ever, bro.
Where did you come?
Holy shit! Like, imagine them doing this on a not guilty person, right? On an actual innocent person.
It's gonna benefit.
This is why some of these innocent people like literally just start saying what the police want to hear so they can get out of there, or they think at least that they can get out of there. And then all of a sudden they're in jail for murder for 10 years, which they didn't even commit.
Garden Street underneath the basketball hoop.
Again, this guy is an actual murderer, by the way. I'm just saying, right? You think they treat innocent people differently? They don't.
No problem. Alright. Do you want something to drink? You hungry or anything? How you feel right now? How you feeling?
I don't know how to feel. I just want to.
Are you scared? A little bit?
I mean, I defended myself. I shouldn't really be scared, but I don't know.
Still.
I ain't never been in a situation.
Why didn't you just come to us and say, hey, this is what happened?
I wasn't thinking like, I don't know, I wasn't thinking. I didn't know what to think.
Alright, let me do some paperwork done.
Looking at the evidence, detectives know his version of events still doesn't line up with what really happened. After a short break, they return for round 2. This time to get a real confession out of him using the Instagram messages he thought would stay hidden.
Alright. When he tried to stab you, what happened to the knife? Did you take it? Yeah. You took the knife? Okay. So, let me tell you what I learned. Why did you create an Instagram account? 2x.
This is an account that I had on the side.
Okay. So I have all your messages between you two. Why would you bring a gun to meet him?
I mean, it's crazy. I know his past. I try something crazy again.
But this is someone you've never met.
I didn't meet him before.
He's never met you.
I used to start with somebody else and then you see me and try to kill me. That's what it was.
Who did you pretend to be?
Somebody named Mario. Something like that. And you see me try to kill me. That was it.
You mean Trey?
Trey, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I know one of the names.
So, you're on felony probation, and you're carrying a gun to meet another person.
So I was scared for my life, but that's the only time though. I don't always do.
But why did you always want to come hang out with him? You were talking to him in a very, and by the way, I'm not judging you by any means. This is preference. But did you like him? And that's okay.
No, I didn't.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're out here now. We're out here.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you know. My son.
Oh, I'm not gay.
My son's attracted to boys, and I'm okay with that. It is what it is, you know. And one of my daughters is attracted to women.
I'm not attracted to boys, man.
So why would you talk to him like this? This is very very nature at some point.
It's just somebody I knew, and then when I seen him, he seen me and he tried to kill me. Because I wasn't who that was. He tried to kill me and then I retaliated.
It's Chromie, doesn't she do the fucking time thing? Yeah, she's the time tiki from retail.
We're here. It's you and me. We're out here. Everything's in the open now. Everything's on the table. Where you and I being honest. You and I are talking.
I felt like he didn't care about my life.
You felt like you didn't care about your life.
Yes.
And by the way, did you secretly like him?
No.
And that's okay.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't at all. I don't get why he tried me. He tried me before.
But he didn't know who you were. He thought you were a guy named Trey Rodriguez.
Oh, because I didn't want to make it seem like it was me. That's all that was.
But why? Why would you do that?
Because if it was new with me, he really would have killed me. Because you know I wasn't like that.
But why would you meet him? Why would you meet up with him? You had every opportunity not to. And you.
I know I still did. I don't know. Like, I wasn't thinking.
If only Jakari put as much effort into covering his crime as he did into hiding his sexuality, he might not have left behind such an obvious trail of clues. Instead, he chose to take the life of an innocent person, all to protect his own ego.
I mean, he didn't even... How close? I mean, what do you think the distance was between you and him before you shot him?
I don't remember.
Not within 10 feet?
I don't remember. I can't remember that. How was I going down, bro? That's crazy.
Right.
Tried to hurt me before.
He what?
Tried to hurt me before.
But he's never met you.
Yeah, man.
How?
You know me from Instagram. He been met me like 2 years ago.
Okay. Did you guys have a friendship then?
Oh yeah, I knew friendship. He thought I was on that and I wasn't. He didn't try to understand that.
From 2 years ago?
So now.
So why would you do what you did to him?
No, it's
2 years later?
They're all fake.
2 years ago to now. Right.
Because you created this account in February.
I don't remember creating an account.
But you talked to him as another person since February. For the past 5 months.
I didn't know that. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that I had that account for that man.
But you were talking.
We're getting so close.
Yeah,
I mean, but like, I guess what I'm asking, man. I guess what I'm asking is.
Hell?
What were you trying to get at? Like, what? You created an account that you reached out to him first.
Someone just ran away from that guy.
Conversations.
Or died.
Everything. Why would you do that?
Because I'm not on that. Like, I don't want nobody to think I'm on that.
Nobody's gonna think anything. This is just you and me talking at this point. Hey, and if you're curious, it's okay. We're all human.
Good action.
Hey, it's okay. I mean that. My
Pulsing
son
blue.
loves who he loves, and my daughter loves who she loves. By the way, sometimes we have things that goes on in ourselves that we want to experiment. We want to experience.
Oh.
I'm okay with that. I can tell you this. From my experience with my own kids and my own experience with this job, I can tell you that I think you did I think you did want more than a relationship with him. I think you did. And I think that you weren't too sure because you weren't too sure because of your friends and other people you hang out with would not approve of this. That's what I think. And I think that your emotions got to you that morning of, and you didn't know.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Try me like how that's really why I've been like that.
He did that on your real Instagram account?
And people like was believing in shit.
He was what?
People was believing it, like I was gay or something, I didn't even roll like that.
Okay.
And it just had me mad and would beat me up and stuff.
And was that on your real personal account?
You gotta delete it though.
Okay. And then you felt like this is like to get him back? To start this account?
Yeah. But it was an accident.
It was an accident? Okay. You didn't mean to do it. It's okay. That's alright.
I didn't mean to shoot him 7 times from a distance. Alright, bro.
Shortly after this, the interview came to an end, and unfortunately for him, everybody found out that he was, in fact, gay. Ultimately, a jury only deliberated for 2 hours before finding Jakari guilty of first-degree murder. Consequently, he was sentenced to life in prison.
Bro, how does this guy get life? While the fucking CP police officer gets 6 years. The fuck? We have a problem with our justice system, bro. Jesus. How many spawn? It looks like a lot. Even better, it's Spalia. Oh, is that it? Pays to be a mage sometimes. Very nice. Yeah, I prefer Polia over Elder Scrolls very much. Elder Scrolls kinda boring. The fuck? Oh, we're so close.
I can't carry anymore.
Swear I'm a vending machine. The amount of times people, oh, water? Yeah, it's fine, whatever, come on. Can I portal? Well, can you pay me a gold? No? Start walking. The water's free, the portal isn't.
It's too far away. I can't cast that yet.
Okay, red bastard's good. He died. Yeah, 3. Yo, he didn't even drop a scalpel. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Damn it. We didn't notice it. Go.
That's still recharging.
Ah! Suck it! Too late. Got him. Fine.
I need to get closer.
Oh, fucking idiot. This poor guy got like stolen again. That rogue is not having a good time. Oh, gotta go inside. Open the what now? Small lock boxes. Oh, this is gonna suck. I can already tell. Do they have shinies on them? Because I ain't seen shit. The devil do these things look like?
is full.
What's going on, Duckers, and thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Decoy live stream podcast. I think it's primarily a Twitch stream now, but thanks for hanging out over here. If you're over on Decaf Decoy on YouTube, or you're the one person watching over on Twitch, I think it's, what is it, Savage Chief and Real Barbit. Yeah, Killinator, glad to see you over here. Saying you're gonna go, you gotta go see your kids. Your kids. What was that? A band recital. I mean, this will be, you can always catch up on this at Decaf Decoy over on YouTube, so I mean, you can miss it, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think my numbers, the reporting here is wrong, but on my end it says 200 over on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, 5 on Kick. I have another platform that's not working, and also, as always, X doesn't do reporting correctly. Like, on my end, it says 0, but I know if you go on the website on X, it'll be like 500. Oh, what's up, Austin family, subscribing with Prime? Really appreciate that. And if you guys haven't already, if you have a Prime subscription, or I'm sorry, you have Amazon Prime, but you don't watch anything on Twitch, if you attach your Amazon Prime account to your twitch.tv/decoy, you can give me a free $5 subscription. I mean, it's free to you. Sometimes it's complicated to set up, so I mean, if you got the time and the know-how, please do it. But otherwise, it's not important. What's up, Super SJ? Yeah, thank you, McCloskey family, for that. Okay, so 12 over on Twitch on my end. Maybe I just need to refresh that thing. Still just says 1 person, but that's okay. I mean, you're watching wherever you are. I'm still trying to figure out a good live stream time, like by Deity saying Friday live stream. Not certain what we're gonna do. I know we've pretty much locked in Mondays, and we've been liking that. It looks like over on Decaf Decoy, a lot of the clips from the live streams are doing well. Like, I think I only have, what is it, over on this is Decoy. If you're following over on Decaf Decoy, we're at 71,000 with 304 watching. That's a number right there. But we have 71,000 subscribers over on Decaf Decoy, so that's pretty cool that we got that many people watching right now on the thing. Yeah, and a pencil for a bat. I feel like this has become kind of my fidget toy, but now it's almost like my trademark, I think. Yeah, we all 304s at some level. Oh, what's up? Oh, Blandish over there on Kick. Thank you. Yeah, starting with my baseball bat, I kind of feel like we've been getting a flow for this. I need to watch Asmongold again. I don't think I've caught him at the beginning of his live stream. Like I say, I'm trying to learn from the best Twitch streamers right now from my YouTube stream too, but I think we just kind of open these things up from just kind of chit-chatting for a while, let people kind of crawl in, and then we start to figure out what we're going to do what we're going to do for the day. Like today we're going to cover the church raiders getting arrested over in Minneapolis. We're gonna cover the latest hoax from the left on how, oh no, another kid got detained by ICE, they're evil. It's another hoax. More BS protests from the left just bothering hourly employees. Tim Walz actually being snitched on and him hiring, I guess he's crowdfunding some attorney fees, and then Governor Gavin Newsom over in California, actually not in California. I'm paying some of the highest taxes in the country, if not the highest, and percentages, and then also he's over, I believe, in Switzerland, talking about getting knee pads for Trump. Like, it is very bizarre times right now. You don't watch Twitch, so you never caught Asmon live. You only watch live content on YouTube, unless you caught Decoy live a few times. Appreciate that. I mean, we're just building up this second channel, because I remember on Decoy, or Decoy Voice as it used to be called, that almost from the get-go would have something like 1,000 live viewers, and we get to 4 to 7K as we went around. But now we're starting to get to like 2,000 on Decaf Decoy, which is pretty awesome to see this community grow. For being governor of California, he doesn't stay there very much. Yeah, for being governor of California, he doesn't seem to care that California is still doing terrible, and it looks like there's going to be another money laundering opportunity for them, so kind of scary. Yeah, the giant pencil isn't great for home defense, especially since it's a plastic wiffle ball bat. It's just for pretty much for show, just for my trademark now. Decoy Voice came from just having not alliteration, Decoy Voice, that's not rhyming either. I had another channel that was decoy oriented. It kind of originated from, like you probably guessed, Metal Gear Solid. I was into that. Decoy, not Decoy Ocelot. Oh, Decoy Octopus? Revolver Ocelot, no. Decoy Octopus isn't a great character, but it's kind of a cool name. I was just going with that, and then we've just evolved from there. It was pretty much I was making a podcast for a friend, my friend's brother. He was a really good speaker, like a public speaker. Like I've said the story many a times, but he's a great public speaker, very good at explaining things, unlike me, who's more like a Joe Biden-esque stutterer. But I was pitching a whole bunch of ideas to him, and the decoy-oriented idea, he's like, oh, that even sounds like a band, so we just went with that, and then unfortunately he got a better job opportunity, and then this just kind of spiraled out of control. Yeah, Gavin Newsom's only interested in running for governor right now. I'm not governor, running for president right now, not what happens to California. Yeah, I saw the new Fable trailer. I didn't play the first Fable. I think that was before I even got a good console, so I'm not really interested in that video game. Yeah, Newsom never lets a money laundering opportunity go to waste. I feel like the Democrats never let an opportunity like that go to waste. Weren't you friends with your friend's brother? Was he lame? No, he's a really awesome guy. I learned a lot with him. We made some pretty good content. I think my editing abilities weren't up to par. My thumbnails and titling, I didn't understand YouTube at all. We were just trying to make a podcast, which it was. As you know, with podcasts, it's very, discoverability is difficult, especially with a no-name guy like me and a no-name face of the show. It took a long time to learn. I think I did that probably for a year. I had a couple different co-hosts on that original show, did it solo, and then just a YouTuber, a guy that gave YouTube advice for free, he just told me, he's like, hey, maybe you should cover, current events, politics, culture, all that stuff, and that just kind of took off for me. Yeah, glass bottle Coke is always better, but I like how RFK and the Make America Healthy Again movement is going to make pretty much all the Coca-Cola in America like Mexican glass bottle Coke. Gavin is good at raising up money. Where the money goes is another question entirely. I mean, I don't even think the Democrats are as good at raising money as we were led to believe. I think they're good at redirecting tax dollars to NGOs, who in turn give it back to them in the form of donations. Yeah, Mexican Coca-Cola is the best. I heard like why everybody says McDonald's Coca-Cola is better, because I worked at fast food chains, actually a lot of restaurants with Coca-Cola. It comes in those little in a cardboard box in a plastic bag, and then it gets mixed up in the vats to become carbonated for you. But apparently McDonald's, they receive their Coca-Cola syrup in steel vats, and apparently that's what makes it better. So yeah, I feel like in terms of ranking, it goes glass bottle Coca-Cola, aluminum can Coca-Cola, and then McDonald's Coca-Cola. Why the bat? Because I can't stop moving. Like, if I swear when I sit down, I get more calmer. And that's what this was supposed to be. Decaf Decoy was supposed to be the more chill version of Decoy, or Decoy Voice, and then incidentally it became the more unhinged, crazy ranting Decoy. McDonald's used steel cylinders for the Coke when you worked there in the 90s, so it's good. Nothing really changed. I mean, I pretty much was off of McDonald's until Donald Trump started working there. Like, he had the one thing. I went back just to support McDonald's because I wanted to get a McDonald's cup in the background, like when I'll have the In-N-Out Burger cup in the background just to support them. Like, I'm not affiliated with McDonald's or In-N-Outs, but I went there just to get a McDonald's cup for the background, say, oh yeah, you know, Donald Trump works at McDonald's, we support McDonald's now. And then I just kind of got hooked on McDonald's again. Like, I love myself a fish fillet, even though it's terrible for you. I love myself the chicken nuggets, and the cheeseburgers are good. And they do the fries pretty good. Yeah, the McRib is good. It's all there. Right now, the junk food I'm currently on is this. Oh, it's not even sealed correctly. This very cheesy Chex Mix. Like, I know this is terrible for me. I'm one of the people that can't process folic acid, and I'm certain if I'm reading through the ingredients right now, I'm probably gonna find folic acid in there. And I had like a handful of this, and it's probably gonna make me a little more unhinged today. Wheat and milk. I feel like folic acid is usually one of the top ingredients. Wheat flour, I think enriched flour, is that the folic acid? I mean, these slap. These are great, but they're terrible for you. Like, they're terrible. They gotta be terrible for me. I'm not seeing the folic acid, so maybe I'm in the... Oh, no, here it is. Yep. Enriched flour, folic acid. So this is something my body 100% cannot produce, and yet here I am, like a filthy addict. No, this is bad for me. I know this is bad for me. I know even being on the computer too much and working as much as I do is bad for me. Yeah, the orange color is questionable. Is there anything that's like orange in nature? Quick, what's the square root of 2 plus x minus 6? I feel like that's not even an equation. Like, you have to have something square rooted, right? It's all made of cheese, yeah. Red dye number 5, yeah, I think that's gone. Hot Cheetos, I think, are going to be a thing of the past. I think even California banned it before RFK did, but I remember my coworkers over in LA gave me, like, the secret snack that nobody talks about. Hot Cheetos are too hot for me, but you get hot Cheetos and cream cheese like you would for a bagel, and you mix those two. It's a stomach ache, but it's a delicious stomach ache. Carrots, oranges are orange, but yeah, what good food is orange? Because carrots, I mean, you have it just so you look sophisticated at a luncheon, but yeah, oranges, no. Cheeses are orange. Yeah, you said you call it puppy chow mix. I remember what was it? Somebody found out on Reddit. They're like, oh, I have my little snack food, and it has like this shape, like a, I don't know. It was like a circle, a triangle, an X or whatever. He's like, yeah, I just realized that my snack, the human snack, must be made at the same place that my puppy chow is made at, because it's cut. It's different, but they're cut in the same exact shapes for both the dog and the person. It's kind of nice that they get to do like a little group activity together, but how clean is clean when they're switching from puppy chow to human chow? A baked sweet potato? I mean, that's... Oh yeah, baked potato, or sorry. Sweet potato, that's orange.
It's
okay,
my aunt, apparently.
I enjoy that. I remember, if you know Korean pop at all, there's that girl, she's a solo artist, IU. She apparently lost a gang of weight real fast, like not good weight loss, but she was having just a a baked sweet potato, a protein shake, and I think an absurd amount of water. That was like her only diet. And honestly, I was on that for a bit. And yeah, I started to like just sweet potato by itself. How do you think canned dog food says new and improved taste? It's because a friggin' human ate it? No. I know that, like, animals, they communicate to us very well on if the food is good or not. Like, what was it, I switched my cat from, like, generic bottom shelf food, and then I heard, oh yeah, blue buffalo or blue animal raw instinct or whatever it was. I switched my cat from just regular food to blue whatever, and my god, he was devouring it. It was amazing. Like, he loved it. But then his litter box smelled horrendous, so I had to get him off that. I ended up finding another cat food. I forgot what it was, but I found a new cat food. He loves that, so yeah, that's what we're on.
Gotta give him dry food.
No,
It's better.
humans actually taste dog food.
Especially if it's an indoor
let's
cat.
look it up right now, guys. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Do humans test dog food? Wait, you humans can and sometimes do taste dog food, especially in the pet food industry? My god, I just learned something right now.
Can I help you?
You say you feel like South Koreans are better looking than North Koreans? Sadly, that's the case. It's just when you have people with access to money, you just end up looking better. Like, what was it? They have images of the Kardashians, like, before and after they become adults, and like, yeah, that version of puberty is called money. Yeah, anybody that has lots of access to money ends up looking better, and that's why when you go to a affluent area, it seems like, oh, the parents and the adults look better. Like, everybody looks better because, not like we have different genes, I think it's just because we have access to better nutrition. Fast food is dog food? I've heard that they say, like, meow mix, dry food, all that stuff is like or fast food to humans. Like, they should have it, but also not all the time. Futz says, I tasted a milk bone once. It was horrible. I think my neighbor one time, like, we had a good relationship with my neighbor, but he got some of, like, you know, the bacon, like the freeze-dried bacon for the dogs, and convinced my brother. He was like, oh, you guys, once we just cooked some bacon, and got him to taste it. And he's like, this is weird. I don't like it. He's like, yeah, it's dog bacon. He's just like, oh, spit it out. It was kind of hilarious.
Meow.
Cat food is good? I don't want to know, man. All I know is just whatever is in these, I bet you I can get my cat to come over here. He can have a guest appearance. If. Here's this bag. I know he's probably under the bed, taking a nap. Maybe he'll just kick through that door and be like, let me in there. Cheddar. Cheddar. Maybe he'll come, maybe he won't.
I expect a fat cat if you call your fat.
Yeah,
if
no,
you're calling
he does
cat.
enjoy this.
If you. Oh my god. Let me try that.
Maybe he's taking his.
I expect a fat cat if you
This
call
is
it
afternoon
cheddar.
nap time right now. Yeah, what's going on here? We're trying to lure a cat into the live stream, but I think that his laziness supersedes his hunger. Friskies.
That
The cat
definitely
named
doesn't.
Cheddar,
My
yeah.
cat's like, I shake the
And I
candy
feel like
around.
I
And
was
it's like,
one of the original people that named their cat Cheddar. I feel like that's a very common name now.
Give it to me now.
He's old enough. He's gonna be old enough to drive soon. That's crazy. Yeah, they love greenies. I mean, yeah. That's the thing is, like, I don't think that he should be eating this many treats, but also he's getting older and kind of thin, and I feel like he just
Okay.
needs to have as much
It's not.
calories as possible. Yes.
Never mind.
Cheddar, stay. I need to electrocute him, I think. Sardines and water? Okay, I can try that.
Open for business.
Yeah, my childhood cat was, he was orange and fat. His name was Acorn. That was a good name.
Leanne.
don't even know my
The other one
cat,
is
you say you
Luna.
can't drive.
She's black and
Maybe he
white.
can.
It makes sense.
I always figured that I would have if I had I have my cat, orange cat Cheddar, and if I just want to go full on like weird crazy cat lady, have an orange cat named Cheddar, have a gray cat named Pepper, maybe like a big fat orange cat named Gouda, or have like a Russian blue cat named Gorgonzola, and I'll have a black cat named Deshaun. That would be really cool. Just very good theming of the cats. Yeah, the homie cats are rare. Like, he's not a lap cat. He's a FU, I'll come by if I feel like a cat. Cats love killing squirrels. I don't think my cat could ever hunt anything. He's too much of a pacifist. Oh, thanks for being over here on the
It's one way of saying lazy.
Yeah, I don't even know. On Twitch it says 21. What is it? What are we actually at on Twitch right now? It doesn't even tell me. 26? It said 34, then it said 26. It doesn't matter. We're doing good. If you have a Prime sub to give me, I would love that. If you have Amazon Prime connected to your Twitch, I'm twitch.tv/decoy. Or watch me over at on YouTube at Decap Decoy. It looks like a lot of these videos, like, you know, 100,000 views, 139,000 views on a channel with only 71,000 subscribers is a pretty good ratio. So if I feel like we're growing, thank you. Whoa, Pacifistic Rage for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, 609 over on YouTube. That's it is. Yeah, base gifter. Thank you. Try baby food for cheddar. Cats love baby food. I have worked with 25,000 cats in my career. It works. I'll try that. I have a new baby niece, and I think she's about to go to food from formula. So maybe I take some of the baby's food and see if he likes it, because we're already struggling. The niece is at the age where she's like in this like weird crawling phase, and it's pretty quick. And thank you, the Reality's Dark, for this Prime sub. But she's in the phase where she can crawl pretty fast, but not as fast as the cat can run. And he's having a hard time like comprehending what this like small human being is, smiling and giggling and coming after him. So it's like maybe if they start to eat together, they can bond with the same cat food. Yeah, you're new to the channel, following YouTube, seeing your content in other spaces. I wonder where. You see Miss Rachel got caught again. I was gonna cover it, but then I decided I don't really care about Miss Rachel. But then, you know, I know babies now that are like in the Miss Rachel like ideal demographic, and it's so sad because she had like something like, what was it, like 20 million subscribers, maybe 8 million subscribers, something like that. All she had to do is just make content for kids, keep her own political biases in her personal life, not talk about it, like not use her platform to try to make babies into activists, and she could just be a multi-millionaire. But honestly, the crazy part about her is allegedly, and this is, I guess it's like, she has a family member that's a comedian. Apparently she likes some posts that was anti a certain religion that you dare not criticize. But she liked the post that was that. She got on her camera crying and tearful. Actually, first she was seen alongside Mayor Mamdani for whatever reason, like, you know, kissing his feet, helping him campaign, or being a part of his transition team. Something to that effect. Got very political in New York City. Liked a anti-this religion post. Cried about, oh my god, I didn't like it. And then someone said, hey, it was them. They were tricking you. They were tricking you into it. So apparently she replied to it like, oh my god, that religion, those people were tricking me. And then she's also being seen with people that are anti that religion in posts before. And then, like clockwork, the left starts collapsing in on her. Everybody's hating on her. She's crying, turning off comments. And then her comedian family member says she's actually of that religion again. So in efforts to fit in with the left, she says, I hate that religion. Well, she's liked posts that hate that religion, has had to backtrack on that, interacted with people that don't like that religion, and then, like everybody on the left, eventually they'll come for her because I think that she's actually part of that religion herself. She deserves it. She deserves it. Just like when Jordan Peterson told Ethan Klein, I like you, don't start to cater to the left, you'll never pass that purity test. She's not going to pass that purity test. They're going to come for her, and she could have been a multi-millionaire, teaching babies the potty, teaching babies the alphabet, being a modern-day Elmo. Whatever. And now she's going to go down as one of the most hated person from both the left and the right because she couldn't keep her activism to herself. Very, very sad, but you know, the left eats their own. It's sad. Here's the thing is, Hala says just own it like Fuentes does. And that's the thing is, I think it's because they try to make other people jump through the hoops of the purity test. You're not pure enough to be on the left. You're not a real liberal, whatever. But the right doesn't care. It's like, okay, I'm going to be imperfect. I'm going to have a weird voice. I'm not gonna have like I don't have the most like education or specialty or whatever. I just own my flaws and my shortcomings. Then you're kind of uncancelable. Oh my god, Decoy had a bad take. Decoy didn't know enough about this thing, so then when he showed up and it was wrong, and then, you know, it blew up in his face and what he said was a lie, it doesn't really mean anything because I'm giving other people grace to be wrong. Therefore, it doesn't matter what I am. But the left demands a purity test for everything, not to only follow people that are 100% correct about everything, but as a way to police everybody's speech to get back into the hive mind. The right doesn't have that problem, the left does. Yep, Decoy's on Twitch right now. She's worth $6.5 to $50 million. I don't doubt it. These large YouTubers, especially in the kids content space, make so much money because if you ever seen a kid on an iPad interact with content, or actually no, I watch my nephew, he will consume baseball content on the television on YouTube, and we'll just sit there, and it's not like I gotta be convincing with the thumbnail, be engaging or whatever. He's essentially watching YouTube of some, like, you know, baseball video that just auto plays to the next video, and as long as he catches the algorithm with what they want, he's not even necessarily watching the whole thing. He's on his phone, he's fidgeting with a toy, whatever it may be, but they are cashing out on that type of content. Burger King mayo
Too bad
is
I hate
addictive.
kids.
Burger King is addictive.
I should make kid content.
No, this might just be in my head, but I love Burger King. I love Carl's Jr. But I think I was getting like sick whenever I went there. It was like maybe just a coincidence, but I'm like, man, I got sick on that day, on a day I had Burger King, and I just started to avoid it. I read all platforms. I got a window right here. There's one platform that only allows their chat there, so hopefully I can build up my Twitch chat so it kind of goes good. But I'm watching all the chats, just sometimes I'm not good at like talking, topic, looking at stats, pushing buttons, reading chat. I'm not gonna catch everything, unfortunately, you know. Still learning. I'll cover all the super chats from YouTube at the very end of the show just to kind of keep the flow better. Yeah, same way with Domino's Pizza. 2 times you puked after eating. I haven't had that, but there's a seafood restaurant. Delicious. Kind of new where I opened up. I went there. I freaking love it. They have like a shrimp po' boy, some good garlic parmesan fries. I went there with friends. Both of them got sick when they had it. I was fine. And the 2 times after I went by myself, I got sick again, and I'm like, wow, that place is like, it's Asian. So is there something wrong with their cleanliness? Likely. So I stopped. Yeah, shrimp po' boy sounds awesome. It is awesome. I'm craving it, but just like my father with Arby's. He said if he ever has it, he gets a stomachache, he gets sick, but it's so good to him, he'll suck it up and have it once a year. That's my level to how badly I treat my my gut bio. I'm willing to say this is so good. I am such an addict. I will have it no matter what. It's so bad. Now, I've never been to Chicago at all, but I do know if you're ever in the Valley in Los Angeles, this is not a paid anything or whatever. I just miss it. I think about it. I dream about it. Over in the Valley, in the shopping mall, they opened this place called D-Town Pizzeria. It's like deep dish. Actually, it's in the name. It's not Chicago Pizzeria. It's Detroit Town Pizzeria. But I guess this is Chicago. It's deep dish, so I'm not fully regarded. But if you're ever in the Valley or there's a D-Town Pizzeria near you, try it. It is amazing. I refuse to drive all the way out to LA to get it. But if I have any of my friends watching this and you want to come visit me where I'm at, I'm very far. Bring me a D-Town Pizzeria. Yeah, deep dish is wild for sure. Like, I mean, that's the thing. It's like Domino's, Papa John's, deep dish pizza isn't going to be as good as, I wouldn't say authentic, but just a place that specializes in deep dish. Here's the thing, everybody talks about that VPN issue. Locks are just a way to keep honest people out. That rule is not going to be able to, like, it's like law enforcement always a step behind of very, very computer savvy people, unfortunately. I don't know how they're going to do it. Yeah, BJ's Breweries deep dish pizza is great. Just in where I was at over in LA, there was a BJ's kind of nearby. After like football games or baseball games, we'd go to it. Worst service, and once they started charging us for parking, I was done. Yeah, I like the deep dish, I like the Pizookie, but I'm just making myself hungry now. But yeah, I'm not I just was not a fan of going there anymore. Yeah, this is a gun-free zone. Kind of interesting on all these mass incidents happen in 2A free zones because it keeps criminals out. If someone's willing to end you with this tool, they're willing to not listen to a sign. I'm sick of all this. They think that they can control criminal behavior with making more laws on law-abiding citizens, not locking up criminals. I'm talking to everybody. I see you guys on YouTube and everything. Making Thai garlic pork. Sounds good. Yeah, the Invicta pencil bat. This is not the official one that's like $400. This is like the I think it's called the yardstick. It's like a T-ball bat, not a T-ball bat. It's a wiffle ball bat. Pretty fun, but again, like I said last time, it's pretty fragile. Me and my nephew were playing for a bit, and within like the first 10 good hits, it's already like chipping off the pieces. So it is what it is. It almost like criminals don't follow the law. Exactly. Yeah, like what is it? They talk about like Etlin Catch, or what do you call the Berettas and stuff. Crazy how in California, I think in the near future we won't be able to buy Glocks anymore. But then I think Governor Chad Bianco from Riverside County said we're gonna bring back or getting rid of, what do you say? Getting rid of income tax and bringing Glocks back. That's like his platform. I think he's gonna win. I think he is literally Chad Bianco after what he did during COVID when Newsom wanted to use him as their like draconian enforcers of COVID laws. He's gonna win based on that because the Democrats also don't have anybody to go against him, and also I don't think that Hilton guy has a chance against him. And also I think who's that business owner in Los Angeles, the developer, Caruso, says he's not going to run. So I think it's Bianco. He's going to win, and it's going to be good. So it's July 1st. They're outlawed in California. Yeah, and it's crazy because it's outlawed because criminals add something to it that make it more dangerous. Or actually, it's actually illegal in most states to do that, or probably all states to do that. But the idea of we can all enjoy something without breaking any laws, but because criminals break laws, I lose more of my rights. Insane. Yeah, he should win based on that. He should win based on common sense, but we need voter ID first. Yeah, Real ID is going to be used as everything for a surveillance state, and Real ID became a joke, like a fucking joke, when me, not born in America, getting a Real ID and even getting a passport was kind of hard. You need these documents that are, if anybody's done it, it's difficult. Like I didn't know where these were. It was kind of you gotta jump through hoops to get a Real ID. Very difficult. Now we're finding out that illegal immigrants are getting Real IDs issued in California, and on their Real ID it says no name given. How the hell you get an ID, a Real ID? They took all my documents from my birth country, and it was a difficult thing. And you can have one with the name no name given. Absolute absurdity. I despise everything about it. Well, you had the passport using instead. I didn't even have a passport, so I was like, okay, I'm getting my passport ready. Might as well get my Real ID because I need some of the same documents. Gotta go to the same place. But then it was like, wait a minute, like the Real ID is garbage. And then I was flying recently on vacation, and a couple people did, like, it says, oh, as of this date you need a Real ID to fly domestically, and now they said, oh, if you don't have your Real ID, all we're gonna do is have a supervisor look at it, and we're gonna charge you like $15. And it's like, so all it takes is $15 to do what illegal immigrants get for free, like it's sad.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, in the thumbnail she looks like a pro, like she's done this before. Yeah, she's a professional career antagonizer. She talked about when she was doing stuff since the George Floyd era. So you know what, let's actually get to the whole thing, because we've been chatting about food for long enough. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get to the first topic of the day, because they're starting to get arrested. It's just the beginning. So many people were blackpilling, saying they're never gonna arrest them. They're posturing, or I think it was the Attorney General Pam Bondi was like, we're going after the church raiders, and then a day later everybody's saying, oh, they're still free. I haven't seen it. Give them some time. They went after them. They're getting all of them. It's glorious. I love the fact that we're finally starting to see the right get into action, as little as it may be. Because you have Secretary Kristi Noem saying, Homeland Security investigators and FBI agents arrested Nakima Levy Armstrong, who played a key role in orchestrating the church riots in St. Paul, Minnesota. And the thing is, like, the St. Paul, Minnesota mayor was on their side, so you needed Fed charges, and they're finally stepping up. She is being charged with a federal crime under 18 U.S.C. 241. Religious freedom is the bedrock of the United States. There's no First Amendment right to obstruct someone from practicing their religion. They were just so accustomed to getting away with whatever they wanted during the BLM riots, they forgot there can be federal charges, and they no longer have a literal sleepy man in the White House. Because first you tried to claim, no, guys, the thing that Don Lemon recorded me doing and posted on the internet for everybody to see, the thing that, you know, her so-called accomplice, friend, I don't even know how to reference this, but the thing that Don Lemon had her doing, it wasn't that, guys.
And I do want to correct something
Definitely
that was said
accomplice.
in the beginning. We did not rush into that church. We actually went and sat down and participated in the service.
We're gonna show in a second. A verifiable lie. We all saw with our own eyes. She saw with her own eyes. She was there, but they're so used to getting away with bold-faced lies, saying, you know what? Yeah, we rioted, we shouted in people's faces, we terrified children. Don Lemon essentially said that was the reason they were there. Oh my God, we're here to terrorize the families. It's a good thing they feel uncomfortable. No, guys, we just went to a church service. We went to church service. It's more convenient for you to believe that, so I'm going to say it, and CNN is just going to spread our lies. Of course, they would normally get away with this.
And after the pastor prayed, that is when I stood up and asked him a question in response to his prayer. And then he responded to me. And then I proceeded to ask him about Pastor David Easterwood.
How many times did they get away with these levels of lying? How many times did they sit there and just nod their heads? Oh, I saw the video. I calmly spoke to this person. We were invited, we sat down, we listened to church service, and then we had a good discussion. It wasn't a riot, it wasn't a raid, it wasn't us saying we're here to make them feel uncomfortable. Everybody nod your heads in agreement, accept what we tell you, not what you saw with your own eyes.
And how is it possible for him to serve as both the pastor and the director of ICE for Minnesota? And instead of responding to me, as soon as I said...
But they're even showing the video of people freaking out, and then, well, it's muted, but they're obviously uncomfortable. They're walking around, you seeing with your own eyes, and they're just saying, oh, just keep believing it, guys. Yeah, Black Lives Matter Minnesota on Sunday. I don't understand how that has to do with this, but I mean, I know that this is the organization, but I don't know how they move from that movement to this movement.
The name David Easterwood, the pastor says, shame. Shame.
Did the pastor say that, or was it these activists shouting at a church service?
And that is
the pastor did say shame on you because they were disrupting the service already.
Again, somebody said it in the last chat.
He said that in response to this freak starting the
so
disruption.
You can't hear them chanting. No, she said that's why we chanted hands up, don't shoot. Someone said, ironically, if that is what Renee Good did, said put her hands up and said don't shoot, she would be with us right now. The idea that also the hands up, don't shoot narrative is from, was it Michael Brown, I'm pretty certain? The autopsy showed you beyond doubt that his hands, he wasn't saying hands up, don't shoot. He was reaching for the officer's firearm. And also the witnesses later on said, oh, when we said we saw that, we actually weren't there. Total fabrication. They keep running with it. Just like the idea that, what was it? Renee Good was just dropping off her kid at school, got confused and was driving home, and some ICE agent lit her up. Yeah. Hands down, cuffs on. Yeah, it's a complete lie. Michael Brown, exactly. Yeah, why are they doing this in a church? Because they hate white Christians. They've openly said it, and that's why they're only targeting them. They're not going to mosques. They're not going to synagogues. They're not going to the Church of Scientology. They're only going after middle-class white Americans, because apparently that's what this is about.
So I want to clarify that. We didn't rush in. We didn't bust in. We were a part of the service.
You were part of the service. We're going to play them contradicting it. But here's the thing. Is they literally thought, I can go on CNN, tell a lie. They want to merchandise that lie and spread it around for us. And now we're not going to prison because, of course, we did the crime. Of course, they're going to use our own cell phone video footage of it. Of course, Don Lemon, the traitor-in-chief over there, is saying, let me live stream this so I can get clicks on my dwindling career. Even though we became our own star witness, CNN will lie for us. So we're going to be okay, guys.
Until I got up and posed that question to the pastor.
All right, and obviously I'm not going to dispute your saying what happened.
I'm not going to dispute you saying what happened. So she's pretty much saying, I know you're lying, but the narrative is not letting me be a journalist. Let's hear that again. She says this lie and says, I'm not going to dispute your side of the story. Journalism's going on CNN. It's terrible.
Until I got up and posed that question to the pastor.
All right, and obviously I'm not going to dispute your saying what happened. I'm merely describing how CNN is describing it. I obviously wasn't in the room.
You weren't in the room, but you can see it. I don't have to be in the room to know
the video is literally
playing.
You
disgusting, you're playing on TV right now.
malicious
you could give a pushback.
skank.
You could say, hey, look, I'm trying to give my viewers the most trusted name in news, so I'm not going to let somebody lie on my platform. The same way CNN oftentimes shows Donald Trump giving a speech, and they say, you know what, we have a journalistic, or was it MSNBC that said this, but it's something along the lines of, we have journalistic integrity, we can't let Donald Trump go on TV and spread lies, so we're going to go ahead and cut him off. They'll do that for him actually talking, but not for this person in front of them.
That moment that you're talking about, and obviously the way you lay it out could dramatically affect things, but the moment you talk about justice.
Yeah, the moment you talk about that, no, she's just out there spreading lies, despite the fact that this is her saying, we were part of the service, and then you have them basically admitting that that was not what it was.
Tell us, why are you doing this?
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there.
Yeah, because they're in church learning about Jesus. They don't expect activists to kick down the door saying, how come there's deportations? How come America, like every other country on the planet, has border laws?
And then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now.
We're here to disrupt business. So she says, we were part of the church service. We're here to disrupt business.
I despise how she talks, dude. That's how we about to go do right now.
Hands up.
Fucking bitch.
Yeah,
and then she's such an evil fucking person. It doesn't help at all. Right?
Demanding justice for Renee.
I mean, I guess regular English wouldn't help either, because it's just an evil fucking,
tell us
again,
disgusting wretch of a human.
This church
right?
service get what they want accomplished.
The accent's just like another step
trying
onto
to
it. Like, Jesus Christ.
from
At least
being
try and act
Christians. It's crazy.
and sound
But here
like a normal
you got
person.
the other guy, the woke farmer.
Mission
who
failed
I still
miserably,
don't know
I might add.
if he is actually a combat veteran, but he's
Going
out there
into a church and just, oh,
pretty
it's
much
so
being their
disgusting
own
to me,
sole
dude.
witness against
And I'm
themselves.
fucking well, I'm agnostic. I used to be massively atheist, but I feel like I'm more agnostic. I can't say for sure, I should say agnostic.
They look pretty middle class to me, but the idea that look at them living their comfortable lives, look at them praising Jesus. We need to make sure they can't do that. It's essentially exactly what they're being charged from. Taking away their religious freedoms because they want something that these people are not capable of stopping. They can't stop border laws. This group of white people in church. But he just wants them to know, we control you. You can't do anything about it.
Children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters.
And again, I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but he's also not doing it either. Like, the more he protests, he's just making like his content for his TikTok or whatever. He's not helping them either. He's just drawing more attention to it, getting more police, federal forces in these areas. But he feels good about it. And here's the thing: so a lot of people are saying. Exactly. My 2 cents says major CTE. A lot of people saying he was not a combat vet. He was like an HR person in a combat zone, so that makes him a combat veteran. Technically, I don't know enough about him. Now that he's been arrested, I'm sure his information is going to get out there. But I either think he's like not really. He wasn't in the trenches. He wasn't infantry. He wasn't like exchanging gunfire with foreign forces. He was either just like an HR guy, like some people are suggesting, or I think maybe he was out there and he has severe CTE, PTSD, like he's not doing well and he needs help more than anything. But I don't know. Because you have him out there saying all this.
All the people in this church, they're living real comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps.
He's just lying. He's making stuff up. They're out there. They're getting dragged into camps. Like, name one. Show me the video. Is it not happening? Because we're going to talk about the hoaxes coming soon with the kid and like the blue bunny beanie or whatever. That's a hoax. Not happening. But here he is merchandising the thumbnail of the hoax that, oh my god, they're capturing kids. So he can sit out there and make his content of how I'm fighting fascism, but he's not actually doing anything. He's just making a fool out of himself and also going to jail. Yeah, he's just a propagandist, 100%. I'm tired of people blaming stuff on PTSD when it's them being idiots. I mean, I'm trying to give everybody the largest stretch of the truth possible. Maybe he was like actually getting shelled, like a insane amount of CTE on behalf of the country, and then he came back all scrambled. It's sad. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying possibly that's it. I don't believe it myself, but I was just wondering, you know.
We disturb their Sunday? Oh no, nobody should have comfort right now while our immigrant communities are afraid to leave their houses.
See, that's what's gonna get him thrown in prison. Saying no one deserves comfort right now. So he specifically went to that church to take away their comfort, to make it so they can't practice their religion because he says so. But then here he is. Oh my God! He was challenging the federal government. Remember, this was before they detained his buddy.
So Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it. And for all the people giving me death threats, threatening my life,
that's sad. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like that's an operation of the left to threaten them. You just want him to get prosecuted with our justice system. We want to have confidence in law and order in our country again. Don't be going after the guy even if he is an idiot.
Go ahead, kill me. Because you know what, as Fred
and that's maybe those threats don't exist. Obviously, I get them too on the internet. It's just part of being on here, even if you are kind of a mild milquetoast kind of guy. But him saying, "Go ahead and come after me," it's like, no, I don't think he actually are. I think that he wants the victim mentality. He wants the victim complex. It helps him it helps him have a stronger standing with his group. Oh, they're after me, guys.
Champion said, you can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution.
Oh, he thinks he's doing something special. That's why I thought maybe he had CTE.
Bitch,
but here he was.
You're just a bum
they're gonna come
shouting at
me,
children.
Then
the revolution! Shut the fuck up, you
on
larpy
Twitter,
fuck.
Before they arrested her, said, okay, check mark, we'll come after you. He's challenging her. She says challenge accepted.
Yesterday, I went into a church with Nakima Armstrong and I protested these white supremacists.
My God, they're just sitting there in church, and now he's labeling them white supremacists. Like when they say they don't call you a Nazi or a fascist or a white supremacist because you are one, they call you that so they can justify harming you. That's exactly what this is.
Pastor of the church is a fucking ICE leader in the city.
They still haven't verified that. They said, oh, we got the wrong one, but it's even if he was, why does bothering these innocent people, how does that help your cause? It doesn't. Yeah, he has a Biggie Smalls t-shirt on. It's weird.
You can see all these pretend Christians, all these comfortable white people.
If he's out there doing all his activism, I don't think that he goes to church as much as these individuals here. I'm just going out on a limb here.
people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps.
So you know, Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it.
Yes.
And then she said, okay, check mark, because they went out and got him. They said, William Kelly's being charged with conspiracy to deprive rights, a federal crime, or his involvement in the St. Paul Church riots. Good. Quick justice, especially when you had all the people, what is it, they call it blackpilling, when they said, Pam Bondi said, we're going to arrest the church, the people that stormed the church, and they weren't arrested the same day. Oh, 1 day's passed, they haven't been arrested, so give them time. They're going to get them all at the same time. They're not trying to let anybody flee. Good. They actually went out there and did it. They actually went out there and got this other girl, Chantel Allen. I don't know who she is, but good. It's spreading out. They're getting all the people involved. They need to see their day in court. But then you have Don Lemon, essentially getting a little worried because his involvement, his encouragement, his knowledge of what happened. Now he's starting to kind of, I don't know.
But trying to tie me as a journalist, to turn me into an activist, and I'm not.
Bitch, you ain't a journalist
at all.
You're an activist, not a journalist, because the entire time you turned a blind eye to Joe Biden in his mental decline. And as soon as Trump gets in office, you start criticizing him for, you know, being too old or going on rants or whatever it is. You're not being a journalist. You're not being objective. You're not giving us information. You're trying to push a political agenda.
He's a propagandist.
You're pushing propaganda.
There's a big
You are an
fucking
activist.
difference.
You are not a journalist. Just because you have a microphone and you have a YouTube channel does not make you a journalist. Again, I find it funny that you have, who's the other guy? Is it Chris Cuomo?
He's essentially a Goebbels character.
Is he the other CNN guy? He does his shows in front of his YouTube play button, and it's sad because it's like...
And in my opinion, a terrorist.
You guys are the face of
for doing what he
late-night
did.
prime-time CNN coverage. And now, you're on the internet next to Decoy. Me, you, Don Lemon, Chris Cuomo, we're all peers now. How sad is that you guys are, your careers are intersecting with me? It is poetic justice. But yeah, no, you're an activist, you're not a journalist.
I was there just simply chronicling.
Propagandist and terrorist.
You were not chronicling what happened.
In my
You're
opinion.
Shoving a mic in people's faces. You were pushing a camera around over there. You weren't documenting it. You were part of it. People were equally afraid of you, and you were out there encouraging it. Because what is it? Rules of an accomplice is what? Knowledge of the crime, encouragement of the crime. There's a physical participation. Seems like he's all the check boxes, and he was out there actually afterwards saying, beforehand, saying, I'm proud of what you activists are doing, and then saying, it's good they did what they did, trying to tell more people, yes, this is what's necessary.
What they were doing, which is what journalists do all the time. But trying to tie me as a journalist...
Yeah, this is what journalists do all the time. I can assure you it is not. But now, he's doing, essentially, what this alleged combat veteran's doing. He's just a couple steps behind.
I stand proud and I stand tall. This is not a victory lap for me because it's not over. They're going to try again, and they're going to try again. And guess what? Here I am. Keep trying. That's not going to stop me from being a journalist. You're not going to diminish my voice. Go ahead, make me...
No. The Justice Department doesn't need to diminish your voice. Your irrelevance diminishes your voice. Like, being propped up on CNN because you checked all the identity boxes for them, that puts you up there. You telling lies, the American people no longer watching CNN, and you primarily, that diminishes your voice. You starting a TikTok where you show people Sonic the Hedgehog memes, diminish your voice. You getting blown out by freaking people on the street calling you out for your nonsense, that diminishes your voice. He's trying to pull a Jimmy Kimmel. Oh my God, the network canceled me because I do stupid shit on television. That's the Justice Department. That's the Trump administration. They're out to get us because everybody wants to hear our voices so bad. We have such valid takes on shit that they had to use fascism to silence us. It's like, no, you're like any YouTuber, TikToker that is past their prime, any washed up musician. It's over. It's nobody's fault but your own.
Into the new Jimmy Kimmel, if you want.
Oh, see, I promise you, I did not pre-watch this at all. Him saying Jimmy Kimmel is so funny because, again, he's the same thing as Jimmy. They're always the victim. My God, everybody wants to watch us, even though their ratings are in the dumpster. It's sad.
anywhere, and I'm going to believe the same things, whether you want to, whatever.
Yeah, well, he's gonna believe the propaganda no matter what. That's his grift. But the American people don't anymore, and that's what makes him powerless.
None of this is about justice.
No, it is about justice, because I see a room full of victims that you guys are proudly mocking, saying they're white supremacists. No, it is about justice. It's about making certain that people on the left nor the right do this, because I'm telling you right now, there will be alt-right, actual white nationalist groups, not the ones that CNN tells you to worry about. I'm talking about people that are actually out there to antagonize others, that are oftentimes assumed to be feds. They will start doing it to the other side, and I don't want that. Freedom of religion should be a thing. Like, let people practice what they want to practice. That's what America's about. Don't let them push it upon people that don't want to hear it. But the idea of, we don't want to set this as a precedence. You don't get your way politically, time to make the churchgoers suffer. We don't want that. So we want justice to occur. I want you to go to prison for the maximum amount allowed by law, because I don't want other people doing it to other groups. I wouldn't want them to do it to me as well. So it's like, yes, this is what justice is. Just because you don't get preferential treatment anymore doesn't mean that it's failed you.
This is about power, and it's about people who are incompetent.
Yeah, you want power, you want to be able to go walk into churches, barge in, start to question people, make people look bad while they're just trying to go to the Sunday service, and you are incompetent at your job, you got fired, and now you are a failed TikToker. You are living the dream journalism career in reverse, but you're trying to make it everybody else's problem. But again, just like the, this guy, where Pine Bondi was like, okay, you want us to charge you? We're going to charge you. It's Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon says, okay. He said, yeah, please charge you, or please arrest me. Okay, they're gonna do it. I think it's just gonna take them a little bit longer, because I think they had that local judge that said, no, he's a journalist or something. It's gonna happen. But apparently from his blue sky that no one's watching, Don Lemon says, my attorney's statement on the DOJ's effort to prosecute me. Oh my God, from whoever, their reported actions to confirm the nature of Don's First Amendment protected work. No, that's not what. No, I can't go in at a bank robbery and say, but I'm a journalist, guys. It's no different than what he has done for 30 or more years. Yeah, the activism, no. Reporting and covering newsworthy events on the ground and engaging in constitutional protective. Should the DOJ continue its stunning and troubling effort to silence and punish a journalist for doing his job, Don will call it the latest attack on the rule of law and fight any charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. Okay, this is nothing, bro. This is nothing. He's just like, come get me. Okay, I'm gonna fight this. No, he's garbage, because he wants the ability to keep on going back. Is this the same incident? I don't know.
What do you think of
Just a harmless Christian here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I gotta go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
Okay, so he's not allowed to practice. Okay, I think this is the same event, because it's the same outfit, I believe. He's got the hoodie and the blue beanie. Yeah, I think it's the same.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
Oh,
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group. Shut up. Just like that one girl in the very beginning who was like, we were a part of the church service. We just sat down. We were invited. I think that other guy, he even said it too. Like, we were invited. We were part of it. He was literally doing the opposite and telling you I'm not doing what you see me doing. It's like, yeah, I can't practice my religion because you're bothering us, you're intimidating us, you're encouraging it. And he's like, no, that's not me. No. I'm not doing what you're watching me doing right now.
What do I have to say?
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this, because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. This is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus, and that's not something that we have to run away from. So this is kind of a bad day for us.
Sad.
But we're going to heaven, so that's the best news we got.
Do you understand that some of these folks feel voiceless?
I don't.
Who cares? Who cares if you feel voiceless? You feeling voiceless doesn't supersede my ability to go to church. Again, he's part of it. He's defending them.
Understand because right now I'm so upset right now. I don't really have I'm thirsty and I can't think very clearly, So what I want to do is just say we love you. My son and I love you guys, and that's.
I'm a journalist. They're activists.
The simplest thing.
Yeah, he's laughing about it because he knows what he's doing.
Say is that we love you guys.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, whoever's.
Because you were part of it. Like he's like, I don't understand. You accusing me of doing what I'm doing
Here in this house.
Okay.
We don't distinguish between Christian and non-Christian. We love everyone, and we want everyone to come to heaven.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. We want folks to go to heaven, and if we need to talk about these things, then, I mean, this isn't the time for that, really. I mean,
But don't you think until we go to heaven, or if you believe in that there should be some sort of peace here on earth, and that people should have agency, and we shouldn't be beating people up off the street,
How does that have to do with anything, right? Oh my God.
we should be abiding by the Constitution?
I think that's just a little bit loaded for me right now.
Yep.
What you're doing.
Why so?
Well, I don't want to interview right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want it.
He wants to go to church. You're like, oh, I'm not an activist. I'm just a journalist. But you can't practice your religion until I get this interview, until I get this hit piece on you.
Interview. I just want to tell you guys I love you. I don't need to interview right now because I want to be with my son. It's Sunday. It's time for rest.
Yes.
And for renewal. I would like to answer your question, but I just can't right now.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he got what he wanted, and the sad part is if he doesn't get charged, he's just going to get this message of, hey, I'm in this irrelevant. Oh, thank you, 556 with the prime sub. I got all the attention. Everybody's talking about me. I'm the center of attention again. This is like when I was on CNN and people were watching me again. I was able to do this. I got all the eyes on me. All I had to do was get a whole bunch of his I don't know if we can call them accomplices. All his buddies are going to jail. He's not going to jail. So what this does to him is to communicate. All I gotta do is find more
That's handy. I don't even
to
need to
do
kill them.
activism,
Yeah.
and I can go with them. I can document it. I can get my social media clips, and then I can become relevant again. Because his need to get recognized.
Maybe I should just
by
run
people,
around
his
here and
need
kill
for
everything until I get
popularity
it.
supersedes the needs of his political side, their freedom. And it's actually, I wouldn't say it's sad, but if you are so stupid, you'll let Don Lemon sacrifice your freedom so he can get a little bit of relevance, you deserve prison. Because he's smart enough to know what he's doing. Because over here, like he's out there trying to tell people crossing over in the country isn't a crime because misdemeanors apparently isn't crime.
Back and saying that they're breaking the law.
That's the point.
Okay, as somebody that
We don't know if they're breaking the law because they won't tell. There's no due process. Where's the evidence?
There's no due process in, no due process out. That's just how it goes. Sorry.
That's the whole point. And if they are breaking the law, most people will say, okay, then they need to go if they're criminals. But if they're not, why
They're
are they
already
being rounded
criminals.
up and sent out? Especially when he promised to
You know what it means to
deport
enter somewhere
the criminals.
illegally? It's the
And now he's-
last part. The last word is like very fucking.
He's deporting the criminals, just like Tom Homan said. If you want us to get the people
clue,
we don't want, we'll
Sherlock.
get them in the courthouse. If sanctuary cities say no, you're not allowed in the courthouse, we'll go out there in the street to get them. Then we'll get the collateral damage, other immigrants that are undocumented that we happen to come across. They use that because they want the bad imagery. They want to use the propaganda. They want to shriek and scream about how bad this is under the Trump administration because they don't actually have a leg to stand on. These are very popular ideals. And not only in America, in every country. I'm sick of them seeing them waving flags over there in Mexico, where you see Mexico enforces their border laws 20 times more harsher than we do.
Not doing that.
I don't think we're going.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah.
So misdemeanor is not
It's not a
crime?
criminal act. No.
Yes.
If you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a
So
criminal
why
act.
get charged at all then? If it's not.
It's a misdemeanor. That's a crime. That just means you
Of
go
course
to
it's
jail
a criminal
for,
act.
You don't go to prison.
Yeah.
You go to jail for less than a year. That's a misdemeanor
Yes.
versus a
Like a
felony.
great
And here he
target.
is being the regard in chief of saying misdemeanors aren't crimes.
Nice.
A criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No,
It's just
we have different
It
levels
is,
of.
that's
it's-
why
I
you're not on
shouldn't say
CNN
crime, but
anymore.
It's
That's why you're on a little microphone with Don Lemon. You on the street with every single starting journalist. This is what happens traditionally. You get signed on at a college, at a news station. You got a small little network that gets barely any viewership. You're not in like Los Angeles, Chicago, New York. You're in somewhere like, I don't even know.
Podunk, Alabama.
Somewhere small in San Diego. I'm trying to think of like some small, tiny little station in the middle of nowhere. You do that, you're on the street, and then you hopefully try to become maybe the what do you call him? The Anchorman covers it. Chat. what is it when you're the news anchor? Yeah, you're not the on the street journalist. You're an anchor, and then you try to get out to like, yeah, you're a journalist over in Fort Worth. Try to get to San Diego, then you try to get to Los Angeles, and then you become like, you know, one of the people on the street, and then you're behind the desk, and then you become a national newscaster, CNN, Fox News, somewhere that's seen across the country, and you're just behind the desk talking about the news, talking about what the guys out there in the streets are doing. Essentially kind of like what Tim Cast or Tim Pool and me do, or the street journalists like Nick Shirley, Cam Sorter, Brendan Gudenschwager, like all those people out there doing what Don Lemon's doing right now. He's lived his career in backwards, and it's not like he's learned, like he's such a specialist. That's why he was the face of CNN. No, he's out there interviewing random people, completely unprepared and not well versed in the subjects he's going to talk about, and she's making him look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, dude's literally some twat.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No,
it's just
we
different
have different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not.
Yeah, I shouldn't say crime because even though it's a lie, and she knows she's got him, it's hilarious.
It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a crime.
Look at this mental gymnastics.
And this is supposed to be a journalist. The guy's a fucking complete utter fucking moron, dude. What an ideological loser, bro.
It was a crime.
Well, we gotta give these people the time of day.
Levels of crime,
no, we don't.
And that's why we treat him. It's like he's just trying. This is what happens when you get the solution before you have the logic. If you always know, hey, Donald Trump is bad, so we gotta figure out how to make what he's doing is wrong. You can't ever reason and rationalize somebody in long-form conversation. You have to be a CNN anchor, one-way conversation. So nobody can go on social media, discuss what you did. Nobody can do like news commentary like right now. Or you can have someone that's even lightly aware of what you're talking about because your propaganda quickly disintegrates. Look at this again.
So it is crime.
No,
it's just
we have different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not. It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act.
What? How can you break the law but not commit a criminal act? That's why he doesn't think he committed a crime by storming in that church. Because this idiot thinks you can commit a misdemeanor. It's not a crime. Well, it is a crime, but it's a different level of crime. That's why it's not a crime. That was literally his mental pathway to get into why this is okay. Maybe that's why he doesn't think he's going to jail for federal crimes.
You're not breaking the law.
The misdemeanor is not breaking the law.
No.
If you're speeding, drinking, get pulled over, DUI.
That's not a criminal act. Well, no. If you're speeding, is a misdemeanor.
No, it's an infraction. You fucking idiot. How did he ever have an audience? If you make Don Lemon a white Christian, overweight white dude, I don't think he ever gets anywhere near front page status on a CNN. It was just his identity. That's it.
So still breaking the law.
Okay, well, if you want to qualify that, we're doing semantics. But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell you is everything is not the same. It's all not one thing.
But is it the law?
What is it? The law that what?
He said he was only going to go after criminals, but he's going after people with misdemeanors. He has nothing to stand on.
Is it a law to come over legally? Is there a law?
There are rules that are processes that you should follow. Yeah, so you're breaking rules. You're breaking the rules, but you're not necessarily breaking a law.
What are laws comprised of? Are they not rules written into the penal code that they have then violated? My God.
So what happens when you break the rules?
Then you suffer the consequences. But the consequences should not. Look.
The consequences should. I'm thoroughly enjoying seeing him getting slammed by two random people on here. The previous face of CNN showing what a hack he is in real time. And you know what? That's why he needs the propagandists to go out there and be activists inside churches, because that's the only content he can make of guys that were like, hey, I was just here with my family, trying to spend time with my son, praising the Lord, and then you guys coming over here shouting, Shane, hands up, don't shoot. We're very confused. I'm gonna go home now. He wants to get that guy off balance because he can't actually have conversations with people that even know the slightest amount of what he's trying to push.
No one is saying no one should suffer the consequences. You guys are getting things mixed up.
He's so irritated. He's like, how come you're not like when I talk propaganda into the television and people just have to agree? It's very sad because under the rules of the Democrats, they think we need to free them.
Yeah, so I want to comment on Nikema Levy Armstrong's arrest. It's a gross abuse of power, and she should immediately be released.
Abuse of power, so we should be able to abuse the power of just storming
Arrest that
churches.
guy too.
Meanwhile, you got Sheriff Grady Judd
Jacob
over in
Frey,
Florida. I think it's
mayor of the shithole.
I'm trying to forget, but yeah. There's a reason that people don't protest like this over in Florida because the sheriff straight up says.
Hello everyone, Sheriff Grady Judd here. I'm standing in a house of worship, and I think about last weekend in St. Paul, Minnesota,
Polk County,
where people who came to worship were attacked. They were attacked by rioters.
Yes.
The service was disrupted.
Yes.
They cut at the very fabric of this great United States of America. We settled this country so many years ago so we could worship free the way we wanted to in whatever house of worship we chose. That attack is unacceptable.
And here's the thing, so you don't have to be a stark right-wing conservative to say, I don't want this to happen in synagogues. I don't want this to happen in mosques. Like, yeah, we don't want them to bring their religion out on the actual streets we drive on. But if they want to be in their churches or their religious buildings, by all means let them have it. I wouldn't mind if he said this inside any a mosque or whatever. It doesn't matter. We want freedom of religion, but then for some reason the left says
you just want
only
attention,
one
you little
group can be
shits.
interrupted because activism takes more precedence over your freedoms.
I assure you that had that attack been in this community, every one of those rioters would be in jail today.
Good.
That's where the federal government could have found them.
I think the thing is, like, Florida probably would have thrown Don Lemon in jail too. That's why Don Lemon's doing it in places where he knows it's going to be okay, because Minnesota or St. Paul, Minnesota is never going to charge him because they're on his side.
On state charges, locked up. And I pray it's that same way all across the United States of America.
It is
enough,
unfortunately.
Is enough. Let's join together for the good of the United States of America.
Yes.
Let's worship the way we want to, and let's everyone renounce the horribleness of last Sunday in St. Paul, Minnesota.
And as we all should. And I love Grady Judd over there. Like, he's the one, I think, that after he arrested some drug dealer, like I'm
wearing their bling.
He was wearing the drug dealer's chain. Like, oh yeah, this is the guy that thought he could commit a crime over here. Or they'll like arrest a guy. It was a guy with dreadlocks. He was like handcuffed in the corner. And then Grady Judd's out there recording himself a social media video. Like, I don't know when Ron DeSantis terms out. I think he's a terrible and running for president, but he's a great ops manager. He's a great governor. When DeSantis terms out, I hope Judd wants to step up and run for governor. The same way that I think, Judd would be a good governor. I think Chad Bianco, the Riverside County Sheriff of California, is going to be a good governor. We're going to talk more about that when we cover Governor Gavin Newsom over in Davos, trying to slam Trump by bringing Trump knee pads. Very bizarre times indeed, but no, I like Grady Judd. I like the idea that law and order should take precedence, because that's really one of the only governmental programs that I like. The fire department, the sheriff's department, sewage, transportation, whenever it doesn't get bogged down with crazy ways to launder money from us. Yeah, Don Lemon's only gonna do this in Dem states. Okay, so DeSantis' term is up this year. I wonder if this is... I don't know if he's playing political games, but I wonder if this is Judge ramping up for a political career. Or maybe he just wants to retire. By all means, he deserves a retirement. If he's been the sheriff for a while, let him retire. I don't know who Fishback is, but okay. People say good things about Steve Hilton. I don't know enough about him, but I just know that I like Bianco for governor. I like Spencer Pratt for mayor in LA. I don't live there anymore, so I can't vote in that election, but I will be telling all my friends about Spencer Pratt. Yeah, I saw I saw Spencer Pratt had an event over in LA, and I'm like, I could shoot over there and give him my support. But then I saw the address and it was on Pico, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not driving. I'm not going all the way over to LA. I'm not dealing with that traffic. I'm not having my vehicle being broken into. I will give him my support. I don't know. Byron Donalds will be the next Florida governor. I think whoever gets Donald Trump's full endorsement will be the next Florida governor.
I can't carry anymore.
Governor Gibson? Like Mel Gibson? I don't know. Yeah. You choose anybody that's not greedy and evil, and that's the sad part is people get into politics because they have that mentality. I think you don't accidentally get in politics if you're not greedy or evil. I trust people that were in the private sector first and incidentally get over there because they want something to be accomplished. Yeah, Florida's a red state, only getting redder. They need voter ID to stay red. Yeah, parking in LA is like parking in San Francisco, except your car's being broken into, and there's no way to like protect us over there. Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna call the local authorities and get them to protect your vehicle? It's like, no, they'll watch your car get broken into because they know if an LAPD copper stops a guy breaking into a vehicle and they get injured while the police officer makes the arrest, that police officer is getting fired. I mean, yeah, you say you never voted all in your life. That's probably because you need to be this thing in here. You need to be inspired by a political candidate. So hopefully there'll be someone that like runs that you can get excited to get in the voting booth for. Yeah, it's good that Gavin's timed out because he can no longer hurt us. It's so funny that you have all these career politicians in LA that have been in power, not LA, California, that have been in power for several decades, and yet somehow they blame everything on Donald Trump in the White House for only 5 years. Yeah, no inspiration. That's the thing, is like, you know, you don't have to be a Democrat or even in New York to understand Mayor Mamdani ran a good campaign. I don't like him. I think he's terrible for the country. I think he's terrible for the state, other than showing the world that socialism doesn't work in America. But the idea is he got people excited about politics. He got people out there to vote. So it's like you need someone like that. Wait, Coke in a glass bottle, nothing better until you add peanuts? I love peanut butter. Love peanut butter. Reese's peanut butter cups are my favorite thing ever. I would never add peanuts to my soda. I heard people adding salt to it. They say that makes it better, but I've never tried it. Imagine cherry Coke in a bottle. Maybe I'll just get some grenadine. And with my live streams, that's like my like treat to myself. I add grenadine to my Coke. You add a whole crush?
Disgusting.
Yeah, just add salt, the same thing. Okay, so that's what it is, just salt. Kimchi? Good lord, no. Kimchi, I eat kimchi, not because I'm Korean, because like I remember I got a stomachache the other day, and I was like, oh my god, like, there's nothing that's solving this. And I had some kimchi for the fermented veggies, like to help the gut biome, and honestly, like within an hour, I felt like perfect. That's the thing, I'm a big fan, like you said, Jack and Coke, they're old friends. I almost exclusively drink whiskey or bourbon, but I don't like it with soda. Like, I love soda. I love whiskey.
For me, it's vodka.
I have a favorite bourbon that I always recommend over everything. But I don't ever... it makes both of them worse to me, I think.
Well, I haven't drank a drop in 3 years, but, you know.
Not into beer. I think it's good that I'm not into beer because I don't need the extra calories. But honestly, I've never been into it. I remember when I was younger, and it's like, you know, freshly 21, my buddy was like really into it, trying to get me to drink more. But maybe I was like, he was a coworker. I think he was like 30 or maybe 29, and I was 21. And I was trying beers with him, and I was like, this is terrible. I hate this. And he was like, no, when you get older, you will learn to love the bitter taste of beer, and it's gonna help. Like, you'll have a bitter day, and you'll want a bitter drink at the end of it. I'm much older now, and I never got into beer at all.
Beer's disgusting.
Hot sauce and popcorn, good lord, no. Ice cream was good with Coke. Yeah, when I worked at a burger shack, it was always the thing we would do. We would just make ourselves like a Coke float. That was good. It's a taste you acquire. Like, I know, like, coffee was an acquired taste. Whiskey was an acquired taste. But just beer, I don't know. Nothing better than ice cold beer after a hot day at work. I don't know. Our taste buds do change as we age. I remember I would only have, like, the... I don't want to say girly, but just like the very sugary for the kids Starbucks coffee, and then I would have a Americano with heavy cream, and eventually I just became Americano by itself, and it's like, no, I actually like the flavor of Americanos. Not even a big fan of milk chocolate, but I feel like when I have an Americano, it tastes almost chocolatey now. That's me getting old. This chat may be hungry for pizza. I'm baking a frozen pizza after this live stream. I have been craving so bad California Pizza Kitchen, and I'm probably gonna end up getting it today, even though it's not like a great pizza.
2-3 different times.
No, he's a fascist. Okay, the ICE agents are the brown shirts. So at this point, he's a fascist. What's being carried out is indicative of a fascist regime. All right, we got into that debate. I said he's authoritarian, but I wouldn't call him a fascist because he's not a guy who's driven by ideology. He's not driven by the ideology of fascism. No, this is fascism. Trump bad. Trump bad. Trump bad.
So I've given Anna Kasparian a lot of credit over the past couple of years for actually changing up some of her habits while she's reporting, correcting badly reported stories like the Kyle Rittenhouse case, which she now admits she was absolutely wrong about for a full year after the case happened, despite the fact that the entire incident was caught on video. And of course, she's changed her position when being encountered with new information on crime, homelessness, and a whole host of other issues that I think are genuinely good for society, because it's good to see people who are on the other side of you not be liars, not be disingenuous, not be trapped in the bubble, and actually willing to engage with information that conflicts with their preconceived notions. However, this particular video that they released on Renee Good's autopsy revealing devastating information is a throwback to the bad old days of TYT. Everything that you could possibly get wrong about this story, they do report wrong, and it's not just Jenk next to Anna saying wrong things, it is Anna as well. So I think it's important that we break this down old school style, and this is what we're gonna do today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay? The results of a private autopsy done on Renee Good sheds more light on the fatal shooting carried out by an ICE agent in which, well, a single bullet likely ended up killing her.
So already, and I mean already, we have something that is completely wrong, inaccurate, not even close, because the results of the private autopsy, contrary to what Anna Kasparian just told you right there, were not actually released. What was released was a press release from the law firm that is representing the Good family in a potential civil case against the federal government, and they specifically say that these are the preliminary conclusions that they're putting out in the media in order to garner more sympathy for Renee Good, in order to increase their settlement options. They explicitly say, and you cannot find this anywhere on the internet.com, that they are not releasing the autopsy report at this moment in time. So we are quite literally getting cherry-picked information, just so you guys know, just so you guys are aware. And by the way, not even listed in the press release is the person who performed the autopsy. Again, from the press release on the law firm's website, the independent autopsy of Renee Good's body was performed by a highly respected and credentialed medical pathologist, and the preliminary conclusions include, and then they list some bullet points. Now, we are going to get into who possibly performed this autopsy a little bit later when we talk about the firm that was retained by Renee Good's family, because they have a pattern of putting out bad autopsy reports in high-profile cases. But before we get into that, let us get into Anna breaking down these alleged results from the press release, not from the autopsy, of the Renee Good shooting.
When the story first broke, all of the reports indicated that she was shot in the face 3 times, but this autopsy makes clear that that wasn't the case. Now, the autopsy shows that Good was shot at least 3 times, sustaining wounds to her head, arm, and breast. 2 of the gunshot wounds were not immediately life-threatening, the autopsy found. One bullet struck Miss Good on her left forearm. Another bullet entered her body in the right breast, but did not penetrate major organs. Now, more damningly, a third bullet struck her on the left side of her head near the temple, the autopsy said, and exited on the right side of her head. That's the one that killed her.
That's what we call a kill shot.
From the side of the SUV.
Now look, we are gonna circle back Jen Psaki style to what Anna said about the shots that were fired, where they connected, and how many shots were fired at Renee Good during the course of this incident in just a little bit. But what I want to point out right here is the Young Turks not telling you the actual legal standard that is at play, which again, if they did tell you that, they'd have no case to make an argument for murder charges because it's clear and obvious what they're saying is absolutely wrong. So obviously there's a lot of focus on the shots fired from the side. And again, I understand why a layman would listen to that and think, well, the cop was out of the way at the time those shots were fired, therefore this is a clear and obvious case of murder. In fact, this is the conclusion that both Cenk and Anna come to based on this information.
What do we say on the first day? So even when we didn't know all the facts and there's a little bit of fog of that particular situation, right? We said, the first shot, we're going to have to see what happened there. You know, it looked
all
like
three
she was
shots within
turning away,
0.7
so she
seconds.
was going 2 miles per hour. It seemed like the first shot was unjustified. But the next two shots were totally unnecessary and no one could dispute it. He shot from the side. And lo and behold, from
0.7 seconds.
to the left, comes out of the right. He
Nothing more, nothing less.
Once she
These people are so disingenuous. This is propaganda. This should be wildly illegal to be this blatant with your lies.
And it was 100% when he was no longer in danger.
However, they never tell you, even though they are in the media supposedly doing good reporting, and by the way, later on they will criticize Barry Weiss for reporting something inaccurately while this segment is loaded up with inaccuracies, that the standard isn't if you fear for your life or immediately when you're out of danger.
Police are using force. That force is going to be judged by what the court says is known as the objectively reasonable standard. The objectively reasonable standard is an objective standard used to judge an officer's actions. Under this standard, a particular application of force must be judged through the perspective of a reasonable officer facing the same set of circumstances without the benefit of 20/20 hindsight and be based upon the totality of the facts that are known to that officer at the time the force was used.
The standard is, would a reasonable officer fear death or serious bodily injury at the time that deadly force was used without the benefit of 20/20 hindsight? And as Nate the lawyer has outlined, this idea that you're counting shots that all occurred within 0.7 seconds of each other in order to determine whether A shot was good but B and C shot were bad is specifically not something that the court allows when considering this.
Seemed like the first shot was unjustified. But the next two shots were totally unnecessary and no one could dispute it. He shot from the side.
But if he fires, you know, but while the car's coming towards him versus the car's already hit him and then he fires, it makes no effing difference.
I
no
agree.
one don't care.
And
can't carry
people are
anymore.
here to start saying things like, well, the first shot was justified, but the second two weren't justified. But I'm like, it's rapid succession. You're judging a 1 second thing and trying to nitpick like, hey, he can't. And that's
like it makes any difference if he fired 1 second earlier or 1 second later in this context.
And again, the reason for this is obvious because you're judging somebody with the information that they had at the time, what they knew at the time, in the moment, in real time, without the benefit of hindsight. So obviously, if the first shot was justified, which the Young Turks kind of half concedes in this particular situation, then the shots that were fired within the same 0.7 seconds are going to be justified as well. Now, it would be another thing altogether if the first shot was fired and then there was some kind of pause where he was clearly out of the way, a reasonable amount of time between the second and third shot, and then those shots were fired from the side. If that happened, you'd have an argument, but all of this occurred within 0.7 seconds, so the idea that you're counting shots is quite literally something that the court has rejected in the past. And I'll link the Nate the Lawyer video that explains all of the case law associated with this in the description of this video.
Because there has been an effort to provide cover for him, and there has been intentional misreporting and misstatements coming from the government. And I'm going to provide evidence for that in just a minute, because we now know definitively that the ICE agent who shot and killed her was not hit by the car. Okay, so hold up. So I can show you the evidence on that in just a minute. But I should also note that this private autopsy that was, carried out at the request of Good's family also found that she suffered a graze wound consistent with a firearm injury, but with no penetration. So there was a fourth shot, but it grazed her. It didn't actually, kind of like how the bullet grazed Trump's ear, similar to that. Okay.
So to Anna's credit, she does eventually say that this is a partial release of a private autopsy by a firm that is representing Renee Good. Now, of course, she doesn't go into detail about this partial release, which is a press release, by the way. It has no medical documentation at all whatsoever. But as you just heard right there, and you might have heard this on social media, there are reports of an alleged fourth shot that was involved in this particular incident, which again just goes to tell me that these people are not actually reading the documents that they're citing carefully, because there was no fourth shot. So Anna's citing a New York Times article, as you can see with this graphic right here, not the original press release from the law firm. And the reason this matters is because when you go to a secondhand source, if that secondhand source isn't careful and you take it as if it's a firsthand source, this is how you get things wrong. This is how you get things inaccurately. This is how you come up with a fourth gunshot that isn't really there in the actual original press release. Again, not in the autopsy, because they didn't release the autopsy. They didn't even release part of the autopsy. They just selected things and worded them for bullet points in the press release. But let's go to that press release. So if we go to the bullet points in this press release, we end up with the following. Point 1, there were 3 clear gunshot wound paths to Renee's body. Point 2, 1 gunshot wound struck the left forearm, causing soft tissue hemorrhage. Point 3, 1 gunshot traversed the right breast without penetrating major organs. Point 4, 1 gunshot wound entered the left side of her head near the temple and exited the right side of her head. Point 5, the breast and forearm wounds were not immediately life-threatening. Point 6, a 4th wound was a graze, consistent with the firearm injury, but no penetration. So look, I understand why people who are reading those bullet points might come away with the impression that there was a 4th shot, despite the fact that we don't hear it on the video, nor do we see a 4th shot on the video. It could be a situation where the sound didn't come through, or there's some reason why what we're seeing and hearing doesn't match what's in the report. But the thing is, if you actually read this carefully, what you ultimately end up discovering is that there were in fact 3 shots, despite the fact that there was a 4th grazing wound. And the reason for that is because the shot that hit the left forearm is the same shot that was embedded in the breast. Let me explain why. So if you look at the photo of the bullet hole on Renee Good's Honda Pilot windshield, one of the things that you will notice is that from the officer's perspective, he was able to fire his gun into basically the rightmost position on the bottom of that particular windshield. And we also know from other videos that the officer had his firearm in his right hand, even though, again, the left side of his body was what was in front of the car and what was at issue and what he was trying to get away from that car. So essentially, we know that he fired the gun at an angle from right going left from the officer's perspective. Now, we all know that Renee Good was sitting in her car and she was facing the officer at the time of the shooting, so her left side is actually to his right side and her right side is actually to his left. And remember, he's firing from his perspective at an angle where the bullet would be traveling from right to left, which means from Renee Good's side, it's traveling from left to right. Now, we also know that her hands were up around the steering wheel, meaning her left forearm was closer to where the bullet would have come from the windshield, and by the way, aligned with her right breast. And by the way, according to the autopsy, the left forearm wound, there's no bullet embedded in there. It said it caused hemorrhaging, which is bleeding, which means that the bullet nicked her on the forearm on the way to the right breast, making these first 2 wounds in the autopsy the same exact shot. Here is a little bit of a depiction that I did with my skeleton. Again, this is not a one-to-one forensic recreation, but it's so you can understand the concept of how the bullet can hit the forearm and then embed in the right breast. By the way, there's no word on the bullet being embedded
Inventory
in the
is
forearm,
full.
it obviously had to go somewhere, and this is the most logical position. So all the claims that you're seeing on the internet.com about 4 shots instead of 3, to me, not supported. 98% certainty those are the same shots in my opinion, which means the graze wound was one of the 3 shots, not a new shot, and of course the temple wound was likely the fatal shot.
We now know definitively that the ICE agent who shot and killed her was not hit by the car. Okay, so hold up.
Now, Anna also claims that they have footage that proves definitively that the officer was not hit with Renee Good's car, which is absurd, asinine, and ridiculous, and by the way, not actually stated in the footage that they show. But then she goes on a rant where she labels the ICE agents, the brown shirts, Trump a fascist, which means I can break out the Trump bad clip.
So, look, the point of ICE is to go in and agitate locally until something terrible happens. And then they double down, and then they quadruple down, and then they do it to more and more cities. Why? Because Trump is an authoritarian, and he loves the idea of the military in the streets. In fact, he's tried to put the military in the streets now 2-3 different times.
No, he's a fascist. Okay, the ICE agents are the brown shirts. So at this point, he's a fascist. What's being carried out is indicative of a fascist regime. Trump bad. Trump bad. Trump bad.
And yeah, I think this is completely irresponsible and terrible rhetoric, because the brown shirts were the Nazi foot soldiers that helped Adolf Hitler get into power, and make no mistake about it, if we were in Nazi Germany, Nazi Germany,
brown shirts is the other side, lady. Your side.
Attacking you,
and she's getting like Goebbels.
in my opinion,
A propagandist, malicious, subversive filth.
Labeling ICE agents who are enforcing immigration law, the brown shirts, in my opinion, that encourages people to commit violence against, resist, hit with their car in Renee Good's circumstance, in order to again fight against the fascism, which just turns up the temperature even more and is incredibly irresponsible and embarrassing, honestly. She also says Trump is a fascist, and then she explains why she didn't believe that before, because she said that he wasn't ideologically fascist. Nothing has changed in that regard, Anna, but you're turning up the temperature here very irresponsibly while simultaneously reporting inaccurate information.
Now, I should also note this, because this is really, really important. So this is a partial release of a private autopsy. So the lawyer's firm representing Good's family declined to release the full autopsy. And results
I wonder
of
why.
an official autopsy that was conducted by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office has yet to be released. So there could be some additional information that we learn in the coming days or weeks, but I wanted to make sure you all knew that this was the release of part of the private autopsy.
Now, while Anna did mention that this firm is representing Renee Good in a potential civil case and that this is a partial release, what she does not mention is that this is in fact the same exact firm that represented George Floyd back in 2020, where they hired somebody to do a private autopsy called Michael Baden, and that autopsy completely contradicted the state's autopsy. And in fact, the contradiction was so bad that they were actually worried the defense was going to use it in order to make the case that the state had no definitive cause of death. And if you guys will recall, Michael Baden ended up basing his conclusion not on what he actually examined, but on the videotape.
The autopsy shows that Mr. Floyd had no underlying medical problem that caused or contributed to his death. This is confirmed by information provided to Dr. Wilson and myself from the family. He was in good health. The compressive pressure of the neck and back are not seen at autopsy because the pressure has been released by the time the body comes to the medical examiner's office. It can only be seen, serious compressive pressure on the neck and back can only be seen while the pressure is being applied, or when, as in this instance, it is captured on video.
Now, if you don't get how egregiously stupid this is, what Baden is saying is that there are no complicating factors in the death, which runs contrary to the Hennepin County official report. And in addition to that, he's actually saying that he can't see any evidence of his diagnosis at autopsy, and he's basing it on the video. This is why at the time, people were dropping articles about how Baden's stupid report could end up undermining the prosecution's case. Now, the reason for this discrepancy between Baden's report and, of course, the official report is that the official report had to stand up to scrutiny to some degree at trial, so it has complication from neck restraint, and that ended up leading to George Floyd's death as the cause of death. But the Baden report has asphyxia because they want to make it 100% the fault of Officer Derek Chauvin, so that way they can get a bigger settlement. And Baden has always been the guy to sell out his conclusions, no matter how absurd they actually are, and this firm has shown a propensity to work with him in the past. If you guys are unaware, Baden is the guy who testified in the OJ case that after Ron Goldman's carotid artery was cut, he ended up fighting with the quote-unquote real killer, definitely not OJ Simpson, for about 15 minutes, again, after his carotid artery was cut, and he did so because they wanted to break up the prosecution's timeline to better give OJ Simpson an alibi in order to get him acquitted. Now, Baden was paid $100,000 in 1995 in order to testify to this ridiculous scenario, and quick correction, I said after his carotid artery was cut, I actually meant after his jugular vein was cut. Got those mixed up, my apologies.
That's even worse.
Regardless, you're not fighting for 15 minutes after your jugular vein is cut. By the way, Baden also argued that Nicole Brown Simpson was standing up and awake, not unconscious. She just happened to not move at all when her throat was cut. Now, a couple of years later, in the civil case, Michael Baden admitted under testimony that he was completely wrong about what he testified in a court of law to in the O.J. Simpson case. Yet despite this disgrace, this is the guy that they bring out time and time again in order to put out these propaganda narratives from a very
try again in English.
Pathologist. Again,
I only speak victory.
Michael Brown was surrendering, even though
I don't speak loser.
Showed the exact opposite. Now, if you read this article, Baden actually hides in the ambiguity here. He says, oh, it could be consistent with the surrender or maybe a struggle. Who the hell knows? I'm just the notable forensic pathologist that's examining this. But of course,
two-time loser, actually. I just realized.
The autopsy report in the Department of Justice report, what you find out
well,
is that
3 times if you look at the state of the
on
nation.
Michael Brown's hand, aka him being burned from the muzzle flash, shows that he was reaching for the firearm when the first shot was fired. It also shows in that same report that Brown was charging at Officer Darren Wilson. Now, the reason this case is also important here is because Ben Crump was a representative of Michael Brown, and guess what? He partners with the firm that is representing Floyd and thus is representing Renee Good. So this is their guy that they always go to. When I do innocence fraud cases, this is the guy that they hire in order to make the case that it's scientifically impossible for the guy who definitely did do it to have done it in order to add some kind of scientific credibility to their case. And while we don't know right now that this law firm hired Michael Baden again in the same way that they hired him for the George Floyd case, that vague description of the author of this report leads me to believe that there's about an 80 to 85% chance they absolutely did, and the fact that they're not even releasing the guy who performed this autopsy in their report, to me, is a giant red flag that's not covered at all by TYT. But let us get into this idea.
The guy thinks I'm a booster because I'm level 58. The stupidity of that is no wonder they lost 2 world wars. Your population's retarded. No offense, Marvin.
Did not actually get hit by the car at all.
Here, the agent's self-view footage shows him directly in front of the SUV, as it's reversing and rotating towards him, initiating a 3-point turn apparently to leave. Law enforcement officers are trained to avoid doing this because it puts them in danger and often leads to the use of force against drivers.
Think I'm gonna
the cell
die.
phone is focused squarely on Miss Good. She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning to the right, away from the agent.
Oh no, she... Oh, no. It's close.
We can make out the agent's body and his arm filming.
Inventory
We
is
can also
full.
see at the same time, he's
Nice.
beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV. Her front tire spins as she continues turning right. Agent Ross is at least a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV, He does not appear to move out of the way.
Okay, so you see how far he is from her vehicle. As, by the way, she's pulling back and turning to obviously flee. It's clear.
So now I want to point you to the front tire and where it's at. The officer's in front of the car, and the tire is pointing at the officer. So now, if you hit the accelerator, you're going to run right into the officer. And as you can see, the person in the car is hitting the accelerator. That's why the tires are spinning. As you can see, the officer has his gun out. The tires are still pointed directly at the officer, and the car is moving forward. Now, at the last second, the tires turn away from the officer.
It's clear. Now, the next video is going to show you whether or not Ross got hit with her SUV. Let's watch.
This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see in multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path. The agent's left hand is still against the vehicle and gripping his phone. We see as he fires, it's recording the clouds and the trees overhead. It's not because the agent is knocked to the ground. The other angle shows he's still standing, continuing to maintain his grip on his phone and his gun, and we see a clear and growing gap between his body and the SUV as he fires a second shot and a third.
Somebody died.
So he was never hit by the SUV.
So Anna and Jenks cite this New York Times video as proof positive that the officer was not hit by the car, even though the video doesn't state that. It says that he wasn't run over, which means we're playing word games right here, where the New York Times, I guess, is interpreting.
Oh, I guess this is not a plane? I thought this was a ghost.
Car, or you have to be knocked down by the car. But in reality, if you listen to what they said his left arm was still on the vehicle as it accelerated towards him, thus he was hit by the car. Now, of course, the Young Turks play games about how, oh, the car was only going 2 miles an hour, as if vehicles don't accelerate from 0 to 60 in a quick amount of time, as if this car didn't speed off after the shots were fired and violently slam into a car despite the fact that it was going slower. They're being absurd and ridiculous, and again, they never mention the legal standard to you on what you actually have to judge this by, because if they did, their entire case would fall apart. Instead, they talk about how many revolutions her wheel made, whether she was churning her intent in her mind of if she was trying to leave or not, as if that's what we're judging on her actual intent in the moment. By the way, they never play the clip of her wife / maybe girlfriend saying "drive baby drive." They just leave that out, and a lot of news agencies cut that audio out. But the point is, she squared up to face the officer on the video from his perspective, from his cell phone. You can see this. Then she drove at him, and it's reasonable for an officer at that moment in time to fear death or serious bodily harm by the threat of the vehicle, because it's accelerating. It obviously can go faster, and thus legally you have a justification for a use of a deadly force response. Now, I've said time and time again on this channel that I actually think police departments that don't allow officers to shoot at moving vehicles that are coming at them have the right policy, because I agree with those departments when they say that doesn't actually stop the car.
Why? What the fuck is going on?
Because Renee Good's car.
Why is my spells not working?
Hit another person.
The hell was that?
Hit another person very easily, because guess what? When you're shot and wounded, sometimes you slam on the accelerator and you don't actually stop, and that creates an even greater danger. So departments that restrict this practice to very limited circumstances, I happen to be on the side of.
You could see that you could step aside. By the way, there is legally, if you can get out of the way of a car, that your self-defense claim is much weaker. You have almost no chance of that working if you could get out of the way of the car. And he obviously could get out of the way of the car, because, by the way, he did.
Also, there's a lot of hindsight going on with the political commentary. Like, oh, you see, the officer could have moved that way, could have done something else. And the law doesn't work that way. It's not about what could have been done. It's what happened. You're supposed to avoid looking back and saying he should have done this. What happened at the time, and was he being objectively reasonable with the threat
Shouldn't it be grayed out then?
However,
It's
even
just
with that
nothing.
being said, the idea that this is not a legally justified shoot because of all these things that they say that are completely contrary to how we judge these cases is absurd, ridiculous, and asinine. Again, the standard is whether or not a reasonable officer would fear risk to their life or serious bodily injury with the information that was had at the time.
What's going on with
without
this
the
lane?
benefit of 2020 hindsight, and that is the standard that we are to judge this person. And again, if you're one of these people that are like, what about the side shots? You have to justify each and every shot. Again, shots fired within 0.7 seconds because the court recognizes that human beings are human beings, not robots, are counted as the same instance. So if he has a justification for the first one, which he absolutely does, then he has a justification for the second and third shot because they were fired in such quick succession. Now again, if there was a pause between shot one, which would have been justified legally, and then the other shots were fired later, then that would not be the case. Then you would have an issue right there. Then you could make the case. But in this particular case, it's 0.7 seconds. So you have to slow it down, pause it, use the maximum amount of hindsight in order to stretch this into something that's chargeable when in reality it absolutely is not.
She's a white liberal, though. She's a white liberal woman. So it's okay, right? It's okay. She's a white
No, it's okay because she drove
so it's okay.
through officers, you stupid fucking. Bro, these people are so fucking reprehensible. We're the disgusting ones. She's like lying through her fucking fake nose right now, dude. She had a nose job. She's lying so fucking hard right now, dude.
Anna ends up
Absolutely
how upset
revolting
she is at
propagandist
the people that are
filth.
mocking Renee Good, saying that she deserved it because she was a leftist woman, because she was a lesbian, or something of the sort. And obviously, I am in the camp where you shouldn't just mock somebody who died in an absolutely pointless and tragic situation. And of course, there's a difference between something being a legally justified shoot and something being a good outcome, because obviously, this is a disastrous outcome, and it shouldn't be celebrated by anyone. Again, this churns up the temperature on ice. This churns up the temperature in the country. It ends up leading to situations where people are more prone to these violent encounters, which puts more people in danger, and again, it accomplishes nothing. This is why I condemn people in the Democratic Party, and Anna Kasparian in this video in particular, for trying to gin up hysteria, saying that the Nazis are coming to get you, because that puts people in a position where they act more like Renee Good when they should just, you know, not try to hit officers with their car,
#comply.
or flee an arrest, which again,
You'll get like a misdemeanor at
under the
best.
impression,
Jesus
which
Christ.
is given to them by the left-wing media, that
Now she got
ICE
shot in the fucking head. And they want more of that, man. Like, you wouldn't be lying about this, like, in this manner if you didn't want more of that to happen.
The egg on Barry
It's
Weiss's
pure
face
propaganda.
when she
These people are
decided to run
propagandist
that
filled.
Stupid story claiming that Ross had to be hospitalized because he suffered from internal
Nobody's
bleeding.
actually this stupid. It has to be malicious.
I saw that story. It got pitched, and I just knew right away. I got like a sick feeling in my stomach. It's that intuition. I'm like, there's something up with this. I don't trust it. I'm not going to talk about it on the show yet. I need more proof.
So I would take Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uyghur's criticisms of Barry Weiss for covering that internal bleeding story way more seriously if they weren't consistently wrong without retracting their bad claims throughout the whole course of this particular story. And let me just give you a couple of examples. So earlier on in this segment,
I kinda want that
said
room
something
called.
about
Fuck.
early reporting making the case that Renee Good was shot in the face 3 times.
When the story first broke, all of the reports indicated that she was shot in the face 3 times. But this autopsy makes clear that that wasn't the case.
But in reality, there was nothing ever to support those
That's
claims.
7.
That
Fuck,
was just
that
put
is
out
1.
there in the media in order to gin up more
So, fuck
anti-ICE
it.
hysteria, because oh my
Oh my
god,
God,
they
come on.
shot an innocent mother in the face 3 times when all she was trying to do was make a 3-point K-turn. That was ridiculous and absurd from the jump, and yet it was repeated by TYT and everybody in the left-wing media because, again, this was the most violent imagery that you could put out there at the time, even though, again, there was nothing to indicate that that was in fact true. She wasn't even shot 1 time in the face. They made that up. They made it up on purpose in order to gin up more anti-ICE hysteria. In addition to that, Cenk Uyghur reported maybe a day after the shooting that Renee Good was just dropping off her kid in the area, and that's why she was there.
Then they say, well, she shouldn't have done this. She should be with her home with her kid. And but she was apparently dropping off her kid.
Even though every single witness, independent witnesses in the neighborhood, other activists that were participating in this anti-ICE action, admitted from the jump, day one, by the way, the Minneapolis PD, who do not coordinate with ICE, said this as well, that Renee Good was a part of the activist group and deliberately blocking off the road.
I woke up to some commotion. I heard some whistles going on out front, so I came downstairs to see what was going on. Wasn't even dressed. And there was a car, the Honda Pilot that's crashed over there now. There's a car blocking the 2 lanes of Portland traffic. I don't know if she was a target. They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do. They wanted to keep her there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was in PD.
Definitely, yeah, that was her goal.
And the reason people were saying that she was just dropping off her kid in the area is because they wanted to give the impression that she had nothing to do with the protest. And many people reported that she just happened to be there and ICE happened to stop her for no reason. She had no idea who those ICE agents were. And then when she tried to pull out, she was shot in the face 3 times. So Cenk never retracted that. He never apologized for that. He never admitted that he was spreading bad information right there. He just threw that out there for the public to consume, even though, again, it was never at all whatsoever backed up by any kind of fact or reality. And in fact, it was directly contradicted by every single witness at the time that he said that. Day one, we understood that parking perpendicular in the road during an ICE operation where there was an anti-ICE protest, where neighbors were reporting that whistles were being blown and their vehicles were being blocked in on purpose. She was obviously a part of that activist group, and yet Cenk was like, no, she was just dropping off her kid when ICE shot her in the face 3 times. Shot her in the face 3 times. Isn't that violent imagery? Get angry. Anna's gonna call them the brown shirts and the Nazis a little bit later, so that gives you justification to lash out violently against them, when again, none of that was true, yet they reported it over and over again. They don't report the standard for justification of legal force throughout any of the segments that they do, because if they did, if they actually went to the court cases and the precedent, they would have nothing to back up their claims. And they're criticizing Barry Rice for running that one story when they've done, what, 10 days of terrible coverage of this, 2 weeks of terrible coverage of this without a single retraction.
So there was a 4th shot, but it grazed her.
I mean, even in this particular video, they're talking about a mysterious 4th shot. I guess it came from the grassy knoll. In fact, if you actually re-examine the video, you could see the grassy knoll right there. That's where the 4th shot must have come from, even though, again, the news article that they're reading it from cites this press release from the law firm, and if you look at that press release and read it carefully, what you find out is that there is no 4th shot confirmed in that press release. So that is just something that they're running wild with. Again, I guess the grassy knoll, it wasn't a single shooter. There was a second shooter that was involved in this situation, even though, again, all the information is discernible, even from the crap press release that they're citing, as if it's an official autopsy, as if it's even the private autopsy, which we do not have the report of. In fact, information is admittedly being withheld from that report by the law firm that's representing Renee Good, because again, these people are trying to get the maximum settlement from the federal government, and they have a track record of putting out bad private autopsies and working with shady characters like Michael Baden. So yeah, Anna, Cenk, this is an absolutely terrible video in every possible way. You never actually talk about the legitimate legal standard for use of deadly force. You're manipulating the footage. You're not even listening to the videos that you're playing, which of course I'm talking about the New York Times video, which says he was not run over, not that he wasn't hit, not that contact wasn't made. And the reason you're doing this is because you're already at your conclusion. You're just working backwards from it. And it's really unfortunate for me to be saying this because again, literal best friend Anna Kasparian is definitely taking a major step back in her coverage, at least when it relates to this particular case. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via support links in the
Darwin Awards! Yes, the Darwin Awards, you heard me correctly. An accomplishment nobody wants, usually when F around meets find out face to face. And boy, have a lot of people been effing around and finding out recently, specifically in Minneapolis. In fact, there's been so many shenanigans going on in Minnesota, it seems to be soaking up almost all of the news stories. What are they trying to distract us from? I don't know. but it has made for some interesting TV. So I figured while the entire city of Minneapolis tries to burn itself down again, why not take a look back in the past couple of weeks to some interesting stories that maybe didn't hit the front page news, but sure did hit the internet's memosphere and subreddits or failed compilation videos. So join me as we break down some of those fantastic Darwin Awards moments from the good state of Minnesota, Somalia, Minneapolis. But first, a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. New year, new me, but the same old finances, let's fix that. Now, I've tried to set budgets in the past, and it was difficult trying to stay consistent. You know me in the house that I had to redo that was falling apart, remember? And boy, was it a pain to manually track every single one of my expenses. But instead of trying to figure out who, what, when, why, and how I was spending it, Rocket Money had a secure link to all my accounts, so it could help me monitor my overall finances. It even automatically tracks my subscriptions and helps me cancel them nice and easy when I want them gone. I can even categorize my transaction with like credit cards or other payments, so I know where I'm overspending. And I get real-time alerts to increase financial awareness, which helps me prevent from overdrafting. Notify me about upcoming bills or cancel those subscriptions that maybe I just wanted a 1-month trial for. So go to rocketmoney.com/angrycops to get started for free. You can also click the link in the description and unlock even more features when you sign up for premium. Okay, what do you say we start off with something just so obviously dumb you really can't defend it? I'm sure people will, but I call this man Cheeto Dust Man. Can you believe it? A young chocolate warrior is out there in the streets when for no reason whatsoever an ICE agent, boo, shoots him in the face with mace. Sorry. But why? Why was this going on? Well, different news articles and people on the internet were saying it's because he's black and ICE is racist, and they just see brown people, and whenever there's a brown person, they shoot first and ask questions later. Just ask the nice white lesbian woman that was just trying to drive over one of them, or away from one of them, or into one of them, whatever. And it's not that I ironically show you this first video where it's just this guy getting dusted in the face and we've got nothing beforehand, because that's what a lot of people got, right? You know, you see our handsome Nubian king just getting hit in the face with orange dust and people got upset. Well, because this is the world of the internet and everybody's got a video camera in their pocket, another angle came out, and wouldn't you know, it showed us like a couple of seconds, just a couple seconds, before he got shot in the face with that orange mace. Let's look at that, shall we? You see that right there? That's called a no-no. You see, what's happened here as Wakanda Forever is decided to grab the ICE agent's firearm, which, despite local memes saying that you pay for officers' firearms so you can take them, you know, technically they're yours, you paid for them. Not exactly the case. And the moment that the ICE agent realizes, oh my gosh, this guy's grabbing my firearm, Prince T'Challa gets a healthy dose of Cheeto dust right up the snoot. So what did we learn here today, kids? Did we learn that grabbing the firearms of federal officers is probably a bad idea? Yes. Yes, we did. I will say this, though. Dude walks it off like a G, right? You know, you messed up. You can't really say anything. I kind of grabbed his weapon. I guess I overstepped my bounds. I guess I deserved that plume powdered habanero spicy into my nostrils. And then just walks it off like a G. You gotta give it to him. If you're gonna be dumb, you better be strong, right? Did you guys know that somebody put music to this? Starting something off a little lighthearted. That's nice. Time to get into something heavy. Now, put music to this. Starting something off a little lighthearted. That's nice. Time to get into something heavy. Now, if you're a little squeamish, you might want to skip forward. But, as always, if you like seeing the raw, uncensored, sometimes a little gruesome version of these videos, go to Pepperbox, where you'll get to see all the injuries without any blurs, where you'll get to see a little bit more of the gruesomeness. Everybody welcome Caden Rumler to the show. Hey there. Oh, God, Caden, what the... What are you, Caden? We take a little trip down to California. That's right. ICE protests are happening all over, not just in Minnesota, although Minnesota did kick it off. So although the incident happened in Minnesota, there are many other locations that the anti-ICE protests have been, well, going on after the Minnesota event with Renee Good got kicked off. So here we have Caden. in Santa Ana, California, super upset with ICE and at a protest. Now, once I break this down a little bit, I'm sure you're gonna see it a lot more. Because Caden in this video isn't the person originally being arrested. No, you see, the officers are arresting somebody else. There's an agitator, an individual that they want to get a hold of and say, all right, you're the loud one. You're coming with us so we can settle down the rest of the crowd. And what happens is other people will then go to unarrest that individual. Antifa, large protest groups actually have pamphlets showing people that are in a protest how to unarrest somebody that is being detained and arrested by officers. Now, there's different strategies like linking arms or doing a puppy pile where everybody just jumps on and tries to smother everybody and the officers just want to get out of there and that person can slip away. But nonetheless, every time that somebody's drug across a line in order to be arrested, there's usually individuals there that try to obstruct that arrest. That's where Caden comes in. Caden comes up with Zim Zair's air horn, looking like she's going to prevent the arrest from happening. And that's when the officer decides to deploy his less than lethal pepper ball gun. Just like a paintball gun, except it's got little pepper balls in it that have capsaicin in it. Now, pepper balls aren't just a great deterrent because they make you cough and make your eyes water and make your mouth and nose and lungs sting a little bit from the capsaicin that's in the air. It also sucks getting struck by one of those things if you're not wearing bulky clothing. You ever get a paintball gun and have your little brother run up and try to not get hit with it and you light him up? There's 30 welts across his body? Yeah. Deadly? No. Uncomfortable? Heck yeah. But unfortunately for Caden, no body shots. Straight to the dome. Now you'll notice Caden goes down right away holding her head. Well, that's because Caden got shot in the eye with one of the pepper balls. And per Caden, unfortunately that eye is no longer working.
Everyone else, yes, I will be blind for life.
Now, it is unfortunate that Caden got injured. That's not the place. We don't want anybody to get hurt or maimed or get shot, right? That's the point of less lethals, to provide distance and protection for us and the people we're arresting to disperse crowds in a safe manner that prevents loss of life. But unfortunately, that doesn't guarantee that you're gonna walk away without being injured. And unfortunately for the rest of us, it also means that Caden is now gonna go on every news channel with her patchy beard, TRT, and busted eye, looking for sympathy points. Now, I'm not gonna leave you on something as depressing as a one-eyed trans kid with a patchy beard and TRT sounding as if they've talked through a kazoo.
They said my globe was ruptured. I had my lower lid was cut up and they had to take skin from my temple to fix it.
No, we won't end there. I'm gonna give you something that we can all make fun of. Furries! Now, I would just like to point out how absolutely hysterical this video is to me. I'll play it once, and then we can do a breakdown together. Sound good? All right, let's watch. Let me share with you why I find this absolutely hysterical and why you should too. One, dude is just dancing in the middle of the street, but he's not dancing for no reason, right? In a furry outfit, which is already interesting. The mouth moves. Like, his mouth moves as he's singing. So you're like, oh, animatronics. This is kind of weird, but cool. It's not just some weird guy in, well, it's definitely a weird guy. But it's not some stationary mascot mask. Like, this guy's mouth actually moves. And then if you look at it, his phone is standing up and he's recording himself. This is going on TikTok. You know what the world needs right now to heal? A guy in a fox mask, dancing around and singing with his movable mouth at a protest with officers around. That's what the world needs right now. Furries are gonna bring this world together, or make it fall. Probably the second one. Either way, I'm here for it. So let's paint that picture again. Guy dancing, mask, mouth moving, phone set up. A whimsical moment in life, except the background. It's like 5 officers, just Terminator walking towards him. Oh my God. I just feel like the music should be,
I love to sing about the moon and the June and the spring. I love to sing about a sky.
But then the background is just. So it's like the foreground does not match the background. Imagine a tap dancer as a nuclear bomb goes off. Or a guy doing magic to kids as there's like a firing squad shooting a guy in the background. It don't make sense. I think you can hear him go, "Ah," as he gets grabbed from behind. And then one of my favorite parts ever is there's this guy in this gray bubble jacket just vehemently screaming, "You
I can't carry it anymore."
Like, listen, fascism, bad, right? You could probably attribute a lot of things as to being quote-unquote fascist, right? They're arresting a furry for dancing. This guy's screaming like these officers just dropped Rosa Parks after she refused to go to the back of the bus. This guy's just like dancing, and they're like, all right, we've had enough. And this guy's so high on his own piss, he's like, fascist. Veins go, oh, God. I mean, if fascism is arresting a furry dancing in the middle of the street, like, that's the softest version of fascism I've ever seen. It's almost like it's a pro-fascist video. Hey, we're fascists. We've gotten a bad rap. But here's what fascism can do for you. And it's just them arresting the furries and putting them in camps. Oh my God, I love this video so much. All right, I think we'll end it there. Best way to support the channel is get yourself a shirt. Jump Out Boys! Hey, are you a Jump Out Boy, which is like every cop now having to jump out of their car and just stop riots and grab people trying to protest in a very violent manner? Get your buddy who's a Jump Out Boy shirt. Also, new shirt, Party Crashers. You got a friend on the riot squad, you get him a Party Crashers shirt. You show him you love him. Cheapest way to support the channel is leave a comment. Tell me what you feel about all of this. Was I a little too mean to the trans person? Should I have been nicer to the furry? Did T'Challa need to be smoked in the face with all that mace? Let me know. All right. See you next time, weirdos.
With Tyranid Man, Die Hard, Hunt for Red October, and Predator. Even without the Last Action Hero, 13th Warrior, and Thomas Crown affair, he should be a legend, and it's a sin that he's not. Biception. Also, pretending to be adversaries when you're really friends, measuring their dicks just for the benefit of the audience cliche.
What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
Are they really arm wrestling in mid-air? Have you ever tried that? It's nearly impossible. It's like Ernie saw Over the Top 4 months before this came out and couldn't help himself.
General, my team always works alone. You know that.
I'm afraid we all have our orders, Major.
And that f***ing works. Look, if Arnie's team lives by its rules, it turns down this job and we have no movie. So of course they have to accept any and all last-minute stipulations. Arnold, Apollo Creed, Jesse the Body. Man, this was kind of the Expendables before the Expendables felt the need to exist. Also, Arnie and the Body, two future governors, were together in 2 movies this year, including The Running Man. It's like 1987 was giving a terrible warning to California and Minnesota that only Elon Musk could have figured out. But he was only 16 and nobody listened. The best jungle camouflage is face makeup designed to make you look like a wrought iron fence that is halfway through being knocked over.
Who's our backup? No such thing, old buddy. This is getting better by the minute.
What kind of elite crew, Strike Force, Alpha Unit, Ranger, SEAL, Delta Team thing doesn't maybe sort out these details, I don't know, before the mission begins? Okay, if this is eye black to help with glare from the sun, like baseball players,
I didn't do anything and would never do anything to my mother like that. Never in a million years would I ever think to do that.
You're putting on a pretty good show.
A show?
Yeah, you're putting on a really good show.
What's on your mind? A show?
Yeah.
How's this a show?
This is 17-year-old Carlos Hallowell, who's accused of killing his own mother, Denise Hallowell. From an initial look, it seemed as if it were a grim yet straightforward case. However, the detectives had no idea just how manipulative and stubborn Carlos would be, especially after hearing his innocent, helpless voice in the 911 call.
911, what is the address of the emergency? I need someone fast. I need someone. Okay. All right, stay on the phone with me and take a deep breath and calm down so we can get this information. Okay. I'm here. Do you think she's beyond any help? I don't know.
When detectives arrived at the crime scene in Inverness, Florida, they discovered the deceased body of 57-year-old Denise Hollowell lying on the bed with an axe embedded in her head. But even after Carlos caused such a gruesome death of his own mother, his main focus was to try outsmarting the detectives.
So you're calling me a sociopath?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. This is what sociopaths do.
You can size me up all you want. I do have normal feelings. I loved my mom. Ask anybody in this county.
On July 19th, 2019, Denise Hollowell was found dead on her bed with an axe embedded in her head, and the body was discovered by her adopted son, 17-year-old Carlos Hollowell. Denise Hollowell was a special education teacher from Inverness, Florida.
Hey.
Being an adopted child herself, she
Stop licking the
decided to
goddamn
adopt two
bottle.
children,
Fucking drink from it.
Carlos and Angel. Despite her best efforts, she had to let go of Angel due to his troubled nature. Despite Angel being the problem child, keeping Carlos with her turned out to be a mistake that would soon take a grave turn. As Carlos was the only person present at the crime scene, detectives brought him in for an interrogation. But when detectives started interrogating him, they were stunned by how far a teen would go to manipulate the truth.
Oh, man. Hold on, Carlos. Hey, going on, hanging in there, man?
Just trying to accept the fact.
Once again, my name is Detective Ramos, Lieutenant Ball. So, here's what everybody out here, and we're just trying to talk to you, see if you could, help us out and let us know what all took place.
Can I help you?
My mother and I came back from the funeral.
See you around.
And we had lunch together. We had pie together. And the last time I saw her was around 2:30, 3. We both went to our separate rooms to take our naps for the day, which is what we normally do. And then about a couple hours later, I don't remember the time, I hear barking from my side of the house, which is abnormal. My dogs are supposed to be in that little fenced-in area. So I walk out to the front door. My mom's door is closed as always, but she does let the dogs out every now and then while she's taking a nap to just let them go to the bathroom. So the front door was wide open. I figured she might have forgotten to close it. And I looked outside. Our dog, the 2 green gates that you guys walk through, are completely open. Every now and then my mom sometimes does that. She's getting older and she forgets things very easily now. She was. So went to go find the dogs, checked around the property, looking for them. I couldn't find them, so I went to go wake my mom up to help me find them, and then I found her there.
What funeral did you go to?
We went to her friends, Kathy, I forget her last name. It was in St. Petersburg. The whole family was there, close friend families. We weren't directly related to them.
Wasn't the funeral in the morning?
Yes, sir.
What time you guys got down to St. Pete?
Around 11, I think.
What time when you guys left from St. Pete?
I couldn't tell you. We just took off. After the funeral was over, we had brunch and then we left.
Where you guys having lunch at?
Also at the church. I forget the name of the church, but we had all our family was there. We said hi to everybody.
So you got pie?
My mom and I stopped at her favorite place to stop to when she lived in St. Pete to get pie, and we brought him home with us. We both like to eat pie.
What kind of pie was that?
She had, I forget what she had, something fancy. I always eat apple pie, and that's kind of like my mom's and my tradition thing.
Coast, just before we get any further into anything, we don't really know what we've got, okay?
Correct.
So,
I understand.
You know, anytime we talk to somebody, especially if we bring them down here, we read Miranda. Do you know what that is? Your rights?
Yes,
you know,
yes.
Probably seen it on TV. Doesn't mean you're in trouble, doesn't mean anything. We just...
If they read your Miranda rights, get a lawyer, okay? I know every time we watch these type of things, I say that, but it's true.
That's what I am. These two are freaks. They fucking.
Light be with you.
You need something? For the Alliance. See you later.
My old ass, like 9, 10 o'clock roll around. I'm like, yeah. About time we call it a day.
King's Honor, friend.
Where the fuck is this one?
One more to go, boys. 59. So close to 60. 3 more hours.
It's what we do, right? Especially two of us in here talking to you. You know, some people can get pretty uptight about it, you know, so we just want to make sure we read it, you understand it, and you know what your rights are, okay? Yes. All right?
Detectives started the conversation with Carlos to put him at ease, but little did they know that Carlos had already rehearsed his story well.
As soon as you got home, what happened from the funeral?
We ate pie. We both decided to take our naps. She went into her room, I went into mine, and I watched a couple of things on YouTube and fell asleep and got up again and texted people and fell back to sleep. Usually we stay in there for about 2 or 3 hours to give ourselves time, our own separate time throughout the day.
Mm-hmm. Did you talk to anybody at all on the phone?
No, I was texting my girlfriend, some friends about work, and that was pretty much it.
Where you work at?
I applied to the Cove and I was texting some buddies who work there and see if I can get some recommendations and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you were texting your girlfriend throughout the day or after you were taking a nap or?
It was after the funeral. I texted her mainly, and then before I went to sleep for the nap, and then after that I was out.
How long was the nap, more or less?
Definitely slept for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then from there I just kind of like fiddled on my phone playing games.
So you was already awake then when the dogs were barking?
No, that did wake me up. I fell back to sleep. I woke up after about a 2-hour nap, played on my phone and fell back to sleep. Because my mom wasn't up yet. Usually when I hear her being up, then I go outside, but I didn't hear her up, so I'll just let her have her space.
So you're not, when you guys normally take spaces, do your naps, you guys don't talk to one another?
No, it's very common for us. We just like to have our own time throughout the day, because we do bicker and argue when we spend too much time together. So we've learned how to cope with it and just give ourselves space, and we get along fine.
Did you guys bicker, argue, anything today?
No, today was fine. Completely normal day. In fact, it was a really good day. We got pie. That was a special treat. So that was good.
Mm-hmm.
Although Carlos is claiming it to be a normal day, he in fact had an argument with Denise. Moreover, throughout the interrogation, Carlos is visibly restless and anxious. This could be because he's desperately trying to hide the truth, and in doing so is over-explaining himself.
So you walk out, you see no well, man, no well. So you get out your fence, you walk around.
Jesus.
You get her inside the house, you close the door. Then from there, in the little gated area, did you ever leave that area? Or you stayed right there in that little gated area and just called for them?
No, I left. Went down the road because I usually can either find them at the gate or they'll be down to the neighbor's property, but I didn't feel like going all the way down there. So I was just be like, hey mom, you want to help me find the dogs? Because they don't.
So you went up to the front gate.
Correct.
Called them. Firecracker.
Yeah. They didn't come back, so I walked back as well.
And what did you do then once you got back to the house?
I just walked inside and was gonna get my mom up. Wanted to go help me find the dogs.
So then what? You see her? What happened? What was your reaction? What was it that you was trying to?
Originally I was shocked, but then I ran to her, shaked her a little bit, and then I could hear her breathing, and then I just started crying, yelling out, Mom, I'm getting help, called 911.
So when you come back in, was her door open or closed at that time?
Still closed.
It's still closed? So you open the door, see her. How did you call 911?
With my phone.
With your phone?
Mm-hmm.
So you saw her, shook her, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Told her, hey, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was like, I'm getting help. I could still hear her breathing, so I immediately called 911. And the lady instructed me to stay out of the house.
So then that's when you went out the house?
Yes.
You went out to the front door?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened?
And then I just waited for you guys to come, and she stayed on the phone with me. I was still also trying to find the dogs, because I didn't want everybody being all over the place while this was going on.
So you're on the phone with a 911 operator?
Yes.
Out front in a little gated area?
Yes.
And then what she's telling you?
She was telling me, give address, phone number, stuff like that. And then what was the emergency, blah, blah, blah. And then she said, I'm gonna stay on the line with you, trying to keep me calm.
And you just stayed right there? Or did you?
I had to go up to the gate to open it for the deputies to get through.
So the gate was closed then?
Correct. I just walked up, closed, came back.
Up until now, what Carlos said is quite believable. But there is something that really doesn't fit with his story. The barking dogs. Detectives now start to investigate about dogs' whereabouts, and they are soon going to find a huge lead.
So when the dogs got out, the gate was closed when the dogs got out?
Yeah, there's openings through that. They're small enough dogs, they just squeeze right through.
So then you went in, and that's when you came back and said, oh man, the gate's closed. I gotta go and open it. So you went over there and opened it for them?
Yes, because I remember from going up, it was closed. I was trying to get them in as fast as possible.
Well, when did they show up, the dogs?
The dogs?
Yeah.
Halfway between you guys being there, they just came over from the neighbor's property. They got bored hanging out with the dogs.
Which side? They came from the right side, left side?
If you're facing the road, it's on the front side.
So coming out your house, I would have to make a right?
It's Amy Alfred's. They have outside dogs that they go barking.
Mm-hmm.
Amy Alfred. She's a very close family friend as well. She's grown up there with my mom for years.
I am listening.
That's the house where basically Dodge ends at?
Yes.
What about the people on the left-hand side? They kind of almost kind of intersect in your property.
It was the property of Gene and Jim Livingston. They got too old, and now it's their sons, I think. I forget his name. But that used to also be the hangout place, because when they were both alive and there, they were kind of like grandparents, and then when they moved out, just kind of no one really went on that property.
Which house does Rick stay at then?
Rick is on the one, if you're looking at the road to the left.
So where the older couple was at, where the son is moving into now or no?
No, the red gate where the deputies were right in front of, that's Rick's. The gate right before ours, I don't know if it's green or black, but that is the Livingston's, and then there's Amy Alfred's.
Carlos is weaving his story in detail, leaving no room for gaps. But this is a grave mistake. Any normal kid who lost his mother just a few hours ago should be too traumatized to serve such a detailed story.
What did you do after that when you saw her?
I can't guess that.
Shook her, like yelling, Mom, 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 wake up.
She was laying, so when you walk in the room, her back was towards you?
Yes.
And how did you shake her? Like
right on the side, like
on her ribs or something like that?
Yeah, where her arm was laying down like that, just, Mom, you awake, and I could see blood running down her nose, but I could hear her still breathing.
That was the only time you touched her?
Correct.
You didn't like run around the room a few thousand times?
No.
I ran in, shook her, I'll be back.
Yeah, as soon as I ran in and I heard her still breathing, I thought there could be a chance. I ran straight to my room, grabbed my phone, ran outside, called, and then she instructed me to stay outside. But I didn't do anything and would never do anything to my mother like that. As much as we used to bicker and get back at each other, fighting sometimes, and then peace, and then back and forth, and then peace again, never. Never in a million years would I ever think to do that. She's my mom. I was adopted at age 4, and I've been with her forever.
Yeah.
Would never do such a thing like that. And if you're insinuating that, I'm
See you
very
later.
offended by that.
You're putting on a pretty good show.
A show?
Yeah, you're putting on a really good show.
A show?
Yeah.
How's this a show?
And I remember that CPT talking about how your attitude of things were very sociopathic.
Sociopathic?
Which is exactly what you're showing me right now.
It's well known that a sociopath is a person with antisocial personality disorder, a mental health condition that involves a lack of empathy and has an innate desire to be in control. But Carlos losing his cool demeanor and being hyper as he is losing control of the narrative he tried to build, hinting at his sociopathic nature. However, it's rare for a detective to call out a suspect so directly, so it prompts them to lawyer up and shut down the interrogation. So it can be assumed that the detective is intentionally pushing him to reveal his true colors, or has simply slipped up in the heat of the moment.
And you're trying to act like you're upset about something.
Trying?
Yeah.
Okay, how is this trying? That was my mom. My mother.
Yeah. Right.
So trying, how is this trying?
Because you don't feel like normal people feel.
I don't feel like normal people feel.
Yeah, that's what a sociopath has the issues with.
Okay,
But you try to.
so you're calling me a sociopath?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. This is what sociopaths do.
Well, do what?
I've just been sizing you up the whole time. And
Okay.
It's like 100%.
Okay, you can size me up.
You don't have normal feelings.
You can size me up all you want. I do have normal feelings. I loved my mom. Ask anybody.
Why am I not supposed to-
in this county?
Look at her balls.
You think that people that
So
love
fucking adorable.
one another don't do the most extreme things to them?
Not like that. No.
It happens all the time, every day.
Am I not supposed to use my hands? I'm playing my game, yo.
Okay, I would not do that. You ask anybody
She's so
in this
adorable.
county. My mom and I were amazing. We would never do such a thing like that to each other at all. My mom would never hurt me like that, and I would never hurt her. You
Oh, I'm sorry.
call me
Jesus.
a sociopath or whatever you want.
Looks good kill.
I'm sorry for doing this. But you please ask around. Ask anybody. They
We're
will
gonna ask everybody.
Get a good
ask
look at that
everybody.
ass.
They will attest that I would never do that.
And I don't know what kind of son you were to her.
I loved her very much.
But we're going to peel this orange way back and look in nitty-gritty details.
You can, and you'll find that I would never.
Well met.
I don't know who
The
did it.
evidence is going to show us something.
Okay, that's fine, but I would not do this to my own mother.
Well, I'm throwing this out there because this is the time. Like, if you did something, this is the time to tell us. Because right now, you're telling us a story that you had nothing to do with it.
Correct.
Okay? And if later on you come back and the evidence shows us something totally different, and you say, oh, Mom was a terrible mom, and she abused me, and we had a fight, and I did something stupid, you've already laying out this story right now.
Correct.
Which I can scrap. I can scrap that story if you have another story that's the truth. Okay?
This is the truth.
Because now is the time to tell us the truth.
This is the truth.
You remember when I was telling you, especially with the kids, if you don't come forward, you get in trouble, but not as much. But if we
Correct.
find out, remember, that's the same thing. The same thing here. Same thing.
I'm
always,
telling you, this is my story, and it is the truth.
The detective can clearly foresee that Carlos is soon going to change his statement about his mother, but Carlos continues the argument. But what is utterly shocking to see that even in such an intense situation, he managed to take a nap in the interrogation room. As for the detectives, they now know who the real murderer is. All they need to do is indict him. 9 weeks after the first interrogation, in September 2019, detectives meet Carlos again, and this time they have all the evidence that proves Carlos' involvement in the crime.
Well, first we both get out of our dress suits and all that, get comfortable to our rooms. We let the dogs out to go pee one time. For the first time. And and then we sit down and eat pie, let them in, we keep eating our pie, and then we watched whatever was on TV and had a conversation. And that was pretty much it, and then we went to our rooms.
What was the conversation about?
It was about Kathy in the service.
Okay.
Just our own personal thoughts about it. It wasn't anything serious. I think it was mostly just about her when she was speaking the Bible verse. I don't remember the exact Bible verse, but it was just she was getting some things off her chest.
So everything was okay there. So, and then you said y'all went to go take your naps.
Correct.
From there, did you eat anything else other than pie?
Nope.
Did she eat anything else other than pie?
Not that I know. I just went to my room.
So you went to your room, and did you see her go to her room?
Yes, I watched her go into hers, and then as I'm in mine, I can hear her either come back out, I think once, and then go back to her room, but then after that, I was out.
Okay. And you said you were on your cell phone? Did you say that as well, or did someone else? When you went to your room, did you watch TV on your cell phone? You watched TV on your TV?
I had the TV on because I have sports on my TV, and I'll watch something else on my phone, so I always got sports in the background, so I keep updated.
Right, back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you said, about how long do you think before you started taking that?
I don't know, it was like maybe 30 minutes and I fell asleep.
30 minutes and fell asleep? And how long were you out for?
Say about an hour and a half, because I found her and reported around, like 4. And then from there, I was just kind of like scrambling everywhere and I lost track of time.
What happened around 4?
Is when I called it in, I think. I don't remember specific times of what happened.
That's okay. I understand that. So you think you called 911 around 4?
I think so.
It was a lot later.
It was?
Yeah, it was a lot later. That's okay. I mean, it's not a big deal there. All right, so you said you slept, you think, for about an hour, hour and a half?
Yeah, about.
And then, but you were watching TV, your TV was on the whole time when you were sleeping, or did?
Oh yeah, it stays on. Yeah, that's how I fall asleep. I fall asleep to the noise in the background. It's kind of white noise.
So did you wake back up once you fell asleep? When you woke back up?
Could you repeat that?
You said you fell asleep after about 30 minutes of being in there?
Yes.
So you got home around 2:30, 3 o'clock-ish, you think, roughly?
I think so, yeah, around
So 2:30 to 3, 8 pie, so figure what, 4, 4:30, you probably went to took a nap? 4, 4:30, took a nap. So you slept for an hour and a half, half an hour to an hour and a half?
Right.
So when you woke, did you only wake up once, and that's when you heard the dogs barking?
Yeah, I didn't fall back asleep, it was just once. Woke up, heard it, it was like, okay, one of the dogs are out, don't know why.
Carlos continues to try outsmarting the detectives by retelling his version of the story. He remains calm and even manages to smile. But this time, he's more playful with his hands, which is a clear sign of anxiety. And he should be, because the detective is soon going to show him a piece of evidence that will change the course of the interrogation.
And then you went and said you got the dog. Did you, when you got the front yard by the gate, you get the dog? Not by the gate, by your window, correct? Was she still by your window when you went outside?
Yeah, the dog was just yapping around.
It's already sold.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Yeah, because we put our recyclables over there, so they always eat.
Okay. So you just went straight there and then straight back to the front door, or did you walk around the house?
No, I went straight there, picked the park and got one, and then I yelled the other 2 dogs' names. Didn't hear them, so I figured they're already down the road.
Okay, so where'd you go from there?
Went to my mom's room.
So you got the dog in the house, went straight to your mom's room. Okay, and then that's when you found your mom. So you called 911 and you walked outside?
Yeah, the operator told me not to be in the room, so she said leave the premises or out the house. Open the gate, signal down the officers or whatnot, so that's when I stayed out of the house.
Okay.
What can I do for you?
So that's when you called 911. So you didn't go to the backyard at all?
No.
Okay. Now what about...
I could see it though. I mean, it was...
Right, you could see it from the side, but you went back there?
No, definitely. That's why I didn't go. I was like, no dog.
Okay.
It's all one big, like, very visual, and you can see pretty much
You see it's wide open. I haven't been inside, but I can see everything up there. All right, so everything, you never went in the backyard at all? You just went inside, seen your mom. Your phone was already on you at that point?
Yeah, like always, it's usually on.
Okay, and then you walked outside. You called 911.
I called when I was there. I was in the room when I called.
Okay.
Asking him about his 911 call on Denise's phone again and again is just setting a trap for him. When Carlos realizes his mistake, it'll be too late to undo it.
I supply only the finest.
I told them.
The call we do, yeah.
Yeah, I told them exactly what I saw and I was in the room. That's when she told me to leave the house.
Now, what about her phone?
Hers, usually it's down, it's by her nightstand, which is, like, if you're looking at the bed towards the window,
Right.
it's on the right.
If you're looking at the bed.
So if you walk into the room, here's a door, you walk in, it'll be immediately on your left. If you're sitting on the bed.
That's the room where she keeps her phone at?
Yeah.
Did you ever see her phone?
No.
Did you see her phone that day?
Yeah, she was on it. When we got home, she usually just turns it to do not disturb. Very private person. Do not disturb, and then goes in her room and just disappears.
So she'll put it on do not disturb? Usually? Did you see her do it that day?
She had it on, like, the buzz, the vibrate, but I never saw her put it on do not disturb.
Okay. That's common for her?
That's very common. She doesn't like notifications.
And what I imagine.
Later.
And then you call 911. Did you ever go up towards the front of the property at all?
Greetings.
Lakeside or?
6
Yeah,
bitches.
lakeside or the other front towards the road.
Towards the road, yes. She asked me where located, and I told her I had to open the gate because it was still closed for them to get back here. And then, so I ran all the way up there and all the way back. And of course, I was also looking for the dogs, so I had to go all the way up the road to find them, and then come back.
Did you get the dog? Did you find the dogs up the road?
No, I didn't. Once the officers came, I flagged them down, and they heard all the commotion around the house, and they came back, and I kind of got them from the fence, and then some of them came back through the front.
Okay. So they just they got there when deputies got there, basically? The dogs did?
Yeah, they just ran back because they heard commotion and things going on there.
Dogs returned. That's just the two dogs. The other dog was back in the house?
Correct, the other one was
back in the gate?
Yeah, it was in the...
Okay, what was up with the side door? The side in the garage door?
Yeah, I don't know. I was out there like once earlier that day. I had to go get something out of the garage.
When was that?
Before we left.
Was it before you left that morning?
Yeah, and I don't remember what it was, so I might have not closed it all the way, and it sticks, which is it's a very annoying door. It always sticks. You have to take it and fully like yank on it, and even when you do, sometimes it's not all the way closed. So you get. I probably just did a left it. Like, screw it.
Did you go to work on the car when you opened it all?
Which car?
Your car. You told I think Detective Ramos you may have worked on the car when you got home that afternoon. That's why the door may have been open.
Oh yeah, I tinkered on it a little bit because the door's being crunched in. I think I just got some stuff ready and out there.
Home that day?
Yeah, there was just small little things that I didn't really think were important. Like, like the vacuum. There's a vacuum we have with them. And the window. Yeah, and the wind. Well, it's kind of small. It's kind of a dust buster.
Oh, okay.
And the window's cracked in, so there's glass everywhere. So getting ready to clean it, but nap first. Spend time with my mom. It was just small things like that.
That's what you did after you got home?
Yes, after we got home from the funeral.
Okay. What else do you remember you did? You got home and you don't remember you told us?
You specifically, I remember I told Ramos that is the stuff in the shed. I was in the shed previously. We had tree work to do. The neighbors, if you ask them, I'm pretty sure they asked us to remove a tree that fell on the fence. So we had to cut it up, move it, and all that stuff. So I was kind of in there already getting stuff, making sure all my tools were ready to go and nothing was broken.
And you were doing that after you got home from the funeral?
Yeah, just briefly, got out of the car. My mom was taking care of the dogs and such. Letting them out, going in the house, opening things up, and I just went, got stuff done. Okay, this is ready for when we're ready to work. And then marked inside. Just kind of small things that I get done usually around the house when we go.
Anything else you did?
No, that was pretty much it. Just the car, shed, and that's it.
As the detective is asking Carlos minute details of the day, he starts rubbing his chin and running his fingers through his hair, once again revealing his nervousness and anxiety. And just when Carlos thinks he has successfully covered all the tracks, the detectives start revealing their cards.
On your phone itself, it also tracks your GPS locations, so I can track your entire track around your yard.
Movement?
Yes, everything. So, I mean, some of the stuff you told me is true, and some of the stuff not so true.
Like, what's up?
Like where all you went while you were on the phone. Because you were on the phone with 911 for a few minutes, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it tracks everywhere you went the entire time you're on the phone and the entire time you weren't on the phone.
Right.
So as you said, you carry the phone with you everywhere, just like typical, pretty much all young people these days don't leave without it.
So yeah, I was.
Yeah. So it tracks everywhere you went. It doesn't. It says you were down by the lake area.
For when?
At that time, while you were in that whole time frame from when you called 911 on.
I didn't go down by the lake. I could see it. I didn't go down there.
It tracks you all the way down there, GPS, and it looks like a connect the dots the entire way.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember being down there at all. I don't, because there's no reason for me to be down there.
Right.
Everything's in the house or has to be up front because the cops were coming up. Well, the dogs were up there.
Well, just like when you first called 911, so it's not like it's been a few minutes down there shortly after you called 911.
Right.
I know it's stricken apart.
Is that the camera that's hanging up?
That was outside?
Yeah, it's facing towards the.
So does that look familiar to you?
No, sir.
Remember the small cameras you said were in the house? This
Yeah,
camera
just
was
one.
outside here.
Okay, then yeah, that's one of the ones that are facing towards the window.
Guess how many we found?
How many?
How many do you think we found?
One?
No.
There's only one in the house.
No, you know there's one in the house.
No, sir, I know of one.
Did your mom show you the videos of the dogs and stuff?
Yeah, from the one that's facing the door. You can see him watching outside when we roll up. You can see him barking at the door.
There's 3 cameras in the house.
Okay.
I found 3 cameras in the house. I actually found one of them.
Okay.
And then guess what else? What else do you think we could have found in the lake that day? I'm just trying to ask you, just to help me out here.
Yeah, I understand. And I don't know.
You don't know what else we could have found out here?
No, I'm going to assume her phone since she's on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
The voiceover's busted.
I figured I blacked out, but apparently I was working in the yard, woke up down by where the fire pit is, but I wasn't even near the fire pit when I was working. I was working all the way down by the front gate, getting the fence all ready to go, and before we started clearing it out. So I was working up there, and then all of a sudden I woke up.
No, you wanted out. Now you can stay out.
Fireplace.
Okay. Because you know, we went through the whole house. No signs of anybody else in the house but you and your mom. You completely no other signs. So the only person who could have done it would been you. And I understand how that makes you feel at the same time.
The thing is, here's the thing. I want to know. I want to know because I want to know if that I blacked out and did this.
That's right.
That's a quick turnaround. Oh, maybe I blacked out and did it. Oh, you definitely did it, but I don't think you blacked out.
needs your help.
I want to know. I don't remember. I don't remember from being in the garage to then. It's nothing. And I don't remember any arguments, nothing like that, nothing at all.
Well, you didn't argue. You still mad at her for the whole Bryson thing?
No, I accepted that because that was my fault. Since I've come back from living with the Irvings, our goal was to take responsibility for our problems. Like, no matter who. Either my mom messed up and she never wanted to admit it and I was mad.
Need help?
And then we're both mad. Or I messed up and I never admitted it and we were both mad.
Because you're both very strong opinionated.
Yeah.
Strong-willed.
So now it was like we were trying to like back off that because I'm turning 18, I've graduated high school, life started, so we were like, okay, we just need to settle. Because my mom wanted to put me through school, I wanted to go through school, and I just wanted us to work out. That was it.
Nobody else there could have done it. It's just you. Like I said, we've been working day and night, weekends, waiting on evidence to come back. It took a lot of evidence to come back because we have to be thorough. I don't want to accuse you of anything and then it be somebody else. There's no evidence for anybody else.
Right.
And I'm very thorough on that because I don't like ever being wrong.
Right. And I appreciate the way Ramos came at it. I didn't like the other detective, to be honest with you, the one that was with you the first day. He was calling me a psychopath and a sociopath that I don't feel anything. I didn't appreciate that at all, with him making those assumptions before anything was even done. I appreciate the way you guys went through everything.
I'm just telling you, there's nobody else that we could
Right,
show.
I understand, but I still don't remember from the day. If you guys have that concrete evidence, then okay, but I don't physically remember anything.
Anything at all?
No.
You remember, like, even a glimpse during your dreams or anything?
No, because the dreams started from when I wake up in Cedar, and then they just continue all the way through to, like, spurts of the group home or stuff like that.
Because, I mean, all the evidence points at you. There's nothing else. That's why I'm trying to get you to help me out because
I don't remember anything. We didn't have any fights, and that's the thing. That's why I panicked the most, because I specifically remember being in the garage with the sharpening iron.
Right.
Sharpening the axe. Like, getting it ready to go. I even went out to go look at the fence line, hopped the fence, looked at the tree, blah, blah, blah. Did all that normal routine. Gotta figure out, okay, where am I cutting? What am I cutting? And then what part of the fence do I have to fix? Because that's what they asked. Getting all that stuff ready, and then from then to there, I remember nothing.
Yeah, because I mean, I want to help you try to remember because it helps me for case-wise for you.
Right.
And I don't, not against you whatsoever.
Right.
I only follow the evidence. That's all.
From the case, I understand, but I don't remember anything from there to there. No arguments or nothing.
Maybe you had an argument. Were you just mad at her about the situation?
No, there's nothing I remember anything about.
Somebody set you off. You're the only one there.
Oh, no.
There's nobody else that all could have done this.
Does that mean I'm going to jail straight after this?
Well, we're just trying to figure all this stuff out, dude.
Well, I mean, I just want to understand, because you guys said there's no one else that could have done it for me.
There's no one else that could have done it but you.
Right, so, what do you guys
And that's what I'm trying to figure out what happened that day. Depends on, I mean, did you have a good reason for what happened?
I don't remember. That's the thing, is I don't remember. I just remember that a couple days before, my mom was being very physically, verbally attacking. And of course, she definitely let me have it when she caught me sneaking Bryson. That was, I mean, I think she yelled at me worse than I thought I deserved.
Was that Friday or was that Saturday? It was probably Friday, the day before.
Probably Friday, yeah. I don't know.
How are you?
But it was worse
Safe
than
travels.
I thought was like really deserved.
Right.
Because I thought it was just gonna be like
Have a
a
good
whole
one.
hour was worth
See
of
you
her telling
around.
me she's disappointed, she's pissed off, blah blah blah.
Need help?
But I remember it being a whole
Have a good one.
half a day.
Safe travels.
Real. Like just,
See you
like,
around.
I left my room.
Be
she's like,
careful.
What are you doing out?
What can I do for you? Safe travels. See you around.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
For that day, apparently. For the half the day, I couldn't do anything. And then I think at night I went out and snuck out and hung out with some friends.
So, you said that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't understand.
So I can help you on this. Something that set you off.
Like we spoke, man. Just honesty is gonna go and set you free, bro. It's gonna just lighten up all this. Like I said, we all do pressure bust by. We do accidents we don't mean to happen. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well met.
About 30 minutes before we got home.
Farewell.
Because I remember we resolved it when we got home. Because if you look at the tapes, it was fine. It was like 30 minutes ago. But my mom was starting to get really, really verbally abusive towards me about WTC. Because I was telling her maybe I didn't want to do it in August. Maybe I wanted to do it in January. Yeah. And she let me have it, big time. She was calling me a disappointment again, and then was threatening to like no longer pay for any of my college and just kick me out immediately as soon as I turned 18. Which that's like normal things happen. Like you turn 18, time to go.
Parents do it.
Yeah, so that I wasn't really worried about that, and then she was like saying stuff like, I hope that it's like I hope you do bad, stuff like that. But it didn't escalate until I just was like, geez, calm down. Because whenever I tell her to calm down,
I pushed her button.
You don't tell no woman to calm
I
down.
know, so I'm like, so it was getting pretty bad. And I was like, geez, well, all right, calm down. I get the point. I understand, but I just think I need time. Because I remember specifically, I told her I just needed time. I'll work, work and save up to pay half the schooling. Fine, I don't care. I just need that time between now to August, to January, because I'm not even 18 yet. I'd prefer to be 18 and then start and go. Yeah. Be good to go. So she wasn't having it at all. And she never laid a hand on me, but she was very verbally abusive. And I remember, I do remember being in tears by the time that conversation ended. And by the time I was crying pretty heavy, she stopped. No, I don't remember anything from that day. Anything bad happening from that day.
And that was before y'all got home.
And that was about 30 minutes before.
To jail.
I don't have an exact memory of it, so I don't want to say.
Okay, the best your memory.
Best of my memory, walked in the house with the axe, with not the intent of doing that, but I think my intent was kind of like, okay, Mom, I think we need to get to work, because it was getting kind of late. I do know that it was getting late, and my mom doesn't like to work past a certain time. She wants to be out in her bed. And then I guess it just kind of boiled over. I don't know if something was said. Because usually I try to talk to her. I'll say, hey Mom, get up. We gotta go to work. Or hey Mom, we gotta do some stuff. So I don't know if I did that and she made a remark that kind of pushed me over the edge, or if it just all played through.
So after you hit her with the axe, is that when you called 911 right after?
Immediately.
Right after you hit her?
Right after. I went, bam, it was like, phone, 911, checked her breathing, pulse. But as soon as I saw blood running through her nose, I knew there was nothing I could do. So then I was just...
You feel bad if you did it?
Excuse me?
You feel bad that it happened?
Yeah, big time. And it's been killing me, eating me inside really bad.
I can imagine. You want to tell somebody, you can't.
Well, the thing is, I didn't want to tell at the beginning because I didn't know exactly for a fact. And then after a while, it was just replaying in my head. I'm like...
But you did call 911 trying to get her help right away?
Immediately. Okay. And I'm pretty sure, damn, I took the cameras down. No, they were still up when I called. Immediately, as soon as it happened, I called 911.
The secrets are out, and there's no going back now. He admits arguing with his mother on the day of the murder, but arguing with Denise was not new. Perhaps it was that particular day when his bottled-up emotions took over, pushing him to such an extreme. Being a sociopath, Carlos is incapable of acknowledging his own faults. Although Carlos confessed his crimes, it appears that he's still hiding the complete truth. He claimed that he called 911 immediately, but the evidence tells a different story. Detectives retrieved his digital footprint using his mobile's GPS tracker, and an unbelievable discovery. Carlos was by the lake destroying evidence while making the 911 call. With all the evidence in hand, along with Carlos's confession, officers presented him in the court. On September 14, 2021, Carlos was charged with first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Because he was a minor at the time of the crime, he was ineligible for the death penalty. However, the cruelty of the crime, particularly the size of the axe Carlos used, made the presiding judge call Carlos an incorrigible offender and described him as unlikely to benefit from rehabilitation. due to his psychopathic tendency. The judge further stated that Carlos's behavior was a culmination of his desire for control over his mother's assets and highlighted his dangerous nature as cited by mental health experts. His actions were clearly premeditated and not driven by any sudden emotional outburst. In a jail interview, when asked why he committed the murder, he failed to provide a proper explanation, making it more likely that this brutal murder stemmed from his sociopathic nature. It could also have been considered a manifestation of schizoid personality disorder, where one fails to form attachments and feels no guilt whatsoever. It can also be assumed that the reason was Carlos's fear that if Denise was not pleased with him, she may abandon him too, like she did to Angel. So, was it the fear of losing his home, or was it his sociopathic nature that pushed Carlos to kill his mother? Feel free to share your opinions. We'd love to hear from you. If you have any cases you'd like us to cover, please share your suggestions in the comments section. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel to uncover more cases like this from around the world. Until then, stay safe.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good, boss, and yourself?
This is U.S. Marine veteran Eric Banks. Moments after this body cam footage, officers would find his horrifying secret stuffed inside his bedroom wall.
What's up? 95. Look in there and saw the boy laying there on the spot, drug him out where he is now, and did what good. Alright, are you good?
Eric, who is also an active officer for Baltimore PD, thinks he can use his experience to cover up his vile murder. What follows is amongst the most disturbing collections of criminal case files ever uploaded to YouTube.
Stop, I'm buckling. What do you do? My life away, though. I don't care. Stop, what do you do?
Who is this person? Dad. And then he also told me that Daddy made him and Tristan go in the bathroom and cover their eyes.
Strangle? I don't know.
On July 7th in Millersville, Maryland, 2 officers arrive at the home of Eric Banks Jr. after his wife reported that their 15-year-old son, Dason, was potentially missing. The report was relatively standard for them, but the reality awaiting them is more horrifying than they could have imagined.
Son, not mine. Just letting you know.
Officers report hearing loud bangs from the upstairs of the home. However, nobody comes to answer the door. After multiple minutes of waiting, an out-of-breath Eric finally greets the officers.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good, boss, and yourself?
I'm doing good. At a Porter one, I'm out with him. What's going on today, man?
You're supposed to be serving peace protector order.
Supposed to be serving it on you or on...
Both of us.
Okay.
The judge just ordered us to stay away from each other.
Okay.
Sit down, buddy. Sit
Do you all have some sort of like court order agreement on custody or something?
My oldest, I know he ran out the back door somewhere. All his stuff by the back door.
He ran out?
What's going on, boss? I know you get DJ. I know you getting tired of seeing us.
Where's DJ?
She called him and he went out the back door.
He's not here.
No. You want to come in?
Just let you know you're being audio.
Oh, hey, I know. I see y'all got the body cam.
Yeah.
She said he was like.
So you have a phone?
Huh? I took my phones back.
Okay.
Yeah. So all the phones are on my plan. Separating everything.
And you have no idea where you just let a 15-year-old walk out of your house with all his bags packed.
No, his bags at the back door. I literally told him, wait for your mom to get here. The police supposed to come here to serve her a peace of protective order. The judge told her to call you guys before she comes here. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
I understand.
Eric and his wife Latrice had both individually filed a protective order against each other, making it illegal to speak to one another without a police escort. However, since Eric is not the biological father of Dason, Latrice had custodial rights to him, which is why he was packing his belongings as he and Latrice were preparing to leave the residence. Dason's disappearance on the very day he and his mom were supposed to move out makes the situation even more unusual. So officers continue speaking with Eric, hoping to understand the family dynamic and gather any clues that might point to where Dason is. But what Eric says next only raises their suspicions even further.
So, she's supposed to call you to come meet
You have no idea where DJ is.
Honestly, bro, no. I like
with no phone or anything.
You can check the ADT. It shows when he ran out the door.
I believe you, but I mean,
I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna do that.
Listen, man, it's a 15-year-old boy. Having a phone probably would have been, if he's walking out of the house, probably would have been a good idea to leave him with, and you can work out those kinks later.
But see, this is the thing.
This is getting messy, man.
Yeah, I tried to tell him. I said, sit here, wait for your mom to get here. I went upstairs. Before I could come downstairs, he's already going out the back door. So I guess she coordinated, because she's somewhere in the area, I'm presuming.
Yeah.
So she pretty much coordinated with him to come out there.
Okay. All right, hang tight.
All right.
Sitting beside Eric are his two sons, 5-year-old Evan Banks and 3-year-old Tristan Banks. Officers didn't know it at the time, but these two would play a pivotal role in uncovering the horrifying scene that just happened inside their home. But for now, Officer Sutton goes back to his patrol vehicle to run a registration. He identifies the suspect as 34-year-old Eric Banks Jr., an officer for the Baltimore Police Department. He's been an active officer since 2018 and also carries 10 years of service in the United States Marine Corps. After speaking with neighbors of Eric, who provided minimal additional information, officers would confront Eric once again, this time sternly, to figure out what was going on. It's here that Eric would explain his alibi, one he had come up with just minutes ago.
We found out about the whole situation. His mom.
That's neither here nor there.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you. Me and him sat at the table. He cried to me yesterday. He said he don't want this separation. Like, he knows we separated before. He said he's tired of it. He's tired of feeling like he has to choose sides. He's a teenager. He knows weird. He don't want to be. He's like, I don't want to be in separate homes.
I'm out of room.
And we said that to him. I said, DJ, it's nothing really we could do. I'm not going to change the way I love you, care for you. We had a whole deep heart-to-heart conversation. Today, we went to court. The judge awarded him, and I called him. I said, DJ, I guess your mom told the judge you wanted to go with her, and you're going to Arizona. He's like, what? I was like, well, start packing your bags, because you're going with Arizona with your mom. Unfortunately, I guess you're not coming back here. And that was just that. She called him. They had a conversation. I said, what did your mom say? She on the way to come pick you up. He said, yeah, but she's supposed to come here. I said, well, we're going to wait, because before she come here and there's some type of altercation, there needs to be police here. They can escort her, grab her, whatever she needs to grab, and go about this peaceful. Next thing you know, I went upstairs, I come out.
So do you think did he leave here because he didn't want to go with his mom either?
That could be.
He could be like hiding out at a friend's house. I mean, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, in my opinion, I think that probably is the best, because if he told her, he's not.
Text messages from her. I have food for you. Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounded like he wanted to go be with his mom.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
All right. Just put the bags inside for now. And
okay.
We'll try to figure it out.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Officers would spend another 15 minutes canvassing the area in hopes of finding Dason, but would again come up clueless. So they decide to try calling Dason's mother, Latrice, but are unable to get a hold of her either. So in a desperate attempt to find a relevant lead, they decide to ask Eric if he voluntarily consent to a search inside the home where Dason may be hiding inside. No one expected that this simple request would soon alter both their and Eric's lives forever.
I just want to make sure he's not in the house.
That's fine. I'll do it with you.
Hey, Buck, I go once over to make sure he's not hiding.
Yep. Yeah, so they about to walk in. If he's about to walk in, we got the house. All right.
To the room.
The one with the bunk bed right here?
Yeah. This is the kids' room.
DJ!
This is my room right here. Oh, yeah, he's jumping. He's tall enough. He's not hiding.
In Officer Adams' report of the incident, he notes that at this point in their home search, Eric's demeanor had changed. He advised Eric to relax and let them freely search the home. They proceed to make their way to the 3rd floor of the home, the floor which stores Eric's chilling secret. But before we get to that, if you want to start eating better this new year, HelloFresh makes it easy with recipes recipes that feel and taste delicious. I've used it on busy weeks when I still want real home-cooked food but don't want to waste money getting DoorDash every day. Everything shows up portioned, the recipe steps are simple, and dinner actually gets done. They've got over 100 recipes every week, so you're not stuck cycling through the same boring healthy meals. You can even pick from over 35 high-protein options each week, including new Mediterranean and GLP-1 friendly options. You can get steak and seafood recipes, plus 3 times more seafood options at no extra cost, and the ingredients are solid with sustainably sourced seafood and 100% antibiotic and hormone-free chicken. If you want to make eating at home easy this year, then HelloFresh is the best option for you. Go to HelloFresh.com/DrInsanity10FM to get 10 free meals and a free Zwilling knife, a $145 value on your 3rd box. Offer valid while supplies last. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan.
Alright, Dennis. I'll see you so. Is this always down? No, this is where my safe is on dust. Yeah. So this is where my dust goes. Okay. Is there a little weight on your side?
Yes, sir.
You got my light back up? Okay.
It might dim on you.
What's up? 95. 95. Alright. What's up, bro? Alright, God.
Inside the hole in Eric's bedroom lies Dason's deceased body, already cold to the touch. Eric forgot to fully close the hole before meeting with the officers. The gruesome discovery would leave the 2 officers in shock. They try to keep their composure while transporting Eric to a patrol.
What's up? Hey, cam right now.
Alright, we're
starting at it. Everyone start now. Okay. DJ! What's up? What happened?
Let's go to the car, alright?
Yeah, let's go to the car. Alright, yes. Oh, and the phone, sir.
Here, let me move one thing out of your way.
Agree.
See you later.
Alright, just see for me.
Alright.
While Eric is being detained, Officer Voss attempts life-saving measures on Dason, noting that his condition appeared consistent with an unresponsive individual. He also notes that Dason was shirtless and that his jeans were heavily soaked with moisture from an unknown source. Outside the home, Eric is temporarily placed in the patrol vehicle, but within moments, the situation begins to spiral out of the officer's control.
Well, stay seated. We have our custody.
Alright, yeah.
I need you to stay seated,
Okay. Alright. Okay,
might be
alright, go ahead. Can I just kiss my boys real quick?
No, I need you to stay in the car, right? Look, listen.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Just let me kiss my boys.
Stay in the car.
Oh, just let me kiss my boys.
Stay in the car.
I'm just saying, like, just let me kiss my boys real quick, bro. Alright, I'm coming in the car. I'm going in the car. I'm not going on that. I'm not going on that. I'm not
Start off.
Have a good one.
I'm not going on that. After you just... Here, listen, just...
Alright, stand up, turn around. Don't do anything.
I'm not.
Stay in the car. Stay in the car. Stay up against the car. Alright, now get back in.
Hey! Bro, I'm not doing this.
Stop running!
What are you doing? I just want to kiss my boys, bro. Come on. Just let me kiss my boys.
Get back in the car!
Alright, come on, come on. Come on.
Well met.
The mom is parked at the corner of Hilltop. Stay in there. You're not coming out no matter what.
Alright, bro.
Without additional units on scene, Officer Sutton struggles to keep Eric restrained. Sutton attempts to secure Eric's handcuffs using a double lock, a mechanism that prevents cuffs from tightening or being manipulated. However, Eric uses his police experience to exploit this, and while his previous attempts at evasion have failed, he'd make one more, final, far more violent attempt to get away.
Everyone's trying to grab a cut! Everyone's trying to grab a cut! Stop!
Get in the car, Mom. Get in the car. Oh, yeah. Turn him out. Turn him out. Turn him out. Turn him out. On the ground, Mom.
Correct. 1448.
3 times going out. What? Stop.
I can't stop.
Yes, you can.
It's on my wrist. And my hand's going up.
Are you on your side? You gonna stop?
Yeah. My hand's going up.
All right, turn them on the side.
Numb.
Yeah, hold on.
I told you you broke it. It's numb.
All right. Stay where you're at. Stay here.
I am staying here, but I told you you broke it.
All right, I'm over your legs. All right. Take a deep breath. I am. All right, listen. You're wiggling around left to make it worse.
I know.
All right.
Well, I want you.
We're done. We're done here.
I want you to not that. Don't have to think.
We're gonna take you to the hospital.
All right.
All right. Well, let's just not wrestle anymore. It's just hot as shit today.
I know.
You sweating? I'm sweating. Can we be done?
I want to be no, bro. Like,
all right, well, let's go to the hospital and talk about it. We don't need to wrestle on the ground. Is that helping anything?
No, it's not.
All right. Okay.
Eric attempts to unholster Officer Sutton's service weapon, eventually managing to loosen it and nearly knocking it to the ground. Fortunately, Eric's handcuffs prevented him from causing any further harm. As the chaotic scene finally settles, officers briefly discuss the frantic events that just unfolded.
I go up to Subway to meet her, go in to make sure he didn't go to Subway to miss communication. Come back here, I said, let me just check it out. It started getting real weird. I'm like, well, if you just stay back, he's a Baltimore City cop. It started to get real weird. I'm like, no, I can check the house. You stay back, you stay back, you stay back, you stay back. I go up and lay it off. He goes, he wouldn't be up here. There's an attic thing undone with a screw in it. He looked in there and saw the boy laying there. I was trying to drug him out where he is now and did what I could. I immediately, as soon as I saw the boy's leg, went 95 hands to get him out of here. And asked for more units to start a CPR. Drug him out and started CPR. Okay.
All right. Are you good? You're good. You're not hurt.
No, I'm not hurt. Should have done that if I'd have known, if I'd have just did that first. You may not have been hurt. Well, I'm gonna take the whole block where I can see that. Hey, take him. Come on. Just walk with him. Do a CPR. Sorry. One
Where's the 10-7?
1448.
Inside?
Yeah, like apparently, well, we went upstairs to check it out. Gun sleep area.
What's up?
There's like a gun sleep area, and my partner looked in there, 95, and I don't know what's going on. And then when we took it to my car, I gave him an opportunity because I needed to double lock his stuff, and then he unbuckled himself, went out, and grabbed.
EMS attempted to perform CPR on Dason, but it was too late. Dason was declared deceased shortly after by EMS. What officers uncovered with Dason was only the beginning. As the investigation deepens, Eric's children would reveal further secrets, painting an even darker picture of the reality behind closed doors. For now, the decision is made to take Eric, his children, and his ex-wife Latrice to the police station. Everyone would eventually make it to the station, each separated into their own individual rooms, awaiting intense interrogation. Eric would be left alone to hopefully calm down and collect his thoughts. Meanwhile, detectives speak with both Latrice and her child Evan, hoping to collect more information that can be used when speaking with their main suspect. They start with Latrice, asking her what kind of person Dason was. At this point, detectives are considering the possibility that he and Eric may have gotten into a fight that somehow escalated into tragedy. But what Latrice describes denies that theory completely, and makes Dason's case even more heartbreaking.
Can you sit a little bit closer over here? Yeah. There's a lot of specific questions that I wanted to talk to you about. Can you describe DJ? Was he an argumentative person? Was he...
Talk to me! Yo! What's up? Time is money, friend! Yeah, very funny! I don't have time for this! Amateur! What's up?
A quiet person?
So, Dason was more of a quiet person. Until he got to know you, but he was always mannered. He talked to a lot of adults, but he never was disrespectful or any of that. I had teachers from his elementary, the principal, middle school, they all showed up for my son. He was that type of child. You know when teachers come.
Would you say he was a sweet boy?
He was very sweet and always willing to help. That was one of the things across the board. Always willing to help.
In the loft, in the crawl space in the loft, what was normally kept in there?
Nothing.
Safes?
Nothing.
Was that ever left open?
No.
It was always screwed?
It was always closed. Because I don't like it. Like, it freaked me out. there is a light switch in there.
Okay.
So I was like, where's that light coming from? And I turned the light switch off. But I don't know, maybe it was him.
So let's talk about that. You called me and you said that you saw him, you viewed him at the funeral home. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was before he was involved because I wanted to see him.
Right. And you saw new bruises.
Yes.
Where did you see new bruises?
On his nose. Like that circular dark mark on his upper nose.
Mm-hmm.
His lip looked busted also.
Mm-hmm.
Like that wasn't there. And then his eyes were like purple.
They were puffy and purple.
Yeah. It looked to me like he was in a fight. And my son doesn't fight.
Dason's autopsy report ruled his cause of death as asphyxiation, which, in combination with the bruises and marks on his face, implied he was likely strangled to death.
I knew it. He was my baby. So I knew it. I still have those feelings that, no, I'm not happy with. Because to me, it doesn't say I did it, but it says there's enough evidence to say I did it. So, let's just say you did it then.
Latrice makes it clear she believes Eric is responsible, even though she didn't witness the incident herself. But her son Evan, seated just 3 doors down in his own interview room, has information that could take the investigation even further.
How are you? Good. You said your name is Evan, is that correct? Do you know how to spell your name? You can go ahead and write it down. Evan, okay, nice handwriting. And how old are you?
7.
7? You want to write 7 for me? So I don't forget. Sometimes I forget.
Notice the harsh contrast between interview rooms. Evan is sitting in the department's safety room, a space created to provide comfort and reduce stress for victims and young children involved in sensitive cases. His interviewer, Miwa, is a forensic interviewer from Maryland, trained specifically to speak with children and family members connected to a criminal investigation. And because Evan is only 7 years old, you'll notice a drastic difference in how his interview is conducted.
My job is to talk to kids and families all the time, and today I get to talk to you. And we talk about a lot of different things in this room, and this is called the safe room because anything we talk about is always safe, and you're not in any trouble. I'm just here to listen to you and talk to you. Okay.
Miwa explains to Evan that everything is being recorded and that he is not in trouble, but rather just there to help him out. She spends 15 minutes talking about movies and more of Evan's interests to help him get more comfortable before discussing the day of Dason's murder.
And Evan, who do you live with?
My mom.
Your mom?
And Tristan.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
I live with TJ.
Mm-hmm.
And then my dad.
Okay. And do you know what you're here to talk about today? No? So, tell me a little bit about your family.
Tristan, he likes to fight and play and steal toys from others. I like the color, and then I also like Kids Bob. Interesting.
And you said you also live with the DJ, is that right?
And my mom and Tristan.
Brings the DJ? How old is DJ?
15.
15? Tell me about DJ.
DJ like going in the water, jiggling. Can't really remember all the stuff he used to do. But he loved playing Roblox games.
Tell me about the last time you saw DJ.
My mom wasn't at the house.
Tell me I ate
Tell me who was at the house.
Ancestors
Dad.
watched over you.
And
Goodbye.
then
The winds guide you.
And then
Go
me.
in peace.
DJ was going to Arizona with Mommy. And then Daddy was waiting at the door with DJ. DJ put his bags in the basement, and then I don't remember what happened next. That's all I remember.
Miwa would tell Evan to draw the last time he saw Dason, and he'd draw the staircase leading to the home's loft. The same staircase Eric has dragged Dason's body up.
And so, who is this person?
That was DJ.
That was DJ? Where was Dad?
Right here.
Oh, okay. So Dad was up here and then DJ was right there? Okay. Where did they go after?
They never went anywhere. They were just waiting at the steps.
Oh, they were waiting at the step? Who was he waiting for? Or what was he waiting for?
He was going to kill Mom King. The DJ.
Did that happen? Not yet. Was there anything that you worried about on that day? I wonder if there's anything that you were scared about that day.
I wasn't scared.
Evan struggles to reveal the details of the events he saw that day, likely due to the discomfort of speaking with a stranger in a police station. But the information he gave his mother on the day of the incident provides far clearer insight into the disturbing events he saw.
You said that one of your children said something to you?
Evan.
Evan, and what did Evan say?
That he saw Daddy bringing DJ upstairs. And I said, where were you? And he said he was in the living room. I just didn't want to pry too much, but then I said, oh, was DJ sleeping? He said, no, he wasn't snoring. And then I said, was he moving? And he was just like, no. And then he also told me that Daddy made him and Tristan go in the bathroom and cover their eyes.
Okay.
But this was before. This was when the police first knocked at the door.
Okay.
Evan didn't say anything about the knock because he told them to go in the bathroom first. So I'm a little confused of like the order. So I don't know if that's maybe when he was gonna let the police in. But Evan did say he was in the living room because he told me he was watching Loki.
In addition to these grim details, Latrice would go on to explain how Eric's life had begun to collapse, all in synchrony. Due to the protective peace order Latrice had filed, Eric was suspended from the Baltimore Police Department the very same day of Daison's death. He had just separated from his wife, was about to lose his children, and was now left without a job. Latrice also explained that the peace order she filed was not her first attempt to separate herself from Eric. Months prior, Latrice filed her first peace protective order, writing, "I am in fear for my life and well-being because Eric Banks keeps trying to control, follow, and emotionally abuse myself and my sons." The order was denied, however, and it wasn't until months later that her second attempt was granted. It was clear Eric's life was falling apart leading up to Daison's death. Eric had hidden his body, lied to officers regarding his whereabouts, and had a violent outburst once the body was discovered. It'd be hard to assume that he wasn't directly implicated in Daison's death. But evidence alone wouldn't be nearly enough to get him to confess. After all, he was a police officer of 10 years and knew how the criminal justice system worked just as well as any interrogator working against him. But unfortunately for Eric, the interrogation he was about to undergo would crack even the most well-trained of suspects. Eric is placed into Anne Arundel County Interview Room 2B. This room was designed for priority matters, exclusive to high-profile cases. Because Eric had attempted to attack an officer earlier in the day, he's been handcuffed to the table to restrict movement. Eric is left alone for multiple hours as the detectives prepare for his interrogation. While waiting, he can be seen glancing around the room multiple times, likely searching for a camera. What Eric didn't know is Interview Room 2B has a small camera placed in an unusual location, which Eric never managed to spot. The primary investigator assigned to this case is Detective Louis Adrian. His prior service in the United States military likely factored into the department's strategic choice to have him conduct the interview. This shared background enables Adrian to establish rapport with Eric, a key component in the upcoming interaction.
So, you know why we're here. We want to talk about what happened, why it happened, and anything surrounding that whole situation. But you know as well as us that we have to go through Miranda with you. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to go through Miranda first of all, and then I'll start getting all the other information, okay?
After reading Eric his rights, the detectives would spend nearly an hour connecting with Eric and bonding over their shared military experience.
He's like, now you come in, you're in front. Okay. You go back in the, you about to go in the building, like, you're in front. She's like, how do you say you? Like, some people are made, do certain things, and they say, I'm not made to be a front person. Yeah, but So I'm running the block down, and I remember it. So I was like, hey, whoever that officer is right there running, just keep going, because you're about to run right into him. And out of nowhere, these two guys just come out, pop out, and I'm like, okay, I got him. And they just fall over, and and he was like, yeah, whoever that was running, he was moving, and you just ran. And I'm just like, and he was like, don't, because I was slowing down, like trying to look. He's like, no, keep going. And I'm running like, okay, you gonna tell me when?
This friendly conversation appeared to take Eric out of the tense mental state. It appeared that Eric sharing his favorite moments from the military gave him a sense of importance, like he had an identity, or at least used to be. But that moment is short-lived, as he's quickly brought back to the reality of why he's sitting inside a police interrogation.
So you spent 3 years, and you're still active in the Baltimore City Police Department. So from what I hear, you're suspended?
No, I'm suspended now. Well, I'm suspended, yes.
Okay. Why? Can you tell me what's going on with that?
May 8th, I got a piece of protective order against my wife.
Okay.
You got one against her?
Yeah, I got one against her. Same day, she took the firearms out the house. She took the safe out of the home. You know, Anne Arundel County did press charges.
They press charges against
her.
Her for taking
the safe with the firearms. Yes, sir.
And were they your duty firearms?
Duty firearm. My whole full duty belt was in there.
Okay.
Firearm, taser, magazine, pouches, everything was in there. She turned around and went and got a piece on me, saying that I was following her. But when she got it, that's when pretty much
they have to suspend.
Yeah, I have to get suspended. My mom sent something talking about I was following her. This and that. I'm like, how? I'm here at work. How you say I was following? I was like, there's no way. That's when we both ended up at the courthouse, and I was like, I have to stop this. So I let the clerk know, like, I don't know what's going on, but every time and my wife's trying to leave or something's trying to happen, secretly, there's a peace order for me to get kicked out of the house. And I was like, that shouldn't be, and that's when they brought us both in, so we both got seen by the judge, and he granted us a peace order for both of us to stay away from each other.
Okay.
Yeah. When was that?
That was just, was it 2 days ago?
Okay.
Or was it, no.
Monday?
Well, no, yesterday. It was just Tuesday, yeah.
So y'all met with the judge?
Tuesday.
And you were still suspended up until this point? So when, maybe it's the way Baltimore works, and I'll slow down and stuff. So you have the peace order, she gets one on you, and then it gets
denied. It has to be IA, you have to do that full.
They have to do that.
Yeah.
And so you're still suspended even though it's been cleared up?
Yes.
Gotcha, okay.
At this point, the detectives had no reason to assume Eric was lying. He'd been open and honest with them the entire time, and seemed rather friendly. It isn't until they begin discussing the day of the incident that investigators realize Eric's perceived honesty had all been a calculated act.
So yesterday we go to court, get the peace and protective orders. They grant the whole motion, for us to stay away from each other. The two youngest boys are supposed to stay with me. The oldest, he's going to Arizona with his mother. And she tells the judge, that's what you want to do or something. So right after that, call him, like, hey, start packing your bags, you're going to go with your mom. Why? I'm like, your mom said you wanted this. You're supposed to do, I guess, I don't know, I didn't have that conversation. Previously to that, me and him had literally just sat down on the table. Because I could tell that my son was depressed and he was going through, and that's really what our trip on the first was, just to try to get him away, get him out. We sat down at the table and I'm like, what's going on with you? How are you feeling about this? Where are you at with this? Honestly, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm choosing sides. I just want to be left alone with everybody, because then it's they're calling me, telling me this and this and that, and it's I gotta keep certain things from you. It's I don't want to be a part of this. He's like, I'm tired. So I said, just go and start packing your bags. And he's like, okay. I get my paperwork, I come home, and on my way home, it's I just felt like I was done. You know what, today's gonna be the day I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I feel like my family's falling apart. I'm suspended from work. Possibly gonna lose my job. So it's situation
building.
Keep going. It's like vendetta. And I even sent a text and say, I don't know why we feel like we have to be at war.
Right.
We shouldn't have to be at war. It's if you out here lying to these guys, telling you gotta guess what are you trying to move in with them? Telling that you're living in hotels when you're not. You're staying with your mom. What are you doing? So at this point, it's you know what? I'm just tired.
Yeah, you're tired of it.
Yeah,
it's a way out to get peace. I get. Yeah, a lot of people go through that, man.
Yeah, and it was nothing. I felt like everything was just coming to an end, and I feel like that now. Honestly, everything's coming to an end. I was you know what? I'm just gonna do it.
So when you got home yesterday, Was there anyone in the house?
Yes, it was, the son was in the house.
Okay.
Evan was in the house and Tristan was in the house.
So you go in there and you're doing all this stuff, right?
I go in there and I go in there, I see him upstairs, like, if you guys, I had to go and take your stuff downstairs when your mom's come. And she called me, like, mom's calling, and he was like, what did I say to her? I say, tell her, just talk to her, like, she called me, whatever. And he answers the phone, and they have a conversation. And that's when I'm like, okay, what'd she say to you? She said she's gonna be in the area, just bring my stuff downstairs. I said, okay, cool. I said, so the police should be coming. When they come, everything with me.
This is the moment where Eric's act begins. Notice how he begins looking blankly into the ceiling as he recounts critical moments. For the last hour, Eric hardly looked up to the ceiling once.
I go downstairs, I'm in the kitchen. I just made a big bowl of, Gatorade. Not a big bowl, but a big picture of Gatorade. It's blue. It's probably still, I believe it's still on the counter.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, you say you never went to the hospital. The bag of crushed up pills that I had was right there. The son came downstairs. He asked me something. He was like, what did he say? He came downstairs. He asked me something, and I can't remember his exact word. He was like, asked me, was it about? I think it was illegal, something like that. I said to son, just wait. He was like, I don't want to go. He was just telling me that he didn't want to go and shit like that. I said, look, just wait. We're not going to talk about shit, because I'm going to take your brothers to your mom's house, and I was coming back. I said, if your mom gets here with the police before I get back, unfortunately, you got to go with her. That's just the way it is. He's upstairs. I'm on with Tristan. I told Tristan, I said, Tristan, go get your shoes. Tristan said, okay. So Tristan goes upstairs, he gets his shoes. And he comes, he's like, DJ. I'm like, huh? So I go upstairs. DJ's in the bathroom. He's in the bathroom. He's in the tub. That's when I see him. I was like, what the fuck? I pulled him out the tub. As I pulled him out the tub, I was guy on the back on the floor. And at that time, I'm not sure if it was Evan or Tristan. It's like, Daddy, somebody at the door. And I'm just looking at my feet. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, what the fuck?
Eric makes his story clear. He had planned to end his life, but coincidentally, Jason had the same plan and did it first. It's an extremely complex alibi and only becomes more unlikely after Eric explains why Jason's body ended up hidden inside his bedroom.
So I go downstairs, go to the front door. The officer's there.
Okay.
And I panic. I was like, I don't know what the fuck to say. So he asked me, he was like, hey, what's going on? I start talking to him, telling him what's going on. What did he say? He said, so what's the situation? And I told him like the situation. I was like, my wife, she's supposed to be waiting on y'all to come. Y'all supposed to be serving her with this protective order. And whatnot. He's like, she's supposed to be picking up our son. He was like, is she here? At the time, he was upstairs on the floor, in the bathroom. When he said, was she here? My mind, I was like, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
You panicked?
Yeah. Because it already looked bad, I already moved him. And I was like,
yeah, you got him on the back.
Yeah. And when I got on the bathroom, I asked the office, the most body one came to me. I asked him, can I go in the house, use the bathroom real quick? I remember asking that, and he was like, no, just wait, okay. Then the other officer showed up. And then when he showed up, he's asking, he was like, so, is the son here? Still the same thing, no. I should have said yes.
Yeah, I knew my perfect world.
I knew my state of mind. My state of mind was to kill Eric.
Okay. Now let me ask you this: is that why? Because I did watch some of the footage when they went to loosen your handcuffs. You kind of got a little silly on them. You remember that?
Yeah.
What was you went to the officers going, what was up with that?
Well, before we get to that, when I first went back in the house, and the officer told me, he said, go get the son's phone. Mm-hmm. I ran upstairs, his phone was in the bathroom on the counter.
Okay.
So I went upstairs, and I get the phone. It was a great wait. Back up. Before I did that, I asked him, I said, can I go upstairs? Can I go in and use the bathroom? So I initially wanted to shut the door. He said, no, just wait. And then the other officer, he was like, well, go on. I need you to go grab the son's phone. I ran up, grab it, and I shut the bathroom door. I'm still nervous.
Which bathroom was it? Was it the one in the master or the small
No,
one?
the small one. The small one in the hallway. And I'm still shaking that one. And then when I come back downstairs, I go out the door, I give him the phone, I'm still shaking in my hand, like, and everything's in my head saying, like, all right, just say what you saw. But then in my other apartment, it's like, my son just did this.
Right.
Objectively, Eric's story hits as an excuse for almost every suspicious detail, even finding a way to explain why blood was found all over his house. The issue is that these details are simply too coincidental to ever sound believable. And even Eric knows this.
I don't know why, I just was like, I gotta move. I picked him up, did the fireman carry, took him out of the bathroom, into the master bedroom, up the stairs. And I was like, because I know they're gonna want to come back in the house and search it. I was like, I'm gonna be cool, I'm fine with that. I was gonna let them search it. And I tucked him in, the area, and I left the thing open.
So when you say the area, you're talking like a
little crawl
space. Okay,
yeah.
all right.
But getting back to when they came in, they searched the house, they went upstairs, and he seen the thing open. That's when the officer, when he asked, I panicked and I was like, yeah, this is where I keep my safe, blah, 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 whatever. But the son was in there.
The son was in there, okay.
And they put the handcuffs on me. I went back downstairs. When they put me downstairs, I was like, my life is over because it looks different. It's no matter what I say from this point, it looks like I'm a liar. It looks like I lied because I already lied twice. You asked me what the son in the house, I said no. You asked me did I know where he went, I said no, I think he ran out the back door or something. And so it always looked bad because I'm already told you a lie. Even though in my head it's like, you probably should just said the truth. You probably honestly should have left him where he was at.
Call police or down the fire or whatever.
Yeah, call police.
Well, that's the world. Sometimes
But I was already in. I was already in the mindset of Eric's gonna die today.
Okay.
The detectives decide to take a break and discuss what their next plans would be. At this point, they both know Eric is lying to their faces, so the goal for the rest of the interrogation will be to get Eric to admit to his lies and ultimately confess to the murder. To do this, they decide on Detective Adrian conducting the rest of the interrogation alone. Since one-on-one confrontation is generally considered to be more effective, Adrian would return with a clearly different demeanor from earlier. He's stern and wastes no time in asserting that his nice cop act is over.
Are you good? Do you need anything before we get started again?
No, I'm good.
Are you sure? All right. So Detective DePietro had to step aside just for a second. But what I wanted to do, like I told you, I wanted to come back and go back over some things with you. Okay. I actually want to go back and in detail just go through some of these steps.
Eric would recount his story exactly the same as before, claiming he simply found Dason dead and had nothing to do with it. And it seemed as though Detective Adrian had nothing concrete to combat Eric's lies. That was until he brought out Dason's autopsy report.
I'm gonna tell you this. I know that you spent 10 years in the military, and you were in the Marines, weren't you?
Yes.
What's their whole thing in the Marines? Like, what do they always teach? Honor, integrity.
Honor, courage, commitment.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I don't see that from you right now based on what you're telling me.
Okay.
I think you telling me something different.
Okay.
But I know you're a Marine.
Okay.
I know a lot of people that's Marines, man. And that's one thing that they would, like, integrity, honor, no, you don't mess with that if you're a Marine.
Yes.
I know you want to tell me the truth, and you sitting here like giving me a story. You giving me what I want to hear just to sound good, but it's not it. That's not it.
Trust me, I'm not trying to sound good to you.
And I'm gonna tell you the other thing. And I'm gonna be straight up with you.
Yeah.
You keep talking about the autopsy. The autopsy said he was strangled.
Hell no.
The autopsy said he was strangled.
Hell no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. DJ was no strangled. Hell to the no.
I need to get closer.
I'm gonna just let it sink in and let you decide what you're gonna explain that to.
No, DJ wasn't strangled.
Well, then what happened? Tell me what happened.
There's no, DJ was not strangled. DJ, like I told you, DJ went downstairs, he came back upstairs, and DJ was in that tub. Like I said, when I came in that room, he was in the tub. When I grabbed him out, I grabbed him like this, nigga, and I pretty much put him in the fireman's carry. When they left, I could drag them up to my room. If that's the case, I would have left him in there, and I would have said, or had them come in there to be like, but DJ wasn't no strangle. There was no way, DJ wasn't no strangle.
That's your boy. You had pride in him.
Yeah, but his DJ
you had pride in him. You were trying to help him out with his grades. You were getting him in STEM classes, and then this happened.
But you saying DJ was strangled? Nah.
Well, then tell me what happened. This didn't happen. I'm gonna tell you that right now. This didn't happen.
You saying he wasn't
so no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I believe that part. But I believe something else happened.
Note Eric's lack of emotion when hearing this information. No tears are shed, but rather an array of defensive rage. This, alongside the other countless red flags Eric is portraying, is a telltale sign for detectives that a suspect is lying.
You need to tell me the whole story.
Like I said, DJ, when I came in there, DJ was literally in that tub. There was no way I'm gonna sit there and strangle DJ. Not harm Tristan. Why would I don't even have no ammo to want to strangle this boy. I have nothing against him to want to strangle him. Nothing.
Okay.
No anger in my heart, no nothing. Cause then, like I said, if I was gonna do that, why would I leave my other two boys? If I was gonna do that, I would've took all of us out. DJ was not no strangle.
So then what happened? Tell me the story. We start from scratch. Tell me the story.
DJ was not no strangle.
Well, then tell me what happened. You're not telling me the truth. Tell me what happened.
Bro,
I'm right here standing right now. I'm giving you a chance right now.
You asked me to tell you that I strangled my son.
No, I didn't.
Eric understands the legal system well enough to avoid offering a direct confession when confronted. From investigators' perspective, he knows that admitting involvement is the worst thing he can possibly do. Well, besides not asking for an attorney. Regardless, it's going to take more than just a heated confrontation to make Eric crack. So Detective Adrian resorts to a completely different approach. Empathy.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the way this is gonna be something you're gonna have to live with for the rest of your life.
Yes, sir.
This is something you are gonna have to think about every night before you close your eyes. And when you close your eyes, you're gonna think about what you did to him. That's what you're gonna think about. You're gonna think about what you did to him. And it's gonna haunt you for the rest of your life. Or what you can do is you can talk to me. You can tell me what really happened, and at least that load will be off your chest.
See, I'm telling you right now, there's no, you're telling me to say I strangled my son. I did not strangle my son. That's what you're asking. I understand you're trying to align with me and, and show the compassion, trying to but there's no me in strangling DJ at all.
Okay, so let's take strangle out.
There's no me strangling DJ.
We taking strangle out of the equation now.
Okay.
What happened?
I told you what happened.
We taking strangle out.
Yes.
What happened?
He was upstairs in that tub. DJ was literally in that tub.
You didn't put him there?
I did not put him there, no. DJ was physically in that tub already. When I came to that bathroom, DJ was in there.
Did you assist him at all?
No.
With anything?
No, I didn't assist him at all, but nothing. Nothing. I did not assist him getting in that bathroom. Did not assist him going in that bathroom. He was upstairs already. And like I said, when he went downstairs, he was downstairs for a good period of time. He was upstairs, and what's his name? I was down. Tristan was down. Tristan was trying to go what's his name with his shoe. I told him, and that's when Tristan said out of his mouth, "Daddy, what's wrong with DJ?" Tristan literally said that out of his mouth, and I went up there to check on him. I don't recall seeing him. Don't recall him removing no belt. I don't recall removing anything that could have been around his neck. I don't recall moving shit.
So here's the thing, and I hate to frustrate you, and but I also have a job to do, and I also have to get down to the bottom of this. And when I walk through the door, and when I hear everything that happened, things don't add up. Things don't make sense.
Okay.
They don't make sense at all. If you would have done things different, if you would have been like, yes, my son, I just found my son in a tub, I helped him out, and told the officer, you know this. If you would have done it that way, it would have been different. But the fact that you didn't, now you're sitting here trying to explain yourself.
Well, I'm sitting here because the whole situation, I'm sitting here because I lied and said he wasn't in the house. I'm sitting here because I didn't tell the officer, like you say, it's straightforward what was going on.
That's 2 lies right there. How, like you said earlier, how are we supposed to believe in that?
Yeah, like I said.
So you telling me how am I supposed to strangle him? How did I not assist him in getting in the tub and I don't know, possibly drowning him? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. But but here's the thing. All I know is that you keep lying.
No, bro.
You lied initially twice. How do I know you're not lying right now?
Because, like, I told you straightforward. I'll say, that's
you told me straightforward,
but that's why I know
twice.
Bro, because that's why I said in the beginning, I said straightforward. There's nothing I can say. I say, I already know y'all done your homework, lay it all out on the table. I said, because there's nothing I can say just because I already lied twice. I said he wasn't at home. I identified that. I messed that up. Because then I see my son is dead.
Okay. All right, do you, I'm gonna leave you alone for a little bit to think about things, but do you want anything else to drink or anything to eat?
I'm good with the water and the chips.
Okay. Give me just a second, man.
Okay. All right.
You need anything else?
No, sir.
All right.
As the detective leaves, Eric scans the room thoroughly and finally notices the camera hidden inside room 2B. Moments after making eye contact with the camera, he lets out one last desperate act.
Strangle? I don't know.
Unfortunately, it'd be too late to act his way out of the murder. Eric's testimony was flimsy at best, and Detective Adrian decided he'd gotten enough to wrap the nearly 5-hour interview up. Shortly thereafter, Eric was booked into the Anne Arundel County Detention Center under charges of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and child abuse resulting in death. At trial, Eric would quickly accept a plea deal to second-degree murder as well as attempting to disarm a police officer. And on October 4th, 2022, he was sentenced to 42 years in prison. If Eric serves his full sentence, he'll be released in 2064.
We're going to be jumping into all the crazy protests going on in Minneapolis. Viewer discretion is advised. Some of this content may be hard to watch and is for educational purposes only. So we'll be covering a few different news outlets, just in case you guys are wondering. All of it may not get into the video, but we're checking the left news outlets, the right news outlets, all the other independent ones as well. And if it doesn't get in the video, you can watch and see all of it on Twitch, Kick, or Rumble, where I do leave the VODs on.
My name's Michelle, and I'm out here protesting because I'm against fascism.
Okay. What is fascism?
Fascism is Fascism is the...
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
By the way, fascists love that.
That is legit what is happening. They're just yelling all these things. They don't even know what they mean. Jake Lang tried to host an anti-Islam crusade protest in Minneapolis, and it didn't go well. So I've been hearing different things. I don't know exactly if it was an anti-Islam crusade or a pro-ICE thing. But long story short, what I'm going around to is I ain't holding no anti-Islam crusade. Like, I'm not for what he's really doing. Like, is the whole Islam thing getting kind of crazy in the U.S.? Yeah. But, like, you know, to practice whatever religion you want, and I don't stand for what he's doing right here. And then the other one was he was marching against Somali fraud stuff, which is, it's fraud. It's wrong. It's bad. I'm not standing for none of that shit. And even though I'm not agreeing with everything bro does, and I'm against some of the things he's talking about, shit shouldn't have happened the way it happened. I think the wrong people showed up. Like, where's the peace at that we talking about?
I need to get closer.
Guys, I'm sorry, this is America. Everybody gets the same type of freedom of speech. These people are becoming the dictators. January 6er, Jake Lang swarmed by counter-protesters, chased out from Crusader March in Minneapolis. Oh, this is the clip. Okay, this part's crazy. He was trying to escape, Jake, and they found him in the car, and they carjacked the people and took him out of the car. Why do you need a concealed carry? Me? If I'm in the car the second you pull me out? I actually need to clear this really quick. Let's go ahead and... If you're stripping me from a vehicle, I'm 100% gonna believe you're trying to kill me. I wanna know why this Jake dude's not fighting for his life. Bro, I would be biting everybody in the face. I would genuinely, if you're ripping me out of a car, I will grab your face and bite you. I will be poking out eyes, and I don't know why he's not doing that. I'm not gonna be hung in the street to die. America is stolen land. What do you mean? You guys are totally open to believe whatever you would like. But, isn't it conquered land? Because as far as I'm aware, all wars have been to take land and seize territories. And we won that shit. Hey, let me tell you something. If you want to believe that, that's fine. I promise I'll never rip you out of a car or beat you for having that belief. That's the difference between me and a lot of these other people. Indians scalped each other for land before we got here. Love and unity. Black bystander who intervened as Jake Lang was chased into Minneapolis.
I don't have to lie, but I move off love and unity. And that's how Jesus walked. If y'all Christians, that's how Yahweh walked. If y'all Africans and y'all roots, Yahweh walked just showing love regardless of what somebody did to you.
Showing love. Real shit.
Everybody for their sins. And
Shout out, boy.
So it's like, we can't treat hate with hate. Love overcome hate any day. When one starts showing love, everybody show love. But
real shit.
Everybody here, it's a domino effect, just like a domino.
Yo, shout out to this guy for doing the right thing. Shout out to this guy for being a good person. Go show this guy some love. If you guys can find him on the internet, go show him some serious love. This is the type of person who creates real change in the world, who genuinely makes the world a better place.
Look at that! Look at that!
Psh, immigrants. I mean, hey, let me tell y'all something. A lot of my employees are immigrants from other countries, bro. I have employees who immigrated legally from Mexico, South Africa, and one other place. I don't know where the fuck you from, bro. My bad. You know what you talk about. And like, what is spit in the face to allow illegal immigration? I'm all for legal immigration. America should be the melting pot of the world. We want the best people here. I want the good people here who are willing to file the paperwork to chase the American dream. It's a hard dream, trust me, but it is real. I'm anti-illegal immigration. Why? Well, I was a counterintelligence agent for a while, and the amount of human trafficking and terrorists who infiltrated our country through illegal immigration is an insane number. It's a scary number.
Take your baby, violent migrants. Look what they do. In America.
Okay, who's touching him?
Let's go, white Americans. Our country's worth saving.
So here's where already I'm like disagreeing with him, right? Here's the thing. A lot of people are going to be like, not you guys in the chat, just you guys are helping me put some things to context. Some people are like, oh, well, you say the people out there are agitators. He's an agitator. I'm all for y'all's peaceful protest and saying whatever the you want. Like, that is fine. But the second you start physically touching people and assaulting people, I then have a problem. We're not metaphorically causing harm to our feelings. We're like physically causing harm. Like, now death is an actual like possible outcome to an extent, right? And I'm not like, I don't like what he's saying, the whole white people and all that shit. Like, nah, you gotta eat a dick on that one, bro. You, but these people can't be assaulting him. Because there's people out there saying, white men, you piece of shit. Okay, I'm not gonna hit you for it. Now he's being backed in the court. Okay. At this point right here for me, bro, back against the wall, outnumbered like fucking crazy. It's scary for me because I'm gonna shoot the person. I'm gonna defend myself against the person physically assaulting me. And I genuinely think you're gonna kill me. And the scariest thing for me is I have to make sure I take a good shot so I don't hurt any of the other good people who are just protesting against me. That's the only scary part for me. Give me my stuff. See people just steal. So now we're stealing. So y'all are, the people hurting him are thieves. You should totally, if someone's stealing from you, you should be able to punch them in the face. But I think he's doing the right thing by letting it slide because he is seriously outnumbered. He should be in fear for his life. Because if you throw a punch and then everyone wants to beat you, you're going to get beat to death. Jake really eating his words right now, too. Being protected by not white people. Honestly, I'm kicking that window open and I'm going inside the building, bro. I'm not doing this. Half of the people who originally attended these protests, they don't go anymore. This is getting out of hand. Police should be able to walk up and just arrest whoever the f is literally assaulting him. You should go to jail. We should have mass arrests going on, and all the people who get arrested, maybe you don't need to go to jail. You're gonna pay a fine. You need to be on probation for like 6 months. You need to go do community service, and you're not allowed to go to a protest for those 6 months. And if you end up going to a protest while on probation, then yeah, you deserve to go to jail because you're genuinely actually part of the fucking problem. Where are you, bro? I can't, I'm on probation. You Nazi, you piece of shit. And then they go, oh shit, I wasn't doing a good thing. Like, that's how we fix some of this shit. A lot of this makes my blood boil. It makes me want to get like super extreme, but I'm not like, oh, we should kill all of them. Like, they all need to die. Like, nah, bro, that's not what we need at all. If you think people need to start dying over half of this shit, like, you're kind of part of the problem, regardless of whatever side of the fence you're on. There needs to be consequences to the actions, and there's not. So apparently somewhere in here, he got stabbed in the head, which is crazy. Like, the crazy part is people are like, oh, I don't see a problem. He could literally be getting shanked, and you wouldn't even know who the f to blame right now. So you're legit being followed, harassed. You're being cornered. He's trying to escape through a building, and people are still following him. I'm blasting. I'm blasting all through this bitch. Are we just chasing random people now? So, okay, so now we're just beating the f out of people. Okay, so did you steal that from him? Because, internet, do your thing. Let's find this lady. Let's make sure she goes to jail. They don't want no smoke with us. There's about 100 of you. There's about 100 plus of y'all, and he's by himself.
Is there a radio in here? Take the radio out. What else is in here?
Sorry, sweetheart. I know you're struggling with that EBT, but he don't got no cash in his plate carrier. Like, who thinks this is okay? Like, who thinks it's all right for, like, them to literally physically touch him and do all these things? This is DRM News unseen video. Okay. Let's check out the unseen video. Because there's a lot it takes. And the crazy part is, cameras that are getting closer and closer are going to start popping up all over the internet. Niga, are you blasting if this happens? If I get cornered and, like, assaulted and I'm in fear for my life, for sure I'm blasting. Bro, holy f. That is an overwhelming force if I've ever seen one. You're severely outnumbered. I don't care if you want to call me I am aware of the threat at hand. I am breaking that window, running through the building, and I'm sprinting to get the f out. Too much power to the protesters. Like, I don't get it. We love our Muslim neighbors. I'm sure there's Muslim ICE agents. Like, what are you talking about? I feel like people are getting it confused and just literally have zero idea what ICE is doing. They're getting rid of illegal immigrants. They're getting rid of non-Americans. They're getting rid of criminals entering the United States of America. They're not criminals. If they entered illegally, by definition, they are a criminal. Oh, oh. Pop, 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 pop. If like 10 of these people start kicking you, you're gonna die. Like I said, your helmet's not gonna help you. I'm poking your eyes out. I am biting you, bro. I will literally be crushing your fingers and forearms and leg bones with my jaw pressure. Even if you are wearing clothes, my teeth will be missing. Not from you hitting me, ripping my teeth out because I refuse to let go. Hey, peaceful protest here, guys. Just a peaceful protest. No big deal. Yeah, exactly. Bro, who the... Hey. Honest question, bro. If the police leave and all the protesters are out there and the fire department stands down for 2 days and we take a flamethrower and burn down half of the sky rises in the middle of the city, who's gonna help y'all? I think the first responder community needs to stand together in this shit. Be like, if y'all gonna make the police stand down, all EMS, fire, all y'all stand down. Bro, like, this is getting so out of hand. Pentagon readies troops, 1,500 troops for Minneapolis.
King Day, monitoring the tense situation in Minneapolis, where some 1,500 troops could soon be deployed.
Bro, please send in the troops.
Unrest. This as several hotels across the Twin Cities, including some housing federal officers.
Bro, straight up autistic, my boy.
Due to bomb threats. Those threats coming following a weekend of escalating tensions between protesters, law enforcement,
We're not
and
retarded, guys.
Agitators who have descended on the city to capitalize on the unrest and create social media content. One far-right influencer holding an anti-immigration rally, leading to a chaotic confrontation on the streets of downtown Minneapolis and further destabilizing the situation. But one of the most shocking moments from the weekend coming yesterday.
Bro, this shit gonna piss me off. Someone's like, oh, they can't send in troops because they told the president it'll be civil war if they did that. Are you stupid? Like, not you, but like, are they dumb? The last thing y'all genuinely want, Minnesota, is civil war. I don't even think you guys understand what civil war is. The police can no longer protect you. You are literally 1v1ing everybody by yourself. There is no law in civil war. It's the law that I make up if I win. If there was civil war in Minnesota, the amount of veterans, let alone, that will get on planes and fly to Minnesota just to drop bodies of pieces of shit. Yeah, there's no due process in civil war. It's gonna be crazy. There will be mass deaths of Americans. Why is there no riot police? Because the Minnesota governor, whoever the fuck out there, is telling them all to stand down and let that shit run. They're allowing it. And now they think they can take their anti-ICE protests into churches.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your...
Yeah, sorry they dress up for the one day of their religion. Sorry they try and dress up for God in his house. What do you... Of course you're gonna try and wear your nice clothes.
You have no comment, exactly.
I guess in my comments, I'm already gonna get the... Of course Nico would say this. He's a white Christian male. Yeah. Oh God. We have the politeness when we were in Iraq to not go into their mosques and their religion. And even when I was in Afghanistan, we're not supposed to touch any of their shit, right? When going into their houses and you're not supposed to touch the Quran or anything like that. But they're gonna walk up into our churches, our own people?
Where an ICE agent allegedly serves as a...
So the pastor's basically an ICE agent. Bro, if I'm in church trying to just spend my moment of the day with God in his house, and you... You come in here like this, I see the devil in you, bro. I'm playing it cool and I'm playing it calm. You're not going to get me. It just shows how foul you are And it's genuinely the place you need to be. Doing a protest in a church, a place of religion? Shout out to all the people in here just playing it cool. Absolutely beautiful.
It's too far away.
Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, cast them demons out.
That's still recharging.
The Department of Justice is now saying it is investigating that group for potentially violating the churchgoers' rights to exercise.
Absolutely. You are stopping people from practicing religion. The people that are calling privileged who are having to go to work and you're just impeding them. Nobody is more privileged than the person who doesn't have to go to work and can stand outside all day with the sign and verbally harass people. You privileged, you dumbass.
Now the Department of War saying it is readying 1,500 active duty troops to deploy to the area if President Trump
how is it not a hate crime? It's for sure a hate crime.
Something the city's mayor is speaking out against on NBC's Meet the Press just yesterday.
In Minneapolis, crime is dramatically down. We don't need more federal agents to keep people safe.
Bro, Mayor Jacob Frey is paid. Bro got that fraud money. I will stand on this. If you are an American politician, when you are addressing the public, you should only be allowed to speak English. If you speak any other language, and this is coming from a counterintelligence agent, I see nothing but insider threats and red flags. All he's doing after the time is speaking Somalian? Red flag. Treason, bro.
We are safe. Violent crime is down. Shootings
we're
are
seeing
down.
dudes get beat in the streets for different views.
Every category and virtually every neighborhood in the city. You know what's causing more chaos? Having these thousands of ICE agents and border control and apparently military even potentially on.
There are more protesters than there are all of those combined. What are you talking about?
News Nation has
Can
been
we
on
just
the ground
cut government
since the very
funding to
beginning
some
of these
cities?
Protests. We continue to be there today. Mills Hayes, live in Minneapolis. Mills, we were just here live together.
Hey, okay. Question. I'm legit just trying to communicate here. Everybody who hates me right now, it's totally okay. I have a genuine question. Do you truly believe that the crime is down in that state? And if so, how or why do you believe that and see that? If so, where are those stats so I can see them, so I can agree with you? Where is that? Not your words, but like, where's the proof? The church thing really bugs me. Really bugs me.
Confused about exactly what was going on. Now, this
Nico, you white Christian male?
happened early Sunday morning. The inside the church interrupting the services,
sure, whatever. I mean,
things that, like justice.
I am Christian. I'm why I'm a male. Yeah.
Good. Hands up, don't shoot.
Hands up, don't shoot.
Some of those protesters asking people if they supported ICE, and it appears that they were targeting the church because they believed that one of the pastors was a local ICE official.
They believed? We don't even know for sure if he's an ICE agent. So I see one of you guys said in the comments, they didn't even know if he was actually an ICE agent, just believed it because he had the same name as one. What?
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she spoke with the pastor of that church, saying that she's prepared to use the full force of federal law on attacks against law enforcement and the intimidation of Christians. The congregation's lead pastor said interruptions were shameful and asked anyone who wasn't worshiping to leave. ICE posting on X that agitators are going from hotel to hotel, church to church, hunting for federal law enforcement.
Bro, what even is this? And before y'all even try getting on my ass, oh, Nico, you're just mad it was in because you're a Christian, because it was in a church. Bro, it could be a mosque, okay? It could be a someone give me another religion's place of worship. Synagogue, temple, a mosque, whatever. Guys, if they were doing this in any of your shit, I would still think it's wrong. Because the action is wrong. Do you not understand that? They're picking Christians because as far as I've seen, it's the most cordial place. Not did one Christian in that video that I saw resort to physical violence. They resorted to verbal peace, talking, and being like, please leave. That's why y'all are doing it, is because all these people in these churches are peaceful. Yeah, Christianity under attack.
Do you guys feel like perhaps maybe you went
the
too
organizer
far?
of the event?
There was one guy that was...
Nah, listen.
Woo! All right, hot Hot takes coming in. Organizer behind St. Paul Church protest defends demonstration. Defends it? All right, let's see. Let me know down below in the comments if you believe with this statement we are about to hear. I will let her finish before I talk.
Do you guys feel like perhaps maybe you went too far? I know that there was one guy
Absolutely not. Listen. I'm not going to go down this line of questioning with you. This is gaslighting. Who has gone too far is Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, and the people who run ICE.
She totally abused the question just to make her statement. They're not open to any kind of logic or understanding. Their way or the highway. The president, the vice president, ICE. If you don't like them people, what the f is you doing in the church, bitch?
She tells me that they're not worried about the Department of Justice investigating them because they investigate everyone. That's what she said. And she also says that they feel like the media focusing on this is gaslighting the American people about what's happening here.
What? Did you not want the focus on the church? Why else were you in there? What are we even doing? Sarah Porter gets okay from leftist anti-ICE agitation. Okay, see.
The scene spans several blocks. We are here at Portland Avenue and East 35th, but it goes at least 2 or 3 blocks.
Who are you? Who do you work
thank
for?
you.
Who do
Hold
you
on.
work
I'm
for?
sorry. We're with CNN. It's okay. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry. I think people are getting upset.
Does that seem very welcoming or like peaceful? She judge, jury, and executioner. If you don't give me the answer I like, I'm gonna sick everybody on you. Like, that's what that was. So basically, cheat code, just say it was CNN. Ooh, I saw clips. This is gonna fucking piss y'all off, man. Don Lemon attacks church service, and this happens. Okay, so this is that same church, man.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked if you actually would also leave this building. You don't want us to chronicle what happened? Unless you're here to worship. I'm always worship. I'm a Christian. We're here to...
What? For all these people who are like attacking Christians who are being peaceful, please be aware there's a solid 10 to 20 of us who are peaceful because we are Christians and we are trying to show love. There's about 20, 25% of us who are looking forward to the crusade. We are on standby. And you're not gonna like that shit. We're all sinners. And if I have to sin again, I will. And then I will ask God for mercy. If he led that shit, he need to go to jail.
All kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a lot of success with the times we have.
So you are going there to disrupt. So you are going in there to disrupt their service, which is them peacefully practicing their religion. You're invading the house of God to disrupt. Is any of this not illegal?
A number of people have left. There are some who are still sitting here.
The injustice that's happening within your city.
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will...
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah, they are peacefully peacefully assembling in the house of God. What are you doing here? Okay, wait, y'all are saying all this in the chat. I gotta look this up. I gotta look up the FACE Act, Freedom of Access to Clinical Entrances Act, federal law making it a crime to use force, threats, or physical obstruction. They formed a line in there to interfere with anyone obtaining or providing reproductive health services, or exercising religious freedoms at a place of worship. Don Lemon, you're done. Lady who hosted it, you're done. Can somebody start this act or start pressing charges? Mr. President, what are you doing? The president needs to do something, bro. I'm irritated. It was used to protect black people from the Klan. Is this black dude the Klan now, pretty much? Is that what I'm seeing?
These cities, that's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
Please don't. What you about to get, all the cops. I have a question. When people get in my personal space like this and they're refusing to leave, if I want to tie my shoe very fast and I hit them with that headbutt, is that illegal? Because they're in my space. You know, I'm not trying to headbutt them, but like on the way down to tie my shoe, the headbutt it happened and it f***ed their face up.
A few moments later.
What do you think of this?
Just a harmless Christian here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I got to go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
What do I have to say?
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father.
And they're not targeted.
Oh my God, this pisses me off so much. This pisses me off so fucking much.
And they're not targeted. There are no warrants signed by a judge. Let me finish. And they're American citizens, many of them. Most of the people that they detain don't have criminal convictions or criminal records.
I'm not going to get into the weeds.
What's the breakdown of the percentage of those who you have in custody who have actually committed a criminal offense versus just the civil infraction?
Okay, get away with the civil infraction shit. It's all criminal offenses now. Let's do that. Yeah, you don't say let me finish after you interrupted the whole service.
But it's not 70%.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
70% of everyone
you
you
guys
have
keep
detained
changing
has...
your percentage. You pick and choose what numbers you think work, but that is the facts, is that 70% of the people that we have detained have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal.
Shout out Devin Gibson, Mr. Editor. Make sure you give him a little shout out. Wait for it, don't limit to extra servers. And this happened.
You lose.
I'm saying this is a part of a much larger dialogue in which one administration caused a great deal of chaos and havoc and danger for American citizens, and another is trying to correct that.
Do you believe that? Right. Honestly,
Okay.
let me tell you,
Listen,
just on the
you're not
facts.
a journalist.
Yes, I am. I want to give you the facts.
Is he stepping in?
Undocumented people and immigrants commit far less crime than American citizens.
We're done here. We're done here.
Than natural-born Americans. You won't listen.
If you could ask
I'm giving you the
He's listening to everything you're saying. You just won't accept his opinion. There's plenty of people out there whose opinion is not mine. I can coexist and live with it.
And this is why we can go in and do these things, and these folks love to talk to us because they know we're telling the truth. You heard what some of the folks said in there, that this is, they shouldn't be there, and, they shouldn't be uncomfortable, and this is our house, and whatever. That's what protesting is about, is to make people uncomfortable. You may not like it. Hold up. Wait
So you went in there into the house of God to disrupt them and make them feel uncomfortable. Hey, that's some bullshit. There's plenty of people out there I'd love to make feel uncomfortable, but that's wrong, so I'm not. Wait, so you're telling me you can't pray in front of an abortion clinic without going to prison, but you can storm into churches and shut down services? 100%. Legit, why the fuck would you not press the same charges if they're doing the same fucking shit? It's got to be equal across the whole board. I'm learning what a fascist is right now by Googling it when you guys don't tell me what something is and you just say Google it. A fascist is a follower of the far-right authoritarian political ideology characterized by a strong central government. I'm cool with strong governments, an extreme form of nationalism that exalts the nation above the individual. This is not good. I'm all for extreme nationalism and the forcible suppression of opposition. Y'all know me, I'm like whatever, but if we just blast in the ops, we already kind of do that in the US. So I'm cool with blasting the opposition. Key characteristics include the glorification of aggression. Why does this sound like the people who are calling people fascists? A cult of unity and purity and the use of propaganda to create narratives of national decline. Am I a fascist? Outside of the whole blaming, I'm cool with the other shit. I mean, y'all know me, I love aggression. Yo, just to with everybody, should I make a hat that says fascist or whatever and small text under it? Yo, who would buy that? Bro, people are gonna call me, I've been called a fascist. And we just saw me find out what the that is. So you're telling me right now, chat, if I literally make one today, y'all are buying it. It says fascist in big words, and then just because, we're trolling people, in little words underneath it says, or whatever. And hoodies as well. All right, I will legit dead ass make these hats. And if we at least get 10 orders of the hats, I will make shirts and hoodies. On God. If you guys are curious about my clothing brand, link in the description below. Yo, so Asman covered this clip. I saw this clip yesterday. Yo, shout out Asman. He doing the Lord's work, really getting some shit out there for y'all to see. Go check him out. Long story short, anti-ICE people were protesting against ICE, and they started attacking their own because they heard and thought that they're literally attacking themselves. That's not what they asked you? Bro, you're literally being interrogated by civilians. This is a form of terrorism, bro. That's not what I asked you. Answer my questions. Bro, is that not Nazi, tactics? So tell me, where are you from? What is your religion? Answer the questions now, or I will be forced to make an executive decision. He was marching with y'all. See, it's literally not. If you don't act the way you're told, and you don't march the march, you're a Jew. You guys know, I want to know what the Jew is of today for these Nazis? White males. If you're a white male, you're the target, bro. Yep. ICE is coming to check on him. The people he's just going against.
Back up. Yeah, save your Nazi. Put him in your Nazi van. Go get him some help.
And then they go, dude, and now I am losing my mind. So now, because he's bleeding and he needs medical help, he's probably concussed, doesn't know where he's at, because you beat the shit out of your friend, he's now a Nazi again. Because he's receiving medical aid because you wouldn't help him. Like I said, I'm a centrist. Left and right, both of y'all can get me, all right? Just so y'all know, on this side of the fence, your own people gonna turn on you, bro. And even if you seek help when you're down, they're gonna turn on you. They do not care about you. All I see at the end of the day for these people in these anti-ICE protests, 100% hypocrites. This is literally just a bunch of grown-ass kids with nothing to do on a Friday night once school's over. So they just wanna go and cause a bunch of mischief. But as adults, do the same. I mean, like I said, I'm not actually a fascist. I kind of have a gist of what it like realistically means, and I don't like, you know, like I said, I'm a centrist. I'm not a fascist. But it's like Pride Month and all the corporations. I'll make some money off all these people protesting and all the crazy right-wingers. Like, sure, I'll make money off of both of y'all, bro. I'm just trolling a troll at this point. I'm just doing it to piss all these fucking people off. Because I want to see what argument they have next if we're literally wearing shit that says that. Like, maybe I'll solve all the protests. Maybe people won't even show up at that point. They'll be like, well, they're admitting they're fascists. We have no power now.
What's your message to straight white conservative men?
Listen to minorities, listen to women, listen to people who are trying to educate you. Don't live in ignorance just because it's easy.
What is a woman?
Am I ignorant?
That sounds like
a loaded question? What is 2 + 2? Is that loaded, guys? Listen to people who are trying to educate you. What's a woman? I'm supposed to be educated by people who don't know shit?
You can kill them. This isn't about social media clout anymore. This isn't about video. This isn't about the phone. This is about get a gun and start killing ICE agents.
What?
First of all, somebody come get Justin Bieber. Second of all, this is a direct...
Bro, I've had my TikTok account banned for my comedic with the branches skits. If that's on TikTok and it's not banned, yo, ban TikTok out of America again. Literally shut that platform down, bro. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Why would you stop somebody from getting out of their vehicle? Am I allowed to go and do that to you? No, I'm not. Oh, please? Go around, find out. ICE is not playing around anymore, guys. Thank God ICE can protect themselves. All police officers, just quit and go to ICE, bro. ICE is about to be the new police. They can actually defend themselves. Cops can't even be cops anymore. I'm glad the ICE agent's okay. A pro-ICE supporter was hunted down, viciously attacked, and left bleeding after Jake Lang's demonstration in downtown Minneapolis. The only people getting literally injured and attacked are on the right side of the fence. And this is the thing that don't make sense. The other side of the fence is like, oh, well, I'm being attacked for believing in what I believe in. No, you believe in what you believe in and nobody else cares. But the second somebody else goes against that, you literally get in their face and verbally assault them or quite physically assault them. You're the problem. How come one side is allowed to do these peaceful protests, but the other side can't? just because of what they think. Because of what they think, you physically beat the shit out of them. At this point, nobody gets to protest. Bro, if you out on the street protest for like that, is that what you want?
You can just kill ICE agents. You know that? You can just kill them. You don't have to hold your phone in their face.
Okay, what are we talking about? You are literally inciting violence. You're literally saying the same type of shit as if when Pride Month comes around, you can literally just kill people. No, you can't. You're a piece of shit if you did that. You should go to jail and rot. You should die if you do that. You're killing people specifically because of their job.
Ask people when their birthday is, and ask people what their name is, and then try to find wherever they end up in Los Angeles.
Yeah, you can't do that. You'll go to jail.
This isn't about social media clout anymore. This isn't about video. This isn't about the phone. This is about get a gun and start killing ICE agents. They are deputized.
You're a psychopath, and I hope you go to jail.
Kill them.
It's too far away.
Internet, do your thing. I'm gonna be the bigger person. I truly believe now that half of y'all are mentally ill. And I don't hope you die. I hope you legit just get help.
This TikTok video just ended his marriage, and because of it, the guy who's in Italy is now suing a restaurant after they filmed him on a date with his affair and posted it on TikTok. Come on, talk about not taking any accountability here. Do you know what the simple life hack to not get caught in an affair is? Don't have an affair. But today we're looking at a situation involving a 42-year-old married man from Sicily who went out to dinner with another woman and got filmed by a restaurant for their promotional content. And because of this, his marriage is now over. So he wants someone to pay for it. And I guess that person is not himself, because we are allergic to accountability sometimes. Oh, and it's also worth pointing out that his identity was never officially disclosed by any major news outlet in English nor in Italian, because the press, especially in Europe, goes a little bit out of its way to protect the privacy of its citizens when it comes to them not being public figures. And in Italy, the standard is enforced even more strictly, and we'll see that in a moment. So what we do know is the guy is living in Canania, Sicily, and decides that he wants to take his lover out for a nice evening. But the problem is, this isn't his main lover. This is a side lover. The dude is married. So I guess he makes up a cover story and decides to go with the whole, honey, I have a business dinner tonight. And then he heads out. So that was fine until these meddling restaurant owners wanted to make some promotional content. Because I guess what never crossed his mind was whether the restaurant might be creating content for their social media that night, because that's exactly what happened. And the restaurant staff, they were recording videos for promotion and filming the restaurant during service, showing customers enjoying their meals for social media. Except in this case, the advertising came with an unexpected bonus feature: clear footage of a married guy having what was very obviously not a business dinner, because it was essentially a one-on-one dinner with a woman who was clearly not his wife. And here's where things really went sideways, because the restaurant posted the promotional video to TikTok, and somehow the dude's wife ended up watching it. I mean, that is like one of the most diabolical algorithm pulls. Like, you know, TikTok's over here like, oh, you might want to see your husband here. Like, imagine. According to the reports, the wife's response was pretty much what you would expect. She told him the marriage was done, packed up his stuff, and kicked him out of the house. And the whole thing apparently unraveled just like a few days after the video was uploaded. So clearly the algorithm was working on overtime here. So now, instead of, I guess, accepting that his affair got exposed and dealing with the consequences of cheating, this guy decided to sue the restaurant. And his argument was that they violated his privacy by filming him without permission and posted it online. But I feel like the question most most people are asking online is, does he actually have a legitimate case here, or is it like just a cheater trying to blame someone else for his own mess? Well, both could be true at the same time, because the guy is currently being represented by Codicons, which is a pretty well-known consumer protection organization in Italy, and they're taking this very serious because they're escalating this to Italy's National Data Protection Authority. So here you have Francesco Tanasi, who's speaking for Codicons, and he told the media that restaurants can't just film whoever they want and blast it across social media without getting consent first. And honestly, that is fair. I don't think anyone wants to go to a restaurant and then suddenly be blasted all out on their social medias without your consent. And that goes for both ways. If you are cheating on your wife or just having a normal dinner with your family, you don't want your family blasted out on the internet. But the guy from Codicons pointed out that posting videos of customers can lead to seriously damaging consequences for people's personal lives. And yeah, in this case, it definitely did. But honestly, it's also kind of a skill issue on his part. This is like one of the few cases where I'm not on the side of anyone involved here. I don't like that the restaurant did that, and also I'm not a fan of the guy cheating on his wife. So be in the marriage or be out of the marriage. 1 foot in, 1 foot out is just a waste of time for everyone involved. I'm not trying to sit here and be like some sort of crazy moral authority here, but having some urgency and willingness to make tough decisions, that is kind of a life hack. Make the harder
bro, how long have I been muted?
now, so your life gets easier.
God.
And so someone doesn't take that wrong. Hannah and I are still together. We've been going on for like 9 years. So, yeah, I digress. But unlike many countries, Italy has some seriously strict rules about using people's images without their permission, especially after the implementation of GDPR. And I guess the relevant laws here is Article 10 of the Italian
I've been talking the whole
Code and
time.
Articles 96 and 97 of their copyright
Oh
law.
my
Basically,
God.
what they say is you can't just reproduce, display, or profit from someone's image without getting their okay first. So apparently, Italy is just a nightmare for IRL streamers. But I guess there are some situations where you don't need consent. If someone's famous enough that there's a public interest in their activities, or if their image is being used for educational or cultural purposes, you're genuinely fine. But sitting in a restaurant cheating on your wife is apparently a no-go, or at least documenting that. And I guess the same thing goes for like if you're photographing a public event or parade or ceremony where people, you know, can reasonably expect to be captured on camera. That's fine. But the critical part of this case is that using someone's image for advertising or commercial promotion absolutely requires explicit consent. If your business is trying to make money off of someone's likeness, you need their permission in writing. And even if he appeared for less than a second, you still need his consent. So since the video was created and posted for promotional purposes, no consent was obtained, and his image was still identifiable enough to generate real consequences, you know, the end of his marriage, then the issue isn't really screen time or intent, but the commercial use of an identifiable person's image along with the damage that follows. So from a pure legal standpoint in Italy, the restaurant might actually be in trouble here. It's also worth noting that this case might actually be viewed pretty differently in the US, as American law tends to be far more permissive when it comes to filming in public or semi-public spaces, especially when someone appears incidentally in promotional content. Obviously, there are limits around the commercial use, but they're looser compared to Europe. So my understanding is as long as the person isn't a public figure being used as an endorsement and there's no reasonable expectation of privacy, courts of the US often side with businesses or treat these disputes as minor issues best resolved by removing the content, not by awarding damages. And this raises a very fair question. Should businesses be allowed to film customers and use that footage for profit without permission? I don't think so. I don't think that's a good idea, unless it was in a very open or public space. You know, there is a lot of nuance here, but it is interesting because the entire marketing industry is very different now. Before, you had to have like, you know, high budget commercials, you had to have the consent forms being signed and all that just to, you know, be blasted out on TV. But now you have mom and pop shops just filming for their TikTok accounts and then posting it on their TikTok, not really expecting too much. The cost of this film or the advertisement was essentially nothing, the cost of the iPhone that filmed it. So like, there's not like big budgets at play. And then often these like mom and pop restaurants, they don't have, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars or even tens of thousands of dollars to reward someone in a lawsuit. They'll just go bankrupt. So it's very finicky. So I would definitely not be surprised if we start seeing way more lawsuits about stuff like this in the future. So I guess from the restaurant's perspective, they were just filming some harmless commercial, but that turned out to be like the main focal point of a divorce case. But the public reaction to the story has been kind of all over the place because a lot of people think the lawsuit is extremely absurd. They argue that the guy is trying to blame the restaurant for his problems that he created himself. Like, if he didn't cheat, he wouldn't be getting divorced. Obviously, there's a lot more nuance involved there. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes in that relationship? but still, yeah, you shouldn't be cheating. So then you have the other side of the internet saying, well, just because he's a bad husband doesn't mean, you know, the business can violate his privacy rights. So, I mean, yeah, like I said previously, both sides
Can't
can
have
be
any middle
true
on this
here.
one,
He can be
I'll be
wrong for
honest.
cheating, and the restaurant can be wrong for using his image without permission. But at its core, this is definitely a new age problem. This is interesting. We didn't have to deal with this stuff 50 years ago, because you could technically boil it down to one single TikTok derailed someone's entire life. Now, obviously, that's oversimplifying it. Obviously, it was his decision that derailed that life as well, but hey, it is what it is. But essentially, a whole bunch of people are saying this one TikTok destroyed this guy's life. And if that's true or not, I don't know, because I mean, obviously his decision was involved there as well. But right now, Kodakans is pushing forward the lawsuit and considering involving Italy's privacy watchdog if the restaurant doesn't settle. And we don't have information yet about how the restaurant is responding. They might fight it, or, you know, they might settle quietly. Who knows? But one thing's for certain, in today's reality, you better be on your best behavior, because you have no idea when someone's filming you with an iPhone. So I guess the best way to avoid all of this is just live authentically. Don't have some secret double life, because that just sounds exhausting. But either way, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Oh my god.
Ironheart, episode 1, the show which has my favorite way of...
Holy shit, the fucking... Wow. The fucking smoke detector beep. That's just cruel.
Entering a room. Hey, black people. Next time I go to London, I know what I'm doing. Ironheart is the story of Riri Williams, who is obsessed with stealing Tony Stark's legacy, just after she's stolen everything else. She is an absolute piece of scum, the product of DEI. Thinks everything should be handed to her on a silver platter and she shouldn't have to work for it. Because, well, Tony Stark, he had money and could make things. She forgot the whole needing to work part of it. Now she just takes other people's inventions, ideas, products, and then claims that she did something with them. This is her doing something with them. She is an absolute 24-karat gold-plated bellend, a mentally feeble, low IQ little twat who doesn't even know how an electricity grid works.
The financial impact of yesterday's incident.
She did something! Everybody out!
And you're at MIT, you don't even understand an electrical load. Although at least in a Marvel TV series about the hero's journey, that is the only load she's getting so far in this episode. That might be because her personality is the best contraception.
Trash.
She does it twice, by the way. Not understand electricity. The second time after tripping the breaker, she just sits in the dark.
4 hours?
Yeah, she did need electricity for her AI, but we forget about that. It just works by magic. Sits in the dark, too lazy to fix the electricity. Or get a job. So join me as we enter Robin Hood 2.
At the end of the day, is Robin Hood, as you remember Robin Hood, a little flyer than normal.
Where just like them, the hero is obsessed with getting rich and stealing the reputation and resources of other people. To the point where you have to ask Whoopi Goldberg, did you really mean what you said?
Everyone is represented. Women, young women, women of color.
Who knew Whoopi was so base? We start with Riri and her dead best friend. Here's a tip. Don't show me a dead best friend I don't know, because I don't care. Although, to be fair, she got shot in a drive-by because they don't care either.
Our culture that promotes killers and killing. A culture that I help promote.
Your girlfriend will be bigger than John, bigger than Gates, bigger than Pim, bigger than Stark.
I think she means she's gonna eat a lot. It's the only way she's gonna get bigger than any of those, because they did stuff and worked for a bit. No, I'm gonna steal my way to the top of the pyramid. She's gonna be like one of those women on the 50 richest list who's gonna get divorced. I'm gonna divorce Gates. I'm gonna divorce Stark. I'm gonna have loads of money.
What do you want? More than anything. A knife with Thor in his hammer.
At least she's honest. Not realistic, but honest.
I see now. Gotta cut the video.
It was fine when we were talking about how I was going to nick everything from all of these people, but don't you bring your smut into it. But the friend's like, but I just want to be happy. You see Riri's attitude to that. Happy? Have you ever considered a life of crime and theft and murder? This is just someone that has kids. This is just single mom versus single mom in prison. Next up, though, we get a monologue from her about how she really wanted to revolutionize Stark Industries.
I can be the greatest inventor of my generation.
Look, she's a zoomer. She's got low standards. To her, the greatest of her generation would be coming up with a new color of Teletubby.
Which doesn't mean much
See, she agrees.
without the resources to bring my ideas to life.
You do know inventions are what make you the money, right? You don't start with a load of money and then make No, her problem seems to be...
After my internship abroad,
She got DEI'd into a position she doesn't deserve, and now thinks she's owed it. Rather than having to work from the ground up, she got lifted immediately into an impossible fantasy land of technology, and now, oh, this is what I need.
realized I'm gonna need the equivalent of a whole vibranium mountain to be great.
See, she needs the crutch. No wonder she can't invent anything. She thinks if you just hit a piece of metal with a hammer, you're inventing something.
I need cash, money.
Just in case you didn't know what cash was.
Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire.
Tony Stark wasn't always a billionaire. He had to work to invent things to be a billionaire. I don't know what work is.
It's just the way the world works.
This is how the world works, not her. Lazy, scrounging bum. But she says her AI cost millions of dollars. I don't know why, it's crap. But we see her getting money from various different students in brown paper bags. So we see her complete lack of morality right at the start when she comes up with an excuse for what she's doing, a name, rather than cheating, fraud, crime.
My means of fundraising have been a little experimental.
It's just experiments, y'all. That's all it is, bro. Mandenting in it, love. We need a Robin Hood clip to explain this.
Masked robbers who rap about their crimes. It's just sexy.
She even invents this guy's own personal energy shield for him. He's like, I'm gonna get an A. Right, no, you're gonna get a fellowship. It's like, oh, great. Now he's qualified for positions that he can't do with technology he didn't invent. He's gonna get somebody killed, and she's like, oh, this is amazing. I got 50 later. Not that she's intelligent enough to know any of this. She's about 85 IQ, and I'm convinced that all the talk about being a genius and everything else, all of like her adventures, Wakanda and everything else, are just delusions that she had in a dream once, but she's too thick to know the difference. It's the only thing that makes sense.
My method goes beyond rules and red.
So close.
The law. I'm creative, I don't need to work. She's like a banker. I don't need to obey the laws of money. I can magic it out of thin air. Don't worry, nothing will happen. There won't be any negative side effects here.
I want to continue Mr. Stark's legacy.
She actually wants to subvert and consume Stark's legacy. She doesn't want to continue anything. She wants to take it over and replace him.
And revolutionize safety.
The only thing people need to be kept safe from is you and the people you've got into positions that they can't do. You will see her advanced planning skills and intellect, though, where she came up with iron suit plus artificial intelligence equals 3. Yeah, love, I can't keep up with that. Her plan, though, is make loads of Iron Man suits. That'll revolutionize safety by giving them to firefighters, first responders, medics. Like, are you insane? There's a whole arc in Iron Man about how only he should have his suit because other people can't be trusted with it. People like you. If you're already committing crime in one, you just make more for your criminal friends.
Working on this level of innovation does not come without risks.
When she says risks, she means she's too thick to do anything properly. All she did is plug something in. Oh, that wasn't too bad. It could have been worse. Okay, it got worse.
She did something! Everybody out!
That's how you know it's not her first time. She's done something again. I keep telling her, stop doing things. You're only here because you put a bit of Tipex on your IQ score. It's not 154, is it? It's 15.4. She broke his pissing arm with electricity. I don't even know how you do that. Notice how both the women in the room made the guy with the broken arm pour the tea for them.
All that considered, maybe you could convince the board to extend my grant. Just
still asking for more. I've just burnt down your university. Give me some money. Give me
my
grant. Just
for them.
All that considered, maybe you could convince the board to extend.
It sounded like you said consider roads. What?
Give me some money.
She just explained. Yeah, she didn't. It was just a little bit weird.
What she's listening to.
If I could just get my idea off the ground, could change change the world.
You couldn't even change a Wendy's, love. She gets to talking to, though. You've been here for 4 years. You've had constant disciplinary hearings over that time. Yet you've made zero advancement towards your degree. Well, what would I get out of my degree anyway?
Some job in Palo Alto.
Yes. You keep whining about money, love. How about you get a pissing job? I don't want a job. Why?
And a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like?
Oh, no. We have to hang around those men folk. You know, the ones which are actually working for a living. This guy sums up the entire audience. I am exhausted.
I want real-life scientific epiphanies.
I want to work out the secret herbs and spices.
Do you want me to do homework? I have to explain to my professors.
Is it because you get it all wrong and they're like, how did you even get to this answer?
They want me to be small, but I refuse.
I told you. She wants to be fatter than Einstein. Like Steve Jobs has nothing compared to my BMI. It's her one goal.
Riri, that's a hot pile of garbage.
You just want to be a thief, don't you, love? Runs in your veins.
Trash, and you know it.
You're trash, and you know it.
Who here asked you to be small?
Me. Actually, if she was in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, I could step on her. But this is a change in her original origin, where she was telling her teacher what she wanted to grow up as and said, I want to be a scientist. The teacher was fine with it. She's like, no, you're supposed to tell me I want to be a nurse. Why would I do that? Well, you're supposed to tell me that women can't be scientists, they have to be nurses. That's what they said to the first astronaut that looked like me. And she went, no, I'm going to be one anyway. And then she did it. The teacher's like, you're just an arse. But Riri replies, I was kind of hoping that you'd tell me the opposite. So I would have something to inspire me to prove you wrong. Sorry, I can't help you. Rage. Could have been pushed down the stairs. That's how we end up with this, where she has to get called on being a self-absorbed, egotistical twat.
Trash.
It turns out all her courses have been tailored to her needs. Special ones. Like, we know you can't keep up with the normal people. Remember those tambourine lessons? We don't give those to everybody.
And I work hard to get qualified people like us.
I'm the only one that could put up with you. That's why I'm here. She even says I was very lenient with you too much because we look like each other. But Riri's been destroying the education institution across everything in the area for all the students. And when she's talking to her, just watch her face.
School in the area. Cambridge, Providence, New Haven.
Quite frankly,
I'm rolling her eyes. Oh, I'm looking down. I'm down over here. Doesn't think she's doing anything wrong. I'm not going to be held accountable for it. Take her fucking skull it.
you have been a horrible steward of Stark's legacy.
She got nothing to do with Stark or his legacy. She just stole his invention, completely unrelated to him. That guy is more a steward of Stark's legacy than she is. Apparently, though, they have a zero tolerance policy on plagiarism. Not that she thinks that applies to her.
Accept responsibility, and we'll get right back to my studies.
So you don't accept responsibility then? We have a zero tolerance policy. Okay, I'll get back to work then, shall I? No, prison. And they're like, no, we can't though, because you know when you destroyed our entire electrical grid and burnt down the university? It's too expensive. You're expelled.
You're expelling me?
Did you see the art? You're expelling me? I'm gonna get my suit and strangle you.
Effective. Immediately.
Very effective, actually. I'm gonna expel you out that window. After that, they send her with the security to take her property. As you can see, she immediately starts nicking things. You might be like, well, she owns that. Stuffing it in her pockets while she's looking around the corner as if she's in a Target. Starts stealing the entire suit, which she's made with university resources.
Why are you guys doing this to Riri?
It might be because she's a thief, love. Probably got something to do with it.
Here to make sure she doesn't take anything that's not hers.
Good luck with that, mate.
She built that with her own grant money.
So it still belongs to MIT. That it was MIT's grant money. It's not your money, otherwise you could just buy a house with it. That's not going to stop her, though. Nicking the Iron Man suit, which I doubt is even legal even in America. They have a problem with bump stocks. They're definitely going to have a problem with that. I was hoping she'd just immediately crash. You know, keep it realistic. She has made an AI, though, called Trevor, who looks like a pencil. Presumably a callback to Word's paperclip that always used to annoy everybody. I see you're writing a letter. She's way too young to know that, though, and too stupid. She has never opened a Word document in her life. Too much work.
I'm Trevor, MIT's teaching robot, and
MIT's AI. You know when she said, oh, my AI was so expensive. MIT's AI that she's stolen. She has to give her student ID to give access to it, and at no point thinks I should probably change that. I'm not a student. We do find out the reason why she doesn't just immediately crash, though.
how can I help you today?
Take us home, Trevor.
Got a bloke to drive for her. She didn't even know where Chicago was. Couldn't read a map. Although as she built the AI, it is as smart as she is.
Chicago is an American rock band.
Yeah. Only way to fix it is smacking it in the face. From one criminal to a gang of them, though. You can tell these are smart criminals because they don't want to stand out. Merge into any crowd, you won't notice them or remember their faces. How do you wipe your arse?
Black girl magic!
I have to spear it. He disables the system, though, and they decide on the infiltration aspect where they have to fight men to send into women.
You're up, clown.
Oh, he said it, not me. If we're gonna give him insulting nicknames, I've got a few myself. The security system comes back on, though, and they just use this to take the piss out of him.
Don't worry, guys. I got it. Don't panic. I'm fixing it.
I'm just a man. That means I'm awful at everything. The better men are the ones that used to be women, you see. I'm a bit confused why one of them is gaining privilege, but they don't have a problem with it, and one of them is just giving it up because they dyed their hair green. Hopefully that'll be in episode 2.
It's Rampage, not Stu. It's not Stewart.
He's annoyed because they're not calling him Rampage, and I'm like, don't give me a name then.
Rampage.
Yeah. They all think it's stupid because we're gonna call you. It's like, yeah, you might call him Stuart over the radio, which can be recorded and listened into. Stop giving your names at crime scenes.
Lots of PvP. I still have a rogue that I've been playing. I was muted before. I was talking. I have no idea how long I was muted.
To get arrested. They want to give your real name while they hide theirs. Insufferable sponges.
Stuart, my guy, what is the holdup?
It was when your face popped up on my phone and I got jump scared. Sorry, it put me off. You're gonna have to go and have a lie down to recover. With that though, they burn their way through a lock.
I call it Dragon's Breath.
If dragons did that, their stories would be a lot less impressive. But as they infiltrate the building, they open the door. Oh no! Now they blame Stuart for this, but I don't know what their job was except walking in.
I thought we were in the clear, Stu.
It's obviously Stuart.
I said sorry, I was muted before. I was talking, but apparently I've been muted and I have no idea for how long it was.
Faulty can't be the two women that set it off. What were their skills? Maybe it's beating up people who are 3 times their lazy scrounging.
Oh, fuck.
But she says her AI cost millions of dollars. I don't know why. It's crap. Hopefully that'll be an episode.
Call it Dragon's Breath.
If dragons did that, their stories would be a lot less impressive. But as they infiltrate the building, they open the door. Oh no!
I know, but you said something and I responded to it, but apparently I was muted.
I thought we were in the clear, Stu.
It's obviously
I think I was muted for like an hour.
Set it off. What were their
Fuck's sake.
skills? Maybe it's beating up people who are 3 times their size. She definitely would have the strength to do that.
I flipped a guy.
Yeah, and punched him.
I've just had my tea.
Excuse me.
Actually quite slow to dodge sliding across a table. He'd go, oh, bang. You hit me in the tits. It's a good job that he just went, oh no, she's grabbed me, I can't move. Oh no, she's ramming my head into the table.
I lost visual.
I wish I never had visual, to be honest. With that though, they're like, the cops are gonna be here any minute. Abort, abort. And we just immediately teleport to safety. Could have at least had a police chase. Even Gotham Knights had a police chase. This is where we're introduced to the Hood though. I think he's supposed to be scary. He isn't.
Nah, you guys are good.
You really needed to pick someone intimidating for this, didn't you? A different hairstyle, different clothes. They'd look entirely different. This guy could dye his hair green, I wouldn't be surprised. Afterwards, they have a discussion about what to do about Stuart, because, you know, it clearly was all his fault. He probably
For me, it definitely worked.
Doxing him to the police
Without the dungeon, right? Like just following the guides. It's pretty
And yet,
nice.
how are you going to find a replacement immediately that's also willing to commit crime?
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to have dungeons in there. I don't know. I made sure to extra check and click it on the rogue, but it's like level 6, so.
Like, criminals aren't just dropping from the sky.
The big job.
Oh, maybe they are. This is my favorite AI, though, because he hits her with the subtle jabs at all times.
Are you all right? Okay, Ray.
Okay, Ray. At that moment, though, he starts.
Yeah, get it.
Ray.
Oh no, it's a good job she created some artwork.
I've been stealing mobs from people left and right with my fire blasts.
The university would have taken their own property back. Yep. You gotta be careful with stuff like that, mate. You'll be opening Wakanda's shields remotely. Trevor shut down, though, because she was a student and expelled, so they're taking their property back.
Nah.
I can't believe you've expelled me. Can't somebody have a life of crime in peace? For some reason, that ejects her faceplate. Honestly, I don't understand. But then shuts down all the rocketry for the best bit of the episode. Well, besides this.
Hey, black people.
I almost hit him in the face. I could have killed him. A random bit of her side ejects for no reason whatsoever. You would have thought the university would have wanted it back in one piece and just like made her land and stay there so they can send someone to arrest her. But no. It's almost like a PR marketing scream.
Trash.
She crashes into the ground with nothing on her legs or anything, just smacks straight first. There is nothing on her right leg, and she lands on it. Every bone in her body would have been broken. No, I've got that kind of Wakandan bone structure. Oh, aren't we smart? We put our name in the ground. We made our name in criminal damage. Hey, yo,
Okay.
Based. I want that guy to be the main character. Just an entire series of him riding around on his bike.
Sadly, we're not
insulting her.
there yet.
Either way, she has to walk through the streets with the remains of her trash can on her.
Yo, Iron Girl.
Iron Girl, or as we say around these parts, Iron Vagina. The Iron Clunge. Everyone wants to spend the night with her because nothing could beat a minge of steel, which should probably be the tagline to a Supergirl movie. She's carrying various bits of her suit though. Lots of it dropped off further in the city, and we find out that Riri, his IQ level is kind of standard for this area of the city.
You need like a band-aid or an ice pack?
Don't go near that
Whatever you
team.
say. I just fell from the sky and broke every bone in my body. Do you need a band-aid? That like fixes medicine stuff, doesn't it? What you need is a bag of frozen peas. So then this kid comes up to her with a trolley. He's like, look, I'll carry it home for you.
I'm not trying to be mean, but look a hot mess.
It's just a fact, love. It's like when I say you're a mentally feeble 24-karat gold retard. I'm not trying to be offensive. It's just reality. So Riri walks home looking like this, exposing her identity to the world and telling everybody where her family lives. Should be pretty easy for villains to beat her then, shouldn't it, really? If she wouldn't just let them die, and that's a coin toss at best. He's like, well, what should I call you, though? With her high IQ, notices all the differences about humanity.
As I'm grown and you're little.
With insight like that, I'm amazed she's broke. He says, though, no, what does your mom call you?
Riri Williams. Bad girl genius.
I doubt that's on the birth certificate. Even if it was, I think she's misunderstood the grammar. Her mom walks in the room and goes, Riri Williams, bad girl.
Okay.
What a genius. Just doesn't have a strong grasp of sarcasm.
Ooh, that is terrible.
He knows. Even the little kids know better than her. Next up, though, we meet her family, and I don't care. There's no point to them in the episode. It's just like, no, somebody must like her. So the kid shakes her down for money, although he did carry all of her stuff, so I'm on his side because she's a villain, so anything that makes her life worse is a moral positive. Riri, though, is standing outside listening to her mom and her friends talk. And they're like, oh no, lots of kids act out, you know, they're quite often just assholes. Her mom's having none of it, though.
But Riri's always been like this.
She's always been filth. Maybe she's just inherently a criminal. No, you'd think they'd ask, hey Riri, I thought you were at university. Why are you home? How did you even get home? What's all this crap you're wearing? Nothing.
Clearing the stank aura that you drug in with you.
That is the stank crime. I'm clearing the aura of this theft you brought into our household.
Which crystal is for wise
Well, I
asses?
think I might be done for today, dude. Fuck.
Firstly,
I've been
obviously,
yawning the last hour.
A diamond pickaxe. It's really good at penetrating skulls. Secondly, how do you know she's got kicked out of school?
Black obsidian.
Black obsidian dropped from a height.
You knew?
You knew? How did you know? My suit only realized 30 seconds ago. How did you get the news? In this festering heap.
I bribed a janitor there your first week to look out for you.
What? I'm not being funny, but you don't look like the wealthiest of person. How much could you really have bribed? How would a janitor know? Oh, while he's mopping the floors, he's actually got access to the academic records. Is this janitor actually a secret spy master with a finger in every pie? And how much did you actually bribe him if he's willing to do any of this for you?
Hey, black people.
How do you do, fellow kids?
I would absolutely get arrested if I ever did that. Oh, we all do that, though, don't we? Sometimes I like to walk into a room and go, what's up, crack? You walk into a family gathering, you're like, yay, no purpose flower.
Hey, black people.
Even at this moment, they didn't know they'd gone too far and needed to rewrite the script. No one at Marvel thought,
Hello.
He's so happy with himself. He says to Riri, though, you're free tomorrow? She's like, free? How about now? We can go now. Let's go now, shall we?
Wait.
be back late.
She's acting like she needed an excuse to leave when she came here voluntarily and could also leave at any point. No, it's a family rule. Once I've said hello, I can only leave when somebody else walks into the room and says,
Hey, black people.
Now, this guy, I don't think he's the best influence. Probably should have learned that from his first impression. It was just so funny I didn't care. It's Friday night, almost 8.
Oh, hot girls supposed to be at the clubs?
Aren't you supposed to be out there getting railed, love? You don't even have a kid yet.
Trying to get some drinks free?
I don't know what this is. Is that how she gets her drinks for free? She just starts milking a cow. Not a cow, is it?
Trying to get some drinks free?
I don't know whether he's practiced that, but that shouldn't be a move that comes naturally to you, mate. He says, though, but you really, rather than being out partying, you're making an iron suit.
People are obsessed with them.
You're obsessed. You just stole one. You've committed millions of dollars worth of federal crimes to make it. You can't be going, why does everyone keep bringing it up? Why does everyone keep talking to me about the thing I've dedicated my life to?
I could build 1,000 other things, and no one would care.
Ah, right. Now we find out why she's focusing on the suit. She could do other stuff, but that wouldn't get her any clout, wouldn't get her any respect, wouldn't give her status, wouldn't improve her own personal brand. So she doesn't care.
This is for
So
tomorrow.
when everyone else is asking about
I'm
the
out.
suit, because they think
We're close
she's
though.
interested in
Super
it,
close.
she isn't. To her, the suit is just a means to an end, a means to just like wealth and status. She said at the start,
And revolutionize safety.
but she actually doesn't.
Whoa.
This is why she's amazed that other people care about the suit.
Whoa.
She just sees them as something to use as a stepping stone to get Stark's legacy and take it from him.
But if I could build one of them,
How far I'll be for tomorrow?
Stark, someone who's actually intelligent rather than
Or later today, I
I got no
suppose.
choice but to respect me.
I have a choice, love. Unless you mean you're going to
get some rest
to go
too,
around and
it's only
intimidate
20
people
minutes.
into respecting you. In which case, what they respect is the power and force of the suit.
Alright, boys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Be back tomorrow. Level 60 tomorrow. And I'll play some of the Rogue as well. Probably tomorrow. Probably do some PvP first, let's be honest.